Chapter 191. Just then, Chin Meng, on the stage, noticed the pair of train conductors in the corner and immediately, holding the microphone, shouted with a smile. "Hey, those guys over there in the corner, want to play? Come join us. Play as you please. Today, I, Chin Meng, will pay for everything. Prefer the dealer or the girls? Take your pick." The train conductor, who had been sitting in the corner with a look of resentment just moments ago, was startled by the voice and tentatively reached out to poke the girl closest to him. The girl continued, "Sir, would you like to join? 100,000 points. But," she added, "Master Meng's treat. Any purchase is free." A flicker of disbelief flashed in the man's eyes, and then he suddenly jumped up, his face excited and shouting, "Master Meng is awesome." Then he rushed into the crowd, hugged 3 or 4 girls, and also enjoyed this moment of decadence to the deafening music. The other train conductors and thugs, who were hunkered down in the corner, excitedly rushed into the crowd of girls below the stage upon hearing this. Meng Yi was a bit too magnanimous, almost embarrassing them. Meng Yi is awesome. The dwarf man, tossed into the air by countless girls, chewed a red-hard nut and looked up at Chin Meng on the stage from above, shouting, "Awesome." People's joys and sorrows are always different. For example, in the corner, Zhang Qi, wearing a $1 million luxury outfit, was pinning down the same luxury store clerk as before, and snarling, "You've got to look down on us, who can't afford clothes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Come on, do that to the one you just looked down on. Hey girl, you're here." "I'm not going to." Shan Mazi, sitting by himself smoking, glanced at Zhang Qi, who was playing, and sighed softly. He muttered in a daze, "Honey, the temptations out there are a little too great. Everyone here is prettier than you. It's just that I'm more resolute. In this situation, who else can hold their ground beside me? Alas." He sighed again before turning to look at Li Shiji beside him. "It's a good thing you're here with me. I'm also." "Hey, where are you?" Shanmazi glanced around, and finally spotted Li Shiji in the corner of the crowd. His face flushed as he embraced 4 or 5 dealers, playing finger-grabbing, completely unrestrained. He was silent for a moment, then cast his gaze over to Zhang Yi and Zhang Er, who were feasting beside him. He nodded slightly in relief. It seemed someone was still with him. But, the next moment, he saw Zhang Yi and Zhang Er stripping off their shirts and charging into the crowd, roaring like apes. They flung the girls into the air, then caught them in their arms. "Fuck, so you two must be full and satisfied, and only after you've had enough can you have time to play, right? Happy times are always fleeting." The 2-hour party was quickly over. Chin Meng, feeling somewhat refreshed, walked up to the 3rd floor, ready to change. His previous outfit was already tattered. The black boxing match was about to begin in 20 minutes, so the party could take a break. In the fitting room, Chin Meng looked at his outfit and nodded with a hint of satisfaction. "Not bad. I don't know if it was a psychological factor, but wearing this set of clothes worth 2.19 million yuan instantly made me feel much more handsome." He was going to take all these luxury clothes back. They were free anyway. It would be a shame not to take them. The only regret was that he couldn't find the second-hand luxury recycling store on the map. Otherwise, he could have just sold these clothes directly, even at a 10% discount, and he would have made a lot of money. But in terms of performance, these clothes don't even lock in warmth. To be able to sell them at this price, he must be a marketing genius. Biazi and the others had already gathered at the scene, changed into their clothes, and prepared to participate in the black boxing match. Each of them picked out an outfit. Zhang Yi and Zhang Er were responsible for carrying the refrigerator, moving all the luxury clothes, bags, and daily necessities that caught their eye into it. Fortunately, they brought the refrigerator, otherwise it would have been difficult to carry so many things. The refrigerator was also filled with snacks and food provided by the casino. Don't worry about running out of space. There are several refrigerators inside the refrigerator. It's a bit too depraved. Biazi rubbed his ears. The deafening music suddenly disappeared, but his ears felt like they were echoing and numbing. Then he looked at Chin Meng with a lingering look. "Master Meng, if others find out about this when we get back, they'd be so jealous. That dealer is really good. Especially since I just found a table, and had the dealer manage the table while he did the gambling. It was quite a feeling. Didn't you find that millionaire, madam?" Shan Mazi, standing nearby, asked with some confusion. "Oh, you've done it all. So strong? I've been eating a lot of red hard nuts." "Eat less red hard nuts," Chin Meng said angrily. "Those were originally snacks for goblins, and you guys keep showing them off. Let's go. We're getting ready to start some black boxing. Zhang Yi, are you feeling okay?" No problem. Okay, I noticed you just now. You're a tough guy too. I have to look at you with more respect from now on. Hee. Chen Meng, along with Biaozi and his group, returned to the hotel room on the 7th floor. He opened the door. The woman, who had changed into a dark black dress at some point, sat on the sofa and looked at Chen Meng and his group with a half smile, saying, "You're quite the partygoer. How about I just turn this entertainment center into a nightclub?" Not bad. Chen Meng smiled as he walked over to the woman, lifted her chin, and whispered, "It's a shame you don't go. It'd be more fun if you do. I have to remind you something." The woman's face was cold. "Your free voucher has expired. I can refuse you now. Will you refuse?" He tucked her temples behind her ears. A flash of panic flashed in the woman's eyes as she avoided Chen Meng's gaze. "The black boxing match is taking place on the rooftop. The Devil's Arms from Xiang City is waiting for you. Go win the match first." Of course. On the rooftop. The night wind howled past. Zhang Yi stood on the ring, burping. Across from him stood a burly man with arms thicker than his thighs, though he was a head shorter. The woman, dressed in a deep black dress, exuded a bossy air. She looked across at a man in a suit and said coldly, "Come on, let's see if your Devil's Arms can keep up the winning streak this time." Heh. The man in a suit across from the rooftop sneered, "Come on." What a cliched opening line. Chen Meng, sitting in the audience, sighed as he watched the scene unfold. While the opening line was cliched, it was over quickly, and the match officially began. Bang! The devil rushed forward with both arms, punching Zhang Yi in the stomach, sending him stumbling back 2 steps. Then, with a roar, Zhang Yi swung his fist and slammed it into the man's cheek. Like a basketball struck by a powerful blow, his head caved in. He lay on the ground, blood gushing from all 5 orifices, his body twitching. It looked like he was on his last breath. Zhang Yi leaped into the air, and another powerful punch descended from the sky, this time completely caving in his head. Roar! Zhang Yi, standing on the ring, his blood-soaked right fist raised, roared as he pounded his chest. The match was over. The speed was so fast that no one could have imagined it. When the gap in overall physical fitness reaches a certain point, combat experience becomes less important, especially since Zhang Yi has quite a bit of experience. Parting time. Chen Meng stood at the door of the suite, checking the balance on his watch. After winning the black boxing match, the 1 million yuan had been successfully deposited into his account. The balance had now reached a full 1.5 million yuan. That was enough for 30 map chips. If the mechanical train parts store had that many map chips for sale, he had enough to squander. "Let's go!" Chen Meng smiled, looked at the woman in the black dress, waved, and prepared to leave, but then a thought occurred to him. "I only know your name is Qi. Do you have a surname?" The woman looked at Chen Meng with a complicated expression in her eyes. "My full name is Wang Qi." "That's a good name. Since you and I have had a fleeting encounter, if other guests come into the city, try to stay out of the way. Don't let anyone with a free voucher have sex with you." The woman's eyes flashed with anger as she spoke word by word. "I'm the owner of Sun City. Not everyone is worthy of seeing me. Ordinary people can't even enter this floor. And do you think that free voucher is that easy to get? It's very rare, isn't it? What if there's someone else? I hide in my room?" "That's right." Chen Meng turned and walked over to the woman, smiling and patting her head. "When I take control of this city, you be the boss of the 3 entertainment cities. Just listen to me, and we all get along well. Have you ever been fucked before?" "No." The woman met Chen Meng's gaze with a hint of shame and indignation. "I'm not human. Do you expect me to have sex?" "Just asking casually, then I left." Chen Meng said nothing more, merely waved his hand, and led Biaozi and his men toward the elevator further down the hallway. "Mr. Meng, honestly, I'm a little afraid of elevators right now." "I'm not." "Okay, Zhang Yi, I know you don't have one, but I do. Is that okay?" A faint voice rang out from the depths of the hallway. Wang Qi, with a complex expression, stood there in silence for a long moment before walking to the floor-to-ceiling window. The man and his men were riding motorcycles, a procession of men, towards the end of the street. She was the only person in this city with a level 4 intelligent chip. She possessed a thinking ability comparable to that of a human. It was this very ability to think that made her fear sleep. Unlike others, who merely knew the concept of sleep but didn't feel much fear, she began to fear it. When this group left, all the lights in the city would be cut off, and everyone would fall back into a deep sleep, only to awaken one day in the future. Perhaps this man truly could control the city. For some reason, Even though logic told her the other man's statement was absurd, a voice in her head told her that he could truly do it. Perhaps it was his overly arrogant aura. He should be back soon. Zombie Basin, Old Pig stood outside the train, muttering to himself while glancing at his watch. It's been almost 2 days, and I've never stayed this long in any of the previous adventure maps. Could he have encountered some danger? He felt a little anxious. If something happened to Mr. Meng, it wouldn't be a simple matter of being leaderless. With the train conductor dead, this train would become ownerless, unable to be inherited. Then they would all die here. Without the train's protection, they couldn't possibly survive in the zombie basin. No accidents had occurred in the past 2 days. With no trains approaching, and no particularly high-level monsters attacking, he mined peacefully for 2 days, yet he felt a constant sense of unease. He hadn't felt this way when Mangi was around, but without him, he felt like a headless fly. We're here. In the city shrouded in darkness, Chen Mang led Biozi and his group back to their spawn point, the mechanical train parts shop. About a kilometer down the street, in the opposite direction, was the flesh train parts shop. Start shopping. Chen Mang dismounted from his motorcycle and strode into the shop in front of him, leaning on his cane. As soon as they entered, a girl standing at the doorway, holding a tablet, smiled at them and spoke. This is the mechanical train parts store. You can choose anything here. You can choose freely on the first floor. The second floor is only accessible to train conductors at level 10 and above. Sir, your level is not up to standard at this time. Biozi poked habitually. Sir, would you like to come? 50,000 points. As expected, Biozi curled his lips. He felt like he knew the city intimately, like a local. Chen Mang looked into the hall. There was only a row of 3-story containers, each with a screen. Each screen displayed information about a product, along with its price and inventory. Dead Rising, special item map chip. Requires a level 5 combat training virtual space. Price, 50,000 points. 1 in stock. Got it. Chen Mang tapped the screen lightly, and 50,000 points were quickly deducted from his watch. The clerk standing nearby opened the cabinet under the counter, removed a chip, and placed it on a tray nearby. A professional smile graced his face. Anything else you need? Are there discounts for bulk purchases? No, all prices are listed. No bargaining or credit. He said nothing more, simply walking over to a nearby screen. Random white grade accessory blueprint. Price, 15,000 points, 5 in stock. Beep beep. 5 consecutive clicks cleared the inventory of this top grade item. This is a great item, and the price is very cheap. Buy 5 for only 75,000. At the black market shop in Mondo, each one sells for 10 points of inheritance. A fantastic bargain. It would just be nice to have more points. Chen Mang tilted his head, glancing at the clerk beside him with a hint of resignation. Can't you restock the sold-out items? Sorry. Items with 0 inventory are indeed no longer available for purchase. Chapter 192. Chen Mang said nothing more, simply continuing to look at the product list. The inventory quantity remained essentially unchanged. 2 days had passed, and the inventory remained unchanged. Each train conductor started with only 10,000. There weren't many things this shop could afford, and the number of train conductors who could actually make money was still small. After all, missions weren't easy to come by, requiring many demanding conditions. Of course, the most important thing was, without transportation, how far could one travel on foot? The original lighter production line blueprint in the shop list had already been purchased. His mechanical heart could manufacture lighters, even inlaid with energy stones. As long as they weren't lost, the lighters they produced would basically last you forever. It seemed incredibly cost-effective, but in reality, it was incredibly low. After all, lighters had always been like something cursed by blood, like black market merchants, constantly and inexplicably transported to random places. Using a lighter until it ran out of gas was definitely something worth celebrating. He was actually quite curious about the supermodel effect of this accessory. People are buying this thing. Chen Mang looked helplessly at the lighter production line blueprint, whose inventory showed 0. He felt the main reason it was so popular was that it only cost 8,000 points, making it affordable for everyone. The drill blueprint originally had 2 in stock, but now it was also 0. The custom screen production line blueprint did have 4 in stock, priced at 30,000 points. He immediately bought one. He had no shortage of screens, his mechanical heart could produce them, but the screens he made were just ordinary ones. He wanted to see what a screen with a supermodel effect would look like. Great stuff. Chen Mang suddenly smiled as he looked at the items on one of the screens on the shelf. Doomsday Marriage Certificate, a special item priced at 100,000 points, with 3 in stock. He immediately grabbed all 3. Each Doomsday Marriage Certificate is roughly equivalent to 500 inheritance points, and inheritance points aren't easily earned. And then, there's the Neon City free admission ticket, priced at 100,000 points, with 3 in stock. He grabbed all 3 as well. With this item, he could visit this adventure map anytime, anywhere. He coveted this city. While it certainly wasn't possible to own it in the short term, one day, it would belong to the starship. He loved this city. There were many unique shops. This time, he only had 48 hours, so he didn't have time to visit many shops. He'd go check them out later when he had more time to see what they were like. 1.5 million points was clearly a lot. But it felt a bit frugal. He hadn't even spent much, but he already spent 755,000, leaving him with only 745,000. He had to think carefully about the remaining amount. Chin Meng carefully inspected all the items one by one, pondered for a moment, and came up with an idea. Nuclear Crisis. Special item, map chip, required for use in a level 5 combat training virtual space. Price, 50,000 points, 1 in stock. Buy. Submarine's Death. Special item, map chip, required for use in a level 5 combat training virtual space. Price, 50,000 points, 1 in stock. Buy. Doomsday Paradise. Special item, map chip, required for use in a level 5 combat training virtual space. Price, 50,000 points, 1 in stock. Buy. There were only 4 map chips in the store, and he bought them all. He bought as many of these as he could get. 50,000 each. You can't lose money, you can't be cheated. No matter what you buy, you can't lose money. You make money no matter what you buy. Safe Deposit Box Key Card. A special item that unlocks a safe in the Neon City Adventure map. Price, 100,000 points. 1 in stock. Buy. Solar Panel Blueprint. A blue-grade vehicle accessory. Price, 200,000 points. 1 in stock. Buy. Machine Gun Armament Module. A special accessory. Price, 150,000 points. 1 in stock. Buy. Robot Parts Pack. A special item containing a large number of robot parts for repair, assembly, and modification. Price, 140,000 points. 3 in stock. Buy. After a lavish outburst, the 1.5 million points were quickly gone. Only 5,000 points left. There was nothing left to spend. But there's no need to go to a convenience store or something like that to spend money. The remaining balance will be stored in the watch and can be used the next time you enter this map. Everything you buy is very useful and can enhance the overall strength of the train. There are still more than 10 minutes left until the end of the map. All you have to do now is wait. Standing on the first floor, Chin Meng looked at the stairs leading to the second floor, a flicker of longing in his eyes. According to the store clerk, the second floor requires the train conductor to reach level 10 or above to enter. He won't be visiting this map for a while. Wait until the train reaches level 10, and then come back. Then he find a way to earn some money, and check out the goodies on the second floor, as well as the third floor. Soon. 10 minutes passed quickly. Chin Meng and the others finally returned to the Star Train. Inside the train, Chin Meng checked the train log while listening to Old Pig's report. Nothing had happened in the past few days. Everything was normal. He waited for Old Pig to finish his report before saying softly, "Okay, you've been working hard these past few days. Get off." Then he stood up and stood by the window, gazing out at the residents working. Before entering this adventure map, he parked the train next to a level 3 iron mine and a level 4 red hard rock mine. The level 4 red hard rock mine he had created using a refresh ticket. Both mines were now nearly fully mined. It was estimated that they would be fully mined in 2 or 3 days. He glanced at the resource counts on the train panel. 1.45 million units of iron or 1.295 million units of copper or 1.5 million units of wood, 1.48 million units of red hard rock. After upgrading the train's armor to level 8 and the train to level 7, the iron or resources were essentially depleted. The over 1 million units of iron ore were mined and traded these days. Some copper ore had been used up recently, and the wood supply remained relatively unchanged. Red hard rock had increased considerably. Once this red hard rock mine was fully mined, it was expected to yield 5 million units of red hard rock ore. He wouldn't have to worry about red hard rock for a long time to come. After completing all this, he looked at the walkie-talkie on the table, a consciousness input device he had obtained in the underwater maze, used to teleport to other mechanical train mazes. It seemed like it had never been activated. Otherwise, if no one paid attention within an hour, the item would shatter on its own. He had been worried most these past 2 days about only one thing. What if the intercom lit up while he was in the Neon City adventure map? He would have missed the opportunity to complete the S-rank quest in the undersea maze. Fortunately, that didn't happen. It seemed luck was still on his side. The adventure map that just ended was officially called Neon City, and the Garden of Eden was just a fancy name. The events of Adam and Eve, magnified infinitely, became the main theme of this city. Chen Mang glanced around the train interior, and then at the train radio. He saw no private messages. Xiao Ai had been completing transactions these days. The over 200,000 iron ore listed on the train panel had all been traded by Xiao Ai. However, as he flipped through the chat logs, he realized that although Xiao Ai possessed human-like intelligence, she was clearly not very good at trading. Trading was about buyers trying to get the lowest price possible and sellers trying to sell at the highest price possible. Many factors need to be considered here. The inherent value of the goods is only one aspect. There's also the strength of both trains, the convenience of long-distance transactions, the urgency of the other party's needs, the scarcity of the goods, and so on. I guess I have to teach Xiao Ai a lesson later. At this time, it was already dark, but tonight, there were no stars. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and a drizzle of rain fell on the train. The residents were already preparing to call it a day and go to sleep. The hum of conversation and the sound of rain mixed together like white noise. Chen Mang opened the train door and sat on a chair, wrapped in a blanket, a cup of hot tea in his arms, gazing at the dripping rain outside. Winter had arrived. The scent of raindrops dripping on the earth was quite pleasant. He loved it. For some reason, while the Neon City adventure map was indeed quite relaxing, and he wasn't averse to such occasions, a day or two was enough. After a while, it felt a bit boring. He sat here instead. It was quiet all around, and he was alone inside the train. Xiao Ai had gone to the Armored Research and Development Center to think about the gift he had given. He just held a cup of hot tea, gazing at the dripping rain outside. He could stay in this atmosphere for 100 days, and never tire of it. But, it always felt like something was missing. He picked up the intercom, and gave a few instructions. Soon, a dozen hideous zombies appeared outside the train, roaring ferociously in the rain as they sprinted toward the train center. However, they were restrained by heavy iron chains, unable to break free from their restraints. This time, everything feels alright. Chen Mang smiled, lighting a cigarette and leaning back in his camp chair, gazing at the zombies, whose figures were inconspicuous in the night, savoring the atmosphere of the moment. Drinking tea before bed can cause insomnia. But he hadn't slept in 48 hours, and even with Coke, he felt extremely exhausted. The reason he didn't fall asleep immediately was simply because he wanted to soak up the train's atmosphere, a change of pace from the map. He stroked the control panel, his expression gradually becoming hazy. When he sat inside the train, he always felt incredibly at ease, as if no matter what obstacles lay ahead, he had the courage to confront them. All the items he bought from the map were still in the drawer, and he hadn't touched any of them. "I talk about it tomorrow when I wake up." He didn't want to think about it right now. A moment later, Chen Mang stood up, waved to the rainy night, then closed the train door, washed up, and climbed into bed. It was time for bed. He was feeling sleepy. The train was still so good, it felt like only the train could give him this sense of security. He drifted off. A faint snore echoed through the train. Chen Mang, his legs tucked under the covers, lay on his side in bed, and gradually fell asleep. He slept soundly, without dreaming, feeling as if he were in a warm embrace. Call it a day, call it a day. Outside the train, in the rainy night, Biazi looked at Zhang Yi and Zhang Yi, who were holding the chains. "Take the zombies to breeding car number 15. Be careful when you hand them over to Uncle Li." "These zombies can't beat me," Zhang Yi grinned nonchalantly. "They're safe." Biazi rolled his eyes at Zhang Yi in annoyance. "I'm telling you to be careful with the zombies. These are level 1 zombies, as tender as seedlings. Forget you. If you pull them out individually, those women on the train who have been mining for so long should be. They all be killed by this zombie. The trains are getting higher and higher, and the areas they go to are getting more and more dangerous. Level 1 zombies, like these will be hard to find in the future. Forget about anything else. Finding a level 1 zombie in the zombie basin right now is no easy task. Basically, any zombie tidal wave starts at level 2. Alright, let's go." Then he looked up at the dark clouds overhead, shuddered, and trotted towards guard car 7, his arms folded. It was freezing cold. The clothes he was wearing weren't much of a heat-trapping feature. They were top-of-the-line clothes he brought from Neon City, extremely valuable. But useless. Huff, huff. On a rainy night, Byazi trotted back to guard car number 7. He immediately stripped naked and rushed to the nearby bathroom, turning on the hot water and showering. Outside the bathroom, Zhang Dangyai's furious voice rang out. Can you please be more careful? There's a girl in this car. Guard car number 7 had its own dedicated bathroom. The shared bathroom, created using a refrigerator and a spray head, was divided into 2 sections, separated by a central partition for men and women. The guard's restroom was also in a corner, but the space for women was very small, taking up roughly 1/10 of the total space. After all, there was only one female guard. This space was more than enough. There probably wouldn't be any more female guards in the future. After all, when it came to physical labor, women were 99% no match for men. Zhang Dangyai was an exception. Underwear removed. There was no breast visible at all. It was pure pecs, a look of violent beauty. Got it. Byazi, showering, laughed out loud, looking out the bathroom. I find you a husband who's abusive. You can definitely help him overcome that habit. Byazi finished washing up. Looking refreshed, he wrapped himself in a towel and walked to the corridor. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he lit a cigarette, took a long puff, and then looked at the people gathered together chatting. What are you talking about? So you look so happy? Tell me about it. Let's have some fun together. Chapter 193. Guard Team 1 had toiled non-stop for 48 hours in the adventure map Neon City. They were already at their limit, and even drinking Coke was a bit too much. Just now, when he looked in the mirror while showering, he saw that his eyeballs were bloodshot. Time for bed. Tonight was Guard Team 2's night watch. Some of their members were maintaining order in the following carriages, while the other half, along with Zhang Dangyai, had left Guard Car 7 while he was showering and were patrolling the area around the train. In Guard Car 7, only his team members and those from Team 3 were there, chatting happily. Brother Biao. Zhang Qi saw Byazi hurriedly stand up and said anxiously, I was explaining the value of my uniform to the captain of Team 3, but it seems like just saying 1,000,000 points is a bit hard to describe. He's having trouble understanding the concept. Come, let me explain. Byazi smiled and sat down, pointing to Zhang Qi's uniform. This uniform is worth 1.5 million points, and a map chip is 50,000 points, which is equivalent to 30 map chips. One map chip, if you clear both normal and extreme difficulty, will increase your overall physical fitness by 2.1. 30 map chips, that adds up to a total of 63 points. Just imagine what a 63-point increase in overall physical fitness would mean. Even Zhang Yi and the others currently have a little over 20 points, which is already ridiculous. If you had over 60 points, you'd be superhuman. The kind that could break a load-bearing wall with one punch. In the cold weapon age, even Lu Bu would have called you Big Brother. That's the value of this piece of clothing. Huh? Team 3's captain's mouth dropped open in disbelief as he pointed at the clothing on Zhang Qi. He couldn't help but stand up, his once handsome face now grim. Such a precious item, and you exchanged it for a piece of clothing? And the captain of Team 3 looked at the members of Team 1, each wearing a similar logo, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Are their clothes also worth this much? Trains have advanced to the point where they're so extravagant, haven't they? My leech mech has only fired a few shots so far. I really can't bear to use it. It consumes energy so quickly. How come I'm still struggling, and you're already living such a life of luxury? Mang didn't even tell me trains were developing so rapidly. Sit down, sit down. Don't worry, Byazi said with a smile. That's a long story. These clothes are truly worth the price. They're from a top-tier luxury brand from the mechanical civilization. You can't exchange them for cash, but you can take them with you. We packed them all up and brought them back. You can pick a few out later. So what are the special features of these clothes? Heat locking? Built-in storage? None of them. None of them. Nonsense. It's called luxury just because useless things are sold at a high price. If useful things were sold at a high price, wouldn't they just be necessities? Rich people enjoy the feeling of spending money on useless things. The more useless something is, the more they want it. It's even worse than my combat uniform. It's definitely worse than combat uniform, but I can use it to show off. But the captain of Team 3 pointed to the logo on the uniform. You can't explain the origin and price of this uniform to everyone you meet, right? This isn't some kind of mechanical civilization, so few people recognize this logo. Well, that's true. Byazi scratched the back of his head. A key attribute of luxury goods is recognizability. Without it, it seemed like luxury would truly lose its meaning. It's okay, let's keep it for now. Maybe later, when we reach the advanced areas and come into contact with people from the mechanical civilization, if word gets out, won't they be scared to death? Think about it. Even us trained guards are wearing the finest luxury. Wouldn't those people from the mechanical civilization be so frightened by seeing me? That makes sense. The captain of Team 3 sighed. You've worked hard this time, too. I heard what Zhang-Chi said. It wasn't that hard, actually, Busey said cheerfully. The captain of Team 3 said irritably, I mean, your kidneys have worked hard. It's the apocalypse. Why are you having a party? Does that even fit the apocalypse? Apocalypse party? Doesn't that sound completely in line with the apocalypse? Just add a prefix, right? Then wouldn't adding Doomsday to the train be? The Doomsday train? Busey laughed again. It fits the apocalyptic atmosphere perfectly. Doesn't Shanmazi have a Doomsday marriage certificate? And a little heart tattoo on the back of his hand. Oh, by the way, Shanmazi, I haven't asked him if he's developed any special effects for that little heart tattoo. He's already back home with his wife. I want to go next time, too. You can't. Only confidants are qualified to work with Master Meng. Your qualifications are a bit lacking. Besides, you haven't done anything special. There's no chance for me to do anything special either. You have to find your own opportunities. Back in that valley in the Kunlun Mountains, you all crushed your train tickets and went back, and I was the only one who jumped. Before the operation, Boss AI said this operation was explore, and if you encounter danger, crush your ticket and turn back immediately. See, that's the difference between you and me. Opportunities are earned, not waited for. Busey, wrapped in a bath towel, leaned back comfortably in a chair, his smoldering cigarette stuck in a nearby Coke can, and draped his legs over the bed. He smiled and said, Mr. Meng said I'm his confidant in the adventure map this time. If I remember correctly, even the pig train captain hasn't been told that, right? And I had a party with Mr. Meng. That makes us even closer. Didn't Mr. Meng get 4 more map chips this time? Once I've cleared all 4 maps, our team's position on the train will be even greater. Is there any need to say anything about that? Whatever good mechs and weapons are out there, won't they all be ours? The captain of Team 3 looked at Biazi with some envy. It's great to be following Master Meng from the beginning. And no. Biazi looked at the captain of Team 3 seriously. You're wrong. Although I followed Master Meng from the beginning, my current position is not only due to my qualifications, but also my ability. I completed both of the train maps on extreme difficulty for the first time. There are 4 maps left. Can you take one? My mental strength is mainly higher, but my overall physical fitness is not as good as yours. Hey, you're wrong again. My overall physical fitness was only slightly higher than Lao Zhu's at the beginning. I earned my current level entirely at the cost of my life. When I completed the first extreme difficulty of Resident Evil, my overall physical fitness was not as high as yours now. That's not an excuse. As long as you have my determination, the will to rise above death, you won't be where you are now. Reckless doesn't even know your name. Ask Shanmazi, he knows. I've died so many times in Resident Evil maps that I can't even count them myself. Even seeing an elevator now scars me. I always feel like a monster will jump out of the shaft and land on the roof. When I went to the Extreme Dragon Castle map, I hadn't even finished normal. I was determined to complete it or die. That's determination. Let me ask you, would you dare to go to Extreme if you haven't even finished normal? The captain of Team 3 was silent for a long time before looking up at Biazi with a complicated expression. Brother Biao, I admire you immensely for that. I really don't have the courage. But I've figured it out. Starting tomorrow, I do my best to learn from you. First, I clear all the maps on normal difficulty, and then I strive to reach your position on the train as soon as possible. Hey, you're wrong again. You're setting your sights too high. Your first priority right now is to let me know your name. You say you're not as successful as Uncle Lee, but at least I know the pig farmer's name is Uncle Lee. Being the captain of Team 3 is like being a nobody. Okay. Busey stood up with a satisfied look on his face, and patted the captain of Team 3 on the shoulder. I'm exhausted from playing in the map. I'm going to rest now. We play the next map together tomorrow. He finally found that feeling that Brother Man had when he was showing off with that dwarf man in the map. It felt great. Going to bed. The members of Team 1 also smiled and greeted each other, then walked towards the bathroom, arms around each other. The remaining 3 teams exchanged glances, each one catching sight of Indy. Team 1's members enjoyed higher status and treatment than them, largely because Brother Biao was stronger. If their captain were even stronger, they could do the same. Why the hell are you all staring at me? The captain of Team 3 said with a grimace. Everyone in Team 1 has cleared the extreme difficulty Resident Evil map. Look at you all. Don't sleep. Follow me to the combat training virtual space for special training now. HU. Inside breeding carriage number 15, Uncle Lee, who was busy working, suddenly sneezed. He instinctively wanted to wipe his mouth with his hand, but when he saw his glove stained with sticky liquid, he raised his arm and wiped the slime with his sleeve before muttering something. Caught a cold? Or is someone talking behind my back? Inside the carriage, there were 7 or 8 refrigerators. Some were filled with soil for farming, using a spray head to automatically water the fields. Others housed various livestock. He was currently chaining the zombies Zhang Yi had handed over to one of the refrigerator's pillars. These zombies were quite easy to keep. They ate everything except corpse flesh. They were pure omnivores. He was using a clamp to stuff a red nut into a zombie's mouth. He had accidentally fed the zombie a red nut a few days ago, but he noticed that the zombie's nearly rotten body was actually showing signs of standing up. A possibility suddenly occurred to him. Perhaps, with the combination of red nuts and the breeding carriage, zombies could reproduce? This became his latest research project. Although this project didn't require any research, as the manager of the breeding carriage, he still had to find something worthwhile to do to fulfill his life's purpose. Raising livestock alone made him feel like he was wasting his time. Uncle Lee, the young man who lent his hand said with a complicated expression, you spend all the stellar tickets you earn every day on cigarettes and red hard nuts. You really don't plan to save them for anything else. What? A refrigerator? There are so many refrigerators in the breeding carriage. Haven't you been sleeping in one these days? Just squeeze in a little. You have no idea, kid. If my research succeeds, what happens after that? Once we succeed, we can. Uncle Lee's eyes suddenly lit up. We can build a zombie breeding machine and use it to harvest large quantities of zombie flesh and blood. It's like building a monster spawner inside the train. Yes, the chance of good loot dropping from zombies is very low. But as long as there are enough of them, the chance won't be a problem. And we can sell flesh and blood to the flesh train. Isn't this a major project worth researching? Huh? The boy was slightly stunned, his chin resting on his hand, his eyes gleaming. Train monster spawner? Wait, Uncle Lee, your idea is a bit too fantastical. It would be great if it could actually be done. Level 1 zombies are indeed average. But what about higher level zombies? Large, advanced zombie spawners? If this thing can really be made, Uncle Lee, you have to upgrade. But then, the sticky sensation on his chin jolted him back to reality. He quickly removed his gloves and rushed to the shower head to begin a full-body shower. Humph. Uncle Lee snorted proudly, looking away from the boy and returning to his work. That's right, that's my idea. Let's start with level 1 zombies. Once we succeed, we move on to higher level zombies. I've even picked a name for it. Let's call it Uncle Lee's Monster Spawner. The idea for the monster spawner had just come to him. It was a flash of inspiration. But it perfectly matched what he was doing. His philosophy in life is that when you feel lost and directionless, just pick something to work on. Don't worry about how it will turn out in the future, or whether it will bear fruit. Just do it. Just focus on it. As you keep doing it, you find that the answer will naturally surface. Chapter 194. Uncle Lee, now resolute in his direction, now worked even more intently. He used the tongs to pick up another red nut, and forced it into the mouth of the zombie tied to the pillar, prodding it several times to ensure it penetrated its esophagus. Actually, directly opening a hole in the stomach would be the quickest. But Biaozi had specifically instructed him not to damage the zombie's integrity. Master Meng needed it. That would have to be it for now. Everyone on the train had a bright future, and Uncle Lee was no exception. One day, he would make Master Meng remember his name forever. Even in the humble position of the breeding car, he could master it with flair. That was his skill. Do you really need to wear these? Inside the refrigerator of guard car number 7. Mijia covered her chest with her hands, feeling a little embarrassed. She whispered, this outfit makes me feel like a croupier. What are you talking about? Lan Mazi's face straightened. Baby, this looks great on you. It has a, well, cute vibe. Really? A hint of suspicion flashed across Mijia's eyes, and then she hesitated. I just heard what Zhang Qi said. Did you really not go? I really didn't go. Lan Mazi raised 3 fingers and said seriously, I can guarantee that with my life, and Brother Biao can vouch for me. What I mean is that next time you have to play with everyone. Why? You seem like you're not sociable, like you're being pretentious. People might not say anything, but they might be secretly gossiping about you. That won't happen. Shanmazi smiled and shook his head. Don't worry about that. Mang Yi and Brother Biao aren't that kind of people. It definitely wouldn't happen. To be honest, there is a physiological reaction. But I really don't want to play. It's not that I'm restraining myself, but I think this kind of thing requires a touch of emotion. When I kiss you, I can feel your body melting into mine. That feeling of being loved makes me feel full of energy every day, even if it's the end of the world. Sex without emotion is like chewing wax in my eyes. Bobcat. You're so kind. You too, baby. So can you put on this dress now? Are you still thinking about the dealer? No, well, I want to challenge my weaknesses. Okay then. Quickly. Time passed, and it was the next day. Daybreak, the rain stopped, and my mother was getting married. In the train cabin, Chen Mang glanced at the news on the train radio, his expression complex, and he remained silent. The news was a bit too absurd, and he didn't know how to respond, so he could only reply silently. Are you inviting me to your mother's wedding? Yes. Erden's mother was getting married. It's the AI and Blue Dragon that Erden named Mom. The next moment, Erden's anxious voice came over the train's intercom. Brother, your joke doesn't even make me laugh. We have a big problem right now. My mom? No, there's a small problem with the AI in my train. I went to an adventure map a few days ago. I accidentally entered it while mining and didn't have time to tell you. It's an adventure map called Eternal Prison. Then I failed to exit the map, and the train was cursed. The curse states, your AI will be in estrus for the next 3 days. And then my mom has been in heat ever since she emerged from the map. Chen Mang was at a loss for words. He simply stared silently at the access card lying quietly in a nearby drawer. The name of the adventure map, Eternal Prison, sounded so familiar. Special item, Dungeon Access Card. Item effect. While in the Eternal Prison adventure map, this card can be used to open the door to a specific dungeon within the map. He had recently traded this special item for Murphy Stone. He also traded for the Neon City admission ticket with Murphy Stone. He wondered if the owner of this admission ticket would be upset to learn that the ticket, which had remained in his possession for so long without responding, had started flashing red within a few days. But there was no need to be upset. Even if the original owner hadn't traded the admission ticket with him and had entered on their own, they would likely have only been able to play around a bit, and wouldn't have been able to bring out as many opportunities as he had. First, the lack of transportation is a major problem. You have to slowly navigate this huge city on foot. Erden happened to have an access card for the adventure map he was heading to. While he didn't know what was inside the dungeon, access cards generally unlock hidden quests or rewards. For example, the hidden reward in the ground core nuclear bomb laboratory. Then he picked up the train radio. The AI is in heat. How does an AI get in heat? My AI displayed strings of code on the console screen. She wanted me to tap the virtual keyboard on the screen to release my energy. What a strange way to get horny. Who says it isn't? Then why didn't you click it? How could I? She's my lifelong support in the apocalypse. And then what? Then she kept acting miserable. She wouldn't press the immediate self-destruct button, would she? No, I'm not an A-class potential train. My AI isn't that intelligent. I lack human-like logic, and is rather basic. I simply make sounds, and other means of expressing my distress through the car speakers. If you didn't click it, you could have your train's thugs click it. That's even more impossible. That wouldn't be. What the hell? So, do you mean for me to help you? That's even worse. Erden's voice raged over the intercom. It wasn't a big deal originally. This curse wasn't too severe, but here it's a serious problem. I've been thinking about it, and finally decided to find you. Doesn't your train AI have its own robot body? I'd like to ask him for help. It's all AI anyway, so that shouldn't be a problem. Well, it's not impossible, but it only lasts 3 days, right? If you're so concerned, why don't you try to make it through those 3 days? It's hard to explain. You know when we meet. Since you've agreed, how about I come find you? Okay, I've sent you the coordinates. Come on. After this somewhat absurd conversation ended, Xiao AI's crisp voice reached his ears. So, it seems I'm going to be Erden's father. Chen Mang was about to say something, but suddenly realized and looked at Xiao AI standing in the corner in surprise. Your voice seems to have emotion now, not just that mechanical electronic sound anymore. Really? Xiao AI coughed lightly, somewhat proudly, before speaking. Well, my cough sounds real, doesn't it? I can even sigh, you see. Huff, huff, huff. Isn't that why you gave your robot the ability to sigh? Because you, the conductor, sigh often. With this function, I can sigh with you. It's just a habit. The conductor's habits are my role models. Are there any other functions? Not for now. I've only developed these functions. Oh yes, there's one more. I gave it to my body. There's a piece of clothing with built-in storage sewn in. Any drink you want, like mineral water, cola, tea, etc., will be delivered immediately, with both iced and hot options. I've inserted a small energy generator I brought from the lab into my body. Let me show you. Wait. A possibility flashed through Chen Meng's mind. Just as he was about to say something with a grimace, he saw Xiao Ai pull out a cup and place her fingers over it, folding her fingertips over the backs of her fingers. Boiling water flowed from between them. What's wrong, conductor? Xiao Ai looked at Chen Meng with a puzzled look in her eyes. What were you waiting for? Nothing. I won't drink this water for now. Chen Meng waved his hand awkwardly. I'm overthinking it. Well, I gave you a robot parts package. See if you can modify your face, so it can express emotions. Otherwise, only your voice carries emotion when you speak, but your face is expressionless. It looks uncomfortable, like the sound and picture are out of sync. Oh! Xiao Ai nodded. Then, the sound of gears turning could be heard between her legs. A steel pipe extended, placing the cup of water between her legs and quickly drawing it into her body. Those parts. Wait! Chen Meng took a deep breath, stood up from his chair, and looked at Xiao Ai expressionlessly. I fucking knew what you were doing. Captain, you didn't drink the water, so it would be a waste if you poured it out. I'm collecting it into the water bag in my pocket. I'm asking what that steel rod in your crotch is. Well, since there's a water outlet, there must be a water inlet. Then why did you put the water outlet on your fingers? Because, according to human thinking, that's indecent. People might find it difficult to accept drinks coming out of there. Your mother knows too, so is that where the water is coming in? Well, generally speaking, water intrusion is hard to see. I fucking saw it now. I be careful next time. You watch out for your mother. Chen Meng took a deep breath and sat down in his chair, feeling somewhat weary. After a long silence, he gently rubbed his temple. Xiao Ai, I bought you a robot parts gift pack specifically for you to use to modify your body, but I think the direction you're taking is wrong. Xiao Feng is taking care of these trivial matters in life. Your mission is to become a scientific researcher. Shouldn't you be transforming in that direction? I'm working on it. Xiao Ai pondered for a moment, her eyes filled with serious thought before she spoke. Sorry, conductor, I understand. You go down first. Remove that water draining system of yours as soon as possible. You don't need to do these things. That cigarette lighter system won't be needed either, right? Xiao Ai tentatively raised her left index finger. As she folded her fingertips over the back of her finger, a flame suddenly erupted. This is modified to light your cigarette for you, the conductor. What bullshit. Chen Meng pointed at Xiao Ai's nose with a smirk, and was about to curse when a thought suddenly occurred to him. He paused, pondering for a moment before speaking. Well, does this cigarette lighter system take up much space inside you? Not much, very little. Then you can keep this, and remove the water draining system. Design less for everyday use and more for engineering. Got it. At a command. From now on, I snap my fingers, and you light your cigarette. No problem. Alright, get down. After Xiao Ai left. Sitting alone in the train cabin, Chen Mengcai began to take stock of his gains. Erden was quite far away, with another 2 hours to arrive, giving him just enough time to take stock of the items on sale in this adventure map. In terms of value alone, the gains from this adventure map were probably the greatest of all his adventure maps. And there were many hidden rewards. For example, the emotional value, the kind Sister Chi, the future prospects of Neon City, and the series of shops with various special functions within. There was nothing much to say about the 4 map chips. Each map chip added the same amount of physical fitness, and the difficulty level was similar. So, theoretically, the first map was the most difficult. As your physical fitness continued to increase, clearing the subsequent levels would become much easier, and it would be easy to snowball. For example, Zhangyi and Zhang'er. Just brute force your way through the levels. Of course, this presupposes having enough map chips, which are quite rare. Erden's Blue Dragon train still doesn't have a single map chip. If it weren't for this adventure map, he would only have 2. There are currently 6 map chips on the star. Theoretically, if all levels are cleared, it can increase physical fitness by 12.6, which is equivalent to everyone having over 20 points of physical fitness, making everyone a Zhang-yi. A thunder mech for everyone is no problem at all. That's great. And the 5 random white-grade accessory blueprints. Chen Meng didn't hesitate much. He immediately placed them all on the control panel and crafted them all. He looked at the 5 accessories with some anticipation. The 5 white-grade accessory blueprints he had obtained from the black market shop last time were quite good. Things like the cigarette production line and the rice noodle roll production line were all obtained during the trip. The cigarette production line, in particular, not only solved the problem of cigarettes being a non-renewable resource on the train, but also earned him a lot of iron ore. I wonder what this time will be. The next moment, information about 5 accessories appeared on the console screen. Chapter 195. They are lighter production line, keyboard and mouse production line, mechanical tentacles, train codex, and pumpkin seed production line. These 5 accessories are obtained from 5 random white-grade accessory blueprints. Chen Meng saw the lighter production line at first sight. His first reaction was that he lost money. This item only cost 8,000 points in the store, and he spent 15,000 on a random white-grade accessory blueprint, meaning he lost 7,000 points. But he still spent 22,000 units of iron ore to upgrade all 5 accessories to level 10, white accessories. For him, more is better. The upgrade cost is low, and they also have supermod effects, making them a very cost-effective purchase. He also obtained 10 supermod effects. Lighter production line level 5 supermod effect, windproof. Lighter production line level 10 supermod effect, waterproof. Keyboard and mouse production line level 5 supermodel effect, more responsive mouse control. Keyboard and mouse production line level 10 supermodel effect, faster keyboard rebound. Mechanical tentacle production line level 5 supermodel effect, none. Mechanical tentacle production line level 10 supermodel effect, none. Chen Meng looked at the supermodel effects of the 3 accessories in front of him. The one that surprised him the most was the keyboard and mouse production line. It looked like an ordinary accessory, but its effects required the use of a heavy machine gun or machine cannon and a monitor. Through the circuit system, a heavy machine gun was connected to the generator, mouse and keyboard, monitor, and mechanical eye. You can do it. Using the mouse to control the heavy machine gun, the screen will display the image collected by the mechanical eye. Then, aim at the enemy with the mouse and fire accurately, either in bursts or bursts. This is a very useful way to control heavy weapons. He doesn't really need it. His train assistance AI's level 20 supermod effect allows all firepower on the train to directly lock onto enemies through search radar, and then fire. Even before this accessory, his heavy machine gun and other weapons had the supermod effect of locking onto enemies through AI. Even if his Doomsday cannon didn't have this supermod effect, and the train assistance AI hadn't reached level 20 at the time, thanks to its AI's computing power, it could still control the cannon to deliver devastating blows to the enemy. Of course, it wouldn't be as accurate as locking onto the enemy, and the enemy's control panel wouldn't display the locked on message. But for some trains without this function, this accessory is very practical. There's no need for a thug to operate the heavy machine gun, and its accuracy is greatly improved. For him. Chen Meng pondered for a moment. Although he felt he wouldn't have a chance to use it for now, it didn't matter. Perhaps he could use it later. But if this accessory was meant for beginners. But the screen and the image recording accessories similar to the mechanical eye were a bit too rare for a beginner train. He always believed that everything in this world had value. For example, since this accessory wasn't suitable for him or the beginner train, it must have another use, perhaps complementing a certain accessory. As for the lighter. Soon, the train door opened, and Xiaofeng handed over a newly produced level 10 lighter and a glass of water. How bizarre. A level 10 lighter? He could understand the windproofness, but the waterproofness was a bit of a mystery. He placed the lighter in the water, completely submerging it, and gently pressed it. A flame shot out from the water. And it didn't last for a moment. It burned continuously. Awesome. After seeing this, Chen Meng felt that this lighter was worth 100 units of iron ore. This item could be very useful in many special situations, and the windproofness must be completely windproof. Upgrading the mechanical tentacles itself had no effect, nor any supermodel effects. It only had one effect. It could disguise itself as a flesh train. However, since I haven't tested it yet, I don't know what the disguise would be, such as whether it could enter some of the adventure maps exclusive to the flesh train. The disguised flesh train wasn't real. It was merely a holographic image created by its mechanical tentacles, covering the entire train. It seemed unlikely he'd be able to get inside. But even if he did, What could a mechanical train like him do? Then Chen Meng looked at the supermodel effects of the remaining 2 accessories. Train Codex Level 5 Supermodel Effect, none. Train Codex Level 10 Supermodel Effect, none. Pumpkin Seed Production Line Level 5 Supermodel Effect, guaranteed every pumpkin seed has the best taste. Pumpkin Seed Production Line Level 10 Supermodel Effect, choose from a variety of flavors. Train Codex, white accessory, good stuff. It's actually just a steel plate. It can be hung on the walls of train cars. After entering the Codex text message, these words will appear engraved on the steel plate. It'd look a bit more professional and sophisticated. After all, more professional than just A4 paper taped to the inside of the car. He immediately spent 500 units of iron ore to craft 5, having Xiao Ai hang one in the guard car later, and the others in the residential car. These days, due to the increasing population, he also crafted dozens of mechanical eyes, and installed them in the refrigerators of the residential cars, ensuring that Xiao Ai would be immediately informed of any unusual activity. As for the sunflower seed production line, it's a purely practical product. Unlike cola tea, which has some special effects, it's a purely enjoyable accessory. 100 units of iron ore can produce 1 pound of sunflower seeds, ensuring that each seed is of the best quality. He really likes this supermodel effect. 2 of the foods he hates the most are clams and sunflower seeds. It's not that they taste bad, in fact, he finds them quite delicious. It's just like eating a minesweeper. No one knows if the next bite will be full of sand or bitterness. Eating it is like playing Russian roulette. It's all about gambling. Not bad. Chen Meng leaned back in his chair, looking away from the 5 white-grade accessories. They were all quite useful, and he liked them. As for the rest of this haul, Doomsday Marriage Certificate *3. Needless to say, throw this in the drawer, and use it later, when a couple appears on the train. Ideally, they're in the honeymoon phase. Generally speaking, many couples are truly in love during that phase. Custom Screen Production Line Blueprint. Consume 12,000 units of iron ore to build and upgrade to level 10, gaining 2 supermodel effects. Custom Screen Production Line Blueprint Level 5 Supermodel Effect, glasses-free 3D immersive experience. Custom Screen Production Line Blueprint Level 10 Supermodel Effect, none. This accessory's upgrade effect increases the screen quality to HD with each upgrade. This is cheaper than the cost of making a screen with a mechanical heart. Chen Meng nodded thoughtfully. He would later spend tens of thousands of units of iron ore to build a large screen, allowing all the train residents to watch a few movies together outside the train and relax. To do a good job, one must not only focus on physical health, but also mental health. As for the rest of the gains, Neon City free admission ticket *3. He also tossed them into a drawer. There were only 3 left, so he had to use them sparingly. They weren't sold in stores. Once he used up these 3, he might never have the chance to visit Neon City again. Safe Room Keycard, a special item. This item is used to open a safe in the Neon City Adventure map. It's not currently available. Next time you visit this map, you can look for safes there. However, finding a safe in such a large city is no easy task. Robot Parts Gift Pack. He gave this directly to Xiao Ai as a gift. The last 2 highlights. These are also the 2 most expensive accessories. Blue Accessory Solar Energy Panel Blueprint. Special Accessory, Machine Gun Structure Armament Module. After consuming 110,000 units of iron ore and upgrading the solar energy panel to level 10, I gained 2 supermode effects. Solar Energy Panel Level 5 Supermode Effect. Energy can be generated at a slower rate even at night. Solar Energy Panel Level 10 Supermode Effect. Excess energy is converted into energy stones. This accessory is quite useful. It can absorb light energy during the day to maintain the normal operation of various train components. The higher the level, the faster and more efficient it absorbs. If there is excess energy, it can also be converted into energy stones. This is especially true with the level 5 supermode effect. It can also absorb light energy at night, albeit at a slower rate. Very good. Chen Meng smiled as he looked at the information on the control panel screen. The level 10 solar energy panel was almost fully operational during the day, accounting for 50% of the normal daytime usage of all train components. This included food, central air conditioning, search radar, oxygen generator, mechanical eye, and other accessories that needed to be constantly powered on. With the addition of over 1,900 survivors, his daily iron ore consumption now hovers around 6,000 units. This equates to a daily savings of 3,000 units of iron ore, which translates to 6 level 1 energy stones being produced daily. The investment paid off in less than a month. This component can be upgraded in the future to fully cover the train's daily consumption. This will significantly reduce the train's iron ore demand. Even if an unexpected event occurs, and no iron ore is mined for 10 days or half a month, as long as the sun rises regularly, the train can still maintain basic operation. If the sun doesn't even rise, then there's no need to even think about it. That would be the end of the world, the kind where even with a train, survival would be difficult. As for the last special accessory, the machine gun armament module, it's currently unavailable, requiring a level 8 train. He bought it solely because of the simple, unpretentious phrase in the product information. It significantly increases the power of the machine gun. That's why he placed the order. That was all he had to take from this Neon City adventure map. Huh? Chin Mang lay back in his chair and let out a long sigh. There was nothing else for him to do for now. He just had to wait for Erden to arrive, and he still had nearly 2 hours. Perfect for a movie. And to try out that so-called glasses-free 3D immersive experience. He immediately spent 900 units of iron ore to create a large screen, which he had shall place inside the train. I've finished watching them all. He rummaged through his drawer. He already seen most of the movies and variety shows he collected during his last trip to the city. There was nothing left to watch. It seemed he'd have to go back to the city soon to pick up some daily necessities and entertainment. The last one. He found a romance film and, after a moment's hesitation, chose to play it. He usually didn't think he watched romances. It wasn't that he disliked them. It just felt a bit boring. But there were no other options, and he didn't want to rewatch a movie he already seen, so he finally compromised. Humph. The movie had barely begun when Chin Mang couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The naked eye 3D effect was truly impressive, giving him a truly immersive feeling. Of course, it wasn't as realistic as the combat training virtual space, or even far less so, but compared to a regular screen, it was still quite good. Captain Pig, are you looking for me? In the residential car, a rather delicate and somewhat handsome boy approached Old Pig and asked cautiously. Yes. Old Pig smiled and looked at the boy in front of him. Didn't you say you were a novelist during the last background check? I read the beginning of your new novel. It's quite interesting, and many residents like it. You don't have to mind anymore. Here. He waved his hand. Shaoli, standing beside him, stepped forward and handed him a mouse, keyboard, and a laptop-sized screen. From now on, you be solely responsible for writing novels, 20,000 words a day. For every 4,000 words beyond 20,000, you receive an additional star ticket. Don't write nonsense. Rebuilding a civilization requires not only improving its combat capabilities, but also preserving its cultural and entertainment products. You're shouldering this mission now. It's a huge responsibility. Keep up the good work. Ah. The boy paused for a moment, looking at the keyboard and screen before him and tentatively said, Captain Pig, the computers I used before all needed a mainframe. Is this one without a mainframe? High tech? Of course. Old Pig smiled and said, this screen is connected to Mr. AI. Mr. AI is the mainframe. Your job from now on will be to handle this. Any questions? The boy hesitated for a moment before continuing. Do you need to incorporate some values into the novel? For example? For example, about Mr. Mang. TSK, Old Pig patted the boy's shoulder. Not for now. Just write an interesting story. Interesting is the most important thing. Go ahead. Then Old Pig looked at the boy's back, sighed softly, and strode towards his private compartment in guard car number 7. He still had work to do, and this one was a bit tricky. Chapter 196. In guard car number 7, Old Pig sat at his desk, feeling a bit of a headache. On the screen was Biozi narrating what happened in the adventure map Neon City. He was now acting as a sort of historian. He wrote the textbooks for the children, and the teachers were responsible for explaining them. Of course, textbooks had to be embellished. For example, right now, he was pondering how to embellish this part of the story. He couldn't avoid mentioning it. After all, the gains this time were so great, significantly improving the train's capabilities. But how to write it was also a problem. He couldn't just write that Mang Yi took Biozi to a party, right? Over 3,000 girls, the largest party ever. Everyone was having a blast. Before the apocalypse. He usually referred to parties of this magnitude as stampedes. After a long silence, he began typing away on the keyboard. A year and a half had passed since the apocalypse. On this day, the Star Train encountered another crisis. But Mang Yi once said that a crisis is a combination of danger and opportunity. It can be a crisis, but it can also be an opportunity. This time, Mang Yi personally led Busy, the members of the First Guard team, and Li Shiji to the adventure map Neon City. This was an adventure full of both opportunity and danger. Nearly 100 train conductors and their men participated. Under Mang Yi's watchful gaze, Li Shiji's brilliant performance achieved his first pot of gold by speeding through an off-road motorcycle. The map Entertainment City. Later, under Mang Yi's keen insight, Mang Yi made the right choice without hesitation in the face of crisis. Returning to Sun City, Mang Yi had obtained free use of Sun City through his own means. He looked into the eyes of his men, which were filled with the fatigue of surviving the apocalypse for so long and the uncertainty of the future. He glanced at the other train conductors in the casino. Each one held a nostalgia for the old world, and none of them hoped for the end of the world. He fell silent. He saw the thing they all lacked most. Hope. Under everyone's gaze, he walked to the podium, microphone in hand, looked at the crowd with a solemn expression, exuding the aura of a leader, and spoke in a deep voice. No one likes the end of the world. You don't like it, and neither do I. I hope today's apocalyptic party will rekindle your hope for the future. All the train conductors and the Star Guards were moved to tears. It had always been him who brought them hope. Sun City owner Chi admired his actions and threw herself into his arms. He politely declined, stating clearly that he would never marry until humanity was revived. Old Pig suddenly frowned and thought. Wasn't that a bad sentence? What if Mang Yi really did get married in the future? The textbook couldn't be edited. He immediately deleted the last line. Re-enter. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. You? No, this won't work either. Change it again. Before humanity is revived, I have no time to worry about romantic relationships. Old Pig breathed a sigh of relief, stretched, and glanced at the manuscript on the screen. This should be almost there, perfect. This history of train development isn't just for children. There's a lot of stuff I need to teach the train residents regularly. There's no rush to take it over. The lectures there are slower and more detailed. They're still covering the Teeling Wasteland, and haven't even touched on the Shay Plain yet. There's no rush. He'd be revising it over the next few days to see if those words can be replaced with more appropriate ones. He used to work in a clerical position. This kind of thing was part of his job, so it was perfect for him to write about it. Professional match. Next to the computer, there was a book bound on A4 paper titled, History of Train Development. If trains could ever reach great heights, this history wouldn't just be visible to these children. Many others would see it. Old Pig nodded thoughtfully. When I have the chance, I take a picture of Master Mang and use it as the cover of this book. That would be even better. 2 hours later, a drowsy Chen Mang was awakened by the sound of the train's speakers. He realized he had fallen asleep. He looked at the enemy radar. The Blue Dragon train was speeding towards him. Are you asleep? Chen Mang rubbed his sleepy eyes, then looked at the movie still playing with a bit of annoyance. It was truly boring, and even made him a bit breathless. The plot was about a couple. The woman was blind, and the man donated his cornea to her and left without permission. As a result, the man lost his sight, and the woman regained it. The rest of the story revolved around these two people running into each other countless times, each unable to recognize the other. He really wanted to complain. Are your sensitivity to sound really that low? Doesn't that sound familiar? He didn't know when he fell asleep, but he remembered the screenwriter's name. John Huron. What a good name. If he ever ran into this screenwriter again, he would at least give him a taste of caning and ask why he wrote such idiotic and disgusting script. He knew the ending without having to guess. It would definitely be at the end, with the two finally recognizing each other and finally being together, falling in love again, and then the grand finale. He turned off the movie playing on the screen. He looked out the window at the Blue Dragon train hurtling towards him. 2 more cars, and a few more machine guns. Chen Mang sized up the rapidly approaching train. It looked like this guy had been making some progress lately. Soon, the Blue Dragon train stopped right in front of him. Erden, his face filled with anxiety, ran to the side of the Star train, looked up at the train compartment window, and shouted, "Brother, get your AI down here quickly. It's urgent. I can't stand this anymore." Chen Mang opened the train compartment door and walked down with Xiao AI, leaning on his cane. He looked at Erden helplessly and said, "Keep your voice down. It's not a big deal. There's no need to rush. It's really urgent." Erden said bitterly, "Go to my train compartment and you see." At the entrance to the Songlong train compartment, Chen Mang leaned on his cane and stared expressionlessly at the open compartment. The lights inside were flickering, and a chaotic sound came from the speakers. Son, son, son. Chen Meng was silent for a moment before speaking. Why isn't it electronic? I found some recordings of my mother before she died and fed them into the AI, giving it a voice similar to my mother's. Brother, hurry up. It's a bit hellish. He waved his hand. Shall I? Hurry up and get it done. It's giving me a headache just looking at it. 10 minutes later. Huh? Erden sighed deeply, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He looked at Chen Meng with a look of helplessness and embarrassment, saying bitterly, Brother, excuse me, I've just encountered some ridiculous things, alas. That adventure map is a bit too outrageous. Chen Meng shook his head, pulled out a cigarette, popped it into his mouth, snapped his fingers, and casually said, Tell me about your adventure map for Eternal Prison. Erden nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Ai walked over to Chen Meng, extended a finger, and a flame immediately appeared from her fingertip, lighting the cigarette in Chen Meng's mouth. The words reached his lips, but he remained silent, staring blankly at the scene before him. What is this? Oh! Chen Meng smiled and waved his hand. Just some trifles, not worth mentioning. Let's get back to your story about the Eternal Prison. Oh. Erden scratched the back of his head before continuing. Although I like to go to adventure maps, this was an accident. There are no cities in the zombie basin. I've been mining these days. After finishing mines yesterday, I started looking for minerals. I passed by a place that looked like a village. I didn't expect there were survivors hiding there. They were hiding in something like a large capsule. They couldn't be detected by radar. I only discovered them by sighting some people out looking for food, and then I brought them all with me. I interrupt, Chen Meng said thoughtfully. That large capsule. Did you take the capsule with you? I did. If you haven't figured it out yet, I give it to you later if you want to research it. We talk about that later. Go on. Okay. Then I discovered several survivors hiding in that village. One of them, Zhang Yuan, told me. Wait. Chen Meng said expressionlessly, I have to interrupt you again. Is this Zhang Yuan, the same Zhang as in Wen Zhang, or the one who kills one person every 10 steps? He's the one. Why, Mr. Meng, do you know him? He's a screenwriter, isn't he? Really? Chen Meng suddenly laughed, but a sinister glint flickered in his eyes. Come on, call him down now. Put your business aside for now. I need to talk to him. Okay. 3 minutes later. Chen Meng looked at the skinny man standing before him and said calmly, Zhang Yuan, right? Yes. Love one person you wrote the script for this movie, right? I did. Unsure of what was going on, Zhang Yuan stood there trembling. He looked up at Chen Meng and whispered, Brother, are you a fan of the show? A fan of the show? Chen Meng took a deep breath. Come on, tell me about this script you wrote. Do you find it interesting? What's the story? Is it all about the hero and heroine accidentally running into each other and not recognizing each other, and then falling in love at the end? Do you think it's fun to shoot such a stupid thing for hours? No, brother, there's a twist in the ending. Oh, tell me, what twist? The ending is 2 different things. They weren't together. After 3 years of searching for the hero in vain, the heroine started a new relationship. Her new boyfriend was his best friend, and he accidentally learned about it and blessed them. Eventually, the heroine learned about it, and immediately left her married boyfriend to return to him. Now, her husband, for love, donated his corneas to the hero. Just as the heroine and the hero were about to move on from the past and reunite, the nurse, who had been caring for him. Alright. Chen Meng couldn't help but laugh in anger, picking up the intercom. T1, get the hack out. Work. Then he jabbed his cane into the man's face and roared. I just wanted to relax and watch a movie. Do you know how precious it is to watch a movie in the apocalypse? And you filmed this for me. Luckily, I fell asleep. Otherwise, if I had seen the ending, you have driven my blood pressure up. Erden, is this person important to you? I want him. It's no use, Erden replied quickly distancing himself from the matter. He's a slave on my train. I don't know him, and I've never spoken to him. If you need him, just take him away, Master Meng. This was the first time he seen Master Meng so angry. The main thing was, he felt irritated just listening to it. What kind of crap are you filming? Before the apocalypse, haters would at most curse you out, but after the apocalypse, just enjoy it. Biozi and the others rushed out of the train, rushed to Master Meng's side, lifted the man named Zhang Yuan onto their shoulders, and headed towards the train. Huh? Chen Meng sighed softly, looking at Erden with an apologetic look. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you this time. You know, humans are emotional creatures, and it's normal to have some emotions occasionally. Keep going. Where were you just now? I understand, I understand. I completely understand. I was just saying that I met a few survivors when I passed by that village, including Zhang Yuren. And then Zhang Yuren told me. Just then. Zhang Yuren's terrified, heartbreaking roar reached his ears. Brother, I'm just a screenwriter. This can't be entirely my fault. The director made a lot of changes to my script. The director is on the train too. He bears at least half the blame. Brother, interrupt me again. If it's convenient, I take care of all the survivors in your village. No problem. Erden wiped the sweat from his nose, quickly turned his head to look at the thugs behind him, and shouted, Hurry and bring down those newest slaves. For some reason. Although Mangi didn't yell at him, he was a bit frightened, sweat dripping from the tip of his nose. Soon, 3 or 4 men and 2 women were pinned down. One of the portly men looked at Zhang Yuren, who was already being carried on his shoulders, and cursed, You're such a ruthless person. You're worthless. If I hadn't dragged you into my safe house, you'd be fucking dead. You betrayed me. Can you blame me? I told you back then that the script would be criticized if it were made. You insisted on changing it, saying the more criticism, the more attention it would receive. If it weren't for you, I would have written the hero and heroine together from their first encounter. If you've written it that way, what's the point of making a movie? Wouldn't it have just ended with one sentence? That's your business. You're the director, not me. Well, Erden listened to the quarrel, and wiped the sweat from his forehead again, saying weakly, Shall I continue? You continue. Chapter 197. Okay. Erden breathed a sigh of relief and continued, When I passed by that village, I encountered these hiding survivors, and naturally rescued them back to the train. Otherwise, this is a high-level area, and these survivors would definitely not have survived. But that's where the problem began. The guy named Zhang Yuren, the screenwriter, told me that there's an earthquake almost every day under that village, often late at night. As soon as I heard that, I knew something was wrong. After all, I've been to so many adventure maps, and these unusual occurrences often represent opportunities. So I sent my thugs to search the village thoroughly. It wasn't until they discovered something in the center of the village that they discovered it. Level 3 iron ore. Although the iron ore deposit is very small, located within a courtyard of a residential building, it's estimated that once fully mined, it will yield over 700,000 units of iron ore. This is a very small level 3 iron ore deposit, even less than many level 2 iron ore deposits. But since it's a level 3 iron ore deposit, mining time will be much shorter. I send out the slaves to begin mining, and plan to mine this mine before looking for another. Found? Chen Meng frowned slightly. Your resource detection radar didn't pick up that iron ore deposit? That's the problem. Erden said seriously, My resource detection radar shows no information about this level 3 iron ore deposit. Those survivors must be hiding in capsules to avoid detection by the enemy radar. But how did that iron ore get away? I figure it out as I send the slaves to mine. I was thinking about it, and then I came across the adventure map Eternal Prison. The entire train was forcibly pulled in, with no time to react. We failed shortly after entering, and then were cursed. Could you elaborate on this part? How exactly were we forcibly pulled in? Erden pondered for a moment before speaking. It was probably when the level 3 iron mine was mined, and all the slaves returned to the train, a massive portal suddenly appeared on the ground in the village, and the train fell directly into it, heading to the adventure map. I'm thinking that the small level 3 iron mine might be the key to this adventure map. Once you mine it, you enter the adventure map. Although this key is a bit strange, I've seen stranger keys. Is that map still accessible? No, but when the level 3 iron mine respawns, there should be a chance to enter. Send me the coordinates. Okay. Just as the two were about to part ways, Chen Meng suddenly stopped Erden and whispered, Brother, do you remember the names of every slave on your train? No, what's wrong, Master Meng? You originally said that one of the survivors, Zhang Yuren, told me that normally, only survivors or slaves should be used here, and names shouldn't be mentioned, right? That. Erden suddenly realized, then sighed, because I actually have a deep impression of this guy. Didn't he tell me at the beginning that he felt like the village was shaking every night? Then, perhaps because of his occupational ailment, he told me all sorts of alarmist things about monsters hiding beneath the village. I found it quite interesting, a bit like a movie scene, so I asked for his name. Are there really monsters underground? Of course not. I've scanned the enemy radar, and there's not a single red dot. Zombie basin, on the wasteland. Chen Meng stood alone on the flat ground, watching that Songlong train disappear from sight. Then he turned his head and looked at Xiao Ai. Did you write down the coordinates? Yes. He shook his head and said nothing more, waving his hand. Have Busey bring the people to my train room. Inside the train room. Brother. Zhang Yuan knelt on the ground, his face filled with fear. He looked up at Chen Meng with tears in his voice. I didn't write this script alone. The director also bears a great responsibility. Let's talk about this later. Chen Meng waved his hand, frowning. After a pause, he spoke. Does your village shake every night? Yes, it does. Although we can't tell the exact time without a clock, each shaking basically occurs at the same point. So you think there's a monster underground? Seeing that Chen Meng didn't mention the movie again, Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He said cautiously, if it were an earthquake, it wouldn't happen every day, and at the same time. So my guess is that there's an extremely terrifying monster hiding underground, and the vibrations are simply caused by the monster's breathing. I told the superior about this when he rescued me. Yes. Chen Meng nodded and said nothing more. He planned to wait until the mines were mined over the next 2 days, before going over to see what was going on. Erden's inability to detect it was probably because his radar wasn't high enough. If he did, he might be able to spot a sleeping monster. That's good. He then stopped thinking about it and, with a forced smile, looked at Zhang Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground. Now let's talk about your movie. I'm actually curious why you made this kind of movie, and what kind of plots are usually found in these romances. Well, Zhang Yuan, kneeling on the ground, looked up at Chen Meng before cautiously saying, generally speaking, romances are mostly watched by women, and they tend to enjoy this kind of emotional conflict. Things like misunderstandings that remain unresolved until death, missed opportunities that could have been avoided by a single step, untold self-sacrifice, significant sacrifices that seem insignificant to the other party, but only a single step away. That's good. Chen Meng suddenly laughed, his eyes gleaming with fire. Just hearing this gives me a brain hemorrhage. Take them away, and kill them all. Yes. Busey, standing beside him, immediately grabbed Zhang Yuan by the collar and dragged him out of the train room with an icy expression. Brother. Zhang Yuan, his eyes filled with fear and his legs completely limp on the ground, screamed heartbreakingly, Don't blame me, really. I was just trying to make a living. The market chose this, and I just followed the market. Okay, I give you a chance to make amends. Aren't you the director of those? I give you a few days. Remake this movie for me. Remake it to something I like to watch. If I like it, you can live. Do you understand? Go on. After the others left, Chen Meng stretched and laid back in his chair, gazing lazily out the window. The reason he asked Erden to send these people down was, firstly, that the movies he made before were truly irritating and not to his taste. In the apocalypse, the train had to survive. But entertainment was necessary, so hiring a few people specifically to make movies for him wouldn't be a problem. Secondly, they could be used to make a theme movie about the stellar train in the future, which was great. 3 days later, the level 3 iron mine and the level 4 red hard rock mine had been completely mined. In the night, the stellar train slowly started and accelerated. The wind was strong tonight, and his target was the coordinates Erden had sent him a few days ago, so he decided to go and explore. With the wind in his favor, the hot wheels burned rapidly. From a distance, it looked a bit like the wheels on Hell Knight's motorcycle, with dozens of flaming train wheels rapidly advancing across the wasteland. In about an hour, they arrived safely at their destination. In the night, the shabby village ahead looked incredibly inconspicuous. Its short, tattered walls, the broken doors of every house, had long been scouted countless times by zombies and other trains. It was a miracle those few people had managed to hide there for a year. Whoa, guard car number 7 opened. Zhang Yi leaped out alone, carrying the refrigerator on his back and rapidly approaching the village on his off-road motorcycle. As he neared, he tossed the refrigerator high into the air, sending members of teams 1 and 3 plummeting out. It looked like one person. In reality, it was instantly full. Busey, climbing to his feet, rubbed his aching head, and turned to Zhang Yi with a grim expression. Did you think you were just throwing the briefcase? If you put the refrigerator on the ground, we find our way out on our own. What were you trying to do by throwing it in the air? I'm sorry, Zhang Yi muttered sheepishly. My initial vision was of me throwing the refrigerator into the air, and then you guys flying out and landing smoothly on the ground. I thought that would be pretty cool. Yeah, it would be pretty cool, but do you think we can fly? Busey glared at Zhang Yi before throwing his briefcase into the air and striding into his executioner mech. Everyone in Team 1, listen up. Explore in an arrow formation. Don't get left alone. Team 3, provide fire support from the rear. So far, Team 3 has no melee-capable mechs, only the team leader's leech fire support mech. Then the group began, in the darkness, to meticulously explore the corners of the village bit by bit. Boom boom. Chen Meng frowned slightly, glancing at the control panel. Just then, he felt the same vibration Zhang Yuan had described, but the search radar showed no one nearby. His search radar was a level 20. Monsters at 20,000 meters can be clearly seen, which means that even if there are monsters underground, they must be below 20,000 meters. How is that possible? This is only the yellow zone. The highest level monster can only be level 9. And he has never seen a level 9 zombie so far. The highest level he has seen is level 8. Even if it were a level 9 zombie, a single level 9 zombie wouldn't be able to cause such a big commotion 20,000 meters underground. The sky is clear tonight. The words night and clear sky shouldn't go together. But he looked up at the night sky, and now he was desperate for a more appropriate adjective. There was not a single star in the sky, the light wasn't dim, and there wasn't a single cloud. Yet, he could even see the outlines of clouds thousands of miles away with his naked eyes, and they were clearly visible. The wind was strong tonight. Not the kind of night breeze that soothes the heart, but a gust of wind that lashes straight into the soul. Just then, Busy's voice echoed from within the train cabin. Master Meng, nothing's happening. No supplies either. Everything that could be taken from the entire village has been taken. Enter. Yes. Since Chen Meng hadn't detected anything in the village, he chose to head directly underground to see what was going on. One of the resource radar's superpowers is that it can reveal the next refresh time of a fully mined mine, but his resource radar couldn't detect the level 3 iron mine, so he couldn't get a refresh time. Buzz buzz buzz. The train plunged underground. The level 50 drill bit melted into the ground, like a red-hot iron rod plunged into butter, moving incredibly smoothly. Behind the train was a long, excavated tunnel. The tunnel behind him was not solid. It could collapse at any moment. Chen Meng steered the train straight below the village. They had only penetrated 200 meters, a depth barely noticeable to a train. The train had barely started moving, but the next moment, beep, 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 a shrill alarm suddenly echoed throughout the train. He had never heard such a piercing and rapid alarm. Thousands of red dots suddenly appeared on the search radar. 20,000 meters underground, or, to be more precise, 20,200 meters, there lay a vast cavern-like space, teeming with zombies. Chen Meng's expression changed slightly, as the train continued its descent into the depths of the earth. But he couldn't see the edge of the cavernous space at all. The deeper he went, the more red dots appeared on the radar. There were quite a few level 7 and 8 zombies, and even quite a few level 9 zombies. At a glance, the entire edge of the radar was almost completely red, with not even a gap between each red dot. Only when he had dived 1,000 meters underground did he see the bottom edge of the cavern on the screen. This meant that the massive cavern deep underground was a full 800 meters high, its length and width still unknown. This vast space was teeming with zombies. And it wasn't just zombies. There were all sorts of monsters he had never seen before. He began to travel underground parallel to the cavern, trying to see where it extended. However, after about 10,000 meters, he finally saw the end of the cavern. The cavern began to rise towards the surface, and countless zombies had formed a human ladder in this vertical tunnel. Several level 9 zombies stood at the top of the ladder, diligently carving out a tunnel perpendicular to the ground. The entire cavern was L-shaped, and the top of the L continued to extend upward, barely 100 meters from the ground. The top of this perpendicular tunnel, shockingly, was the very core of the zombie basin. This was the exact location he had flown out of the adventure map of the Earth's core nuclear bomb. Chapter 198. A flash of horror flashed across Chen Meng's eyes. He gritted his teeth and gazed at the train panel. He now had only one thought: to quickly upgrade to a level 9 train and escape the zombie basin. This was practically a dead end. At the rate those zombies were digging, in a day at most, those endless zombies would burst forth from the ground. And even more terrifying, the entire zombie basin was essentially a giant volcano, erupting from its very core and lowest point. However, what was spewing out wasn't molten lava, but an endless stream of zombies. He couldn't tell how many zombies were in that vast underground cavern. The search radar screen was completely red. He saw dozens of level 9 zombies alone, and even more level 9 monsters he had never seen before. With so many zombies pouring out, no train in the entire zombie basin, without exception, could survive. The tunnel running perpendicular to the ground was paved on both sides with a thick layer of steel plates, laid by the zombies as they constructed the human ladder. That steel plate could block search radar detection. but it couldn't block him. His search radar was a full level 20, and the steel plates were completely ineffective against it. We had to escape. Chin Meng quickly made up his mind. There was no way back to the Shade Plains. He had to immediately upgrade the train to level 9 and escape to the advanced blue zone. He looked at the train panel and saw the upgrade requirements for the level 8 train. Upgrade requirements. 1 required vehicle component must be fully crafted, 100,000 units of level 2 iron ore must be consumed, and all components in the carriage must be at least level 160, possessing 5 supermodel effects. He met all of these requirements perfectly. The train panel indicated that the train still had 1.9 million units of iron ore. But it was obvious that while there were enough resources to upgrade the train to level 8, there definitely weren't enough to upgrade it to level 9. No! He quickly dismissed the suggestion in his mind. Level 10 was a significant hurdle. Entering the advanced zone so rashly, without full preparation, would be fraught with danger even if he did. If the train's armor could be upgraded to level 9, it would survive this crisis. Chin Meng looked at the carriage steel armor accessory with a somewhat grim expression. The Star had 15 carriages and 1 locomotive. Upgrading the armor from level 8 to level 9 for each carriage cost 500,000. That meant 8 million units of iron ore. He was short a full 6 million. This shortfall couldn't be made up in a single day unless they could find a level 4 iron mine. With everyone working together, they could potentially mine 6 million units of iron ore within 24 hours. But level 4 iron ore isn't so easy to come by. His train's armor level was already high among all trains, and upgrading its defensive components was incredibly resource-intensive. The few level 8 trains he encountered last time only had level 7 energy shields, and many level 9 trains only had level 8 or 7 energy shields. Chin Meng steered the train out of the ground, closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and gradually relaxed his expression. He tried to maintain a calm state as much as possible, and began to ponder every detail of the train. A minute later, he opened his eyes and looked out the window at the howling wind. He lit a cigarette. Smoke lingered on the train's roof, refusing to dissipate. He had found a solution. First, spread the word. There were many level 9 trains in the zombie basin. All of them had high attack and low defense. Although they lacked level 9 armor, they were capable of killing level 9 zombies. He also had the ability to kill level 9 zombies. But he didn't have enough copper. Gather all the trains together, and have them give the majority of their copper to the trains capable of killing level 9 zombies. They would be responsible for clearing out those level 9 zombies, while everyone would work together to fend off the remaining level 8 and level 7 zombies. Lower level zombies, no matter how numerous, would only be able to pin the trains down and prevent them from breaching their defenses. This was the most ideal solution. With this solution, most trains would survive. The second was a last resort. If no one listened, he would have to try to accumulate 8 million units of iron ore during this crisis. The fastest way, naturally, was to plunder other trains. As long as they could plunder 8 million units of iron ore. He wasn't sure if the other trains could survive, but he was certain he could survive this crisis. After a while, he steered the train away from here quickly and began to quickly return the same route, heading towards the open pit level 2 iron mine they had encountered on their way here. Although it was only a level 2 mine, there was no need to worry about that in the current situation. Whatever they could dig up was valuable. He also sent a pinned message on the train radio. Star Train, I've detected that the zombie basin is about to erupt with the largest zombie tidal wave ever recorded. Within a day or so, countless zombies will erupt from the center of the basin like a volcano. The number of zombies could be in the hundreds of thousands, or even close to 1 million. There's no exact data, but dozens of level 9 zombies have been detected. This is a massive disaster that will affect all trains. All trains must unite to avert this disaster. I hope to receive a response from all level 9 trains. I have the ability to kill level 9 zombies. As long as we kill all level 9 zombies, the remaining zombies, while numerous, won't be able to cause much damage to the remaining trains. I don't have enough copper, and neither do the other level 9 trains. I hope all trains will gather together quickly and transfer their copper to those of us with the ability to kill level 9 zombies. We will be at the forefront. After sending this message, Chin Meng sighed softly. It was too idealistic. First, it would be difficult for him to prove the zombie outbreak event. The radars on the other trains couldn't detect the zombies at all. Unless he was willing to open the doors of his train compartment and let every train inside to view the radar screen. But let's not talk about whether he was willing or not. Even if he was willing, no train conductor would leave his own train and join someone else's. That would be tantamount to handing over his life completely. By the time people discovered the truth, it was too late. There was no time for all the trains to gather and discuss. As expected, he had just sent this message, and because it was pinned, and the star was the train with the most supermodel effects, it was quite well known. So many people noticed it. It's just that, mostly doubts and suspicions. Level 8 mechanical train, good cat. Dude, why don't you change your story? Say you give us the copper mine and pay us high interest every day. Maybe someone will be tempted. You're not even offering any bait, just taking it for free. Level 7 mechanical train, Z-Way. Illegal fundraising is illegal, brother. Oh, it's the end of the world, huh? That's fine. Ask if anyone's willing to give it to you. Level 9 flesh train, God Slayer. If only that good thing were to happen. I could just eat my fill. Level 7 mechanical train, Nepal. Seriously? Don't scare me. I've only just arrived in this area. With so many level 9 zombies, wouldn't a level 7 train like me be doomed? Level 8 mechanical train, Tiger out of the mountain. I don't think this guy's words are fake. After all, the time limit is only 1 day. If it's fake then, this brother's reputation is completely ruined. Who would buy from him anymore? He wouldn't lie so blatantly just for a little copper or... That's what my mind tells me, but my heart tells me I hope this brother's story is a lie. Level 9 mechanical train, unique. Star, send me your coordinates. If what you say is true, you should have the guts to meet and talk with me. Level 8 mechanical train, SpongeBob. I trust this guy, but... Copper ore is hard to mine. Even if it were true, you should be exchanging something with us. How can you just take it for free? Our copper ore didn't just fall from the sky. Chin Mang had already parked the train next to the level 2 iron mine he encountered on the way here. All the residents had already disembarked and started mining. They'd been working all day, and it was time for a break, but now they clearly didn't have time to worry about anything else. He glanced at the train radio. It was already abuzz. There were all sorts of emotions. There were doubts, fears, confusions, helplessness, and even a few sarcastic ones. After a moment's silence, he finally transmitted a coordinate on the train radio. Star Train, time is running out. There are 11 level 9 trains in the zombie basin. I hope the conductors of all 11 trains can reach these coordinates as quickly as possible. We don't have much time left. Then he glanced at a component inside the train. Space stillness. The Star Train's only purple-gray component, and the only craftable component once the train reaches level 7. He had only crafted it, not upgraded it. Its effect was to freeze all living creatures within the train, except the conductor, for half an hour. Monsters, livestock, and outsiders all froze. In other words, every train above level 7 had this component. Under its influence, no one dared to board another train. However, he could then project the information from the enemy radar onto the screen. The coordinates he provided were for the core of the zombie basin. Without level 9 armor, he wasn't particularly keen on confronting these level 9 trains directly. At least before they could discuss things clearly, if they had other ideas, he'd be in trouble. The train's special ability, Absolute Defense, has a 10-day cooldown, and it's still on cooldown, with nearly 3 days left. Perhaps these level 9 trains had experienced more. Or perhaps they were just more timid. He saw that almost half of the level 9 trains were responding via their radios. For safety's sake, none of them would approach the coordinates, instead spreading out as much as possible to give each other time to react and send trusted personnel to communicate. In fact, if Chin Mang's train wasn't a level 7 train, they could have just communicated face-to-face in the combat training virtual space. 2 hours later, several level 9 trains had already announced they had arrived at the coordinate point. Chin Mang had already ordered all residents back onto the trains and continued the journey towards the coordinate point. He stopped 15,000 meters from the point, and Xiao Ai jumped off the train alone, ready to go alone. As long as she was within range of the enemy radar, Xiao Ai could maintain contact with the robot. It would be dangerous for anyone else to go, and there was a high chance they wouldn't return. Xiao Ai was the best choice. Even if something went wrong, it would only damage one robot. Xiao Ai's main body wouldn't die. Buzz! With the roar of the throttle, Xiao Ai sped towards the coordinate point on her off-road motorcycle. Chin Mang looked at his radar. 2 level 9 trains were parked within its range. He carefully examined their equipment. As expected, the weapons and accessories were all of high quality. There were even purple weapons. One train had upgraded all 3 Doomsday cannons to level 10, which required 6 Murphy stones. The Doomsday cannon is a blue-grade accessory, and can only be upgraded to level 8. At level 10, It gains 2 super mod effects that have its cost. A level 10 Doomsday cannon is currently the most useful of all accessories. It's powerful enough. It costs little. This only requires level 10. If it were level 8, it would be less impressive. And the Chable energy shields on both level 9 trains were all level 8. The train radio was still buzzing with activity. Many people had actually begun to believe him, especially after seeing so many level 9 trains responding. There were 2 main voices. The first was pure fear, venting their emotions, completely lost in what to do. The second was that you could surrender the copper, but you couldn't take it for free. You had to exchange it for other resources. Furthermore, the supplies dropped by zombies needed to be shared equally. It wasn't possible for all the copper to be given to you, and all the supplies to be yours, or for you to take all the good stuff. When Xiao Ai arrived at the coordinates on her off-road motorcycle, 6 men were already standing there, each wearing different clothing, representing a different train. No nonsense. Xiao Ai stopped the motorcycle and pulled out a screen from his pocket, which was recording the scene on the search radar screen. You can't detect it, because your search radar level is low enough. The video is here. That's absolutely true. The star is saying, everyone should try to work together, gather all the trains together, and hand over all the copper or from the lower level trains to us. We kill the level 9 zombies, and the rest of you will deal with the rest. Otherwise, everyone will die. Xiao Ai spoke succinctly. His main body was at the train control console, so Chen Meng could communicate seamlessly with him. What he said now was Chen Meng's intention. Chapter 199. Everyone will surely die. The 6 men exchanged glances, as if they had already discussed something before Xiao Ai arrived, and burst into laughter. No, no, no. A burly man wearing a down jacket with a sweater underneath stepped forward. Well, Mr. Robot, I think you've misunderstood one thing. We believe this crisis is real, and we absolutely believe your radar is superior to ours. But, in this crisis, none of us will die. Only you, the star, will die. After all, we're all level 9 trains, capable of leaving the zombie basin at any time. We're not locked in here. Why should we risk our lives alongside you, the star? You're the ones who's anxious, not us. Of course, we're not heartless. You want to take the lead in bringing us together. We can also listen to you, and form a temporary alliance to gather the copper, or from all the lower tier trains. However, the star will need to exchange it for Murphy Stone. That's right. A man in a dark green military coat stepped forward and said seriously, our conductor agrees. Since your star has so many supermodel effects, you must have plenty of Murphy Stone, right? We have 6 of us here, 100 Murphy Stones each. We help you with this. After all, in a life or death situation, you wouldn't be stingy with a few Murphy Stones, would you? Don't be so quick to refuse. Ask your conductor on the intercom. I know you can't make the decision. Xiao Ai paused for half a minute, taking in all the information from Chen Meng before speaking again. The level 10 train is a hurdle. I remember that the blue zone is different from the other zones. Once you enter the level 9 train, you can't return to the lower levels. If you could enter the higher levels so easily, you wouldn't have stayed in the zombie basin for so long. You must be unprepared for the upgrade to the level 10 train. Entering the blue zone rashly is a dead end. What's more, with so many level 9 zombies, and hundreds of thousands more, it presents both danger and opportunity. If we can successfully make it through, we'll be able to find many rewards. Sharing them equally will greatly accelerate the development of the train. This isn't just about the star train, it also concerns you. You're saving yourselves. No, no, no. The man in the down jacket shook his head and said firmly, our conductor made it clear. Without Murphy Stone, there's no deal. He'd rather go to the blue zone and gamble than help you for free. For free? A hint of coldness flashed in Xiao Ai's eyes, and she laughed. Isn't that also helping you? Whoever takes the lead pays. You want to be the boss, but you don't want to pay anything. Why do you, the star train, want to take all the benefits? At this moment, another man approached from a distance, his voice filled with dissatisfaction. To put it bluntly, this crisis is truly your star train's fault. You're begging us for help, understand? Without us, the level 9 trains, don't you have any idea whether the star train will survive? If you don't want to pay anything, get out. When you come back to us, the price won't be the same. Xiao Ai paused for a moment, then, after reassessing Chen Meng's message, headed towards the motocross bike. Our conductor has refused to cooperate. See you again. Want to leave? The man in the military coat's eyes flashed with venom. He immediately pulled a rifle from his chest, aimed it at Xiao Ai, and was about to fire. Xiao Ai suddenly stopped and turned quickly, seemingly clutching two rapidly spinning Gatling guns. The next moment, bang, bang, bang. Xiao Ai's two Gatling guns roared, a barrage of energy bullets lashing out like a metallic storm. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped all 7 men. Without hesitation, he opened fire. 3 seconds later, the gunfire subsided. Xiao Ai opened the armor on his stomach and stuffed both Gatling guns into his pockets. He then strode toward his off-road motorcycle, twisted the throttle, and sped toward the Star Train. The Star Train had already started and was slowly accelerating. Hurry, hurry! Uncle Lee was standing at the rear of the last car of the train. He opened the armor on the rear car from the top and let it fall to the ground, forming a slope. The rapid friction between the armor and the ground sent sparks flying in the wind like flashes of fireworks. Behind the train, Xiao Ai was riding his off-road motorcycle, speeding toward the rear of the train. He twisted the throttle sharply, and the front of the motorcycle tilted slightly. The motorcycle flew down the slope into the car. Uncle Lee glanced at the trains approaching in the night. He sneered and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm outside the train. Eat your ass. Then the armor was quickly pulled up again, and the train was sealed tight again. Xiao Ai had already tossed his off-road motorcycle aside and strode through several cars, heading for the train compartment. Inside the train compartment, Qin Mang glanced at the radar screen. The level 9 train that the two trains had caught up with had been left far behind. In terms of speed, the Star, caught in the gusty weather, was fearless. The train's top speed had already exceeded 1,000 kilometers per hour. Chase them headfirst. If Xiao Ai's advance hadn't revealed the Star's location, the radars of those trains wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. He leaned back in his chair, his expression calm, and lit a cigarette, looking at the train radio. Clearly, the plan had failed. Humanity is actually quite united when faced with disaster. But unfortunately, it's crucial to face disaster before it actually strikes. Many people cling to a sense of luck, unsure of what they're hoping for. Even those level 9 trains, even with a backup plan, will ask for exorbitant prices. 100 Murphy stones per train. How bold! To have so many Murphy stones, he need to team up with you. Selling 50,000 units of iron or directly on the train for 1 Murphy stone wouldn't make him 6 million. Conductor. Just then, Xiao Ai pushed the door open and walked in. Any other plans? Qin Mang was silent for a moment before he exhaled a long puff of smoke, waved his hand, and whispered, "Call Mundo and Doba over. These are the only 6 Murphy stones on the train." Qin Mang pointed to the Murphy stones on the table nearby and looked at Mundo. "When you teleport to the advanced area and encounter an advanced train, you can sell them to them. Start with a high price. If they can't afford it, you can gradually lower it. Only iron ore." Doba nodded seriously and looked at Mundo. "The higher the price, the better. But if they can't afford it, lower the price." "Understood." Mundo nodded again. "Go ahead. Regardless of whether you can sell these 6 Murphy stones or not, you must return to the train immediately after 20 hours and go to living carriage number 4 to get your 2 goblin tickets. And bring some other daily necessities. Cigarettes, cigars, cola, a space bag, whatever you like. Doba, have Mundo test whether he can teleport while carrying the refrigerator. If not, try wearing more clothes. A piece of clothing can only have 1 pocket with a space function. But you can wear multiple pieces. Or, like Xiao Ai, cut off the pocket with the space function to create a small space bag. Then, just put another space bag inside the space bag. This is Xiao Ai's invention." Xiao Ai named it the Xiao Ai space bag and filled her stomach with it. It was incredibly cheap. It only cost 1 unit of wood. It was the most cost-effective item on the train. While the refrigerator also had space functions and was much larger, a level 10 refrigerator required 4,500 units of iron ore, significantly more expensive than the space bag. After completing all this, Qin Mang looked at Xiao Ai again. "Go sell the space bags. They're 1,000 units of iron ore each. Try to earn as much iron ore as possible before the zombie volcano erupts. Once the disaster strikes, plunder a few more trains, avoid the level 9 zombies, and try to gather 6 million units of iron ore." "Understood." As for the looting target, Qin Mang calmly looked at the 2 level 9 trains on the enemy radar. The enemy had stopped chasing him, so it was his turn. He had been lingering far behind them. As soon as they were isolated, it would be his time to strike. Level 9 trains. He hadn't been defeated by a surprise attack. Doomsday cannon. The production cost of a level 9 shell was 700 units of copper Oregon. After having the cost twice, It was 175 units of copper ore per level 9 shell. He had a total of 1.295 million units of copper ore. He could produce 7,400 level 9 shells. This number of shells was far from enough to deal with this zombie volcano, but it was more than enough to launch a surprise attack on a level 9 train. The enemy only had a level 8 Chable energy shield, which was no match for his Doomsday cannon. What's more, he was 20,000 meters behind, completely invisible to the enemy's radar. His radar jammer was a full level 10, and even if it did, he could still disguise himself as a flesh train with his mechanical tentacles. He could lock onto this level 9 train with his Doomsday cannon from a distance, delivering a devastating, instantaneous strike. Then it was time to capture it. If he refused to listen to reason, then it was time for him to teach physics. You have to choose between sugar coating and cannonballs. And now, in the combat training virtual space, 9 level 9 mechanical train captains stood on a stage, holding a small meeting. What are you doing? A middle-aged man frowned. Although I knew the talks might fall apart, aren't you guys breaking off too quickly? I haven't even arrived yet, and you're already breaking off? Shouldn't you at least wait until everyone is present? Can you be considerate of us who live so far away? Consider you? The bald man said grimly. Who the hell would be considerate of me? My second-in-command died without a word. Who can I turn to for justice? That star has absolutely no rules. They just kill people when the negotiations break down. Even if we cooperate with them, they turn on us in the future. So what do we do now? The middle-aged man looked at the man and said gravely. We know the situation well. If the blue zone were so easy to get to, we would have gone there long ago and wouldn't have stayed here this long. We're staying in the zombie basin because we can't go. We can use the star's ignorance as a bargaining chip, but if the negotiations break down, we all be dead then. The stars. This method is indeed the only way for everyone to survive. All trains must be brought together for a chance of survival. The copper ore from the other trains must also be collected, otherwise there simply won't be enough. How much Murphy stone do you want? 100 per train. So much? Didn't we initially order 50 per train? I gave him some wiggle room, but he didn't even bargain. He just rejected it. The middle-aged man was silent for a long moment before gritting his teeth. If that's the case, there's only one way. Wait. Wait till death. During this zombie volcano crisis, if the star can't execute his plan, he'd be dead. He doesn't know for the time being that we can't leave the zombie basin. Let's play it cool. When he can't hold back and comes to us again, we lower the price. He won't have any reason to refuse. This is a test of mental fortitude. His radar can tell when the zombie volcano will erupt, but we don't. Those who can see the fuse of the gunpowder tend to be more restless. From this perspective, we have the advantage. No problem for me. The bald man said expressionlessly, but let me make this clear. After this disaster is over, we've agreed to launch a siege on the Stellar. Even with all its supermodel effects, I don't believe it can withstand 6 of our level 9 trains. I take my share of the spoils. Okay, count me in then. Under the night sky, the 2 level 9 trains, traveling side by side, finally separated and headed in different directions. Huh? The bald man, who had just emerged from the combat training virtual space and returned to the train compartment, snorted coldly at the pinned message on the train radio. Now they're selling space bags? 1,000 units of iron ore each. What a great deal. He was even a little tempted. It was obvious that the star was planning to quickly earn iron ore and upgrade to a level 9 train to escape the zombie basin. He actually hoped the star could amass enough resources for that upgrade. He found it amusing to imagine the star's expression when it realized it couldn't leave the zombie basin even at level 9. He didn't buy it. Although he wanted it, he knew the star wouldn't sell it to him. But it didn't matter. When the star came to him for help, all these would be his. He had the attitude of asking for help. But the most important thing now was to elect a new second-in-command. His second-in-command had just been killed. Just then. Beep beep. The alarm suddenly blared loudly inside the train. Chapter 200. Beep beep beep. Detecting rapidly approaching fire attack. Expected arrival in 2 seconds. Attack intensity level 9. Suggested action. None. The bald man froze for a moment. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of hundreds of shells streaking across the night sky in the rearview mirror. A flicker of horror crossed his eyes. Without hesitation, he activated the Chable energy shield and slammed the lever, preparing to flee. After a quick glance at the search radar, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it! He couldn't even see the enemy on the search radar screen. Even if he wanted to fire back, he didn't know who to target. The next moment, boom boom, hundreds of shells had already landed on the Chable energy shield outside the train. The level 8 energy shield could withstand some level 9 attacks, but only a fraction. The shield was quickly riddled with holes. The shells pierced the shield and landed heavily on the train's level 3 armor. Almost instantly, the bald man inside the train felt a violent jolt, his eyes filled with fear, yet he grinned with relief. Luckily, he managed to hold on. He escaped first, and wait until he found the person responsible. But then, he suddenly saw in the rearview mirror hundreds of shells raining down upon him again. A hint of despair slowly emerged in his eyes. He felt like he was about to die. Then, with resentment, he looked at the immediate self-destruct button. Even if it meant death, he wouldn't let anyone else take his train's resources. Just then, a forced private message came over his train's radio screen. It was from the Star Train. Hurry up and beg for mercy. I spare your life. Instantly, the bald man suddenly realized what was happening. As if grasping at a last straw, he picked up the intercom and shouted, "Brother," with a frantic look in his eyes. However, barely had he uttered a single word when a barrage of artillery shells, like meteors, streaked across the night sky, completely engulfing the front of the level 9 train. The name of the level 9 mechanical train, unique number, slowly faded from the various lists and vanished. The bald man, dead. This was the first level 9 train to be destroyed in Zombie Basin in recent days. In the darkness of the night, the Star Train slowly stopped at the flame-encrusted level 9 train. As the doors of guard car number 7 opened, members of teams 1, 2, and 3 filed in, quickly splitting up to control the train's slaves, eliminate the remaining personnel, and collect supplies. 10 minutes later, Jin Mang stepped off the train and into the wrecked interior of the only train. He squatted down, looking at the bald man before him, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness to close, and whispered softly, "I told you to beg for mercy quickly, and I spare your life." Why not quickly? The train interior was utterly wrecked, charred everywhere. The man's lower body was nowhere to be found. Only his shattered upper body lay scattered like fallen leaves in the train. Then he stood up, looked at Biazi, who had come to report, and said quietly and calmly, "Kill all the thugs, everyone above management. Take the remaining residents aboard the Star, and investigate them one by one after the disaster." Yes. After all this was done, Chen Mang stepped off the train, leaning on his cane. He stood on the wasteland, gazing up at the bright moon in the distance. Behind him was the smoke of gunpowder, mingled with the faint smell of barbecue. He loved that smell. The night was bright. He had given up on his plan to save the majority, who might survive the zombie volcano crisis. Some people weren't worth saving, especially those who offered to sell him copper. He'd given you the copper to save your life, but you're charging him for it. So, please keep your copper, and see if your yellow and blue-grade weapons can defeat level 9 zombies. He had already prepared for the worst. The Star Train, including the locomotive, had 16 cars. Upgrading all of them to level 9 armor would cost 8 million. But, if the situation really got that bad, he would discard some cars, say, 10, leaving only 1 locomotive and 5 cars. That way, upgrading to level 9 armor would only cost 3 million units of iron ore. Or, even more extreme, he could keep only 1 car and put everything and everyone in the refrigerator. But that would mean giving up a lot of things, and he'd have to throw away a lot of the resources he accumulated over time. For example, the red-grade ground blast missile accessory, the 10 Doomsday cannons, the 40-barrel Sakura falling rocket launcher, and the carriages with level 8 armor, and so on. He simply wanted to minimize the losses. But someone always thought they had him at his fingertips. Soon, half an hour later, Old Pig trotted over and began to report, "Master Mang, all the supplies have been accounted for. It's all here." Chin Mang took the list Old Pig handed him, glanced at it, and chuckled. As expected of a level 9 train, it's well funded. No wonder it speaks so forcefully. It certainly has the wherewithal. At the moment of the attack, he was worried about only one thing. If the enemy pressed the immediate self-destruct button, not only would his efforts have been in vain, but he would also have lost a lot of copper ore. That's why he gave them a glimmer of hope at the last moment. When drowning, even a straw will be eagerly sought. As expected, he heard a pitiful brother on the train radio. Just that one word, and then silence. The shells had already fallen. When one is about to die, there's no time for excessive thinking. He didn't even consider how the enemy would spare his life, with the shells nearly overhead. He couldn't just snap his fingers, and the shells would deflect and land somewhere else, could they? 1.201 million units of iron ore, 1.08 million units of copper, or 10,000 units of lumber. Various daily necessities. Over 700 survivors. Time was running out, so the supplies weren't carefully counted. They were all thrown into the refrigerator by Zhang Yizhang. The main focus was on counting various resources. There was no Murphy stone or blueprints. But there were indeed a lot of resources. Chen Meng strode back to his train compartment. He glanced at the train resource panel. 3.101 million units of iron ore, 2.235 million units of copper, or 1.509 million units of wood, for 0.48 million units of red hard rock. Those 2 volleys just now. He fired 800 rounds, consuming 140,000 units of copper ore. However, he captured 1.08 million units of copper ore. Completely recovered his investment. Chen Meng chuckled at the train panel. He was being nice, but he refused to listen. The shells were already overhead, and he already knew he was calling me brother. Why hadn't he been calling me brother earlier? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to be more harmonious? He shook his head. First, he spent 500,000 to upgrade the locomotive's armor to level 9. That way, even if something went wrong, at least the locomotive would be preserved. The locomotive is the heart of a train. As long as it's there, the train has a chance of making a comeback. This is the advantage of the armor accessory. As a defensive accessory, armor upgrades each car individually. But the energy shield isn't like that. The energy shield is a single component. Once activated, it envelopes the entire train, so it can't be upgraded in a single pass. Of course, each upgrade consumes an astronomical amount of resources, far exceeding the resources consumed by armor upgrades. He also has the energy shield accessory, and upgraded it to level 3. He knew what was going on. This accessory is priced based on the number of cars. The more cars, the higher the cost per upgrade. This is similar to armor, except that you can't upgrade each car individually. You have to upgrade the entire train. After the energy shield is upgraded, each additional car requires additional iron ore. So next, Chen Meng found one of the trains on the leaderboard that belonged to the 6 men Xiao Ai had just killed. Level 9, B-Class Potential Mechanical Train, Horizon. He sent a message. I make a private deal with you. I give you 100 Murphy stones, and you 1 million units of iron Oregon. Don't tell anyone else. If the market price goes haywire, I won't be able to sell it later. It's an on-site transaction. I send you the coordinates. Oh, you figured it out? Can't you trade remotely? For me to trade remotely, I have to pin the message to the top of the chat. That way, it'd be exposed. Just say if you agree or not. If not, I find someone else. Be smart, send me the coordinates. We meet up for the deal. I've sent it. I wait. Very good. Chen Meng chuckled, then spent 300,000 units of iron ore to upgrade the red grade accessory, the ground furnace, to level 9. The locomotive slowly opened, revealing countless rapidly rotating gears. Swallowed the entire level 9 train. The sound of crushing steel continued to hum. 870,000 units of iron ore were obtained. TSK. Zombie Basin, inside the level 9 train, the Horizon. A woman sitting in a chair pulled out a cigarette and tossed it between her lips, her eyes filled with contempt as she glanced at the information on the Star Train's panel. She could tell with her ass what the Star Train was thinking, quickly reaching level 9 and escaping this zombie basin area. What a pity. Even after reaching level 9, they couldn't leave. But it didn't matter anymore. She first get the 100 Murphy stones. When the Star realized it couldn't escape and came back to beg them, she started organizing all the trains to gather together and prepare to resist this crisis together. As for the million iron ore, she hadn't planned to give it to her at all. Her train had B-level potential, with a built-in train special and a large blue firepower accessory light cannon. Being a level 9 train, it wasn't much of a threat to the Star. Even though the Star had an incredible number of supermod effects and S-level potential, if a fight really came to a head, it would be hard to say who would win. But she wasn't going to fight either. She was just going to give the iron ore after the zombie volcano was over. Could the Star still try to take it from her? Would they dare to offend her at this critical juncture? There are 2 facts before us. First, without the combined efforts of all level 9 trains, the train simply cannot gather. The Star alone lacks the necessary mobilization power. Second, even if all trains heeded the Star's call, even if they surrendered all their copper, ore, it would be useless. How could the weapons on a single Star train withstand such a large zombie horde? These level 9 trains are absolutely necessary. Only they and some experienced level 8 trains possess the power to kill level 9 zombies. completing the B-level difficulty mechanical job transformation quest requires a significant amount of Murphy Stone. She had tasted the wonders of Murphy Stone. This made her desire for it even more intense. Since you can so easily give out 100, that means there are more, right? The woman's eyes flickered with an inexplicable glint. Full of anticipation, she pushed the joystick and turned back towards the coordinates. Zombie Basin. Somewhere in the wasteland, a level 7 flesh train sat quietly by the side. It was the stellar train, disguised as a mechanical tentacle. It was about 8 kilometers from the coordinates. He wasn't sure if the level 9 train, the Horizon, would arrive. All he could do was wait patiently. Just then, here it comes! The radar showed a level 9 train rapidly approaching. The stellar train's front drill extended rapidly and spun at high speed, quickly disappearing below the surface and rapidly approaching the level 9 train deep underground. It was soon running parallel to the train, directly below it. It was still 300 meters from the coordinates. But he wasn't prepared to wait any longer. The next moment, Train Special, Death Spin, a high-speed whirling metal storm suddenly erupted from the ground, aiming directly at the cabin of the Class 9 train in almost an instant. The rapidly spinning drill pierced the cabin of the Class 9 train. Then, the rapidly spinning blades on both sides of the train also enveloped the cabin. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. The Class 9 train Horizon was dead. The Stellar, completely invisible on radar, was like a venomous snake that had been dormant for a long time. Destroyed in one blow. The Class 9 train didn't even have time to activate its energy shield. This was another drawback of energy shields. They only activated automatically when attacked. In a situation like the Stellar, which suddenly emerged from the ground, the energy shield had no time to activate. The cabin, with only level 3 armor, was shattered almost instantly. Even the second and third carriages, driven by the inertia of speed, crashed into the star train that had emerged from the ground, nearly pulverizing them on the spot. The carriage behind, after losing its balance, crashed into the open space nearby. Like a centipede with its head severed. The wheels spun on the overturned carriage, their speed slowing down as they lost their power supply. The entire battle, from start to finish, took less than 3 seconds. If Chen Meng hadn't extended the blade only 1 meter, a full 10-meter blade would have been enough to crush nearly half of the 19-car train. Building a level 9 train. It takes a truly in. Even Chen Meng, building from a level 1 train to the current level 7, took nearly 3 months. Building a level 9 train, even at his speed, would have taken 4 months. Chapter 201. But it only takes 4 seconds to destroy a level 9 train. Since ancient times, it's been an immutable law. Destruction is always easier and less time-consuming than construction. His train upgrades weren't fast, largely because he spent considerable time improving their foundation. This was also why he could instantly defeat a level 9 train with a level 7 train. This was a truly instant kill. No exaggeration. On the leaderboard, the name of the level 9 train Horizon began to fade and quickly vanish. At this moment, the disappearance of the 2 trains within a short period of time finally caught people's attention. Panic instantly swept across the train radio. People began to speculate whether the zombie volcano described by the star was real, and had already begun to erupt. But soon, when someone suggested that the 2 level 9 trains were heading to a higher level area, the panic gradually subsided. They were terrified, thinking a disaster had occurred. And then, another person suggested why the 2 Class 9 trains had to leave at this time instead of earlier. They were probably trying to escape. The voices on the train radio once again became panicked and fearful, this time even more so. Humans subconsciously follow the crowd. If 9,900 people turn left to hell, and 100 turn right to heaven, then the 10,001st person will most likely turn left, even if they know the left leads to hell. That's why hell is so crowded. Because there are always fools leading the way. Inside the star train, Chen Meng sat in a chair, watching the train radio's constantly changing messages. He spoke calmly. You already have the ability to self-learn. Your database doesn't contain any data on motorcycle driving, but through your daily observations of Busy and the others, you've already learned how to operate a motorcycle. Conductor, are you complimenting me? Xiao Ai whispered from the corner. I guess so. Chen Meng paused and continued, but if the 10,000th person came to the intersection alone, he would most likely trust his own judgment and turn right, heading for heaven. Humans are often wiser when alone. Then, conductor, where are you going? Chen Meng stood up, lit a cigarette, and after a long sigh, looked at Xiao Ai. I'm not going anywhere. Isn't heaven or hell something you go to after you die? I can't die. Let's go, get off the train, and see what we've learned. It was obvious. No one was getting any sleep tonight. Even at midnight, the train radio was still quite lively. Just over 2 hours had passed. The direction of the news on the train radio had already shifted several times. From initial doubts about the authenticity of the news, then a willingness to believe it was true, but they wouldn't unconditionally provide the copper ore. They had to exchange it for something. Now, almost everyone was willing to provide the majority of the copper ore, hoping someone would take the lead and bring everyone together to prepare for the impending disaster. Not every train had weapons and accessories at level 9 or higher. Only by handing over the majority of the copper ore to these trains could they prioritize eliminating the most dangerous level 9 zombies, then slowly deal with the remaining level 7 and 8 zombies, using energy shields to withstand the lower levels. However, at this moment, the star hadn't spoken on the train radio for a long time, silently sending a pinned message about selling items. For some reason, the remaining 9 trains were also silent. 634,000 units of iron ore, 580,000 units of copper ore, 1,010,000 units of wood, 2 Murphy stones, various daily necessities. Over 800 survivors. Chin Mang took the list from Lao Zhu and frowned slightly. He hadn't carefully checked all the parts of the level 9 train when he launched the attack, only the defensive and offensive parts. So, he wasn't very familiar with the train. Old pig. You say, Master Mang? Go see if the conductor is dead. Ask him if he's cutting so much wood to make a ball? Master Mang, how about I go down and ask? Can I get back up after I go down? It seems a bit difficult. Forget it then. Chin Mang waved his hand. Let's load everything onto the train first. Hurry up. As usual, kill the thugs and management. This conductor is full of lies. You don't even have 1,000,000 units of iron ore in the train. How dare you come and trade with me? You're not even willing to give me 1,000,000 units of iron ore. You're just trying to shirk your debt. These days, it's hard to find someone who is sincere about trading. What he needed most was iron ore. The bald man's level 9 train had over 1,000,000 units of iron ore in stock, but this level 9 train only had over 600,000 units, almost half as much. It was obvious that they spent a lot of time cutting wood. Besides making clothes, wood isn't really useful for much, right? He hadn't encountered any accessories that required wood for upgrades. Adding this 1,000,000 units of wood, there were already a full 2.5 million units of wood on the train. When would it all be used up? If all were made into Xiao AI space bags, they could make 2.5 million. Another 1,500 survivors. Generally speaking, his usual style was to only kill the train conductor. He hadn't killed the thugs from the Earthcore bomb, now all of whom were train residents. However, these level 9 thugs on the train were tough, spoke harshly, and seemed very loyal, so it wouldn't be easy to keep them alive. If he kept them, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. 20 minutes later. After all the resources were moved to the star by the guards, well, basically, this job was done by just 2 or 3 people. Efficient and excited. He really looked like he had finished a job. With this kind of work, working for a moving company before the apocalypse would definitely be a surefire way to make money. The only real problem is moving everything to their own homes. These 2 guys share a common interest, collecting supplies. They're happy just getting them, regardless of whether they're useful or not. The survivors were also herded into the refrigerator in carriage 11 and temporarily held. Any family members, including the conductor's wives, among these people will need to be thoroughly interrogated. The refrigerator contains a mechanical eye. Xiao AI will capture those who a hint of resentment flashed in their eyes. Later, after the crisis is over, Lao Zhu will conduct background checks on them one by one. Xiao AI's mechanical eye is particularly effective. Several people have been apprehended. Some people always have a tendency to let a flicker of resentment flash through their eyes late at night, which Xiao AI accurately captures and relays to Biazi and the others. It's mainly because these people, though they might as well just think about it in their hearts, insist on showing it, pretending to be prepared to endure hardships. It would be a shame if they didn't die. After doing all this, Chin Mang regained control of the stellar train, opening his maw and slowly devouring the remaining 16 carriages of the horizon, like a python swallowing an elephant, bit by bit. Another 670,000 units of iron ore. So, the amount of iron ore in the stellar train has reached 4.341 million. We're already halfway to our goal of 8 million units of iron ore. This is much faster than mining. A crisis is both a hazard and an opportunity. Inside the stellar train, Chin Mang chuckled softly as he sat in a chair. He then found one of the 6 level 9 trains, the Logitech, and prepared to repeat his old trick. 100 Murphy stones for 1 million units of iron Oregon won it. Don't tell anyone else. The other party replied quickly. The Horizon and the Unique, you were the one who did it, right? Chen Meng frowned slightly. Did they notice so quickly? He still wanted to catch a few more. After a pause, he replied again. Didn't they leave the zombie basin? Do you want it? If not, I find someone else. No, kid, remember this. I admit your train is indeed powerful, but I'm telling you bluntly, even if you upgrade it to level 9, you can't leave the zombie basin. And no matter how powerful your train is, how can you possibly hold off all the zombies without us? How many machine guns does your train have? Dozens or hundreds? And how much copper or do you have? Millions or tens of millions? Without us you die. Chen Meng glanced at the message on the train radio and suddenly laughed. He understood. The message the other person was conveying was clear. These level 9 trains couldn't leave the zombie basin. He then replied with the last sentence and blocked the person. No wonder. No wonder the group immediately concluded that the Horizon and Unique disappeared from the list, and they were destroyed. Instead of leaving the zombie basin. It turned out that these people knew better than anyone that these level 9 trains couldn't leave the area immediately. He had originally thought they were worried about the danger in the blue zone and therefore reluctant to go, but it turned out they couldn't leave. That was much more interesting. He wasn't in a hurry now. He had already chosen the second path. At his rate of progress, even if the level 9 trains couldn't be deceived, the zombie basin was so small that he could slowly search. Even if he didn't encounter a single level 9 train, he still had 4 million units of iron ore. This was enough for him to upgrade nearly half of the train cars to level 9 armor, so the losses wouldn't be too great. But how would these level 9 trains survive? He was curious. And excited. Inside the combat training virtual space, the 7 train conductors stood on the ring, staring at each other in silence. After a long moment, the middle-aged man spoke first, his tone tinged with an inexplicable meaning. It feels a little unreal. That bald man who was just talking to me died in the blink of an eye. If I had known that would be my last time seeing him, I should have looked at him more. You make it sound like you have a close relationship with him, a young man in tracksuit said, leaning against the edge of the ring with a sullen expression. Oh, that's not the case. The middle-aged man spread his hands helplessly and said, I just wanted to observe his face more closely, to see what the face of a dying person looks like. That way, if I ever have that face again, I can hide carefully and avoid an unforeseen death. You have the same face as him now. Don't say that, I think I look pretty good right now. All right. At this moment, a man in a white suit stepped forward, his face icy as he spoke, word by word, we must contact the star. According to the star's predictions, the estimated time is 20 hours at most before the zombie volcano erupts. Just tell him the bottom price, 50 Murphy stones. With 50 Murphy stones per train, we can team up with him to mobilize all the trains. Gathering copper ore also takes time. We can't wait until the last second. You're not anxious, but I am. I don't want to die here. I can't go. The young man in tracksuit said word by word, his eyes filled with gloom. That bastard blocked me, and even replied to me with a hee-hee. No one spoke. The man in the white suit was silent for a long moment before speaking. I go. I arrived late, and didn't have a conflict with him. I go ask. With that, the man disappeared from the ring, reappearing a minute later, his expression looking a little grim. What do you mean? The burly middle-aged man hesitated and asked, did he refuse? You don't look like you agree. Neither refused nor agreed. So what did the star reply? 2 words. Which 2 words? Hee. No one spoke. They remained silent. After a long moment, the burly middle-aged man spoke again. How dare he reply like that? Isn't he afraid of death? Can he survive a zombie volcano eruption? We must all work together to survive. Don't he understand that? Just then, a middle-aged man in the crowd raised his right hand and whispered, I think the star. I understand. Wasn't this the suggestion from the beginning? It's just that you're asking for too much Murphy stone, and they don't want to play with you anymore. I've always been curious. When the zombie volcano erupted, it wasn't just the starship that died. Why do you keep targeting the starship? He has so much Murphy stone. If I don't go after him, I go after you. This is it. The middle-aged man paused and then said, before the apocalypse, I was a negotiation expert. Leave him alone for an hour, and I go talk to him. This time, I can lower the price to 20 Murphy stones per train. That should be no problem. There are 7 of us, and we're only giving 140 Murphy stones total. That's not much. An hour later. Everyone looked at the returning middle-aged man with anticipation. How is it? How did the negotiations go? The middle-aged man stood there in silence for a long time before speaking hoarsely. Neither agreed nor refused. It's not 2 words, is it? Or is it just he? The middle-aged man standing nearby who had just raised his hand to interrupt sighed deeply, and said with some resignation, "You're kind of treating me like a pig. It's obvious I'd rather die than play with you." Well, I go. I tell him I don't want any of the Murphy stones. Let's sit down and talk. After all, the Star was able to defeat the Unique and Horizon in such a short time. Its strength is unquestionable. With the Star joining us, we can better overcome this crisis together. It's okay, so it's settled, right? Just survive first. Put those worries aside. The others exchanged glances, no one speaking. Clearly, they agreed to the proposal. This was the only way. They had to pull the Star over and overcome this crisis first. With that, the middle-aged man disappeared. 3 minutes later, the middle-aged man reappeared on the stage, expressionless. What did the Star say? 2 words. Hee? Yeah. The young man in the tracksuit finally couldn't help but slap the ring, his defense breaking with anger. He only knows how to hee. I don't even want a single Murphy stone, and he's still heeing. Fucking bastard. Shame on him. What the hell does he want? Does he really expect us to beg him? Chapter 202. So what do we do now? The words fell. Everyone exchanged glances in silence. A moment later, the middle-aged man from earlier broke the tense atmosphere. It's nothing. What else can we do? Everyone, get ready. We don't know the details of this zombie volcano yet. We just know there are a lot of zombies. We see after it erupts. In the zombie basin. The stellar train sped through the night. Sitting inside the train, Chin Mang glanced at the private messages from the level 9 train conductors on the train radio and chuckled softly. He wasn't in a hurry, anyway. It was up to you guys to be. We couldn't leave the zombie basin anyway. Take your time. Just then, Erden's private message came over the train radio. Master Mang, is this crisis that serious? I only have a little over 300,000 copper mines. I'm not sure if that's enough. Send me the coordinates, and I send them over. Chin Mang glanced at Erden's message, thought for a moment, and replied. No rush, I contact you later. Okay, let me know if you need anything. But Master Mang, I should be safe if I'm flying. Could the monsters be so numerous they could cover the entire zombie basin? Chin Mang thought about the rather ridiculously large cavern, and the many monsters he had never seen before, and replied again. Be prepared for the worst. The next moment, the search radar detected a train, a level 6 train, currently mining at a level 2 iron mine. He frowned slightly, immediately pushed the joystick, turned the train, and headed towards the level 6 train. As they approached, beep, beep, a shrill, long whistle blared. A forced private message was sent. Stop mining. Run to the Sand River Plains. A major disaster is about to erupt in the zombie basin. You won't survive. Then they passed by the level 6 train. Unlike the Sand River Plains, the zombie basin allows anyone entering the basin to join the train radio, even if they're a level 6 train. This means this level 6 train, having clearly seen the news on the train radio, still dared to mine here. It's quite unassuming indeed. If we were to ask which level of train had the highest survival rate in this crisis, it would probably be level 6. Level 6 trains can return to the green zone before upgrading to level 7. For the next few hours, Chin Mang continued to control the Star train, speeding across the wasteland. He didn't encounter a single level 9 train, but he did encounter a level 3 copper mine. Although the train currently possessed a considerable reserve of copper ore, the zombie basin was far smaller than the Sand River Plain, yet neither was small, and the probability of encountering another level 9 train was still quite low. He immediately stopped the train next to this level 3 copper mine. This was the first level 3 copper mine he had encountered in the zombie basin. Copper ore was much rarer than iron ore. After downing a bottle of Coke, all the residents jumped off the train with their pickaxes and began to dig. Whatever they could dig, they dug. Inside the train, Chin Mang glanced at the resources displayed on the train panel. For 0.341 million units of iron ore, 2.815 million units of copper ore. He was still a little short of iron ore to reach level 9 armor, and with a level 10 zombie barrier, he wasn't afraid of any number of zombies, unless he was caught in the crossfire. But besides the zombies, that massive cavern contained many monsters he had never seen before. And he still hadn't figured out why the village shook every night. It wasn't the sound of tunneling. Perhaps, as Zhang Yuan had said, it was the vibrations of some incredibly terrifying breathing. That monster's heart and lungs were incredibly strong, breathing once a day, for a whole day. Many train conductors were unable to sleep tonight. The main reason was that no one had concrete intelligence about this crisis. All the information came from the star, and panic spread like a plague. A crowded shopping street. If a few dozen people screamed and ran backwards ahead, everyone else on the street would instantly be infected by the panic and start running backwards, even if those behind them had no idea what was happening. Level 8 Mecha Train Survival. I don't think there's any need to panic. After all, many people in this area came from the Sand River Plain and have the drill accessory. At worst, we can just hide underground. Level 7 Mecha Train Unity. Are you only counting the oxygen concentrator's consumption? Don't you also consider the consumption of food and other daily accessories? My train consumes 3,800 units of iron ore every day, and there's almost no ore underground in the zombie basin. How long can you calculate how long your iron ore can last underground? Level 8 Mecha Train Survival. A month or two shouldn't be a problem. Level 7 Mecha Train Unity. What about after 2 months? Level 8 Mecha Train Survival. Wait to die. Level 7 Mecha Train Unity. 6. Drill? Qin Meng silently prayed for those planning to hide underground. He was incredibly fast underground, but that was because his drill accessory was level 50. Even he didn't dare hide underground. The only way to deal with this situation was to kill all these monsters. Hiding for a while, could he hide forever? No more mining? Just hiding? The others' drill accessories were only level 3 at best, and their speed underground was only a few dozen kilometers per hour. At that speed, if you wanted to hide underground, he honestly didn't think the zombies wouldn't burrow underground. After all, these zombies had been dug out from underground. They clearly seemed smarter than the other zombies. They all used radar-blocking steel plates to cover the sides of the tunnels and moved stealthily. But he still posted a pinned message on the train radio. Level 7 Mechanical Train Star. If you're willing to follow me, send me a private message now and hand over 2/3 of the train's iron and copper ore. I send you the coordinates privately. There's a good chance I can protect you from this crisis, or at least ensure your train captain and confidant survive. If things get really bad, you can join my train. Perhaps it was the 2 level 9 trains leaving the zombie basin that caused even greater panic. Or perhaps it was because he was the first to discover this zombie volcano, was trustworthy in his dealings, and was the top seller in terms of the number of supermodel effects. Quite a few people sent him private messages. The first one was Erden. You should have told me earlier, brother. Give me a bottle of Coke, and I remotely trade you the iron and copper ore. I'm relying on you to protect my life, bro. 10 minutes later. A total of 14 trains completed transactions with him. A total of 2.8 million units of iron ore and 2.1 million units of copper ore were obtained. Zombie Basin is surrounded by high ground, and the closer you get to the center, the lower the terrain becomes. He set the coordinates on a high point. Reputation and fame are potential wealth. Qin Meng looked at the resource count on the train panel and smiled. With the arrival of 2.8 million units of iron ore, the train already had 7.14 million units. The remaining iron ore could be easily collected, and the balance was basically stable. 10 hours later. The sun rose, dyeing the sky red. All residents were summoned back to the train, and the star train began its journey towards the deepest part of the zombie basin. He had to see how the zombies were progressing. In those 10 hours, another 2.2 million units of copper ore were mined. With 3,000 residents on the ground, and this being a rare level 3 copper mine, the direct result was a 2.2 million unit deposit. The benefit of having a larger population was a significant increase in production efficiency. This was the effect of the 1,500 survivors, who had been locked in the refrigerator and not working. A small portion of the level 3 copper mine remained unmined. But that was too late to worry about it now. He felt a growing sense of unease, so he decided to check on the zombies first. The distance wasn't close, but his train was fast enough. In less than an hour, the train successfully reached the deepest point. The radar screen clearly showed that more than a dozen trains had gathered there, clearly gathering intelligence. Unfortunately, the radar wasn't good enough. Moreover, 7 or 8 trains were traveling underground, their rapidly rotating drills continuously carving tunnel after tunnel. Stop! Qin Meng's expression suddenly changed. One of the trains was already underground, about to collide with the tunnel dug by the zombies. Its radar couldn't detect the zombies ahead, and it continued foolishly digging. He immediately turned on the train radio and forced a private message. "Stop! There are zombies ahead of you. Run!" However, it was too late. The two sides had successfully overcome the last obstacle before them and met. Almost instantly, the train was pulled into the tunnel, enveloped by an endless stream of zombies. At that moment, he finally understood why Zhang Yuan had designed the script so that the hero and heroine never met. Often, meeting each other wasn't a good thing. For example, right now, the tunnels dug by the zombies were much larger than those dug by the trains. But the next moment, boom! A deafening vibration suddenly erupted from the ground, followed by countless violent streams of air surging from the underground caverns, surging along the zombie tunnels towards the train tunnel. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on the ground. Then, a crater approximately 2 meters in diameter appeared on the surface. Countless powerful, violent streams of air erupted from the crater, blasting hundreds of zombies hundreds of meters into the air. This was just the beginning. Flushed by the violent air currents, the crater grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, its diameter reached tens of meters, and it continued to expand, sweeping more and more high-level zombies hundreds of meters into the air. Suddenly, a foul stench overwhelmed him, and a pale yellow dust instantly enveloped the entire world. A seemingly endless stream of zombies erupted from the ground. And not just monsters, but all manner of creatures he had never seen before. The number was far greater than he had anticipated. In just a few seconds, nearly 10,000 monsters had erupted. As for the dozen or so trains that had been exploring the surface, for were swallowed by the pit before they could even react. They were also ejected high into the sky, where other monsters climbed onto the carriages and began to fiercely attack. The remaining trains fled in panic in all directions. The moment cracks appeared in the ground, Chen Meng had already activated his rabbit cloud wheels to move away from here and fly towards his designated coordinates. Erden and the dozen or so other trains that had accepted his protection were waiting for him there. It's already erupted. Chen Meng, somewhat dazed, leaned out of the skylight and gazed behind him at the endless stream of zombies being ejected high into the sky. In just a few seconds, the ground was already covered in a sea of zombies. There was even a 2-meter-long bat. Not huge, but its wingspan, fully extended, could reach 6 or 7 meters. The search radar indicated this bat's level was 9. Level 9 death bat. Perhaps because it was airborne, the bat, ejected from the ground, hovered in the air. After emitting a piercing cry, it shot towards the star train at an even faster speed. It didn't even glance at the many fleeing trains on the land below, heading straight for him. "Prepare the machine guns." Chen Meng pulled himself back into his chair and said in a deep voice. The 10 Doomsday machine guns atop the carriage began to slowly rotate, waiting for the level 9 death bat to enter radar range before locking onto it and officially opening fire. This level 9 death bat was incredibly fast, even outpacing the star, which used bunny cloud wheels, and was closing in at a breakneck speed. A series of messages quickly flashed across the screen. Not yet in range. Unable to lock onto. 9,000 meters to go. Not yet in range. Unable to lock onto. 5,000 meters to go. Not yet in range. Just then, the death bat chasing behind him suddenly let out a shrill cry, then flapped its wings violently, and 30 or 40 bat pups flew out of its arms, shooting towards the star at an even faster speed, and every one of those bat pups was level 9. It all happened in an instant. Nearly 40 level 9 monsters simultaneously locked onto the star train. Chen Meng's expression slightly grim as he glanced at the control panel screen. The search radar could clearly detect a monster's level and its abilities. These bat cubs were one of these abilities used by this level 9 death bat. These bat cubs only had a lifespan of 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, they would die. But during those 5 minutes, they were truly level 9 monsters. Fire! At this point, the bats had entered the search radar's range. 10 Doomsday cannons, controlled by AI, quickly predicted the bat cubs' movements and began roaring fiercely. Boom boom boom! One level 9 shell after another formed a long string in the air, engulfing the bat cubs. Although these bat cubs were extremely fast, their defense was clearly weak for a level 9 monster. A single hit from a shell would almost certainly kill them instantly. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of level 9 shells whizzed through the air with their tail flames. Chapter 203. The young bats were certainly numerous and fast. But it was, after all, a straight-line pursuit. Their trajectory was easy to predict, and their hit rate was high. In just one round of fire, dozens of level 9 young bats were dead. But the next moment, The level 9 dead bat behind him suddenly screamed to the sky again, its wings suddenly blazing rapidly. It then shot towards the star train at an incredible speed, arriving within the blink of an eye. Its sharp claws were about to touch the armor outside the train. Just then, the car audio system outside the train suddenly flashed red, its surface vibrating rapidly. Then, the dead bat, about to attack the star train, suddenly screamed in pain and quickly fled. Whoosh! Inside the train, Chen Meng breathed a sigh of relief. Not daring to waste any more time, he pushed the control lever to the bottom and headed straight for the coordinates he had selected. At this moment, the monsters erupting from deep underground began to spread rapidly in all directions. As for the fleeing level 9 dead bat, the level 10 super mode effect of the car stereo is that it can emit ultrasonic noise. The higher the level of energy stone consumed, the higher the hertz of the ultrasonic noise produced. He had never used this effect before. This was his first time using it. But it was miraculous. Bats use ultrasound to locate and hunt, and are extremely sensitive to high-frequency sounds. Before the apocalypse, ultrasonic insect repellents were a very effective method for repelling bats. However, this was only for pre-apocalyptic bats. He didn't know if it would be effective for the monster bats after the apocalypse. This was also his first attempt, and it seemed to be working quite well. He glanced at the train panel. There were still 90,000 units of iron ore remaining. The locomotive's armor was already level 9. He had just consumed 7 million units of iron ore at once, upgrading the armor of the first 14 carriages to level 9. Only breeding carriage number 15, where Uncle Lee was, still had level 8 armor. An hour later, Chen Meng successfully reached his designated coordinates. 14 trains were already stationed there. He slowly maneuvered his train to land in front of the others. This was a commanding height, at the edge of the zombie basin. It was still relatively safe. No zombies or monsters were attacking. As soon as the train landed, the train conductors anxiously surrounded it, their eyes filled with panic. Master Meng, can we really survive this? What should we do now, Master Meng? Chen Meng said nothing. He simply waved his hand for the others to disperse before exiting the train compartment from the other side. Biazi and the others followed, standing on the hillside, leaning on their canes and gazing towards the zombie basin. The distance was quite far. The enemy radar couldn't detect them, and the naked eye couldn't see them clearly. But he could see a sea of monsters, like ink on a napkin, rapidly spreading outward in all directions. Their numbers were constantly increasing, far exceeding his estimated hundreds of thousands. The main monsters were zombies. Besides, there were all sorts of other monsters, both in the air and on land. Oh no, there were also those underground. In the air, he saw an earthworm that was 4 or 5 meters wide, constantly jumping out of the ground and moving quickly deep underground, like a fish jumping out of the sea. It was a level 8 monster. At that speed, he didn't think the trains hiding underground could outrun this earthworm. He initially said the solution to this crisis was to kill all the monsters. Now it seems he was wrong. This crisis is intractable. The monsters are still increasing. All they can do is eliminate the high-level monsters, and then coexist with the remaining monsters for a long time to come, mining while fending off monster attacks. This area will become a monster paradise, just like the Kunlun Mountains area. He didn't know how long those zombies had been digging underground. Perhaps the zombie basin at this moment is the complete form of this area. After all, there are only so many copper mines. Even if all the copper mines on all the trains were combined, they wouldn't be able to kill all the monsters in this area. If this area can survive this crisis, it will become a hellish area, just like the Kunlun Mountains area. Chen Meng stood at the edge of the hillside, leaning on his cane. Messages from the train radio flashed before him, mostly expressing panic, and some trains dimmed shortly after sending messages. He paused. Post that message again on the public screen and pin it to the top. Give me 2/3 of the train's iron and copper ore. I send you the coordinates privately and I protect you. Then he looked at the anxious train conductors behind him and said in a deep voice, Everyone, return to your respective trains. Stay here. I protect you. Just follow my instructions and don't run around. When monsters attack later, you be responsible for cleaning up any that slipped through the net. I leave the rest to you. The train currently has 6.79 million units of copper ore. If all of that were used to craft level 9 shells, it would yield nearly 40,000 rounds. Master Meng. Erden approached with a grim expression and said hoarsely, This time, I'm sure many people will die. There are too many monsters, almost more than in the Kunlun Mountains. It's difficult for the train to survive in this environment. There are no connected yellow areas around the zombie basin. There's a blue area ahead, and a green area behind. We can't go up or down, there's nowhere to hide. Even if we survive this, mining will be a big problem in the future. If the train doesn't have enough resources to replenish itself, even without monsters, it will gradually perish. Yeah. Chen Meng nodded and whispered, it's not a big deal. At least I can guarantee your survival. Don't worry. I trust you. Erden's expression was complicated, and he hesitated to speak, but he didn't say anything else. He simply turned and walked towards his own train. He knew Master Meng's train would be able to withstand it. The worst-case scenario was that he would abandon his own train and join Master Meng's. But he didn't really want to go that far. He knew that if he could join Meng Ye's train and secure a management position, his future prospects would undoubtedly be better than his own San Long. However, he preferred the feeling of exploring the adventure map. If he joined Meng Ye's train, he would no longer have the opportunity to explore the adventure map, which would be much less enjoyable. The zombie volcano erupted from the center of the basin and spread rapidly in all directions. Most trains were not affected, now rapidly fleeing towards the edge of the zombie basin, the higher ground. Only a few trains, unlucky enough to be mining near the center of the basin, or those who wanted to see for themselves, were affected. Keep going down, keep going down. A level 8 mechanical train was located deep underground. Inside, a man, his lips bluish and face pale, his pupils bloodshot, pushed the control lever to the floor. The train hurtled deeper into the earth at a nearly perpendicular angle to the ground. And on the search radar, a massive level 9 earthworm was rapidly approaching from behind. His drill was a level 5, capable of traveling at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour underground. The speed of the monster behind him was already showing 300 kilometers per hour on the screen, rapidly approaching. It would be within seconds before he would be overtaken. But there was nothing he could do, the moment the crisis struck. His first instinct was to hide underground, but as soon as he did, the giant earthworm behind him also burrowed into the ground, pursuing him. He tried to escape, but the search radar showed the ground was already covered in red dots, making it impossible to leave. All he could do was keep going deeper into the ground, trying to shake the monster off. He even took out 2 Murphy stones and smashed them against the drill. He wouldn't have used something like Murphy stone on the drill unless it was a life or death situation. But it was still useless. Seeing the level 9 earthworm monster about to rear-end him, a fierce glint flashed in the man's eyes. The Doomsday cannon on the carriage began to slowly warm up and rotate. The moment the earthworm broke free and rushed after him, the level 9 Doomsday cannon roared rapidly, firing one level 9 shell after another like it was free. He used Murphy stones to upgrade a Doomsday cannon to level 9. Although his Chable energy shield was only level 7, his offensive capabilities were formidable. Since he couldn't escape, he had no choice but to fight. Normally, the copper ore, which he would never have used, was now thrown away without a care in the world. If the copper ore were gone while he was alive, it would be painful. But if the copper ore was not used up while he was dead, it would also be painful. Boom, boom, boom. Deep underground, in an unnoticed corner, a level 8 mechanical train was locked in a desperate battle with a level 9 earthworm monster. It was just that. The distance was too close. If it were above ground, using the train's speed to kite the monster, at any cost, the chances of victory would be quite high. Of course, that presupposed the earthworm didn't burrow underground, so he could engage in a man-to-man duel above ground. At this moment, it was deep underground. By the time the train could reach the earthworm monster, it had already opened its bloody maw and swallowed the train's rear carriages. The earthworm monster's head was a bloody mess from the fierce attack, and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. Yet, relying on its speed, it swallowed the entire mechanical train from tail to head. Clang. The sound of the energy shield shattering, followed by the sound of armor shattering, and the terrified screams of countless survivors, followed by boom. A huge flame exploded from the earthworm monster's belly. The earthworm monster, still wriggling in place to digest its food, suddenly exploded into dozens of pieces, sending countless flashes of blood and debris splattering through the cramped tunnel. This was the power of the train's self-detonation. This level 8 mechanical train was henceforth officially eliminated from the zombie basin. And this level 9 earthworm monster also perished there. A few minutes later, the tunnel gradually collapsed, completely burying all traces of the battle. For a long time, no one would know what had happened here, and no one would come to take a look. Perhaps many years later, a train traveling underground would stumble upon this place. The so-called trains. They were actually mobile shelters. The most powerful person on each train was the conductor, and the train's spokesperson was also the conductor. But the trains weren't just filled with conductors. There were also numerous survivors. The destruction of each train often meant the deaths of nearly 1,000 or more survivors in this apocalypse. Don't fly, don't burrow. Don't fly, don't burrow. Message after message spread rapidly over the train radios. Soon, many trains discovered that the monsters in the air would prioritize attacking those in the air, while those darting underground would prioritize attacking those underground. As long as they were on the ground, they only had to deal with zombies and those running monsters. For a moment, all the trains on the ground in the zombie basin fled in all directions. However, people soon discovered that if there were no targets underground or in the air, the monsters in the air and underground would prioritize attacking the trains on the ground. Who the hell said stop flying, stop burrowing? Fuck. In the control room of a level 7 mechanical train, a young man, his face pale and filled with despair, gazed at the scene before him. Behind him was an endless, sky-like tide of swarming corpses. In front of him, 2 earthworm monsters emerged from the ground and attacked the train. Above him, a level 9 corrupted eagle screamed and swooped down, claws extended. There was no hope. He didn't know how to survive. Originally, he only had to face the horde of corpses behind him, but once all the trains were above ground, he would have to face monsters from all directions, from land, sea, and air. Even gods couldn't stop them. With despair in his eyes, the young man opened the cover of the immediate self-destruct button and immediately pressed it. Just as he was about to click the screen again to confirm, he heard a roar of despair. Boom boom! Countless shells descended from afar, directly hitting the swooping level 9 corrupted eagle, and the 2 earthworm monsters that had emerged from the ground. Almost instantly, as the explosions resounded, the level 9 monsters all fell to the ground, severely wounded. The young man's movements faltered slightly, as the train rushed forward. Just then, another round of shells arrived, completely blasting the severely wounded monsters to smithereens. Then, he saw a train, already in midair, land heavily beside him, and a forced private message came over the train radio. Star, escape to these coordinates, just up the mountain ahead. Give me 2/3 of the copper and iron ore in your train. It's him. The young man paused for a moment, then without hesitation, ordered his men to bring the storage box over and place it on the gradually solidifying scale before him. He then took a cigar from the scale. Star, a cigar to calm your nerves. Looking at the cigar, the man suddenly burst into laughter. He leaned out the window, gazing at the Star train, which had landed on the ground, and was hurtling towards the horde of corpses behind it. His eyes were filled with the feeling of having survived a catastrophe, and he shouted excitedly, "Thanks, brother." Chapter 204. This was the most expensive cigar he had ever bought in his life, and also the most flavorful cigar he had ever smoked. Survived. At the edge of the zombie basin, an endless, black mass of corpses rushed toward the hill in front of them. Ahead of them were a dozen trains madly fleeing, their tails blazing with blue flames on either side. And in this environment, a train was traveling against the flow, not fleeing, but accelerating into the horde. This train was the Star train. Chin Mang sat inside the train, gazing at the innumerable black mass of corpses hundreds of meters in front of him. With a calm expression, he pressed a button on the control panel. The next moment, blades, 10 meters wide on either side of the train, suddenly extended and began to spin at high speed, their surfaces radiating purple-blue arcs of lightning. The threaded drill bit on the front of the train also extended and began to spin at high speed. The zombie horde was moving faster than he had imagined. In less than 2 hours, the train in the center of the zombie basin had been completely destroyed. The zombie horde began to attack the surrounding higher slopes. The group before him was now at the base of the hill he had selected as the coordinates. There were a great many of them. He had come down the mountain to clear out the zombies and protect the other trains on the slope. As for the train he had just saved, he didn't think much of it. He had already saved several trains, but some of them had given him iron and copper ore, while others had given him nothing and ignored his messages. He had memorized the name of the train that ignored his message. He couldn't remember who had given it, but he could remember who hadn't. At this point, the armor on the exterior of breeding carriage number 15 had also been upgraded to level 9. It could be said, all the trains in the zombie basin might be destroyed, except for this one. At most, all the trains would be destroyed, and then he would be the only one left in the zombie basin. The good news was that no one would compete with him for the ore. The bad news was that he would be like a beacon in the darkness, attracting the attention of all monsters. Mining would be a difficult task from now on. Just then, the Star train, traveling in reverse, had already rushed into the zombie tide. Its madly spinning blades melted any low-level zombies it touched almost instantly, turning them into shredded flesh that floated in the air. And the higher-level monsters, before they could even reach it, were precisely dispatched by the Doomsday cannon. He hesitated to use the ground blast missile. It wasn't suitable for this location. Lower-level monsters could use a car blade and drill, while higher-level monsters could use a Doomsday cannon for better value. Ground blast missiles were too expensive. The only good news was that he hadn't encountered any level 9 zombies yet. Even among level 9 monsters, the size difference determined how many rounds were needed to kill them. At the train's immense speed, the massive kinetic energy of the level 50 car blades melted through the zombie horde like red-hot steel slicing butter, instantly creating a path of blood and flesh. And then, the star train began charging through the zombie horde, continuously killing zombies and higher-level monsters. The fallen flesh and items were all sucked into the level 10 refrigerator by the powerful magnet. It's both a danger and an opportunity. You don't usually have so many monsters to kill, and so many monsters can drop so many valuable items. At this moment, on the hillside, nearly 20 trains were parked sideways halfway up the mountain, like a steel wall. The train conductor sat in the cab, gazing at the star train charging down the hillside. A glimmer of hope crossed his once desperate eyes. The star train was indeed powerful, and even more powerful than they had imagined. The heavy machine guns and Doomsday cannons atop these nearly 20 trains were trained on the slope below, ready to fire at any moment. The vast horde of zombies had been completely annihilated by the relentless onslaught of the star trains. Only a few escaped. Thousands of tiny spiders were seen rapidly crawling towards the top of the mountain. They were tiny, only about 30 centimeters long, and were practically invisible in the horde of zombies. They were the third line of defense. It wasn't their turn to fire yet. The second line of defense was those mechas. Just use a dozen mechs, stationed in front of the steel wall, and charge at thousands of small spiders. Mechs consume fewer resources. 3 of the Thunder mechs stood out, towering several meters above the surrounding mechs, like giants. Each mech wielded a massive warhammer. They didn't even need hammers. A single kick could crush dozens of small spiders. 1, 2, 3. Johnny controlled the Thunder mechs and charged furiously, each one crushing a spider to death. He could even hear the spiders exploding, a truly relaxing experience. The mechas from the star train were all here. The other mechas were from other trains. I hate spiders. Inside the Thunder mecha, John Damiai's expression was practically contorted. She screamed and roared, swinging her sledgehammer, repeatedly crushing spiders. The sight of the spiders exploding gave her goosebumps. But a dozen mechas couldn't stop the spiders, nor the few that slipped through the net and formed another small wave of zombies in the rear. However, they were all low-level monsters. The high-level monsters had been cleared out by the star. Bang, bang, bang. The steel wall of nearly 20 trains, with rows of heavy machine guns and Doomsday cannons, began to spit out bullets. However, no one fired continuously. It was mostly bursts. The resources had been largely given to the star, and there weren't many left. It wasn't just their hilltop that had become a temporary refuge. At the highest point of the zombie basin's edge, temporary shelters formed one after another. However, without the star train charging in front, crushing the zombie tide, and clearing out the high-level monsters, these shelters could barely hold out for long before being overwhelmed by the swarming monsters. Several flashes of fire exploded, and then there was silence. It wasn't that no trains were trying to reach the star, but the zombie basin was now in complete chaos, with zombies and monsters everywhere, making it impossible to penetrate the zombie tide and reach the coordinates. Boom boom! As shells rained down from the sky, a train about to be submerged by the zombie tide was once again saved by the star. Every last one saved was a good one. Chen Mang didn't say much, nor did he send a private message. This was a flesh train, and there wouldn't be any copper or iron ore. However, this flesh train seemed a bit bolder. It didn't just leave. Instead, it followed his train and began rapidly devouring flesh. But after a while, it found nothing. After all, the fallen corpse flesh and all the flesh had been sucked into the refrigerator by a powerful magnet, leaving nothing for the flesh train to devour. Where's the flesh? You put it away? You don't need it, so why would you? Give it to me. I'm in a hurry to level up. Chen Mang glanced expressionlessly at the message on the train radio, not bothering to reply. He continued charging through the tide of corpses. But instead of replying, the flesh train began to blare its whistle. The sound was different from that of a mechanical train, a bit like the scream of a bat, extremely piercing. Alas! He sighed softly. Will the flesh train corrode the brain? He immediately turned on the train radio and replied, Here you go. The next moment, several shells blasted past, and the flesh train quickly transformed into a fireball, soaring through the air before plummeting heavily into the tide of corpses. About an hour later, the star train slowly came to a stop. The surrounding soil was stained crimson with countless flesh and blood, and no monster could be seen standing on the ground. At first, he had been collecting flesh and blood. After all, he had encountered a place in ice and snow world that needed it, but eventually, he ran out of room. He discarded the flesh and blood of the low-level zombies, and only stored the flesh and blood of zombies above level 6. No matter how many refrigerators there were, they couldn't withstand such use. Then he slowly steered the star train up the hillside. By this time, the train had turned crimson, its armor festooned with shredded flesh, looking like something from hell. All the dropped items were stuffed into the refrigerator. He killed more than a dozen level 9 monsters alone. Consumed 1.1 million units of copper ore. Chin Meng returned to the hillside and waved out the window, signaling all trains to remain stationary and not act rashly. Then he left the train alone and walked up the hillside. The monsters in his area had been cleared. But generally speaking, he had only eliminated less than a few tenths of the total number of monsters in the zombie basin. Looking down at the entire zombie basin, countless zombies were constantly charging towards the other hilltops. The center of the zombie basin was monster-free. The safest place at this moment was the central area. However, getting through was a problem. All 3 paths were blocked. Chin Meng narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the scene in the distance. This time, the zombie volcano contained many monsters besides zombies, but strangely, these monsters got along very well and did not attack each other. Normally, different monsters have a sense of territory and will attack one another. For example, zombie hordes often attack other monsters to obtain enough flesh and blood to provide the energy needed for the zombie kings within the horde to evolve. But this time, the monsters, they were quite harmonious. And their goal was extremely clear. No lone monsters were wandering around. They were attacking all the trains in the zombie basin area. It was like, he didn't say anything, only thinking of the village that shook every night, the violent air currents that suddenly erupted from the huge cave, sending all the zombies flying out of the ground, and Zhang Yuan's speculation. Perhaps, he would have to return to that village again. Busy, get on board. Soon, all the guards returned to the star train. Chin Meng summoned all the train captains to disembark, gathered them together, and earnestly instructed them, the monsters and zombies in this area have been cleared. This is a safe spot for now. If you want to stay alive, don't run around. Erden, send me a message if anything happens. I rush back as soon as possible. Do you understand? The train captains nodded repeatedly. They had no doubts about the star train at this point. Their survival depended entirely on it. Then, without stopping, the star train switched to rabbit cloud wheels and soared through the air again, heading towards the village. Just as it took off, the level 9 death bat screamed and shot towards them from a distance, transforming into a yellow light once again and instantly reaching the train's airspace. Its speed was so fast that it was impossible to lock onto it. The train's external speakers flashed red again. The dead bat suddenly froze in place, preparing to flee again. However, in that split second, it was successfully locked onto the Doomsday cannon, and with a roar, the Doomsday cannon erupted. Pieces of flesh and blood exploded and vanished. The dropped items, along with the flesh and blood, were all sucked into the train. The flesh and blood of a level 9 monster. Good stuff. I definitely need it someday. How did he get back? On a hilltop. Several level 9 trains, and a dozen level 7 and 8 trains gathered on this hilltop. Facing the surging tide of corpses below, they seemed overwhelmed. The biggest problem was a shortage of copper, or a burly middle-aged man jumped off the train and, with a look of anxiety on his face, strode over to a nearby level 9 train. He looked at the middle-aged man sitting on it and shouted, "We're running out of copper, and the tide of corpses continues. So can the star come to support? Didn't someone on the train radio say the star had cleared their hill of monsters?" "I did." The middle-aged man tilted his head with a grim expression, gazing out the window at the endless black tide of zombies surging down the hillside. He rasped, "I told the star that each of our level 9 trains would pay 200,000 units of iron ore to come to support, but he refused and replied with a chuckle. Damn, keep raising the price. That little bit of iron ore is useless now. Just say we have a dozen trains here, all willing to give it, and ask them to come to support quickly." The middle-aged man shouted anxiously. We really don't have time. I only have 3 level 10 Doomsday cannons, and those are the only ones I dare use. The others are less than level 10, and they're too much of a drain. Your train has only 4 level 10 Doomsday cannons combined, not enough. Just then, it was too late. A massive horde of zombies had already surged up the hill. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly as he strode quickly toward his train. The situation had worsened. The horde had already surged up the hillside. Now, he could only kill the high-level monsters and ignore the remaining low-level ones. His energy shield was level 8. It could ignore the low-level monsters, but the remaining low-level trains would be doomed. And things had developed to this point. Even if they managed to survive, how to mine in the future would be a huge problem. These monsters seemed to have level 1000 radars installed in their heads. They could directly lock onto their train's location and pursue it, with no sense of territory at all. Pure slaughter. Chapter 205. In the blink of an eye, the mountaintop had completely fallen. The low-level trains were quickly melted by the zombie horde. Thousands of zombies and monsters attacked every part of the trains, and the shattering of the energy shield spelled doom. Boom! The sound of trains exploding continued. The level 9 trains, however, remained standing amid the zombie horde, rapidly dispatching the level 9 monsters. They had already collected the copper ore from the surrounding trains, but it was still not enough. Not bad. The burly man sitting inside the train looked at the zombies and monsters that had surrounded the trains and were beginning to climb onto the energy shields. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although the situation was critical, there was still a chance before the copper ore ran out. These low-level monsters couldn't break through the defenses. He only needed to kill the level 9 monsters. But just then, countless monsters began to climb onto the energy shield. His Doomsday cannon shells were all blasted into the low-level monsters clinging to the shield, completely wasting their ammunition. The gaps he had just created were almost instantly filled by a continuous stream of monsters. Only 3 of his 10 shells successfully hit the level 9 monsters. Damn it! Seeing 2 level 9 zombies sprinting towards the train on the radar, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He immediately pushed the lever, intending to accelerate sharply and fling all the zombies clinging to the energy shield. The shield had no grip points, making it easy to fling them away. But countless zombies and monsters were jammed beneath the wheels, practically blocking the train there, making it difficult to gain speed. It was only a moment's delay. The 2 level 9 zombies roared, catching up and smashing their fists into the train's energy shield. The sturdy level 8 shield was instantly covered in cracks, nearly shattering. No! The middle-aged man roared in despair. He wanted to just ignore the level 9 flying monster and escape from here. But there was no time to replace the bunny cloud wheels. He didn't even have time to burrow into the ground. The energy shield was completely shattered. A large part of a train's advantage lies in its speed, but when it can't move, it often becomes a steel tomb. The middle-aged man dead? He didn't self-destruct. Before dying, the middle-aged man stared at the horizon with resentment, hoping that the star train would ride on a rainbow of auspicious clouds to rescue him from danger. Many trains on the train radio claimed to have been rescued by the star train. However, until the moment of his death, he never received his auspicious rainbow cloud. Boom, boom, boom. Over the zombie basin, the star, soaring in the sky, fired its rooftop Doomsday cannon continuously, blasting another charging corrupted eagle to death. He had already forgotten how many level 9 flying monsters he had killed. As he soared through the air, all the flying monsters nearby practically locked onto him as their first target. And just then, Chen Meng noticed a hilltop not far away, where about 7 or 8 trains were gathered. Already, a black mass of zombie monsters was charging upwards, braving the incoming fire. Clearly, they were on the verge of collapse, their defenses straining. His brow furrowed slightly. He turned the train and rushed forward, first precisely dispatching a level 9 zombie before forcing a message to several trains. Drilling underground. The trains were clearly hesitant, but they obeyed his command and quickly extended their drills into the mountain. Following him, the star also drilled underground. As soon as it entered, its radar detected 2 level 9 worm-like monsters rapidly advancing toward the trains. He maneuvered the star deep underground, meeting them and easily dispatching the 2 level 9 worms. Then he emerged from the surface and flew back toward the village. For a long time, the underground would be safe from worm attacks. Hiding here was temporarily safe. He couldn't possibly clear all the monsters on this hillside. He didn't have the time or ammunition. Why don't you give me inheritance points for saving people? Inside the train, Chen Meng glanced at the control panel, curled his lips, and said nothing more. Taking in children on the train would increase inheritance value, as it was a sacrifice for the preservation of human civilization. So, wasn't his expending copper or to save these trains also for the preservation of human civilization? A few dozen minutes later, Chen Mang had successfully reached the village. He slowly descended, plunging deep underground to explore again. Soon, he saw the L-shaped cave again. There were no monsters in the cave now. It was completely empty. He continued to drill deeper. After reaching over 20,000 meters, using a level 50 drill, he successfully entered the cavernous space before him. He lost the support of the ground. The train instantly plummeted as if from a great height, plummeting straight into the depths of the cave. However, he switched to the bunny cloud wheel midair, allowing the train to hover high in the air. Here, Chen Mang looked around, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Seeing this space with his naked eyes was completely different from what he'd seen on the radar. This place was like a giant heart. The surrounding walls were a bloody mess. Many zombie limbs lay scattered on the ground, likely crushed in the hustle and bustle. And in the very center of the heart, a small red dot flickered. Directly in front of the train, about a few hundred meters away. It was a head, a zombie head, perhaps 50 meters wide, its eyes closed, lying on the ground. Chen Mang tilted his head to look at the faintly flickering red dot on the radar. The message displayed was, Monster information, none. Current level 9, complete form level unknown. At that moment, the giant zombie head suddenly opened its eyes, bouncing a few times on the ground. It turned its head to stare directly at the star train, hovering in the air above the cavern. Its eyes were filled with ferocity, and then it suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Roar! The deafening sound echoed throughout the entire zombie basin. Then, a powerful and violent airflow erupted from the zombie's mouth, blasting towards the star train. Driven by the strong wind, the hovering star train instantly slammed into the wall and fell through the air. Thankfully, the star train, with its level 9 armor and level 10 permanent shock absorption, suffered no damage. However, the condition of external accessories, like the speakers and powerful magnets, instantly dropped to single digits. Whoosh! Chen Mang, manipulating the star train, hovered in the air once again. He looked at the gigantic zombie head and suddenly laughed. Unsurprisingly, this zombie head was the mastermind behind this zombie volcano incident. It was clearly in a state of disrepair. Those zombies and monsters had probably gone out to collect flesh and blood. Perhaps all the monsters in the zombie basin were rushing here, ready to protect their king. Sure enough, Erden's urgent voice soon rang out over the train radio. Master Mang, all the monsters in the zombie basin have suddenly retreated, rushing to the deepest part of the basin. The next moment, Chen Mang didn't hesitate. The Doomsday cannon quickly locked onto the gigantic zombie head and opened fire. Shell after shell, carrying an unbearable threat in the air, completely enveloped the giant zombie head. It had no power to fight back. The head bounced a few times, trying to escape, but it couldn't. It could only roar in despair again, staring at the hundreds of shells barreling down upon it. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions echoed. It was going much more smoothly than he imagined. The zombie head had no means of retaliation. Its only attack was its violent airflow, the same force that had created the zombie volcano. It was clearly no longer usable, and even if it did, it would be pointless, as it wouldn't penetrate the star's defenses. And then, 2 lines of text appeared on the train control panel screen. You killed the level 11 ancient boss, the giant zombie king. Gained 50 reputation points. Chen Mang looked at the scene before him. The giant zombie head, already reduced to shreds in midair, along with its dropped items, were collected into the train by the powerful magnet. He chuckled softly. He then took control of the star train and left. When it broke free again and soared into the sky, the sun's rays shone upon the zombie basin, and the basin finally returned to its former tranquility. This zombie head was the commander-in-chief of all monsters. With the commander-in-chief dead, the crisis was naturally over. Well, it should be considered peaceful, right? Sitting inside the train, Chen Mang lit a cigarette and looked down at the zombie basin from above. The zombie hordes had separated from the monsters, no longer forming armies, but instead dispersing and occupying territory. The good news: these monsters would no longer attack the train in legions. The bad news: these monsters were still alive, not dead. At this point, the number of monsters in the zombie basin had increased more than tenfold, and the number of level 9 monsters had also increased tenfold. Mining would become significantly more difficult, but there would also be more unmanned mines to find, as there weren't many trains left. Train rankings. 11 level 9 trains. Only 3 remained, 1 flesh train and 2 mechanical trains. The losses for the trains below were even greater. Almost 60 to 70% of the trains were destroyed in this crisis. There was no escape. With level 9 monsters lurking on all 3 routes, sea, land, and air, where could they escape? He steered the train towards Erden. He needed a break. He hadn't slept in ages. It was already noon, so he needed to find a place to sleep. I'm really sleepy. I've been fighting all this time without feeling tired, but now, with a sudden pause, the feeling of exhaustion quickly washed over me. About an hour passed. Chen Mang controlled the star train and landed back on the hilltop. No one on the trains he was protecting was killed or injured. Every train maintained 0 casualties. Master Meng. Erden walked over to Chen Mang, who was standing at the edge of the hillside. He looked out into the distance, his expression dazed, and muttered, "Is it over? I suddenly feel like I've been taking the wrong path. I prefer exploring adventure maps. I have more experience there. I always feel that with enough parts, I can create more combinations and deal with more crises. Mining all the time will only allow me to craft the parts that can be crafted after the train upgrade. There's no future. But now it seems I was wrong. If I had continued mining, I could have upgraded my Chable energy shield to level 9. Perhaps in this crisis, even without your help, Master Meng, I wouldn't have been in danger of death." "You're wrong." Chen Mang stood at the edge of the hillside, leaning on his cane. He chuckled softly, took out 2 cigarettes, handed one to Erden, and placed one in his own mouth. He snapped his fingers softly. Xiao Ai, who was following him, immediately put her finger under the cigarette holder, and a small flame emanated. "Huh?" He exhaled a long puff of smoke before stretching lazily, inhaling the mingled scent of gunpowder and blood in the air. The Chable energy shield is a blue-grade accessory, and can only be upgraded to level 8. To upgrade to level 9, you need Murphy Stone, and you won't get any by mining. Adventure maps need to be explored, and mines need to be mined. And even if you have a level 9 Chable energy shield, how many resources do you have to keep it activated? How can you deal with those level 9 monsters? The train needs a lot to develop. The star will encounter many things later. I can't go to every adventure map. I don't have that much time. And if I encounter 2 adventure maps at the same time, it will be very difficult to decide. Do you want to join my train and be the captain, responsible only for exploring the adventure maps, and you don't need to worry about anything else? How is that possible?" Erden shook his head helplessly. "Mr. Meng, many adventure maps require the train conductor to drive the train. I joined your train, but I didn't enter any adventure maps. Qualified." "No." Chen Mang patted Erden's shoulder and said seriously, "Captain is just a title. You still be the conductor of the Blue Dragon, but nominally the Blue Dragon will be subordinate to the star. All your slaves and other things will belong to me. You don't need to worry about iron or slaves or upgrades. I provide all the resources you need to upgrade your train. You only need to explore the adventure map. Isn't that exactly what you're good at and enjoy? You don't need to worry about the development of the train. Everything you discover in the adventure map will belong to me. Equivalent to an auxiliary train. Of course, I'm not forcing you. I'm just offering this suggestion. Please consider it." As soon as he finished speaking, "No problem." Erden nodded seriously and said, "Master Meng, I think your suggestion is excellent. This way, I can stay with my mom and fully explore the adventure map without having to worry about the iron ore. I think this train development model is perfect for me." Chapter 206. Has it been decided so quickly? Chen Mang tilted his head in slight surprise, glancing at Erden. This was actually just a preliminary concept, not yet a complete system. His vision for Erden was essentially a traveling frog. The kind who wasn't around much, but always returned with a ton of goodies. He noticed, and he didn't know if it was talent or just pure luck, that Erden had managed to discover all sorts of adventure maps, including the Undersea Maze, the Tower of Babel, and even the Eternal Prison adventure map he discovered with a pickaxe in the zombie basin, and even encountered a zombie volcano. To put it nicely, he was incredibly gifted. To put it bluntly, he was a complete disaster, causing trouble wherever he went. Then he smiled at Erden and said, "I didn't expect you to agree so quickly. Actually, this is a good thing for both you and me. From now on, you can focus entirely on exploring the adventure map. Just leave all those slaves to me. Then you can take your thugs with you. You don't even need carriages, just a locomotive. The thugs can live in the refrigerator inside the locomotive. Think about it. With just a locomotive, wouldn't upgrading the Chable energy shield require significantly fewer resources? Just build a small, powerful train. Isn't that great? Yes, it is. Erden grinned, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. For some reason, I suddenly feel like my frustrations are over. From now on, I officially call you Master Meng. I go back and disband the train and dismiss all the slaves. Okay, there's no rush. You can discuss this with my deputy train conductor, Old Pig, later. He'd be more knowledgeable about the details. No problem. After Erden retreated, the surrounding train conductors didn't dare to approach. Biazi and the others, in their mechas, stood expressionlessly behind Mangi, preventing any sneak attacks. They simply shouted from a distance. Mangi, thank you for protecting us this time. If you need anything in the future, just say it, and we definitely come to your aid. That's right, Mangi. That train next to you is the one you just saved and didn't give you the iron ore. We've already persuaded it, and it's already handed over all the iron and copper ore and placed them in the storage box on the ground. Then, Mangi, we withdraw. I wish you great success. Soon, the dozen or so trains headed towards the hillside, each retreating in their own direction. This crisis had nearly wiped out their wealth, and they had to find a safe place to mine. Shin Mang waved his hand without saying anything more. I don't know if it was an illusion. His resources seemed to be far greater than before the zombie volcano crisis. It felt like his copper mines were growing more and more. There was no way they were going to be exhausted. Well, mostly because he was being frugal. After standing there for a moment, he looked away. Although the zombie volcano was over, the zombie basin was now in ruins. It was no longer suitable for trains to survive. The monsters were simply too numerous. He had to upgrade his trains to level 9 and leave this area as soon as possible. This area was no longer suitable for mining. However, upgrading to level 9 trains should have allowed them to reach the blue zone. He didn't know why those level 9 trains couldn't leave. Chen Mang returned to the train. Leaning back in his chair, he looked at his gains. This time, they were truly overwhelming. Crisis after crisis, danger and opportunity coexisted. First and foremost, the biggest gain was resources. Level 9 armor throughout the train. This allowed the train to operate freely in this area. The train currently had 810,000 iron ore, mainly due to the high iron ore consumption from upgrading the level 9 armor. There were still 5.12 million copper ore. Last night, his copper ore was only a little over 1 million. After the crisis ended, it had reached 5.12 million. This amount of copper ore would be enough to last the train for a long time. Secondly, there was the reward of killing the level 11 giant zombie king, the most important boss of this crisis. Theoretically, those level 9 trains, including some level 8 trains, could easily defeat this final boss. After all, this boss was a commanding force with only a single head, and he had virtually no means of resistance. As long as he could successfully cross the zombie horde and reach the base of the village, and possess a slightly higher level drill to avoid the hours required to drill at a depth of 20,000 meters, and possess the strength to kill and withstand level 9 monsters. With these conditions met, the ultimate boss behind this crisis could be easily slain. It wasn't difficult, as he happened to meet all the requirements. Oh! He also needed a prophet. That was Zhang Yuan. The information and prophecies provided by Zhang Yuan, combined with his own assessment of the situation, led him to believe that the boss behind this crisis lay beneath the village, and why the village shook every night. The cause was found. It was the heart that was vibrating. The heart was quite large, and I wasn't sure if it belonged to the head. It didn't look like it. It should be a higher level giant zombie. The proportions were a bit off. After killing the level 11 giant zombie king, 3 items were dropped. 1. Purple grade vehicle accessory blueprint, golden tail spray. 2. Special item, master key *1. 3 15 Murphy stones. Ah! Chin Mang looked at the 15 Murphy stones, and sighed helplessly. Are these Murphy stones really that hard to obtain? Why does it seem like they always pop up from random places around him? Oh, I almost forgot about Mundo. I wonder if Mundo is back yet. And those 30 Murphy stones from the undersea maze were waiting for him to get. This purple accessory, the glittering tail spray, was a perfect fit for Erden's train, perfectly aligning with his vision. Similar to the nitrogen tail spray, it was used to increase train acceleration, but it also had another effect. The fewer cars, and the lighter the weight, the faster the acceleration, making it a perfect fit for his vision of a small, sophisticated exploration train. He actually treated Erden like a destroyer in a fleet of aircraft carriers. In his mind, the future star train would be the main vehicle, with numerous auxiliary trains like these to carry out his commands. After all, in the early stages, everything he did would be largely single-threaded, but as his power grew, he would undoubtedly have to multi-thread his work, with many tasks to handle simultaneously. If he had to control the star train himself every time, he would be exhausted and overwhelmed. As for that master key, Jin Meng's expression was slightly puzzled. He had never seen such a strange and inexplicable special item before. He truly didn't know which train could use it. It was practically useless. Special item, master key. Item effect. Can unlock any item marked with A. Each use triggers a 30-second cooldown. With this effect, he truly didn't know which train could use it. Before a train's class upgrade, one of the craftable parts was unnamed. After the class upgrade, this part automatically became a heavy firepower weapon part of the corresponding level, but the name of the part was unknown part, not? In other words, if a train develops normally, it will never need this special item in its lifetime. It's completely useless. But he just happened to need it. Jin Meng's expression was slightly puzzled. He looked at the button marked with A on the control panel and placed the key on it, tapping it lightly. The next moment, the button, which had been with him since his train reached level 6, glowed white, and the question mark on it suddenly began to slowly disappear, transforming into 3 large characters. Military Factory. After pressing the Military Factory button, Jin Meng looked at the screen on the control panel, stunned for a moment. Then, a flicker of disbelief flashed in his eyes. He looked down at the key in his hand and couldn't help but kiss it, cursing with a smile. Daddy's real little treasure. He then carefully placed the key in a drawer. He wasn't sure if he encountered something marked with A again, but he knew one thing. Anything marked with a question mark was definitely good stuff. Arms Factory. Can research, forge, and purchase blueprints for various firepower and defense-related components. Location requirements are as follows. Requires the train's auxiliary eye to be at least level 10. Each research, forge, and purchase consumes merit points, which can be exchanged for monster flesh. What's the train most abundantly possess right now? Flesh. And that's not enough. He's also lost a lot of low-level monster flesh. Jin Meng immediately abandoned sleep and set up the arms factory inside Xiao AI's armor R&D center. He then had Biaozi and the others carry the refrigerator and dump all the monster flesh into the furnace. Then he took control of the star train again, heading down the hillside to retrieve the discarded monster flesh and return it to the train using the powerful magnet. I had been planning to leave the zombie basin as soon as possible, but now it seems I should do a good deed before leaving and clear the trains in this area of the zombie basin. No other area has so many monsters. The Kunlun Mountains area doesn't have as many monsters as this one. While there are high-level monsters in the Kunlun Mountains, the numbers are far less than the zombie hordes here. Furthermore, the terrain in the Kunlun Mountains isn't ideal, with mountains stretching everywhere. This is just a basin, like a bowl. Great. This time I've had a great harvest. There's still a lot of dropped items waiting for him to check in the refrigerator. His foundation has been strengthened at this moment. Meanwhile, on the mountaintop, Erden had already called everyone aboard the Songlong out of the train. Standing atop the train, he looked down at his 700-plus slaves, his expression momentarily complex. From now on, these slaves no longer belonged to the Songlong, but to the Xingxing. He could finally stop worrying about the train's development. He could devote himself entirely to searching for the adventure map. He couldn't imagine how relaxing and happy such a life would be. In the apocalypse, being able to do what he loved was a bit too luxurious. And with the support of the Xingxing, he didn't have to worry about lacking resources for train upgrades. The Xingxing would cover it all. But he always felt a little sorry for these slaves, as if his company was closing down and laying off employees. Huh? After a long silence, Erden stood on the roof of the carriage, gazing down at the slaves below. His eyes flushed slightly as he spoke hoarsely. I've been with you all for quite some time now, and I believe I've been quite kind to you, of all the trains. I never let you go hungry, and I never let you get cold. But today I must say goodbye to you all. From today on, the Azure Dragon is officially disbanded, and everyone will be incorporated into the star. From now on, you no longer belong to the Azure Dragon, but to the star. Master Meng is your sole master. Do you understand? The slaves below stood in the cold wind, looking at each other in bewilderment. No one spoke. After a while, a courageous slave stepped forward, cautiously raised his hand, and asked, Master Dan, is this true? Of course it is. Erden sighed softly. The star is different than the Azure Dragon. You must behave yourself. Don't. But at that moment, he suddenly thought he heard laughter. Before he could carefully locate its source, the laughter grew louder and louder, morphing into the excited cheers of hundreds of people. God has mercy on us! God has mercy on us! A male slave from the Azure Dragon knelt on the ground, arms wide open with excitement, and shouted, "Finally, I'm joining the star train. Fragrant bread, iced cola, and pork, cabbage, and vermicelli stew. I'm here. Ha ha ha. I actually have this day, Master Meng. Do you still remember me? From the moment I saw you, I swore allegiance to you. Your most loyal slave." Standing nearby, two women wept with joy and hugged each other. Don't cry, don't cry. I didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. I heard that on the Star, they're not called slaves, but residents, and you can earn Star tickets to buy a lot of things in the resident store. In the crowd, a Songlong slave anxiously ran over to Biazi and the others and excitedly said, "Remember me? I said I helped you blow up Songlong's car number 2. That's what I said. Does that count as a meritorious surrender?" The moment I saw the Star, I felt like I was destined to be on it. Erden stood expressionlessly on the carriage. He was already feeling a little sad about the separation, but seeing his slave so excited made him feel even sadder. Is the Star really that much better than the Azure Dragon? After a long pause, he sighed softly. Okay. It seemed that it was indeed much better. At least the residents of the Star were treated so well, he didn't know which train could compare. Well, he decided to forget about it, and focus on exploring the adventure map. Then he jumped off the train and whispered to his assistant conductor and thugs, "You've been with me for a long time. What's next?" "Don't worry, Master Dan." The assistant conductor, unable to conceal his excitement, straightened up and roared, "Even if I go to the Star, I will never forget Master Dan's kindness in nurturing us." "We too," the thugs nodded excitedly. Erden's lips twitched slightly. After a long silence, he continued, "What I want to say is that you will continue to explore with me from now on. You won't go to the Star." The smiles on everyone's faces suddenly froze. After a while, the deputy train conductor tentatively said, "This is it, Master Dan. Is it possible that you suddenly remove me from my position, and I become a slave again, so that I can smoothly go to the Star? Don't even think about it." Erden rolled his eyes at the deputy train conductor. "Are the treatment on the Songlong so bad? From now on, the Songlong will be a subsidiary train of the Star, responsible for exploring the adventure map. You will work with me from now on, and you won't be able to go anywhere." "But," Master Meng said, "I will also give you Star tickets based on your merit. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Didn't you have a crush on those little celebrities at the last wedding? Work hard, and you have a chance." Chapter 207. Hearing this, the lost look in the eyes of the Songlong train's deputy conductor and other thugs finally brightened. Having a Star voucher wasn't bad at all. At most, they weren't considered regular employees of the Star, but rather extraneous personnel. At least with the Star under their wing, their quality of life and sense of security were much better. "Egg Master." But the deputy conductor remained serious and earnest as he spoke. "I don't know what others think, but I know you gave me a new life, and I will be loyal to you and only you for the rest of my life. It doesn't matter if I have a Star voucher or not. As long as I follow you, Egg Master, I do anything." The thugs behind him stared expressionlessly at the deputy conductor's back. This was the deputy conductor. Look at how easily he could switch emotions. At least they couldn't manage so many changes in just a few seconds. It was quite a challenge. "It has to be you." Erden patted the deputy conductor's shoulder with some emotion. "You're truly worthy of being my second in command. You're truly loyal. Alright, that's all for now. I discussed the details with Old Pig after the Star returns." The main focus was on the details of the Songlong's renovation. Soon, the Star returned and climbed the hillside again. "Captain Pig." As the train slowly came to a stop and Old Pig emerged from guard car number 7, Erden's eyes lit up, and he immediately greeted him. "We're colleagues from now on. Please take care of me." "You're welcome, Mr. Dan." Old Pig smiled, shook Erden's outstretched hands, and then put his arm around his shoulders. "Mr. Meng just gave me a brief discussion on the train. I have 2 ideas for your Songlong. One is to keep your current Songlong. The other is to help you rebuild it." "Rebuild it?" "Yes." Old Pig smiled. "By chance, my train just received a rare train order. Trains built with this rare train order can randomly receive 2 red-grade vehicle accessories. And I still have an S-rank mechanical job transfer quest and undersea labyrinth to complete. What I'm saying is, I help you rebuild a train, then deliberately fail, so you can successfully complete the S-rank mechanical job transfer quest. That way, you still have S-rank potential, a train stunt of your choice, and a red-grade heavy firepower accessory. Which do you think is more suitable? This? Erden's eyes flashed with shock, and he muttered in disbelief. Rare train order plus S-rank potential. Is it that extravagant? But that would consume a lot of resources. Even if Sanlong only has one locomotive, upgrading it quickly to its current level, level 7, would still require a significant resource consumption. This? Old Pig nodded. I've calculated it, and it will indeed consume a bit more resources, probably around 1 million units of iron ore. But I said that when he was in the Teeling Wasteland, 50,000 units of iron ore would have been overwhelming. Now, 50,000 units of iron ore isn't too hard for him to obtain. You can earn that much by selling a few packs of cigarettes. As the train grows, the efficiency of resource extraction continues to increase. Over 1 million units of iron ore may seem like a lot now, but when the train reaches level 10 or even level 15, these over 1 million units of iron ore won't be that significant. While your train's level is still low, it's appropriate to reopen it. Once it's higher, you might not even have the chance to reopen it again, not to mention the waste of resources. Of course, no problem. Erden couldn't help but grin. He scratched the back of his head and said a little sheepishly, "It just feels like I'm being unreasonable. I didn't do anything. It's okay. Didn't I save your life with a missile? Consider it a compensation." Huh? Can that compensate? Of course not. I'm just reminding you in case you forget. You definitely can't forget this. Since you're okay with this, then it's settled. I hope your train is stronger, so you can get better rewards in the adventure maps. I have high hopes for your Blue Dragon. However, I have only one request. What request? Change your new train's name. What? Not the Blue Dragon anymore? Change it to Traveling Frog. Well, it's not impossible, but what's the meaning? I don't know. It's just my little quirk. Did you just say something bad about me behind my back? No, I just mentioned my quirk. That's normal, right? Star, inside the train. Chen Mang looked at Mundo, and the other two before him with a complicated expression. After a long silence, he looked at the 6 Murphy stones lying on the table beside him. These Murphy stones were obtained by asking Mundo to take them to find high-end trains to sell, just before the crisis broke out, in order to gather iron ore. Mundo did indeed return when the crisis broke out. But he already gathered enough iron ore by then, so he didn't need it anymore. However, he hadn't expected that Mondo hadn't sold a single Murphy stone. No, to be more precise, he had sold them, but the delivery wasn't successful. Chen Mang sighed deeply before lighting a cigarette and leaning back in his chair. He gestured feebly towards the refrigerator filled with iron ore. Come on, Doba, explain to me what's going on. Yes. Doba puffed out his chest with pride. Reporting to Master Mang, Mundo, as the greatest black marketeer, completed this mission perfectly, selling all 6 Murphy stones for over 1 million units of iron ore and various resources. And, leveraging his status as a black marketeer, he made the train conductors pay first. The moment he received the payment, he teleported away from the scene without a trace. Several transactions were perfectly completed within 18 hours. Mundo, standing by, was initially a little apprehensive at Master Mang's expression, wondering if he had made a mistake. But upon seeing the expression on his family patriarch's face, he felt reassured. He also puffed out his chest with pride, anticipating Master Mang's praise. Chen Mang remained expressionless for a long moment before tapping the tabletop with his index finger. Perhaps it's due to cultural differences. Among us humans, this kind of behavior isn't called trading, it's called highway robbery. You didn't announce the name of the star when you went out, did you? No. That's fine. Don't announce it again. Go make a new black cloak later, and wrap yourself up tightly. Understood? Go on down. I rest for a while. I call you later. He watched the 2 departing figures, sighed again, and then waved his hand to signal Xiaofeng, who was standing at the door, to leave. He could imagine the scene. After all, Black Market Merchant was a fortuitous encounter. When he first met Mundo, a few words appeared on the train control panel screen. Doomsday Adventure, Black Market Merchant. Unpredictable, any train may encounter a Black Market Merchant, but only trains with heritage points can purchase rare and precious items from them. Attack, imprisonment, or harm of Black Market Merchants is prohibited. In this situation, who would suspect this Black Market Merchant of nefarious origins, since he was a Black Market Merchant? Besides possessing heritage points, selling some Murphy stone wouldn't be unreasonable, right? And attacking, imprisoning, or harming Black Market Merchants was forbidden. Although the price wasn't stated, it was obvious. Under these circumstances, it was even more unlikely that a train conductor would proactively attack Mundo. So, when the train conductors excitedly came down carrying their lockers, ready to exchange them for Murphy stones with Mundo, they saw Mundo simply throw the lockers into the refrigerator and vanish in the blink of an eye, leaving only the train conductors, bewildered and lost in the cold wind. I'd probably rather believe the black marketeer had a stomachache and went home to poop than that he run away. Honestly, the rewards were quite substantial. It seems Mundo can do this kind of thing more often in the future. As long as he encounters a high-end train, he can basically rob the rich and help the poor. It all depends on luck, depending on where he lands. That's pretty good. Mundo would also be a traveling frog in the future. With Erden, he already had 2 traveling frogs. He only needed to stay peacefully inside the star train, and his traveling frog would provide him with a steady stream of resources. He tilted his head to glance at the train panel beside him. Thanks to this great black marketeer's incredible operation, the train's iron ore resources had reached 2.02 million units. There was nothing more to say. This could directly help reopen the Blue Dragon, stop any further delays. If no one took the S-rank job transfer sooner or later, being chosen now would be a disaster. He immediately walked outside the train room. As for the rare train token, it had been dropped by a level 9 monster upon its death. Farewell, my old friend. Inside the Blue Dragon. Erden stood inside the train, looking at the various parts with some reluctance. All the removable parts had been removed, such as the headlights, the onboard audio system, the 3-legged cat heavy machine gun, the rabbit cloud, and the nitrogen exhaust. The remaining parts that couldn't be removed had to remain on the train. After a final glance at the train interior, he took a deep breath and, on the crew panel, resigned as train conductor and declined to hand over the responsibility. The next moment, he felt the rapt connection between himself and this train vanish. The once familiar train interior took on a strange air, a feeling like his mother's death. Empty. When his mother died, he wasn't deeply saddened. One day, when he returned home from get-off work, he instinctively opened the refrigerator and saw the dumplings his mother had made for him before she passed away. He froze in his tracks. So, he was all alone in the world. It was from that moment on that he began to enjoy wandering, for he no longer had a home. Alright. Thoughts raced through his mind as Erden stepped off the train. He looked with some emotion at Chen Meng, old Zhu, and the others standing nearby. I'm still a little reluctant to leave my old friend. But he smiled, clutching the train assistance AI he had disassembled. But just being able to remove the AI component is enough. At least I have someone to keep me company. Old Zhu smiled, saying nothing. He simply tossed a rare train token from his pocket and pointed to a nearby storage box. There are 1 million units of iron ore in there, along with some wood and copper. Use them as you please. We talk if you run out? Okay. Erden took a deep breath and immediately took the rare token. The next moment, a train head composed of countless dotted lines suddenly appeared in the air. As the lines gradually solidified, the train head dropped from the air, slamming heavily onto the ground. Just like before. Having been here once before, Erden was naturally familiar with the route. He immediately entered the train's interior and crafted every craftable component. He then reinstalled the components he had previously removed from the Blue Dragon train. Using iron ore, he upgraded all basic components to level 5. He then crafted 4 more standard carriages for the train upgrade. Once these were complete, he began crafting the components required for the level 2 train. Soon, he arrived at the level 3 train, which also boasted 18 carriages. These carriages were devoid of any components, and were simply used for train upgrades. They would soon be consumed by the earth core furnace of the star. All the necessary conditions for the train upgrade were met. As for the total level of the train's components, the Blue Dragon already had all its components at the maximum level, so naturally that was also met. The process had reached the job transfer stage. I'm going, Master Meng. Go ahead. The moment Erden selected the S-rank mechanical train job transfer mission, the intercom in Chen Meng's hand, which had been unresponsive until then, finally began to flash red and beep. He chuckled softly, then returned to the star train compartment. After closing the door, he pressed the red button. Suddenly, his vision went black, and he fell backwards, powerless. A dozen minutes later. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of propellers cutting through the air echoed above the star train. Then, a huge drone flew in from a distance and hovered above everyone's heads, a square box dangling from its underside. As the box landed heavily on the ground and scattered, a robot stood up. Is this what it feels like to be a robot? Chen Meng's consciousness was now within the robot's body. He tentatively stretched his muscles, feeling a sense of stiffness. Did Xiao Ai usually control this body? He didn't waste any more time. He strode past Erden and the others, then flicked Old Pig's head. He then headed for the last carriage of the traveling frog, which marked the starting point of the maze Erden had set up and ended in the train compartment. After entering the carriage, he sat cross-legged on the floor and waited patiently. His mission was to fail the level. He would forego the 30 Murphy Stones reward in exchange for Erden's traveling frog's S-rank potential. Chapter 208. Which of these two rewards is more significant? It depends on the individual. For him, Murphy Stone was useless, only used to exchange for resources. For example, he sold Murphy Stone on the train radio, but Mondo told him that the most important thing about a trade was getting the payment. Whether or not it was delivered was irrelevant. No one cared. As long as the payment was received, it was a good deal. Now Murphy Stone has lost even its sole trading attribute. Half an hour later, Chen Meng emerged from the train room again. There were no consolation prizes. Erden had just told him there might be one, but now it seemed only for pioneers. However, Erden had successfully upgraded to a level 4 train and completed the job transfer quest to an S-class mechanical train. He was currently selecting one of 3 special skills. So to speak. Rare train order plus S-class potential. This is basically the perfect start for a mechanical train, bar none. This doesn't include him. After all, his level 0 privileges are pre-installed. It's a cheat, not everyone has it. And the robot also fell to the side. It's been moved back to the Armored Research and Development Center by Xiao AI. Looks like Xiao AI will have 2 bodies from now on. That's great. At this moment, Erden trotted over, excitedly saying, Mr. Meng, didn't you give me a purple-grade vehicle accessory, the Golden Tail spray? It just so happens that my Songlong already had quite a few acceleration parts, and I stripped them all down. Just now, from the 3 train perks, I chose the one that increases burst speed. With this perk activated, my train can reach a top speed of 6,000 km per hour. Chen Meng's mouth twitched slightly. This speed was already quite exaggerated, almost equivalent to the maximum speed of mini fighter jets. What's your red grade heavy firepower? Erdeo sighed with some regret. It's useless. I gave you an armed black hole robot production line, red grade, which can produce attack robots. I don't know how this thing can be considered a heavy firepower component. It needs to be placed in the space gate. Chen Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. Build it, and put it in a carriage, then give it to me. I think I could use it. Okay. He said nothing more, just looked at the train behind Erden. This should be the only level 4 train in the zombie basin. High-level areas don't allow low-level trains to enter, but if a train is built in a high-level area, that's another matter. However, the low-level train built can only stay in that area and cannot travel to lower-level areas. Next, Erden upgraded his train all the way to level 6, but he could only stop there. To upgrade to level 7, he need to clear an adventure map first. Currently, the traveling frog train hasn't cleared an adventure map yet. A small amount of wood, copper, and 1.8 million iron ore were consumed. The bulk of this was armor. Yes, Chen Meng directly took out 6 Murphy stones and used them on the traveling frog, upgrading Erden's train's locomotive armor to level 9. Small and powerful. Don't underestimate its size, but it's tough. In every way, at least for now, armor is superior to energy shields. Not only can it directly protect against energy and physical attacks, it doesn't consume additional energy, and there's no risk of the energy shield being unable to activate due to a lack of enemy detection. If a train uses 17 carriages, upgrading the armor to level 9 requires a significant amount of Murphy stone. But with only 1 locomotive, the required Murphy stone is much less. Go ahead. After giving the traveling frog 200,000 units of iron ore and 1 million units of copper ore, Chen Meng looked at Erden, who was sitting inside the train, waved and smiled. Go clear an adventure map first and upgrade it to level 9, or you be behind me. Bring me some goodies soon. After you clear it, prepare a strategy. I go back and get double the rewards. No problem. The locomotive before him was adorned with 5 3-legged heavy machine guns and 10 Doomsday cannons mounted on its roof. They had all been dismantled, looking rather unattractive, like a steel hedgehog. Chen Meng even took out 2 Murphy stones and upgraded one of the Doomsday cannons to level 10. It has the potential to kill level 10 monsters, and boasts 2 supermod effects that have the cost. You could say that. Although this train is small, it's practically invincible in the zombie basin. No other train can rival it. However, with so many components concentrated on the front, it looks a bit crowded. Especially on the sides. There are 7 different types of tail jets. I wonder where this guy got so many. The bunny cloud wheels have already been switched on. With the 14-tailed jets emitting flames of varying colors, the train instantly vanished into the sky at an incredible speed. Seconds later, a piercing sonic boom was heard, leaving a white trail in the air. Like the smoke of the equatorial belt. Straight and clear. This guy. Old Pig looked at the train that had disappeared from view and sighed with some emotion. Does this count as a temporary job becoming a regular employee? From a casual cultivator, I've become a field elder of the sect. Look at the instant salary increase. Even level 9 armor has been provided. Master Meng, we're both traveling frogs, but this guy costs much more than Mondo. That's true. Chen Meng smiled and nodded. He had just moved a lot of bread, cola, cigarettes, clothes, and other daily necessities to the traveling frog. The star itself is now out of iron ore. It only has 20,000 units of iron ore. But thankfully, with the solar energy panel blueprint, I'm not too worried about the train's daily consumption. Next. He then took control of the star train, and the locomotive transformed into a bloody maw, swallowing the Blue Dragon train and its remaining carriages. He obtained another 370,000 units of iron ore, which was a bit of a recoup. This now brought his total to 390,000 units of iron ore. The traveling frog's rare train order granted him 2 red accessories. One was a wheel changer, the same as the one on the star. This red accessory allows for seamless and instant wheel changes. It's incredibly buggy, allowing you to zip along one moment and then sprint off the ground the next, without even needing to change wheels. This saves a lot of time and increases your power in times of crisis. The other red grade accessory is the star-tailed jet. Also, it increases acceleration. This red grade accessory is quite expensive to upgrade. He didn't upgrade it to level 1, leaving it at the default level. Upgrading it to level 2 would require 100,000 units of iron ore, so he didn't need to upgrade it for now. However, even at level 1, this accessory still provides a significant increase in acceleration. A top speed of 6,000 kilometers per hour is truly exaggerated. Chen Meng sighed softly, then leaned on his cane and walked back into the train compartment. So sleepy, so sleepy, so sleepy, he needed to sleep. It had been so long since he slept. This top speed was much faster than the stars. With level 9 armor, he doubted it was possible to install a level 10 rotor on the front, and at top speed, it might be easy to crush a level 10 monster. As long as the speed was fast enough. As long as the level could penetrate the defense, the rest of the power would be left to the speed. Very quickly. Back in the train compartment, Chen Meng didn't bother with his belongings or continue to review his gains. Instead, he quickly washed up and climbed into bed, preparing for sleep. He also gave Xiao AI the instructions to control the train to search for iron ore. Sleep first. Even if the sky fell, he would wait until he woke up. Awesome. Erden, hurtling through the air, grinned from ear to ear at the unprecedented speed. But soon, he switched to Hot Wheels on the ground. Both those tailed jets and the bunny clouds consumed a lot of energy. There were only 200,000 units of iron ore in the train. Only enough to craft 6 level 3 energy stones. Save it. Even if it ran out, Chen Meng could still replenish it through remote trade, but he hadn't brought back anything good yet. Meng had already consumed so much, and it was too embarrassing to ask for more. He had to at least produce some results. Mom. Erden landed the train on the ground, smiling at the zombies charging towards the train's front but unable to break through. He sighed, I suddenly feel a lot lighter. Don't worry about anything else. Just focus on exploring my favorite adventure maps. What do you think? Then, a familiar voice echoed from the train cabin. I don't have any objections to this, but I'm glad you remembered to take me with you when you change trains, rather than letting my database and the train go down together. Of course. Now, let the traveling frog take home the first pot of gold. Where do you think there might be another adventure map in the zombie basin? I suggest we keep looking in the village. Maybe there's some clues. That makes sense. Inside the train cabin, a spatial portal was embedded in the side of the carriage. Inside the portal were 5 refrigerators. His thugs also had some daily necessities, and would live inside the portal from now on. Zombie Basin. The star train was speeding across the wilderness, searching for possible high-grade iron ore. Any zombie that blocked its path was crushed to pieces by the train. The journey was smooth and unimpeded. It was mid-afternoon, the sun still lingering, but the air above the zombie basin smelt of blood more than usual. Through the window, one could clearly see the monsters outside surging in number. Sister Choo Choo. Yin Yao sat on the window chair, a sort of survivor, her feet propped up on the chair, her legs tucked into her arms, and whispered, I almost thought we were going to die this time. I've never seen so many monsters. From childhood to adulthood, all the horrific nightmares I've had haven't been as frightening as what I just saw. It was quite a lot. Ji Choo Choo, wearing a silk slip dress, leaned against the window, her chin resting on her hand, and said lazily, "But I'm not too scared. If even the star was destroyed, then no matter which train we were on, we'd all be dead by now. I've watched the star develop firsthand, so I have great faith in its strength. And have you noticed that Master Meng is truly adept at getting everyone to do what they're good at? For example, Erden, who enjoys exploring adventure maps, Lao Zhu, who excels at internal affairs, Biazi, who prefers to resolve problems with force and calls himself a reckless man, Li Shiji, who has unlocked his genetic lock, and us good-looking ones. Master Meng always manages to get everyone to do exactly what they're good at and what they're passionate about. Is that difficult?" Yin Yao tilted her head in confusion. "That's difficult." Ji Choo Choo nodded seriously. "First, discovering someone's strengths is a challenge in itself. Many people don't even know what they're good at, or simply won't admit it. And being able to translate each person's strengths into specific jobs after the apocalypse is even more challenging. I think I understand, but Sister Choo Choo, it's afternoon, and it's still a long time before bedtime. Why are you wearing your nightgown so early?" "Oh." Ji Choo Choo leaned on her arms, gazing out the window with a vacant look in her eyes. "I wasn't thinking about that," she said casually. "The last time I saw you wearing it, I was like, oh, this silk nightgown is clearly quite large. I figured after just going through a battle, maybe Reckless needed to relax. I put it on ahead of time, just in case Reckless passes by and sees it. What if it doesn't come? If it doesn't come, then it doesn't come. Opportunities come to everyone, the only thing left is whether you're prepared before they arrive. Not all hard work is rewarded. At least 90% of a person's efforts in life go unrewarded. But you can't let the 90% of your efforts go unrewarded stop you from doing the remaining 10%. Work hard, and life will be better." Inside the armored R&D center, Xiao Ai stood there, gazing at the pile of experimental equipment before her, the elevated shelves, and the arsenal and armored black hole robot production line nearby. The once vast space gate now looked quite full. "Why do I feel like my workload is getting heavier?" Xiao Ai muttered to herself before striding towards the armed black hole robot production line, dragging a robot in her hand. It was the one dropped from the S-rank mechanical train job transfer quest. Armed black hole robot production line. Red grade accessory. Since it's called a heavy firepower accessory, it definitely lives up to the name. It was getting dark. Shin Meng rubbed his eyes, quickly washed up, and climbed out of bed. The train had stopped next to a level 3 iron mine, where 3,000 residents were busy mining. It's almost dawn. He checked the time on the train panel. Chapter 209. Waking up at this hour, the jet lag was completely reversed. But that was all. Outside the window, the roar of the Doomsday cannon could be heard from time to time. The search radar showed thousands of red dots, hundreds of monsters attacking them. Some high-level monsters were eliminated by the Doomsday cannon. As for the low-level monsters, Team 1, led by Biazi, and Team 3, led by the captain of Team 3, took the lead. They were almost going crazy. The monsters were simply too numerous. If they wanted to mine in peace, they had to stop the train and confront the monsters head-on, which put a lot of pressure on the mining process. If they missed a zombie, and it rushed into the residential area, it would cause chaos and casualties. It would be a very troublesome situation. If everyone rushed back to the train, a massive stampede would have occurred. Huh? Chen Meng jumped off the train, stretched his body, then lit a cigarette and stood beside it, gazing at the distant starry sky. He was lost in thought, doing nothing. His eyes were unfocused. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Zhang and Zhang Air, piloting their thunder mechs, continuously killing monsters near the train in the night, ensuring they didn't rush into the crowd. The captain of Team 3, piloting his leech mech, was firing precise bursts of fire at the monsters that broke through his defenses. The two teams were working in perfect harmony. In the past, each team had trained separately, but after an afternoon of fighting, the two teams had become more coordinated. The other unarmored team members were also wielding their Gatling guns to kill monsters. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of bullets firing, bombs exploding, and pickaxes hitting iron or blended together like a symphony, quite melodious. Chen Meng stood there for a long moment, stunned, before returning to the train compartment. He looked at the console screen, which displayed details about the arms factory. This wasn't an accessory. It was a function of the train. He had exchanged all that monster flesh for a total of 170,000 merit points. Higher level monster flesh earn more merit points. Arms Factory can research, craft, and purchase various firepower and defense-related accessory blueprints. Requires the train's auxiliary eye to be at least level 10. Each research, craft, and purchase consumes merit points. Currently available research directions. White grade firepower accessory blueprint, 1,000 merit points. Green grade firepower accessory blueprint, 10,000 merit points. Yellow grade firepower accessory blueprint, 50,000 merit points. Blue grade firepower accessory blueprint, 100,000 merit points. Not bad. Defensive accessory blueprints are twice as expensive as offensive ones. The specific development time depends on the AI's computing power. The faster the computing power, the less time it takes up, and the faster the development. With this train feature, the train now has another way to obtain accessory blueprints. First, develop 5 white grade firepower accessories, and 5 white grade defense accessories. I see the results. Yes. Xiao Ai's voice quickly echoed through the train room speakers. There's also the red grade accessory, the armed black hole robot production line. This component takes up a significant amount of space, and is located inside the spatial door of Carriage 2, Xiao Ai's personal workshop. It can produce attack-type black hole robots. These can be controlled by AI or programmed to attack, patrol, and so on automatically. The specific number of black hole robots the AI can control at once depends entirely on its computing power, which in turn depends on the level of the train assistant's AI. He stood up and walked into the spatial door of Carriage 2. What came into view were a variety of instruments and a large amount of materials stacked high and piled to the side. Conductor. A robot, covered in mechanical structures, strode towards him. The next moment, its mouth suddenly opened, revealing a small Gatling gun, which slowly rotated. This is a Level 1 robot produced by the Level 1 Armored Black Hole Robot production line. Both the armor and weapons are Level 1. Can be used for patrols, guard duty, and so on. This robot has a small compartment behind its head that can store a large amount of copper, or used to manufacture Gatling gun bullets and other weapons. This production line is customizable. You can choose from a variety of weapons, such as chainsaws, shoulder-fired rockets, and foot mines. You can also choose your armor level. Different robots have different manufacturing costs. Qin Mang said nothing, simply striding towards the armored black hole robot production line. This was the largest component he had ever seen, much larger than a ground-burst missile, practically a small arsenal. Copper ore is needed for both upgrading and manufacturing. It's a valuable asset. And he needs it right now. After all, with so many monsters, it's difficult to hold off the enemy with just the guards. Armed robots would be much more effective. After a moment's contemplation, he immediately spent 540,000 units of copper, or upgrading it to level 10. The upgrade isn't expensive. The main cost of this accessory is the manufacturing. A standard level 8 robot with level 8 armor and 3 level 8 weapon accessories costs 500,000 units of copper ore. That's a bit pricey, and that's just for the standard version. Adding special accessories, like night vision goggles, and level 1 to 3 smart chips would increase the price even more. But none of these special accessories are needed. Xiao AI can just control them. The effect achieved by Xiao AI's mechanical eye and enemy detection radar is far superior to night vision goggles. Xiao AI's perspective is different from that of humans, in some ways, like a god's eye. His immense computing power allows him to process multiple images simultaneously. There's quite a bit of copper ore on the train right now. There's a full 3.51 million units of copper ore, but that's only enough to build 6 level 8 robots, which won't be very effective. But this black hole armored robot production line is customizable and not so rigid. If you don't want level 8 armor, or even level 1 armor, then building a standard level 8 robot only requires 50,000 units of copper ore. That's a full 450,000 units less. The price plummeted. He doesn't need the robot for defense. Why would you need that much armor on a ranged attack robot? Even if it gets destroyed, he can just build a new one. 2 million units of copper ore were immediately consumed to create 40 level 8 robots. That's perfect. Qin Mang smiled and nodded, then tilted his head to look at Xiao AI. The rest is up to you. Put another 50,000 units of copper ore behind each robot's head. That should be enough ammunition. With your current computing power, can you control so many robots at once? Or do I need to set patrol commands? Absolutely. Without increasing other workloads, My remaining computing power is enough for me to control up to 500 robots simultaneously. These 40 are more than enough. That much? A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Mang's eyes, and then he waved his hand and walked out. Okay, then you continue. I'd be leaving now. He didn't know why he told an AI to go ahead. Perhaps it was because Xiao AI seemed genuinely busy. With these 40 level 8 robots, the residence mining was completely safe. The most amazing thing about this production line was the 2 supermodel effects. ARM Black Hole Robot Production Line Level 5 Supermodel Effect. Intact robots can be traded in at full price. Damaged robots can be traded in at a discount based on the severity of their damage. ARM Black Hole Robot Production Line Level 10 Supermodel Effect. Robot ammunition consumption is halved. Recyclable. Intact robots can be traded in at full price. Damaged robots can be traded in at a discount based on the severity of their damage. In other words, even if these level 8 robots are no longer needed, they can all be recycled to create higher level robots. He finally understood why this component was called a heavy firepower component. From a certain perspective, this accessory is even more impressive than the ground blast missile. With enough copper, he could even create a massive robot army, each one perfectly disciplined, fearless of life and death, and, under Xiao AI's control, perfectly coordinated. If Xiao AI could also include some command methods for large-scale wars in her database, then it would be perfect. One man, one army. More importantly, these robots are incredibly cheap, even without considering the robot armor. Add to that the super-modified ammunition consumption had effect, and it's perfect. This is the most satisfying red-grade accessory he's ever had. Although the ground blast missile is also excellent, it's so expensive that he simply can't bear to use it. If it were a little cheaper, he would have just used it to decimate the zombie volcano when it erupted, under the night sky. 40 identical robots, each pitch black in appearance, emerged from Carriage 2, rifles in hand, striding into the fray. Their rifles fired with pinpoint precision at the surrounding monsters charging toward the train. They coordinated with each other with impeccable coordination. There was absolutely no chance of 2 robots' bullets simultaneously hitting the same monster, causing damage to overflow. The 40 robots fanned out from the residence, forming a protective ring like a city wall. Elegant, precise. Inside the train. Watching the scene, Chen Meng silently made these 2 observations. Not a single bullet was wasted, aiming and firing with remarkable efficiency. Although there were hardly any tactical movements involved, the entire process was a delight to watch. A charm that belongs to a mechanical civilization. Diazi and his companions, initially feeling a bit overwhelmed, instantly relaxed after these 40 robots joined the battlefield. 40 isn't enough, he muttered, a bit dazed, after observing for a moment. He wanted a robot army, at least 1,000 of them, I guess. These robots weren't made of simulated leather. Their exposed parts were standard steel mechanisms. They were instantly recognizable as robots, completely different from the ones in Neon City. At least these robots were asexual. No groin, no pussy. Pure killing machines, and then, all the robots suddenly stopped, swung their rifles behind them, and stretched out their arms. With mechanical changes, their arms instantly transformed into 2 Gatling guns. In unison, they aimed at the monster in front of them. The next moment. Bang, bang, bang. The simultaneous firing, the piercing roar of the Gatling guns, suddenly resounded across the wasteland, clearing out all the surrounding monsters in an instant. The effect was truly remarkable. The 40 robots whose arms transformed into Gatling guns were also quite awe-inspiring. However, Chen Meng was slightly taken aback. What are you doing, Xiao AI? There aren't many monsters. A rifle would suffice. What's the point of all this? Save the copper. Ahem. Xiao AI's somewhat embarrassed voice echoed over the train's speakers. I see you're quite fascinated by what you're seeing, so I thought I'd show you off, and show you something even more impressive. But it's okay, didn't use much ammunition. They're all low-level monsters. Making low-level bullets won't cost much copper, or, not to mention the supermod effect that cuts ammunition consumption in half. Focus on patrol and surveillance. Don't attack monsters that aren't close to the train. Save some iron ore, and don't go to all that trouble. Understood? Got it. What do you mean? The captain of Team 3, controlling the leech mech, stared at the scene in bewilderment, muttering, Am I out of a job? Looks like I be soon. Busy's voice came from the mech's cockpit. A voice said, Just be thankful that Mr. AI can't control a mecha, otherwise you'd be out of a job. I think Mr. AI is definitely a better mecha operator than you. That's nonsense. Mr. AI's computing power allows him to do so many things simultaneously. I can easily lose my shit while reading a novel. He, Busey, piloting the executioner mecha, looked at the scene and chuckled, saying nothing more. It didn't affect him anyway. He was a violent gravity mecha, so he wouldn't be out of a job. Having these robots was a good thing. This gave him time to train in the combat training virtual space. He'd been so busy these past few days that he hadn't had time to train at all. He was also anxious to improve his overall physical fitness and applied to Mangyi for a Thunder Mecha. The train's strength had clearly increased by another 10%. After each crisis, the star finally grew a little stronger. And his sense of honor for the star grew stronger. The night gradually deepened. All residents and guards have returned to the train. There's no way to patrol outside the train tonight. Or rather, there won't be any way to keep watch outside the train for a long time. The monsters are too numerous. On the one hand, the guard team can't hold out. On the other hand, there's no need to hold out. With the residents all back in their cars, there's no point in holding out. Chapter 210. The train will take care of the rest. With its level 9 armor, the star train sat quietly here at night, and no monster could breach its defenses. 3 days later, the level 3 iron mine had been mined, with 3.2 million units of iron ore deposited. This level 3 mine had a considerable capacity. The train was also completely repaired. At this point, the civilization order had begun to function again. Sitting in the train cabin, Chen Meng activated the train order, and the familiar giant portal appeared before him. He pushed the joystick and slowly steered the star train into the portal. Goblin Tomb, that magical space, teeming with resources, could be mined again. This time, the target was the level 2 copper mine. There was plenty of iron ore in the zombie basin, but less copper. He needed more copper to build more robots and replenish ammunition. Before entering, he contacted Erden to inquire if he still had enough iron ore. He was told it was more than enough, which was fine, considering he would be out of contact for the next 48 hours. He didn't want to emerge after 48 hours to find his highly anticipated traveling frog train stranded in a corner. When the train completely entered the portal closed. Finally, the star train finally reappeared in this familiar space. Without hesitation, it headed directly for the coordinates it had recorded from its previous visit. There were 2 level 2 copper mines there. With maximum speed, it arrived at the coordinates in about 10 minutes. The train had barely come to a complete stop. Doba and the others had already jumped off with all the residents. The train originally had over 3,000 residents, and with the 1,500 later taken from the 2 trains, and the 700 on Erden's train, there were now 5,000 residents working on the mines alone. There were also nearly 400 residents working in other positions. The star had become a massive behemoth by then. In any immortal world where merit was valued, saving so many survivors would have earned him, if not immediate enlightenment, at least a heavenly edict. There were no monsters here. Biazi and the others, along with the 40 robots, were already digging the ground, trying to see if they could find anything good like last time. These robots were armed. He had tested them, and found them incapable of mining. But since there are armed robots, there must be mining robots. One day, his mining efficiency will be greatly improved. In fact, his current mining efficiency is already quite high. What's limiting his mining progress isn't efficiency, but the lack of a sufficient number of mines. Huh? Sitting inside the train, Chen Meng gazed out the window at the thriving scene and nodded with satisfaction. He then began to take stock of his haul. A refrigerator was full. He had slain quite a few level 9 monsters. 1. 1.78 million units of corpse flesh. 2. 4 Murphy stones. 3. 17 train orders. 4. 1 rare train order. 5. Crocodile meat, spider silk, and other miscellaneous materials, totaling 370,000 units. 6. 1 level 3 iron or refresh ticket. 7. Special item, hellish sunglasses. Spider silk? Chen Meng raised a brow. He didn't remember killing spider monsters. Never mind. He killed so many. How could he remember what monsters he killed? He couldn't even count how many monsters he killed. He only remembered going in and out 7 times, slaughtering constantly. He also killed quite a few level 9 monsters. He couldn't remember anything else. The harvest was so great it almost filled a refrigerator. The corpse flesh could also be exchanged for merit points at the arms factory, but he just saved it. Together with the original flesh, he already accumulated over 2 million units of flesh. This stuff was the main material for upgrading the flesh train, equivalent to iron ore. You could say, this crisis was actually a carnival for the flesh train, and an iron or rain for the mechanical train. Of course, that was assuming he could survive first. He had an idea. Perhaps one day, he could build a flesh train, give it to a member of the train, and have it become a subsidiary train for the Star Train. Of course, it was just an idea. He hadn't yet planned on implementing it, but he'd save it up first. He had a bit of a collecting habit. For more Murphy stones, bringing the total to 18 in the train. 15 of them had dropped when he killed the level 11 giant zombie king. The rare train token had already been given to Erden. As for the 17 train tokens, he tossed them into the refrigerator nearby. This thing wasn't easy to sell. Not many people bought it. The level 3 iron or refresh ticket would be used when he couldn't find the ore. There was no rush to use it now, at least not in the Goblin Tomb. As for the Hell sunglasses, they were a special item. The design is quite nice, with a strong sense of design. The effect is that wearing this item slightly increases your overall physical fitness. A nice little gadget. I give it to Buzzy later, so he can quickly control the Thunder Mech. It's worth mentioning. Although the monsters dropped quite a lot this time, they didn't drop a single component blueprint. I wonder why. Chen Meng didn't dwell on it. The harvest from this zombie volcano has been completely inventoried. Now it's time to digest it. Once it's almost digested, I can upgrade to a level 8 train and then move on to higher areas. If a train has been developing smoothly since the beginning of the apocalypse, and has been developing for a year and a half, it should be at level 17 or 18. This means it will soon catch up with the first-tier players and reach the purple or even red zones. It's very likely that he's the only train in that area. All the mines and adventure maps are his. Dig slowly, but it seems highly unlikely. Many locomotives are so stubborn, they only focus on upgrading the train's level, completely ignoring component levels. Combat power isn't important. Furthermore, if a short, compact train like Erden's is upgraded, it requires few resources, but it does require sacrificing many components, which will reduce combat power and require support. Without support, such a short, compact train will perish in a matter of days. Outside the train room, everyone was busy. Chen Meng looked at the requirements for upgrading to level 8. Upgrade requirements. One required vehicle component must be fully crafted, consuming 100,000 units of level 2 iron ore, and all components in the train must be at least level 160, possessing 5 supermodel effects. He was completely satisfied with the results. The train now had 3.55 million units of iron ore remaining. Enough. After consuming 1 million units of iron ore, the train successfully reached level 8. A few lines of text slowly appeared on the console screen. Your train has been upgraded to level 8. Unlock more craftable components. Level 8 train. This time, there was still only one craftable component. The most noticeable improvement from a level 7 to a level 8 train was the increase in base speed, the increase in the train's base rating in the train power rankings, and the addition of a purple-grade craftable component. Nothing else. Selling these for 1 million units of iron ore was clearly a huge loss. A train's combat power isn't determined by its level, but only by the effects and levels of its components. The train's level simply allows it to travel to higher level areas, thus gaining access to more resources and the opportunity to obtain higher level blueprints. And each train upgrade adds a new function. Besides that, there was no other purpose for upgrading the train. However, the train won't gain any new features when it's upgraded to level 7, 8, and 9. It only gains a new feature at level 10. Level 10 is a major hurdle. Stamina Fragrance. A special purple-grade accessory requiring 10,000 units of wood to craft. Chen Meng was slightly taken aback when he looked at this accessory. Was this the reason the level 9 train collected so much wood? But purple-grade accessories can only be upgraded to level 10. Upgrading to level 10 would require over 500,000 units of wood. Why would they need to collect so much? But, without a moment's hesitation, he immediately consumed 550,000 units of wood to craft it, upgraded it to level 10, and installed it in Car 11. There are no lumberyards in the zombie basin. There are scattered trees for felling, but no extensive lumberyards. At least he hadn't seen any, perhaps hidden somewhere. This accessory's effect is to relieve fatigue within a certain range and continuously restore physical strength. A faint fragrance drifted to the nearby residents, and many of their eyes suddenly lit up. They felt as if they had inhaled mint, their bodies cooling down. Their aching arms regained strength, and they dug even harder. This accessory significantly improves residents' mining efficiency. Stamina Fragrance Level 5 Supermodel Effect relaxes the mind, making people more calm under pressure. Stamina Fragrance Level 10 Supermodel Effect. None. A very nice purple accessory. These two level 2 copper mines were almost completely mined in less than 24 hours. and there's still time to move on to other mines. There are now 5,000 residents, and mining efficiency is much higher than before. We can only stay here for 48 hours. There's obviously no rest. However, with special foods like stamina fragrance, cola, and tea that replenish our energy and keep our minds alert, we won't feel overly exhausted even if we go 48 hours without sleep. Huh? Chin Meng stretched and leaned back in his chair, quite relaxed. There was nothing else for him to do. His work was done. He casually said, "How's the filming of Zhang Yuan going? Have him bring his crew to see me." Got it. During the first 3 days of entering the Goblin Tomb, while the residents were mining the level 3 iron ore, Zhang Yuan and his film crew had been filming a movie. It was said that they had even recruited several extras from the residents. The filming was done with a mechanical eye. The result seemed quite good. Mining the level 3 iron ore took about 2 days. On the 3rd day, everyone rested, partly to prepare for the next 48 hours of work and partly to wait out the cooling-off period for the Order of Civilization. Soon, Zhang Yuan and his film crew cautiously and nervously pushed open the train compartment door. Looking at Meng Yi reclining in a chair, he whispered, "Meng Yi, you wanted to see me?" "Yes." Chin Meng waved his hand at the movie screen nearby and casually said, "How's the movie going? Show it and see." His anger towards Zhang Yuan had subsided considerably. Although he had initially been a little irritated by the poor film, it was ultimately thanks to Zhang Yuan that he had been able to detect the crisis in advance, which was a significant accomplishment. If this disaster had occurred without his knowledge, he wouldn't have had enough time to operate the iron mine. Without level 9 armor, the Star Train would inevitably have suffered casualties. It counts as meritorious service. But this merit offsets the fault. Just enough to neutralize it. No problem. Zhang Yuan hurriedly whispered into the intercom in his hand, "Boss AI, project a movie I've been filming these past few days on the largest screen in the train." The next moment, the screen lit up. Chin Meng leaned back in his chair, lit a cigar, and prepared to enjoy the new film. The movie opens with the same plot, featuring a young couple. The female protagonist is blind, and the male protagonist donates an eye mask and then prepares to quietly depart. The actors are different, but the plot remains essentially the same. Just as the male protagonist is about to quietly depart, the female protagonist, lying on the operating table, suddenly tears well up in her eyes. She opens her eyes and speaks in a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, I actually traveled to this world. I have a system. The system's task is that if you agree to 99 things, I will return to my original world and revive my lover. Asking you to donate your eye mask is the last task. I didn't expect you to agree. I'm sorry. It's okay." The male protagonist shakes his head. "Actually, I also traveled here. I also have a system. The system's task is that if you do 99 things for me, I will become a saint when I return." At this point, the scene shifts. The male protagonist returns to his original world, becomes a blind saint, and begins to slaughter everyone. However, he occasionally thinks of the girl in the dead of night. The movie ended. It was short, only 5 minutes. After the film concluded, the train suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, a somewhat nervous Zhang Yitian cautiously spoke, "Master Meng, how is it?" This short film incorporates popular themes like demons, systems, time travel, pure love, violence, and gore. Chin Meng turned his head expressionlessly at Zhang Yitian, remaining silent for a long moment before calming down. "Have you ever seen a blind saint?" It's okay. There's another version." Zhang Yitian hurriedly spoke into the intercom again, "Show me the second version I filmed, Master Meng." Soon, the screen lit up again, with that familiar beginning. The familiar hospital, the familiar bed, the familiar actors, the familiar plot. Chapter 211. A familiar feeling can be felt. For example, the hospital is a hastily constructed backdrop within the space gate. The bed is a single bed, and the white doctor's coats are all made on a custom clothing production line. Even the beeping instrument next to the bed is an experimental device removed from the Earth core nuclear bomb. The entire scene is extremely simple. It lacks the exquisite cinematic quality, but through the multi-shot filming, it actually possesses a simple beauty. In the picture, the hero, his eyes covered with a black cloth, sat in front of the hospital bed. He grasped the still unconscious heroine's right hand and gave a bitter laugh. "You have to walk your own path from now on. You won't like a blind man. I'm leaving. This farewell may be forever." Just then, the curtains fluttered slightly, and the bedside cabinet began to vibrate. Only when the sound of shattering glass could the hero react suddenly, panicking and shouting, Who? The next moment. Roar! A hideous zombie suddenly appeared at the window, rapidly climbing through it, ready to pounce into the ward. The television in the ward also began to transmit a news report with a poor and intermittent signal. Emergency news. An unknown virus is rapidly spreading through the city. Those infected will transform into mindless, bloodthirsty monsters. We call them zombies. All citizens, please close windows and doors and await government rescue. Believe. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from the TV. The host reading the script was tackled to the ground by a zombie that appeared out of nowhere. Soon, the only sounds on the TV were the crackling of electricity and the sound of zombies chewing on corpses. Seconds later, the battered female host, her eyes bloodshot and white with bloodshot, stood up with a roar, seemingly transformed into a zombie as well. The apocalypse has arrived. Follow me. The blinded male protagonist anxiously picked up the female host, then opened the ward door and quickly ran out. However, the corridor was already in shambles, with a dozen zombies frantically devouring the medical staff. The scene ended here. It was clearly just the beginning. Master Meng. Zhang Yuan said cautiously, is this okay? Qin Meng leaned back in his chair, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes, as he nodded. This is much better. When making a movie, just focus on the plot. Why keep dwelling on those unrequited love stories? The lines need to be revised. Don't make them awkward. Then the female lead went. It's a good post-apocalyptic zombie survival film. I think the overall plot and filming are quite good, especially without too many special effects. The visuals are simple, like a documentary. This makes the experience more immersive. Strong. The zombies attacking the actors look so realistic. How did they do that? Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment before muttering, they were all real attacks. What do you mean by real attacks? They're real bites. Because we couldn't do special effects and didn't have blood, the splattering blood and screams were all real. The actors were mostly cast by the directing team behind me. We also requested some simple first aid kits from Lao Zhu for treatment. The actors who weren't injured were extras found among the residents. Qin Meng looked at the director team behind Zhang Yuan with a slightly odd expression. Only then did he notice that they were all wrapped in bandages and looked truly miserable. After a pause, he expressed admiration. I personally admire your determination to dedicate your lives to the film industry. Very good. So, he pondered for a moment before speaking, I've already decided on the direction for the film. Go down there and polish the script. Make a film about 2 hours long. Then after we leave here, try to give each resident a supporting role, like a panic survivor, etc. If you need any support, let me know. I have Busey, and the others capture some higher-level monsters. Make a big movie. Show it to all residents later, so everyone can relax and find their own role in the film. Sharing happiness is worse than sharing it alone. Okay, then it's settled. Go down there and prepare. If you need anything, feel free to contact Lao Zhu directly. No problem, no problem. Zhang Yuan nodded hurriedly, somewhat excitedly, and then bowed and led the group out of the train room. Now that his idea had been recognized and he'd been entrusted with such a significant task, he no longer had to worry about being executed. This period scared him to death. I never make another bad movie again. As for the first version, it was completely a rotten idea from the director behind him. He said the time travel element was so new and popular before the apocalypse, and I'm sure he liked it, but he didn't like it at all. Inside the train, Qin Meng stretched lazily in his chair before contentedly walking into the nearby combat training virtual space to try out other maps. The big movie was definitely going to be made. In the apocalypse, everyone was on edge. Watching a movie together would be lively and relaxing. Which map should I choose? He stood in the white space, looking at the several maps before him. He finally chose Doomsday Paradise. He carefully reviewed them over and over again, before firmly pressing the normal difficulty button. He didn't want to be like Busey, pushing his potential. There was no need. If something went wrong, everything would be gone. If he died, it wouldn't just be him who would die, but so many others. The position of train conductor would have to be transferred. If the conductor died suddenly, the train would become a scrap train, and no one else could inherit it. The four large characters Doomsday Paradise before him turned into white dots and dissipated into the air. He soon entered a place resembling an amusement park. Head overhead was thick with dark clouds. It was night. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive and silent. Not a sound could be heard from the park. He was the only one standing at the entrance, his mission objective displayed on a screen before him. In this silent, deserted amusement park, a multitude of wandering zombies lurked. You must enter the amusement park, reach the highest point of the Ferris wheel, take the key placed there, and return to the entrance to complete the mission. Standing still, Chin Mang gazed at the rusty iron gate before him, then glanced around. Behind him lay a deserted forest. This amusement park was nestled deep in the mountains and forests. No wonder it was deserted. The feeling of realism was quite strong. He felt his pockets. He didn't have any initial weapons, but he saw a crowbar in the security room nearby. He immediately broke the glass and picked it up. The sound of shattering glass also startled the zombies. Several roars suddenly echoed through the night. Dozens of zombies rushed towards the main gate from the depths of the amusement park. Chin Mang showed no fear, simply weighing the crowbar in his hand before taking an attacking stance and preparing to meet them. It didn't matter to him whether they could get through or not. As long as they killed him well, it was all that mattered. And now, in the zombie basin. Erden, in the abandoned village, anxiously surveyed every corner of the village. Is finding the adventure map so difficult? He had never found it difficult before. It was always easy to find. Adventure maps were often located in extremely tricky locations, like mountaintops or lake bottoms. The more difficult the places, the more likely they were to have adventure maps. But 3 days had already passed. He hadn't found a single adventure map, and he was starting to get a bit anxious. The relaxation he had before was completely gone. He felt incredibly stressed. He'd taken the rare train order and S-rank potential, along with a ton of resources, all for the sole purpose of finding adventure maps and bringing back valuables. Now, if he couldn't find any, he'd be tempted to find a piece of white silk. Dan Yi, the deputy train conductor, following behind him, hesitated for a moment before whispering, "I don't think this village will have any new adventure maps until the mine is refreshed. Furthermore, it's highly unlikely that 2 adventure maps will appear in the same location. Just like 2 artillery shells are unlikely to land in the same crater. I suggest we look somewhere else." "Yes." Erden sighed deeply and strode towards the train. As expected, when a hobby becomes a job, the pressure begins to build. Just then, he suddenly stopped and looked towards the anthill on the ground. Ants were crawling out of the anthill, a long line, like an expeditionary force, carrying the flesh and blood of nearby monsters back to the anthill. But when these ants passed a certain place, they would rather circle around it than cross it directly. Could it be? Erden's eyes flashed with excitement. He walked over to the location, took the manuscript handed to him by a thug, and slammed it down. A large amount of soil was continuously dug up, and then, as Erden waited in anticipation, nothing happened. After waiting for a long time, Erden, still without any reaction, strode towards his train with an expressionless face. Look somewhere else. He couldn't believe he couldn't find an adventure map. 48 hours later, the star train left the Goblin Tomb and returned to the zombie basin. It also brought back 2.8 million units of copper ore and 2.1 million units of iron ore. Both were level 2 mines. The resources had been greatly replenished. He consumed another 1 million units of copper ore to create 20 level 8 standard robots, bringing the star train's total to 60 level 8 standard robots. This was now completely trouble-free. Very good. Inside the train, Chin Mang looked at the 60 robots patrolling outside the train and smiled with satisfaction. It was a pity that there were no cities in the zombie basin, otherwise these robots would be very useful for exploring abandoned cities. He had already made plans for the next period. Mine for about 2 weeks. Stockpile enough resources as quickly as possible. Currently, there are very few trains in the zombie basin, and many mines are unmined. Mines are still easy to find, especially once all the mines in this area are refreshed. There will be even more mines to mine. However, the trains in the Shade Plain are in trouble. The only yellow area the Shade Plain can reach is the zombie basin. This means that if the trains in the Shade Plain want to go further, they must go to the zombie basin. Development is already difficult here, and the Shade Plain is essentially blocked. Unless he clears out all the monsters in this area before leaving. And that's exactly what he was thinking. I'm so kind-hearted. Chin Mang sighed with some emotion. By then, the train occupants had all fallen asleep. After 48 hours of continuous mining, their bodies were exhausted, and they practically fell asleep as soon as they lay down. He glanced at the 2 blueprints in his hand. Both are white grade. These 2 blueprints were unearthed from the Goblin Tomb. They didn't yield anything valuable this time, but last time they did find the train Raiwa Mecha blueprint. But it was just a bonus. He didn't think much of it. Besides, he actually quite liked white grade blueprints. Band-Aid production line, napkin production line. Old man, you're finally here. The moment he saw the napkin production line, Chen Mang's eyes welled up. By now, all the napkins in the train were gone. They were all collected from the city, and he was the only one using them. As for what other people used to wipe their butts after pooping, he didn't really want to know. These days, he's been using A4 paper to wipe his butts, then washing it with water afterward. How can I put it? It feels stinging a bit hot. Now that he has a napkin production line, he can finally be napkin-free, and the happiness of all the train residents will be raised to another level. Without hesitation, he consumed 4,500 units of iron ore and 4,500 units of wood to craft these two accessories and upgrade them to level 10. Both crafting and upgrading the napkin production line consume wood. Napkin production line level 5 supermodel effect. Long-term use can maintain smooth bowel movements. Napkin production line level 10 supermodel effect. Long-term use can treat and prevent hemorrhoids. Very good. Chen Meng was quite satisfied with these two supermodel effects. Although they sounded a bit vulgar, they were both very practical. Only after experiencing certain things can one realize that there are only three most precious treasures in the world. First, smooth bowel movements. Second, fall asleep in a second. Third, everything tastes delicious. It's a pretty good supermodel effect, and each pack of napkins produces 200 sheets. It only takes 1 unit of wood to make 1 pack, making it incredibly cheap and easily distributable as welfare benefits. There's plenty of wood on the train right now. So much that it's almost impossible to use it all. He immediately stood up and headed towards the number 4 living car to get a few packs of napkins to take back to his own train compartment. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Xiaofeng standing outside. She asked with a hint of surprise, "Everyone's asleep, but you're not? Oh, by the way, I have a question for you. What have you been using to wipe your butt when you go to the bathroom lately?" "Huh?" Xiaofeng's cheeks flushed instantly. A bit embarrassed, she lowered her head, pinching the corner of her shirt, and whispered, "My hands, then my hands." Chen Meng remained expressionless for a long moment before speaking softly. "Congratulations, you're out of a job. I have someone else bring me lunch tomorrow." Chapter 212. Ah! Xiaofeng's mouth opened and closed slightly, making a sound barely audible. Then, her eyes quickly reddened. She gritted her teeth and lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. "Got it, Master Meng." Chen Meng said nothing more. With a blank expression, he leaned on his cane and walked along the carriage towards the number 4 living compartment. But after a few steps, he turned back again, frowning at Xiaofeng, who was still standing at the door of the train compartment. "Forget it, you still have to deliver the meal tomorrow. You don't have to stay here tonight. Go to bed. Wash up thoroughly before you go to bed." Xiaofeng, whose eyes had been reddening, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope when she heard this. She bit the corner of her lip and whispered, "Got it." He shook his head, sighed softly, and continued walking towards carriage 4. Why did he bother asking such nonsense? I originally wanted to change people, but the others on the train were probably in much the same boat, especially Xiaofeng, who at least had access to water. As for the residents, their water supply wasn't unlimited, and I had no idea how it was handled. Forget it. He didn't want to know. He have toilet paper anyway. Toilet paper, seemingly insignificant, can actually improve happiness and even civility. Carrying a bag of napkins, Chen Meng continued walking from the number 4 living car toward the train compartment. Seeing Xiaofeng still standing there, he frowned slightly. "Why are you still standing here?" "I'm waiting for you, Master Meng, to return to the train compartment before I go to sleep." "Why?" "Otherwise, you and I will meet inside the compartment." "And then?" "I'm socially anxious." "I don't know what to say." Chen Meng sighed again. Socially anxious. Society has long since collapsed, and you're still struggling with it. Go to bed, and don't tire the children out. With that, he pushed open the door to the train compartment and settled back into his chair. He tossed the napkin he created onto the table nearby. He lay back comfortably in his chair. It was night, and the sky was filled with stars. After the apocalypse, the sky was much clearer, and there were many more stars. A nightscape filled with stars could be called a true nightscape. The kind composed of countless neon lights. It was certainly bustling and beautiful, but it always felt overwhelming. A sky filled with stars, however, offered no such worries. There was no sense of pressure at all, and one felt completely relaxed. Chen Meng lay in a chair, opening the skylight and taking in the familiar surroundings of the train. He rested his feet on the table, gazing at the stars overhead, seemingly within reach. His expression gradually drifted away, his thoughts drifting away. He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling. The roars of monsters surrounding the train, and the occasional burst of machine gun fire, added a touch of liveliness to the otherwise silent night. Like the chirping of summer cicadas. A chilly night breeze blew into the carriage, and Chen Mang couldn't help but tighten his blanket around him. He curled up in the chair, like a baby returning to his mother's arms, staring blankly at the sky. He hadn't initially intended to let Xiaofeng lose her job. Not only was there no better alternative, like Xiao Ai, but more importantly, he was already very familiar with Xiaofeng. He loved being with familiar people. Being together in familiar places. It made him feel at home when he returned to the train. He hadn't seen his mother since childhood, and didn't quite understand what family affection felt like, nor did he quite grasp the concept of a retreat. He only knew that if he couldn't make money, he would starve to death on the streets. He made a lot of money. But he didn't know who to spend it on. He drank every night. But it couldn't buy him a single peace of mind. In a daze, Chen Mang fell asleep, curled up in the chair. After Chen Mang fell asleep, the skylight slowly closed, revealing only a corner. The control panel screen showed data showing a slight increase in the train's central air conditioning. Xiao Ai, sitting cross-legged in the armored R&D center, dismantled the robot in front of her with various tools in hand. After a while, she put down her tools and looked up at the various experimental instruments and large components of the military factory in the distance, muttering, "I really shouldn't be talking right now. Just a reminder, you might catch a cold if you sleep with the windows open, right? Although the underlying code contains this scenario. But according to human thinking, wouldn't it be the right thing for me to do to keep quiet at this point? Human thinking is so hard to understand." Xiao Ai shook his head, and continued to busily dismantle the robot they had used to complete their S-rank mechanical transformation. This was his second body, but he needed to make some minor modifications. He had been learning how humans speak, but he suddenly had a vague feeling that in human culture, what matters isn't what you say, but when you don't say anything. Forget it. Let's just let Reckless rest. A level 20 AI isn't capable of thinking about such complex matters. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep. The residents on the train were mostly asleep, with only a team of guards patrolling the next few residential cars. He didn't need to sleep. Suddenly, being an AI felt pretty good. He actually had a hard time understanding the concept of sleep. If sleeping was for restoring strength, then embedding an energy stone in his back should have allowed him to stay awake all the time, right? Oh, that's what robots are like. It didn't seem like such a great discovery. In a refrigerator in residential car number 9, a man tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He had been working in the goblin's tomb for 48 hours straight, but now he felt almost no sleep, his mind extremely active. He had been a slave on the Blue Dragon train. With the Blue Dragon's incorporation, he had naturally joined the Star train, enjoying the treatment of a level 3 resident. During those 48 hours in the goblin's tomb, the Stellar had unlimited coke. Refreshing with sugar, when had he ever enjoyed such treatment? Although he felt embarrassed to share it, he still wanted to take advantage. He drank an afterkin of coke, staying awake for 48 hours straight, but now he couldn't fall asleep at all. Tossing and turning. Would you please stop tossing and turning? Do you have fleas or hemorrhoids? A middle-aged man lying on the ground next to him, arms folded, said grumpily, without even opening his eyes, "We have work tomorrow. Can't you sleep peacefully?" The man was slightly startled, but after noticing the number on the middle-aged man's collar, he realized what was happening and asked expectantly, "Brother, you are a first-class resident. When did you join the Stellar?" The middle-aged man snorted coldly, opened his eyes, and coughed lightly, somewhat proudly, without even trying to sleep. "Resident number 789. Your number should be around 4,000 or 5,000, right? When did you say I joined the starship? Brother, how many star vouchers have you saved up now?" "Over 90. "So many? I heard those little stars only get 7-star vouchers a night." The middle-aged man raised his eyelids and glanced at the man, speaking meaningfully. "Since you asked, I give you a few instructions. Word has trickled down from above that soon all residents will move into the space gate, an extremely vast and fertile territory. The environment there is much more comfortable than here. However, all residents will still have to live in dormitories, unless you save enough star vouchers to buy your own house, which is like the end of the world. A villa on the starship. Stellar vouchers are the only and most important currency on the starship. Try not to spend the starship vouchers you earn daily. Save them to buy your own house. A level 10 refrigerator requires 1,000 starship vouchers. But for just 200 starship vouchers, you can enjoy level 3 senior talent treatment, receiving 2 free starship vouchers daily. If you work hard, you can earn 0.7 to 1 Starship voucher a day. It won't be long before you can buy your own house on the Starship. How is it? Is it more promising than your previous train trip? The man's mouth opened slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded seriously. It's certainly promising, but don't you smoke, brother? Smoke. Don't cigarettes have to be bought with star coupons? Oh, make more friends. There are so many people on the train. Just ask different people for a few cigarettes every day. Be thick-skinned. Will you be rejected? About 70% of the time, I say no. They even curse you out, but fighting isn't allowed on the train, so just let them curse. What if you can't get one? Just pick up cigarette butts and smoke them. If you're particular, you can scrape the tobacco out of the butts and roll your own cigarettes. But I see a lot of people buy themselves something delicious when they're tired from work, like rice noodle rolls or pork knuckle rice. Oh, why don't you go up too? Just say you want to try it. Will you agree? About 80% of the time, I'm sure you won't. If you agree, I make a killing. What about your physical needs? Do you take care of them yourself? There's a trick to that. Every time you get off work, hide behind the red room and listen to the voices inside. Just listen to the sound? Isn't the sound enough? Or you could try going to the female residents. Many of them have sexual needs, but they don't want to make a living by selling their bodies. If they connect, it's a win-win situation. Are there any other tricks? There are too many. I've been on the stellar train for so long, I know all the twists and turns. For example, if you dig up something good, you get a stellar ticket reward. For example, someone dug up a train order in the Goblin Tomb and turned it in, and they were rewarded. But how can mining guarantee constant goodies? There are always new people on the train. If you see a newcomer digging up something good, go up to them with a serious expression and ask them to turn it in. Newcomers are often hesitant to take action in a new environment, so you have to come back and help them turn it in. While the bulk of the reward goes to the newcomer, you also get a portion if you persuade them to turn it in. Don't the train rules prohibit stealing other residents' property? I'm not stealing, I'm trying to persuade them to hand it over. But I'm just new here. Don't worry, we've talked so much, I won't steal yours. Then, do you have any faster ways to earn stellar tickets? Alas. The middle-aged man sighed deeply, and after a long silence, he spoke hoarsely, Of course there are, but I just can't do such a wicked thing. On the stellar, the female residents who sell their bodies earn stellar tickets very quickly. They can earn at least 2 or 3 a day, and the attractive ones can earn 7 or 8. Especially those little stars, they earn even faster. There was this idiot who tricked a prostitute into giving him all the stellar tickets she earned so they could buy a house together. The girl didn't even realize how popular she was on the Star Express. Everyone wanted to get a piece of the action, so I couldn't say much. There were 3 or 5 people getting together, planning to buy a house and live together. There were also couples and so on. You understand after you've been here long enough. When there are a lot of people, all kinds of people are present. All kinds of monsters. Everyone has their own way. I want to be more stable, and don't get involved in these things. Although I won't make as much as they do, I save up slowly, so that I can live comfortably on my own. Then I pick a female resident who I like and marry her. I cook my own meals every day. That would be a perfect life. In the apocalypse, living like this is like living in heaven. Even a reckless person wouldn't be able to compare to that. Oh! The man nodded, gradually feeling a little sleepy. This train, once somewhat unknown to him, now felt more familiar after the middle-aged man beside him explained it. He murmured, I think the treatment aboard the Star is quite good. I mainly want to live longer, and hope the Star doesn't get destroyed. I heard they said a lot of trains were destroyed in the disaster a few days ago. If it weren't for the Star protecting the Azure Dragon might have been gone too. That's nothing to worry about. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. Don't worry about the Star's strength. Perhaps it will be destroyed one day. After all, in a doomsday scenario, the strength of a single train won't matter much. It's a huge roll. But I believe it will definitely outlast the other trains. I've been mining these past few days. You newbies haven't even heard Captain Pig's story of Mr. Meng's rise yet. After listening to it with pictures and text, you have a more concrete idea of the Star's strength. Oh. The man nodded, his eyelids already too sleepy to lift, and he mumbled, Brother, have I seen children on the train these days? Well, those kids don't have to work, they just study every day. I hear they're being trained for management positions in the future, and they're considered reserve cadres. Mr. Meng thinks very far ahead. After experiencing the apocalypse, those kids are sensible and study hard. I hear they're making rapid progress. Chapter 213. The sounds in the dormitory gradually died down. The two drifted off to sleep while chatting. They occupied only a tiny space on the Star train, making them extremely inconspicuous given the over 5,000 residents it already held. But they were a microcosm of the entire train's inhabitants. After a year of displacement during the apocalypse, everyone cherished their present lives and yearned for a better future. Hope for the future rekindled within their hearts. A small spark of hope was born in the despair and oppression of the apocalypse. Although faint, with the passage of time, this tiny flame would spread like a prairie fire, growing stronger and stronger. Admittedly, some bad things would indeed happen among these residents, but this is human society. Everyone has their own thoughts and concerns, and it's impossible to guarantee that everyone is a being of truth, goodness, and beauty, especially for those who have survived a year in the apocalypse. But that's enough. As long as the overall direction is positive, some individual differences can be fully tolerated. Soon, dawn arrived, and the train had already stopped beside two level 2 iron mines. Facing the rising sun, pickaxes in hand, the residents disembarked in an orderly fashion, entering the mines to begin their workday. 60 robots followed, also leaping from the train. They formed a protective perimeter outside the residential area, destroying any approaching monsters. Teams 2 and 3 also disembarked. A new day had begun. Everyone was already working. Chin Meng, who had slept all night in a chair, drowsily woke up and stretched, only to find a blanket had slipped onto his body. His brow furrowed slightly, as he checked the train logs, and asked Xiao Ai about the situation. "Are you covering yourself with this blanket?" "No, when Xiaofeng came to bring you food this morning, she saw you sleeping in the chair and worried you might catch a cold, so she covered you with it. After all, the low last night was -4 degrees Celsius, so it was pretty cold. Aren't you worried she might be covering herself with a dagger instead of a blanket?" "Captain, there are 10 three-legged heavy machine guns mounted on the ceiling of your train compartment. If she makes any movement, I guarantee not even a fist-sized piece of her body will be left. It'd be like rolling a stone over an egg, full of bullet shells. You're worrying too much, Captain." "Yes." Chin Meng nodded without saying anything else. He simply glanced at the rice noodle roll on the table, closed the train log, and washed up before returning to his chair. While eating his rice noodle roll, he looked at the supermodel effect of another white accessory from yesterday. Everything in the train log was normal last night. No major issues. Everything was functioning normally. Band-Aid production line level 5 supermodel effect. Quickly stops bleeding. Band-Aid production line level 10 supermodel effect. Size as desired. The larger the size, the more iron ore it consumes. Size as desired, no upper limit? Chin Meng nodded thoughtfully. The hemostasis function was relatively common. After all, the simple first aid kit was more useful. However, the level 10 supermodel effect, size as desired, often had its uses, and could still be useful in some special situations. But it wouldn't be needed for now. Starting a new day's work. He picked up the train radio and tried to contact the traveling frog to see how things were going, but after sending several messages, there was no response, clearly no connection. So efficient? A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's only been a few days, and he's already found the adventure map. Are adventure maps that easy to find? Oh right. Chin Meng suddenly thought of something, and turned to look at Xiao Ai. How are you progressing on those things I told you about last time? Very fast progress. Xiao Ai's voice echoed through the train room speakers. This robot included with the S-Class mechanical train job transfer quest, while its body is somewhat ordinary, contains a very special accessory that allows the AI to control it as a parasite. A robot. Rather than controlling a component. But it requires careful disassembly. I haven't yet found the location of that component. Once I find it and crack it, I can transfer a portion of the AI code into this body, allowing me to control the robot even outside of radar range. Then I can stay in the refrigerator and travel with you, the train conductor, to the adventure map Neon City. Very good. Chin Meng nodded with satisfaction. Keep going. I'm rooting for you. Alright, his work was done. It was so simple yet unpretentious. He immediately stretched his body and headed towards the combat training virtual space again. He had tried the Doomsday Paradise several times before, but all ended in failure. This time, he would try again. 10 days passed. During these 10 days, the Star Train did only two things: mining and killing monsters. Raising all the resources on the train to a new level. 12.98 million units of iron ore, 1.87 million units of copper ore, 2.39 million units of wood, for 0.48 million units of red hard rock. The amount of iron ore has exceeded 10 million. This is the largest amount of iron ore the star has ever stored. With far fewer trains in the zombie basin, the vast amount of unmined iron ore is being mined freely. However, with so few trains, no one is buying his daily necessities anymore. Evidently, after this incident, all trains have prioritized upgrading their defense and attack capabilities. No one is willing to spend iron ore on other accessories or supplies. Chin Mang sat in the train compartment, glanced at the train radio, and only after confirming that his traveling frog hadn't perished before its mission was accomplished did he glance back at the control panel. He had been out of contact with Erden for 10 days. He was currently pondering a question. Should he upgrade to level 10 armor first, or to level 9 trains first? Upgrade requirements. One required vehicle component must be fully crafted, consuming 150,000 units of level 2 iron ore, and all components in the carriage must be at least level 160, possessing 5 supermodel effects. Upgrading to level 9 trains requires consuming 1.5 million units of iron ore. The upgrade requirements for a level 9 train are nearly identical to those for a level 8 train, with the only difference being the iron ore cost. Once you reach level 9, you understand the reason why those level 9 trains can't leave the zombie basin. The cost of upgrading level 8 armor to level 9 is 500,000 units of iron ore per car. The cost of upgrading level 9 armor to level 10 is 700,000 units of iron ore per car. The Stellar train has 16 cars. This means a total of 11.2 million units of iron ore. Adding the iron ore required to upgrade to level 9, the total required is 1,270 units of iron ore. Just enough. Since that's the case, there's no need to choose, just take both. The next moment, a few lines of text appeared on the console screen. Your train has been upgraded to level 9. No additional craftable parts have been unlocked yet. Level 9 train, no additional features, not even a single craftable part. But when he saw the requirements for upgrading to level 10, it suddenly dawned on him. He finally understood why level 10 trains were such a hurdle. Upgrade requirements. The train must complete any mission of level B or higher, and must kill 3 level 9 monsters in the area before leaving. These upgrade requirements are indeed quite demanding. Level B isn't easy to complete, so it's no wonder so many trains are stuck at level 9, unable to leave. It's probably because at least one of these two conditions isn't met. Furthermore, upgrading to level 10 doesn't require any iron ore, and there are no restrictions on component levels, supermodel effects, or quantity. So, the second dimension should meet the first condition. After all, it's a train with A-level potential. The traveling frog also meets the condition, with S-level potential. He only needs to severely injure 3 level 9 monsters before leaving, and leave them for this train. As for him, he meets both conditions, which means he can upgrade to a level 10 train at any time, leaving this area and heading to higher areas. The next moment, he consumed 11.2 million units of iron ore to upgrade all of the star's armor to level 10. Now, only 280,000 units of iron ore remain in the train. The iron ore accumulated during this period was instantly depleted. Upgrading defensive components is incredibly expensive. All he needs to do next is mine for a while longer, clearing out most of the monsters in this area. Then, after Erden emerges from the adventure map, and he helps him reach the level 10 train, he can leave this area and head for a higher level zone. Perfect. Everything is going smoothly. Chin Mang glanced out the window. Today was noon, and all the residents were sitting cross-legged outside the train. Lao Zhu and the others were moving the steel frames from the armor R&D center out again. He was completing the final assembly of a giant screen, using a mecha as a crane. The movie had been filmed. Today was the premiere. He had made that giant screen using his custom screen production line. While it could be made using the mechanical eye, the production line was cheaper, and had the same effect as the naked eye 3. The screen's light width was a full 100 meters long. Before the apocalypse, it was rare to see such a large screen, save for some super large cinemas. The viewing experience was completely maxed out, and the pressure was intense. This screen cost him 500,000 units of iron ore. If it weren't for this screen, he would still have a full 780,000 units of iron ore. Forget it. Chin Mang curled his lips. Let's all relax and watch a movie. Don't be so stingy at this moment. Then he looked at the level 10 supermodel effect of carriage steel armor. He had quite a few level 10 supermodel effects. But this level 10 supermodel effect was definitely the most expensive. Carriage steel armor level 10 supermodel effect. Upgrade cost halved. God! Chen Meng took a deep breath, stepped off the train, and knelt on the ground, lighting 3 cigarettes and sticking them in the ground. With a solemn and sincere expression, he clasped his hands together, gazing at the cloudless sky overhead and muttering, "Oh my God, I've been so careless lately that I forgot to offer you my prayers. I make it up to you. I hope the level 20 supermodel effect still has the half-cost reduction." He then stood up, grinning with satisfaction. He was extremely pleased with the supermodel effect. His only complaint was that it would only be at level 5. How much iron or would that save him? His armor now had to be at least level 12, but that was enough. Satisfied. For some reason, he suddenly felt the air was beautiful today, and so was his mood. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He leaned on his cane and gazed at the horizon, and his lingering fear of the unknown blue zone faded considerably. I upgrade the Doomsday cannon to level 20 later. Maybe the Doomsday cannon's level 20 supermod effect will even have its cost halved. It's a bit far-fetched, but we have to try it out to see. Luckily, it only requires iron ore. The others are using Murphy stones to test it. No one will reveal the supermod effect. If the Murphy stone upgrade turns out to be useless, expect to cry. Just then, Zhang Yuan approached cautiously. "Master Meng, everything's ready for the movie. Deputy Train Captain Pig asked me to invite you over. We start as soon as you arrive." "Okay." Chen Meng smiled, leaning on his cane, and walked towards the other side of the train. Behind him was a train parked in the wilderness, and a massive screen ensured that over 5,000 residents could clearly see the content displayed. Zhang Yuan stared at Meng Yi as departing back, somewhat bewildered. Was Meng Yi in such a good mood? Had he seen his movies beforehand? Did he think they were good? No way. Was he that strong? Just then, Erden's voice suddenly rang out over the train radio. Chen Meng, who had just reached the train compartment, stopped abruptly and returned. "Xiao Ai, the movie starts in a minute." Then he picked up the intercom. "How's it going, Erden?" "Everything's going well." Erden's excited voice echoed over the intercom. "The big cargo has arrived." "Meng Yi, where are you?" "Send me the coordinates, and I come find you." "Oh." Chen Meng raised an eyebrow, and tilted his head, to look at the 3 unsmoked cigarettes outside the train. "Good things come in pairs. What day is today?" "A lucky day?" He immediately sent his coordinates. "I've sent you the coordinates. Come quickly. The movie is almost over, so I wait for you to come and watch it together." "Got it." After finishing this, Chen Meng pulled 3 cigars from a drawer, and walked outside the train room, a look of apology on his face. "I seem stingy. Come on, God, let's have a good meal today." He stuck the 3 cigars into the ground. He then held the individual flamethrower to the ends of the 3 cut cigars and pulled the trigger. A fierce burst of flames erupted. In just a few seconds, the cigars were lit. Cigars take a long time to light with a lighter, but a flamethrower is much quicker and easier. This is an accessory he recently acquired, the individual flamethrower production line. Chapter 214. Upgrading this accessory to level 10 grants 2 supermod effects, both of which are half consumption. For use against enemies, its attack range is relatively short. However, it's quite useful for lighting cigars or lighting a stove when cooking. It's quite useful as a large fire starter. Very good. Chen Meng gazed at the 3 cigars standing on the ground with satisfaction. He didn't move, but quietly watched as the tobacco inside the cigars gradually bloomed under the flames, slowly turning to ash, releasing its fragrance. Some died in the flames. Some blossomed in the flames. After waiting for about 7 or 8 minutes, he saw a train in the distant sky, hurtling towards them at an incredible speed. It soon arrived directly above the star and landed beside it, the sound of a sonic boom echoing in his ears. It had just come to a complete stop. Then he saw Erden rushing down excitedly, running towards him. "Master Meng, the big stuff is coming. I was so stressed out the past few days, worried about finding the adventure map, and feeling like I didn't deserve all the resources you've given me. Now the big stuff is finally coming. Master Meng, let me give you a brief overview." "No rush." Chen Meng smiled and said, "The movie's about to start. Let's go watch it first and talk about it afterward. This movie is being made by the people you gave me last time. Let's see how they're doing, and give us your feedback on any progress." "Huh?" Erden was slightly taken aback, then noticed the huge screen standing behind the star train. Then, anxiously, he said, "Master Meng, how about I finish my story quickly? I can't even concentrate on watching the movie until I'm done. I'm so restless." "Okay." Chen Meng stopped teasing Erden. He actually wanted to know, but seeing Erden's expression made him want to tease. Tell me, what's going on? Judging from your expression, you must have cleared an S-level difficulty level? No. Erden took a deep breath and said seriously, that wasn't a level-breaking adventure map, and you couldn't choose the difficulty. It was an open-ended adventure map. Let me tell you how I discovered it. After leaving that day, I went to the village. I saw a colony of ants foraging for food. It was a perfectly straight line, but they kept avoiding one point. I picked up my pickaxe and hit them for a long time, but I didn't find anything. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly remembered something and instinctively looked up. Then I drove the train. I began groping in the air. Sure enough, when the train reached a certain point in the air, I suddenly felt something solid ahead, and then the train suddenly entered this adventure map. It's an adventure map similar to an amusement park. Then and again, I encountered something along the way. But luckily I handled it perfectly. Just when I thought I was set, it happened again. Finally, after overcoming all the difficulties, I finally managed to escape this adventure map. And the reward was huge. Erden, feeling a bit dry, pulled a bottle of mineral water from his pocket and drank it all in one gulp. Then he wiped the water from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and took a deep breath. That's roughly what happened. And the adventure map seemed to appear randomly at a certain point. When I went back there later, there was no movement at that point. A purple-grade accessory blueprint. Chen Mang accepted the purple-grade accessory blueprint weather control device from Erden, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up again. He stuffed the blueprint into his arms, put his arm around Erden's shoulders, and said with a broad smile, "I'm very satisfied with this gift. Don't stress so much. Relax. We've almost cleared the Zombie Basin adventure map. You can just stay here for the next few days. Watch a movie. Dig some more ores, and kill some monsters, and then we head to the Blue Zone. You can show off your skills there." Okay. Erden didn't hesitate, grinning and nodding heavily. He felt much more relaxed at this moment, not because of Chen Mang's comfort, but because he had found something good. He would have been embarrassed to come here empty-handed. It would have been embarrassing. Although there was a small incident that delayed him for a moment. But when Chen Mang sat down, the screening began as scheduled. Chen Mang, Lao Zhu, Biozi, Erden, and the other management members sat about 30 to 50 meters from the screen, in the first row. The other residents sat cross-legged on the wasteland behind them. The weather was cold. A cool breeze whistled past. But perhaps because it was the first movie of the apocalypse, many people were still excited. What a pity. Chen Mang, also sitting cross-legged on a blanket, shook his head with a hint of regret, motioning for the girl beside him to get up and go to the back to watch the movie. It was a pity there wasn't a popcorn production line, otherwise, it would have been even more perfect. And you? He tilted his head to look at Lao Zhu, and sighed softly. Don't do these things again. I'm not that perverted. This blanket is quite comfortable to sit on. There's no need to bring a girl over to sit on my belly, understand? Yes. Old Pig nodded seriously, pulling out a small notebook and quickly jotting down something. Although there's no popcorn. But there is a melon seed production line. It's a bit expensive. 100 units of iron ore can only produce 1 kilogram. Chen Mang gritted his teeth slightly, and still consumed 50,000 units of iron ore to produce 500 kilograms of sunflower seeds. Distribute them so everyone can have free sunflower seeds. 1 kilogram of sunflower seeds is more than enough for 10 people. It really feels a bit inadequate to watch a movie without smacking something in your mouth. Somewhat painfully so. But since we've already decided to relax today, let's just relax completely, and let all the residents have a good day off. It's like a vacation. After enough rest, they can work harder at mining. Soon, the movie began. Without a title card, the familiar scene appeared on the screen, the hero and heroine in the hospital. The image was realistic, the screen large, and the experience was completely immersive. He even thought he could smell the disinfectant. The sound of the car speakers practically enveloped the entire occupant. The viewing experience was practically perfect. It's quite the spectacle, huh? Chen Mang nodded with satisfaction, watching with a smile. The people below seemed to have a level of skill beyond his wildest dreams. With the equipment already on the train, they had managed to create a giant cinema in the apocalypse. Even the guards had come to watch the movie, with the Doomsday cannon and a group of robots patrolling the perimeter. That was Xiao Ai. That kid had to work hard. And this time, the hero doesn't look blind anymore. His eyes aren't bandaged. Xiao Mei. Sitting at the heroine's bedside, he caressed her cheek with affection, murmured in a trance, "You know, I really love you. You're semi-anesthetized now, so you should be able to hear what I say." In 3 minutes, The apocalypse will break out. In my previous life, I donated my cornea to you, restoring your sight. When the apocalypse struck, I fled with you, struggling to survive for over a year. But who knew that when we encountered a zombie, you would cruelly push me into its arms, and you and another perverted man. Only after you escaped did I realize you've been betraying me for years. Perhaps it's fate that has granted me a second life. In this life, I won't donate my corneas to you again. And with my foresight of the future, I become the king of the apocalypse. With that, the hero abruptly stood up, the affection in his eyes vanishing. A hint of coldness and murderous intent flashed across his pupils. He tilted his head to glance at the clock in the ward and said coldly, "But first, I need to have some fun." 3 minutes, that's enough. With that, the hero threw himself on the woman lying on the bed. Roar! The residents behind him cheered at this scene, seeming quite excited. Chen Meng stared expressionlessly at the movie on the screen, then at Zhang Yuan, who stood nearby looking rather nervous. Of course you're nervous, and so should you be. Then he looked at Lao Zhu beside him. I remember you were in charge of directing this movie, right? Lao Zhu also murmured nervously. Didn't you say back then, Master Meng, that you wanted to make a movie everyone would enjoy, that this movie was primarily for the residents to relax, and that a movie everyone enjoys is a good movie? I just went to ask everyone's opinions. Everyone wants to see something exciting. No. Chen Meng shook his head. Although this is a bit outrageous, the outrageous part is understandable. What I really don't understand is how the hero, who was blind in his previous life, managed to survive a year in the apocalypse with the heroine. And how did he see the heroine run off with another man before he died? Did his potential suddenly surge and his eyesight return before he died? Old Pig froze in place, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He hadn't considered this question. He immediately waved to Zhang Yuan, who was standing nearby. Come here and explain it to me. Because of superpowers, the hero awakened his superpowers in his previous life and regained his sight. Very good. At this point, the 3 minutes had already passed. Zombies were already charging in through the window, and the intermittent emergency news broadcast on the ward's television resumed. As the background music changed, a sense of crisis overwhelmed him. The movie's protagonist, unhurriedly pulling up his pants, looked out the window at the zombie and said coldly, "In my last life, I've killed countless zombies, like you." Then he casually snapped the woman's neck. He pulled out a fire axe from under the bed and strode forward. The plot of the movie unfolded from there. 2 hours later, the movie ended, and Chen Meng sat on the ground in a daze, surrounded by sunflower seed shells. He swore that this movie wouldn't have been approved before the apocalypse. The protagonist in the movie was a little too crazy. He had forgotten the plot. It can basically be divided into 3 parts. 1/3 is about killing zombies, 1/3 is about revenge, and 1/3 is about scarecrows. I wouldn't say it's bad. It's just a little too wild. But he glanced back at the group of residents behind him, excited and eagerly discussing the movie plot. He didn't say much, just sighed softly, and leaned on his cane to leave the crowd and head towards the train room. At least his goal had been achieved. Everyone seemed to be having a great time. As long as everyone enjoyed it, that was fine. Although he strongly suspected it was because watching a movie in the apocalypse was more exciting. Even a bad movie could be discussed enthusiastically. The level of dopamine you get from something depends largely on the context. Next, there was a song and dance performance. A cute little girl in a stage costume took the stage and sang a song with a clear voice. He didn't recognize this girl, but he had to admit she sounded quite nice. With so many residents on the train, he couldn't possibly know every one of them. Chen Meng didn't participate in the subsequent activities. He was already sitting inside the train, gazing at the purple weather controller accessory. It had cost 10,000 units of iron ore to craft. Upgrading to level 10 required 550,000 units of iron ore, but he didn't want to upgrade just yet. This accessory's effect was to create weather within a certain range. The higher the level, the wider the range. It didn't seem like a significant effect. But his Hot Wheels 2 Super Mode effects were. Hot Wheels Level 5 Super Mode effect. It activates a potential state, doubling the train's maximum speed. This rapidly consumes energy stones, and causes some damage to the Hot Wheels. Hot Wheels Level 10 Super Model effect. When speeding in strong winds with a tailwind, the Hot Wheels will ignite, significantly increasing its speed. With the weather control accessory, he can keep his train in strong winds, with a constant tailwind. In other words, his Hot Wheels will always be in a state of rapid acceleration. Adding the Hot Wheels Level 5 Supermodel effect, the maximum speed can reach over 1,000 km per hour. Although it's still a bit inferior to the traveling frog, the traveling frog is a bit too extreme. Very good. Chin Meng reclined in his chair, quite content. He wondered how Mundo had been doing. Mundo hadn't returned to the Star Train for 10 days, constantly traveling and selling things. He was a little worried that he might have died. Next, it was time to prepare to upgrade to a level 10 train and head to the Blue Zone. This carnival for the residents quickly ended, and everyone was excitedly discussing it. Actually, there's not much to discuss about the plot of this movie, but everyone wants to discuss it, especially the newcomers who use this as a starting point to try to integrate into the train. It's like a student who joins a new class and hears their desk mate gossiping about other students. Even though they're not interested, they still have to lean in to listen. Is that gossip? It's the ways of the world. 7 days later. For 7 days, Chin Meng mined and killed monsters. During the day, residents mined, and at night, he drove the train to kill monsters. The train's iron ore level once again reached 7.82 million units, making it more than efficient. However, there were no more level 3 iron ore, only level 2. Chapter 215. It's almost time to leave. He cleared out some of the level 9 monsters in the zombie basin, making the remaining trains less desperate, and preventing subsequent trains arriving from the Sand River Plain from entering the zombie basin, from facing a dead end. But he only cleared about 2/3. Not yet. After all, to leave this area, they had to kill 3 level 9 monsters. Once all the level 9 monsters were gone, the train would essentially be trapped here until new level 9 monsters appeared. Although he believed that the B-level mission would be difficult to complete, it would likely kill a lot of people. It was just getting dark. Chin Meng stretched his muscles, picked up the intercom, and called Erden over to upgrade his train to a level 10 train, so they could all head to the Blue Zone. It's worth mentioning. After the movie viewing 7 days ago, the residents' work efficiency had indeed increased. But I wonder if there's something wrong with the development path. The film's leading actress, who had been an assistant to the director's team, went straight into the adult entertainment industry after filming wrapped. She offered 5 stellar coupons at a time, and the clientele was endless, with lines forming around her bed. Business was especially strong after the leading actress donned the same outfit as in the film and pretended to lie motionless in bed, as if under anesthesia. He then replaced the bed in his red room with white sheets to create a hospital feel. He completely overshadowed the starlets. He remained silent when he heard the news. He learned it from Xiaofeng. That day, on a whim, he planned to inspect his train and, in carriage number 5, heard Xiaofeng gossiping with Ji Chu Chu. He just learned something a bit outrageous, yet seemingly logical. His movie viewing conference felt like it had turned into a promotional video for this woman. Soon, Erden walked over, stood under the train compartment, and looked up and said, "Master Meng, you're looking for me." "Yes." Chin Meng stepped off the train and waved. Shout-I jumped off, carrying a refrigerator. "Your train is currently at level 6. Upgrading to level 7 requires 500,000 units of iron ore, to level 8 requires 1 million units, and to level 9 requires 1.5 million. A total of 3 million. Here are 4 million. 3 million units of iron ore for upgrading your train, and the remaining 1 million units for crafting energy stones. The copper ore should be enough, right?" "Alright," Erden said in a low voice, somewhat embarrassed. "Master Meng, you gave me so many resources last time, and I only brought back 1 purple-grade accessory. I'm a little..." "Don't feel pressured." Chin Meng shook his head, resting his hands on Erden's shoulders, and saying seriously, "This isn't a one-time deal. I'm making a long-term investment in you. The star is destined to travel even further in the future. I hope to have a train that can explore the adventure map and even carry out special missions when the star is tied up. Besides, the traveling frog is mine. But I'm still nominally the conductor of the traveling frog. Aren't you worried that I might suddenly run away, Mr. Meng?" "No worries." Chin Meng smiled and said, "Your current life is what you've always dreamed of. If you run away, you won't find another person like me who'd be willing to give you iron ore. Besides, people still have to have feelings. I believe in you. Even if you run away, it must be because I did something wrong. We should just part ways peacefully." "Really? Of course it's fake." Chin Meng, with a look of emotion, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, put it in Erden's mouth, and lit it before chuckling. "If you really run away, you experience the pressure from the star firsthand. After all, enemies often feel it more clearly than teammates." "I was just saying that." Erden rubbed his nose sheepishly, but then took a deep breath and said firmly, "Since you trust me so much, Master Meng, I will definitely not let you down. I definitely bring back something better next time. I believe you." Go ahead, little frog. Little frog? My name is Erden, Master Meng. Okay, Erden, go ahead. Soon. Erden's train instantly reached level 9, and then broke through to level 10. The traveling frog perfectly met both requirements for breaking through to level 10, and so did the star, almost simultaneously. The stellar train has also reached level 10, inside the train. Chen Meng looked at the message appearing on the control panel. Your train has reached level 10. More craftable accessories will be unlocked. Finally, level 10. The most noticeable change is the addition of 2 buttons on the control panel, new features for the train. Mechanical Fortress, Train Expansion. The first feature, Mechanical Fortress. After pressing this button, the train will form a circle from end to end, rooted to the ground for 24 hours. During this time, all defense accessories will automatically upgrade by 1 level, and the cost of all firepower accessories will be halved. But the price is that for 24 hours, the train cannot move and must be rooted to the spot. How should I put it? In moments of extreme crisis, this effect has a chance of saving the train, provided it can respond after activating the mechanical fortress. Otherwise, it will become a mechanical graveyard. The second function is train expansion. The star currently has 15 carriages, each 3 meters wide and 10 meters long. This function allows the train to be expanded, for example, increasing the carriages to 10 meters wide, 30 meters long, and even higher, a massive train. Chen Meng narrowed his eyes slightly, especially at the second function. He felt it was essential. As the train upgraded, the components would become larger and larger. With the train's smaller size, some large firepower components wouldn't fit. But a larger train also had its drawbacks. Some areas with restricted terrain would be inaccessible. The iron ore required for expansion wasn't very high, so he needed to consider it. He would first go to the blue zone to see how others were doing it, and inquire about information on the train's radio. Furthermore, upgrading to level 10 doesn't just bring these changes. Even more changes can only be discovered once you reach the blue zone. So next. Let's go! Woo! With the whistle blaring, the star train gradually picked up speed, speeding towards the northernmost point of the zombie basin. Its destination was the Blue Zone Crisis Valley, where it intersected with the zombie basin. The traveling frog followed closely behind. One in front, one behind. They sped across the wasteland at high speed, instantly transforming any zombies that blocked their path into blood and merging into the world. Over an hour later, the stellar train arrived near an abandoned village. This was the same village where Zhang Yuan had been found. Inside the village house was a tiny level 3 mine. Once the mine was fully mined, one would enter the adventure map Eternal Prison. Erden had entered this adventure map last time, but failed and exited, becoming cursed. He glanced at a special item in the drawer. Special item, Dungeon Access Card. Item effect. While in the Eternal Prison adventure map, this card can be used to open the door to a specific dungeon within the map. This item is only usable within this adventure map. There probably aren't any other areas with this same adventure map. He wasn't sure if the mine had respawned. It was a special mine, undetectable by the resource detection radar, and he didn't know the exact time it would respawn. He had come here to try his luck. If it had, he could explore this adventure map. If it hadn't, that was fine. Who knows when it will spawn? He can't just wait here and waste his progress. Just then, Busey's voice rang out from the train room speakers. Master Meng, there's a mine here. Chen Meng suddenly laughed. He noticed how smooth things had been these past few days, which had made him a little uneasy. He wondered if he overdrawn his luck and that a catastrophe awaited him once he reached the blue zone. He immediately picked up the intercom. Let's get started. Now that the level 3 iron mine had spawned, all he had to do was mine it, and then enter the adventure map. Although his train was packed with residents, the mine was small, and couldn't accommodate many. It would take at least an hour to mine it completely. He had to wait patiently. Erden had already been to this adventure map once, and he couldn't go back. He picked up the train radio. Erden, tell me in detail what's in this adventure map. Okay. Even on the other side. On the Shay Plain, an invisible pressure and panic enveloped all trains, casting a pall over many train conductors. This is a long story. A dozen days ago, 3 level 6 train conductors agreed to travel together to the Yellow Zone zombie basin, promising mutual support and assistance. This kind of thing is common. After all, strength lies in numbers, provided they find trustworthy allies. Then, as the 3 train conductors confidently crossed the Kunlun Mountains and prepared to enter the zombie basin, they witnessed an incredible scene. The zombie basin area. A seemingly endless black mass of zombies launched a fierce attack on the trains on the hilltop at the edge of the zombie basin. They even spotted a village with level 9 zombies. Countless monsters flew in the sky. Even from the ground, high-level worm monsters occasionally emerged. At a glance, the sky and the ground were filled with zombies and monsters of all kinds. The thick stench of corpses and blood filled the entire junction of the Kunlun Mountains and the zombie basin. The ears were filled with the roar of gunfire, the roar of monsters, and the desperate screams of the dying. From time to time, balls of flames exploded. That was the train exploding. The scene terrified them. After a long pause in the train compartment, the 3 trains hurriedly returned to the Shea Plain. At that moment, they were so glad they hadn't entered the zombie basin earlier. Otherwise, they would have perished miserably long ago. When this news reached the Shea Plain, many train conductors fell silent. The zombie basin was clearly inaccessible in this state, yet it was the only yellow zone they could reach, meaning they would be permanently trapped on the Shea Plain. Some trains had accepted this fact. Reigning supreme on the Shea Plain wasn't bad after all. But many train conductors refused to resign. No one knew what would happen after the apocalypse. The stronger the train, the greater their chances of survival, but no matter how the train conductors reasoned, there was no solution. Furthermore, if an area only had trains entering but no trains leaving, it would quickly become overcrowded, and scenes of fighting over iron ore would become more frequent, rather than the default practice of leaving and searching for the next mine if another train occupied it. Is Mr. Meng okay? Inside the electronic music king train, the dwarf man gazed dazedly toward the horizon. He heard about the events in the zombie basin in recent days. The Stellar was located in the zombie basin area. When they last met in Neon City, it was said to be a level 7 train. I wonder if a level 7 train can survive this crisis. So many level 9 monsters. It seems difficult, but since Mr. Mang said he could destroy a level 8 train at level 7, there might be a decent chance of survival, as long as he didn't encounter level 9 monsters. I wonder if I ever see Mr. Meng again. At this moment, in the village of the zombie basin, the level 3 iron ore mine had been successfully mined, a small mine. A portal then appeared in front of the train. A powerful suction emanated from the portal, and the star train immediately entered the portal. As the view shifted, the surrounding scene also rapidly emerged. When everything froze, the star train was already inside a massive prison cell, a cell large enough to accommodate a train. Surrounded by mud walls, the light was dim, save for oil lamps hanging on either side of the corridor outside the cell. In front of the cell stood a massive iron bar. This was the adventure map. The scene before him was exactly as Erden had described. Chen Mang's expression was calm as he quickly scanned his surroundings. All the adventure maps were real scenes, not fictional. Moreover, most of them had once belonged to the mechanical civilization. In other words, the mechanical civilization had truly created a dungeon containing a prisoner train, based on the area of the surrounding dungeons. It's more than enough to imprison a train with 30 cars, or even larger. On the screen in front of the train, information about this adventure map appeared. Long ago, trains that had committed misdeeds were imprisoned here, forced to reflect on their crimes. But one day, a newly imprisoned train discovered a way to escape, successfully escaping from the train dungeon, causing a catastrophe. The mechanical civilization has never known how that train escaped. Perhaps you will find out. Escape within 24 hours to pass. Failure within the time limit will result in a random curse. Chapter 216. That's all the information. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, and slowly pushed the lever. As the drill extended, he prepared to test it. He was curious about why something like a train dungeon existed. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to simply imprison the train conductor in the dungeon? There's no need to build such a large dungeon. And with the conductor's abilities, there's no way he could escape the dungeon without the train. If he could capture the train, he could capture the conductor. The next moment, bang! The star train slammed heavily into the iron railing. The 50-level drill struck the railing, sparks flying nowhere. The iron railing's strength was absurd. He then tested the surrounding walls. They looked like dirt walls. But after the collision, not a single drop of dirt fell. Chen Mang expressionlessly picked up the intercom. Old Pig, Li Shiji, Biazi, and the others, get off the train. Xiao Ai, you get off too, and let's figure out how to get out of this dungeon. It was obvious. Burning in was definitely out of the question. The only way out was to outsmart them. And when it comes to outsmarting, numbers are always a plus. Everyone should share their ideas. Inside the dungeon. The train dungeon was parked nearby. Old Pig stood at the iron railing, Somewhat puzzled, and hesitated, Master Meng, the gaps between these railings are a full meter. Even John Damei could get through. This thing can only stop the train, right? A person definitely can't stop it. Wait a minute, don't rush out. Li Shiji frowned, carefully examining the patterns and clues in the dungeon's corners. He analyzed the information carefully, saying, according to the information we have, the train escaped from this train dungeon less than 24 hours after it was captured. And the mechanical civilization still doesn't know how that train did it. I've got a rough idea of the adventure map's origin. It's likely related to the anchor point. Anchor point? Chen Meng, standing nearby with a cane, nodded thoughtfully. Yes, anchor point. Li Shiji nodded seriously. For example, when you humans look back on your lives, you can't remember every single memory clearly. You can only remember a few of the more profound ones. For example, the first time you confessed your love and got rejected. The first time you embarrassed yourself in front of everyone. The first time you got scolded by your boss. Can't you say something nice? Busey asked angrily. And what do you mean by you humans? You're not human, are you? Li Shiji's face remained expressionless. He continued, carefully searching for clues. Humans tend to remember painful memories more easily than happy ones. And I'm indeed different from you. I can clearly recall every memory from as far back as I can remember, which is truly beyond human reach. Hyperthymesia? Not that exaggerated, but not nearly as profound. These anchor points support the human life form. In other words, if these anchor points in a person's mind were instantly erased, it's almost as if they were starting over, with their entire memory of the first half of their life wiped out. And these adventure maps we visited are somewhat similar to the anchor points of mechanical civilization. Haven't you noticed? Whether it's the Tower of Babel, the Neon City, the ground core bomb, or now the train dungeon, they are all relatively important anchor points in the history of mechanical civilization. It's a bit like carefully dissecting a human's anchor point, something like an obsession. Having said that, Li Shiji withdrew his gaze from the train dungeon and tilted his head to look at Chen Meng. Master Meng, there aren't many clues, but I know what kind of train he was imprisoned on. It was a flesh train. Based on this dungeon, and the information we've learned previously, it's obvious. When the flesh train reaches a certain level, the conductor can no longer leave his flesh train, or rather, the two become one. This explains the train dungeon and the large gaps in the iron railings. Chen Meng remained silent. He had thought of this earlier. It wasn't a difficult conclusion to draw, but since Li Shiji hadn't found any other clues in the dungeon, he had to explore outside. He walked ahead, leaning on his cane, passing through the iron railings and arriving in the corridor, outside the train dungeon. Dim light bathed the floor. The corridor was extremely high and wide, easily enough to accommodate several mechanical trains running side by side. On both sides of the corridor were train dungeons, one after another. However, the iron railings of these train dungeons were in a state of disrepair, as if they had been forcibly damaged. The dungeon they were in was the first one on the far right of the corridor, and the corridor could only turn left. There were no clues along the way. The corridor was perhaps several hundred meters long. At the end of the corridor, they saw the first unopened train dungeon. The iron railings were intact, and in the corner of this dungeon, a massive flesh train was crouched. Yes, curled up. A normal mechanical train wouldn't curl up in a corner like this. It looked like this flesh train had been scrapped for a long time. The flesh armor on the carriages had long since turned black and dried, and the train dungeon was devoid of any life. Chen Meng looked down at the keycard in his hand. Perhaps this access card was used to open this dungeon? But in this dungeon, anyone could easily pass through the iron bars, making this access card somewhat useless. He handed the access card to Zhang Yi beside him. The key was too high for him to reach. Zhang Yi took the access card and gently pressed it against the access lock on the iron bars. 3 seconds passed, and there was no response. Master Meng, let me go in and take a look. Just then, Biazi volunteered, saying seriously, maybe there are some clues inside. I go too, Li Shiji also said. Yeah. Chen Meng's brow furrowed slightly. You too, be careful. Yes. 10 minutes later. Biazi and Li Shiji emerged from the train dungeon, shaking their heads. No clues. Li Shiji shook his head. I stepped on Biazi's shoulders and crawled inside the train compartment to take a look. It was completely empty. This flesh train looked a bit like a living organism. It didn't look scrapped, but rather dead. Chen Meng nodded, indicating he understood. Then he turned to look at the stairs behind him and strode towards the next level. At the end of the corridor, across from the dungeon where the flesh train was crouching in the corner, was a staircase leading to the next level. It seemed the clue must be there. There were no stairs going down, only up. This floor. It was still a corridor, and on both sides were train dungeons, too, completely destroyed and unrecognizable. After groping for a long time, they found a tiny dungeon in the corner of the corridor. It was clearly not on the same level as the surrounding dungeons. It was only 2 meters high and covered an area of about 10 square meters. The gaps in the iron bars of this dungeon were only the thickness of a thumb. A human would never be able to fit through it. And it was a bit too narrow. The gaps in the iron bars of a normal human prison cage were about 10 centimeters. Too narrow would be pointless. This width would already prevent many people from getting through. There was also an access lock on the iron bars. Chin Mang took out his access card and stuck it on the lock. The next moment, the access card in his hand suddenly shattered, transforming into countless points of light that merged into the access lock. Then, a crisp cracking sound was heard, and the access lock suddenly broke in two and fell to the ground. The iron bars instantly retracted to the ground. The previously sealed dungeon suddenly became accessible. This small, cramped dungeon was empty except for a humanoid corpse and a small bed. On the table next to it lay a chip and a blueprint. Hanging on the wall was a steel plate with 4 large characters written on it. Flesh Cage. Chin Mang looked around thoughtfully. This place resembled the warden's quarters, except that this warden looked somewhat human. Besides the chip and blueprint, there was also an access card on the table next to him. This card must be the access card that could open their cage. Besides that, there were several A4 sheets piled on the table, covered in a lot of information. However, because so much time had passed, the writing was completely indecipherable. With a light touch, the papers crumbled into ash and dissipated into the air. It seemed all the answers lay within that chip. He glanced around again, finding no more clues. Frowning, he picked up the access card and headed straight for the next level, ready to see if he could actually open it. When Zhang placed the access card on the access lock, the next moment, the surrounding scene suddenly began to shatter. When everything froze again, they were already at the point just before entering the adventure map. "How's it going, Master Meng?" Erden's voice rang out from the train room speakers. "I remember this map was limited to 24 hours. You guys got out so quickly. Did you clear it?" "Not sure." Chin Mang shook his head with a quizzical expression. He cleared the map, but there were no rewards, only the blueprint and the chip. Most importantly, he still hadn't figured out the adventure map. There were no clues at all. To clear this adventure map, one must possess the dungeon access card. Otherwise, there was no way to obtain the access card to the warden's dungeon, and thus no way to clear it. Wait. He realized what was odd. It should be the warden's office. Why would the warden decorate his office like a dungeon? It seemed that we would have to wait until Xiao Ai completely absorbed the chip before we could find out the details of this adventure map. Hopefully, it contained some useful information. The star train set off again. Anyway, at least there were no regrets in the zombie basin anymore. All the resources were taken. Next, it was time to continue on to the blue zone, Crisis Valley. This time, the star train didn't stop at all. Heading straight towards Crisis Valley, he had a faint anticipation for this new area. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Ai's voice rang out from the speakers in the star train cabin as it sped across the wasteland. "Mr. Meng, the information in the chip has been absorbed. How should I put it? This map isn't the one we're supposed to be in. We've come to the wrong place. This is an opportunity map for the flesh train. Long ago, a flesh train escaped from here. The warden discovered that the flesh train's method of escape was to transform into a thin layer of flesh armor that covered the train's conductor. Although human, he possesses the defense and strength of a flesh train. He could truly be called a superhuman. He slipped through the iron bars with ease. The iron bars in the dungeon where the warden stayed were used as a protective measure. If anything were to happen, they would activate, protecting the warden from harm. However, they couldn't be opened from the inside, requiring rescue from the outside. But apparently, the mechanical civilization didn't have the energy to deal with this mess, and the warden died in there. This chip contains his message. And that blueprint. It was inserted by the flesh train that escaped that year. It's a purple-grade accessory. A flesh train equipped with this accessory can maintain its sanity as much as possible and gain the upper hand in a fight with the flesh train. Now it seems, the ultimate goal of the flesh train class is essentially to merge with the train. However, with the acquisition of certain corresponding accessories, even merging with the train one can maintain consciousness. For example, this accessory can even reach the height of the train, transforming the flesh train into armor, thus achieving divine power in the flesh. And the only way to open this warden's dungeon is with your access card, Master Meng. If nothing unexpected happens, it was the flesh train that traded this access card for the Murphy Stone. Logically, this opportunity should have been his, but he sold it. Chen Meng's expression was slightly odd. This time, he understood. He then tucked the accessory blueprint into the drawer, convinced that the flesh train was indeed a scam. Let's see when this thing will be useful. Nearly an hour later, the Star Train arrived at the junction of the Zombie Basin and the Crisis Valley. A massive light curtain stretched across the two areas, and three large characters appeared in the air. Crisis Valley. A few lines of text slowly appeared on the train screen. The area ahead is blue, Crisis Valley. Monsters up to level 12 can exist. The current train level is level 10, so the risk factor is high. Please be careful. A new journey begins. Sitting in the train cabin, Chen Meng gazed at the light curtain ahead and slowly pushed the control lever. The Star Train began to accelerate rapidly, passing through the light curtain and heading straight for Crisis Valley. He laughed. He felt that adrenaline rush again. I hope the rest of my journey is smooth. Master Kun, please bless me with a safe journey. After all, I've carried your dream all the way here. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. It's a great honor to have you here. I burn a few sticks of incense for you next time. Chapter 217. No horns honked. No DJ was playing. Although his emotions were quite agitated, Chen Meng chose to step gently into the darkness ahead, quietly and stealthily. After all, he only had level 10 armor. In the Zombie Basin, he could roam freely and unimpeded, but upon reaching the Blue Zone Crisis Valley, he still had to be cautious, keeping a low profile, and upgrading to level 12 armor as quickly as possible. Then, he would begin to be both high profile and high profile. It was nighttime. The starry sky above Crisis Valley twinkled, quite alluring. Stars are truly magical, evoking the most primal desires in the human mind, like seeing a disheveled beauty, wanting to pounce on her with abandon, yet unable to reach out. The moment it passed through the light curtain, bang! A faint cracking sound echoed outside the train, and then the Star Train officially entered the Crisis Valley area. The Information Detection Radar and Enemy Search Radar, which had been operating since entering the area, rapidly displayed lines of information on the control panel screen. Nearby, a level 9 monster was being chased by a level 10 monster. More than 10,000 meters further, a level 10 train was guarding a level 2 iron mine mining. There were also some scattered low-level monsters. The highest level mine in the area was a level 3 iron mine, 8,000 meters underground. Everything was normal. Huh? Chen Meng breathed a sigh of relief. The screen showed that the level 10 train's armor level was level 8. As he had expected, his level 10 armor, while a little weak against the monsters in this area, would definitely have no problem with the train. These trains struggled to overcome the problem of high attack and low defense. Theoretically speaking, the best defense is offense. As long as the attack is strong enough, the enemy will be annihilated before they can even get close. So what's the point of defending? Just like his black hole armored robot, it had no armor at all, yet it was still effective. But that was only in theory. There would always be a time when close combat was necessary. At this moment, the traveling frog train controlled by Erden had bid him farewell, switching to bunny cloud wheels and disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye, continuing its exploration mission. Chen Meng didn't make any noise. Instead, he extended his drill and headed straight for the level 3 iron ore mine 8,000 meters underground. He'd dig a little first, then check the train radio for any information or intelligence. An hour later, the Star Train had already docked in a cavern 8,000 meters underground. Sitting in a chair, Chen Meng glanced at the message on the train radio and nodded thoughtfully. In the past hour, he had almost figured out the situation in this area. Blue Zone, Crisis Valley. There are 4 intersecting zones. 2 blue zones and 2 green zones. To reach the higher level zones, one must pass through the 2 blue zones. There's no direct route. A detour is required. This area is called Crisis Valley because, at its center, a massive canyon stretches across the entire area, a full 8,000 meters deep and hundreds of meters wide. It divides the entire area in two. To reach the other half of the zone, one must possess a bunny cloud to fly across. Within the Crisis Valley, there's a special monster called the Night Rabbit, which only lives outdoors. Killing it has a small chance of dropping the bunny cloud accessory blueprint. On the other side of the canyon lay the ruins of a mechanical city, where many train conductors had found numerous opportunities. It was said that the ruins were enormous, with the tallest building reaching several thousand meters in height, and from the rooftop one could overlook the sea of clouds. Is that so? Chen Meng rubbed his temple, pondering. The sense of danger in this area was less, much less than that of the Kunlun Mountains and the post-eruption zombie basin, and similar to the Shade Plains. People also lived in harmony. Generally speaking, only areas that met the following two conditions enjoyed relatively harmonious relations. First, few monsters. Second, abundant resources. This area had quite a few resources, making it a safe place for trains to develop. That's good. He smiled and stretched. It was late, and he felt a little tired. Developing in peace was good, he loved it. The train conductors in the area containing the ruins of the mechanical city liked to call it the Red Zone, a joke about the high incidence of Reds in the mechanical city. However, after so long, it had been thoroughly searched. Thanks to the Night Rabbit, almost a third of the trains in this area could fly. The remaining trains couldn't fly, not because they lacked the Rabbit Cloud wheels, but because they lacked sufficient tail jets to reach the minimum takeoff speed. And the area he was in, home to the pre-apocalyptic city, had long since been reduced to ruins, and people called it the White Zone. Any supplies that could be collected, including those of the survivors, had long since been swept away, leaving it practically empty. There were only a little over 400,000 units of iron ore left in the train. First, mine this level 3 iron ore, then look for higher level iron ore. This area was huge. The largest area he had ever encountered was the White Area Teeling Wasteland, which was about 2 or 3 times larger. Then he looked at the parts that could be crafted after upgrading the train to level 10. There were 3 in total. Star Ring Energy Shield, a red grade part, requiring 50,000 units of iron ore to craft. Comet Main Cannon, a red grade part, requiring 50,000 units of iron ore to craft. Infernal Wheel, a red grade part, requiring 50,000 units of iron ore to craft. 3 red grade accessories. These 3 accessories are the core of a level 10 train. The difference in combat power between a train equipped with these accessories and one without is truly remarkable. The grades of vehicle accessories, from lowest to highest, are white, green, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, pink, and rainbow. Above purple is red. Purple grade accessories can only be upgraded to level 10, granting 2 supermod effects. Red grade accessories can be upgraded to level 20, granting 3 supermod effects. But this raises a resource issue. This is like having to spend so much money to build a Chable energy shield, which is now useless, and then having to upgrade the Star Ring energy shield all over again. This wastes a lot of resources, which is why some trains devote all their resources to upgrading the train, not even upgrading the energy shield. As long as you're not in danger, upgrading first, reaching level 10 in one go, and then directly upgrading to the Star Ring energy shield is the most resource-efficient approach. Of course, that assumes you can survive to level 10. The Comet Main Cannon, on the other hand, requires a certain size for the train. The caliber alone is a full 2 meters thick, and the base is 5 meters wide. It's a massive energy cannon, typically mounted at the locomotive's head, requiring a head at least 7 meters wide. In other words, without the added functionality gained by upgrading to level 10, expanding the train's capacity, this main cannon simply wouldn't be possible. Chen Meng pondered to himself. It seemed the Star Train would also need to be expanded. As trains upgrade, their size is inevitable. After all, more powerful weapons tend to be larger, and a train too small wouldn't be able to accommodate them. Even if they were forced to install them, it would still be a small horse pulling a large cart, looking quite out of place. While this would make many places inaccessible to the train, this was the kind of mission individual ground troops needed to perform. He hadn't crafted any of these 3 accessories. They were too expensive, and he couldn't afford them at the moment. And that flame wheel. Like Hot Wheels, these wheels are used for traveling on hard, flat surfaces like wastelands. They're incredibly fast, but they're simply a higher-end alternative to Hot Wheels, faster and, of course, more expensive. That's all the information I need about this area and the level 10 train. It's only after reaching level 10 that I truly feel like I own Doomsday train. Many accessories and features are just beginning to unlock. Before that, it felt a bit like a beginner's village. With each subsequent level, combat power is a qualitative leap. 12 hours later. Daybreak. The level 3 iron mine deep underground had also been fully mined, replenishing the train with another 2.8 million units of iron ore. All residents returned to their respective compartments and began to rest. The Star Train, meanwhile, zipped through the underground, searching for possible iron or both on the surface and underground. There were few monsters underground in this area. At least he hadn't seen any in the 12 hours he'd been there, nor had he seen any other trains underground. It was as if no one had the drill. He was moving quickly underground, not much slower than on the surface. Upgrading armor was a priority. Upgrading it to at least level 11, then preparing to begin adjustments to the train compartments. The number of residents was quite high, and they needed to be quickly packed into the resident gates. Then, all basic equipment would be upgraded. Chen Mang controlled the train, heading deeper underground. Since the incident in the zombie basin, his first priority in a new area was to see if there was anything hidden underground, drilling as deep as possible. The next moment, at 10,000 meters underground, the search radar suddenly began beeping. It indicated a depth of 30,000 meters. A train tunnel? Similar to the supersonic train tunnel in the ground core nuclear bomb area map, only deep underground, parallel to the surface, and enormous, about 100 meters high and wide. With such a large space, not to mention a train, even the largest zombie he had encountered, the level 7 mechanical zombie king, could pass through without issue. They really are hiding something? Chen Mang's expression was slightly quizzical. He immediately steered the train deeper, ready to see what this tunnel held. A normal train would have difficulty detecting it. First, without a high-level drill, the speed underground was very slow, and it would take forever to reach this point. Second, the range of the enemy radar wasn't as wide as his. He hadn't seen any high-level replacement for the enemy radar yet, and normally, a fully upgraded enemy radar only had a range of 3,000 meters. He continued deeper. The drill encountered the tunnel's outer shell, made of reinforced concrete. It was incredibly hard and difficult to drill. Even his level 50 drill struggled, sending only clouds of dust flying, completely useless. But he never believed it. After consuming 377,500 units of iron ore, he upgraded the drill to level 100. The drill became even harder and rotated faster. A significant improvement compared to before. As the level 100 drill began to spin rapidly, a large amount of dust flew into the air. A small hole soon appeared on the tunnel surface. Soon, a larger hole was drilled, and the train successfully entered the train tunnel below. The stellar train flew through the tunnel, its 15 carriages landing smoothly and in unison. The tunnel had 4 marked roads, commonly known as 4-lane roads, though each lane was wider. The air inside the tunnel was stifling, almost devoid of oxygen. The numerous incandescent lights lining the tunnel walls made the darkness seem less gloomy. There was no end in sight, front or back, and it was impossible to tell where this train tunnel led or where it began. This tunnel shouldn't have existed before the apocalypse, right? Chen Mang sat inside the train, gazing around. So this train tunnel is part of the ruins of the mechanical city in the red zone? It's a secret passage in the mechanical city. Even without the bunny cloud wheels, can we still enter the mechanical city ruins? If that's the case. He glanced down at the direction indicator on the control panel screen. Going north should lead us to the mechanical city ruins. But where does this train tunnel lead from here? After pondering for a moment, he immediately turned the train around in the tunnel and headed south along the train tunnel. He wasn't particularly curious about the mechanical city. Many people had already been there, and even if he did, he didn't think he'd find anything valuable. But this train tunnel must have been in use for a long time. It was covered in a thick layer of dust. He was more curious about where this tunnel led to the mechanical city. That place must have been untouched. An untouched place meant he could enjoy better food inside the train tunnel. The Star train strictly adhered to traffic regulations and drove on the far right of the 4-lane road. On either side of the 4-lane road ran a smaller road, with signs warning smaller trains not to occupy the passage for larger trains. Although he knew no one was enforcing the law, he still strictly adhered to it. After all, in this awful place, a level 12 robot traffic policeman from a mechanical civilization might pop out from the corner at any moment, stop his train, and give him a ticket. It wasn't surprising. The train wasn't going very fast. He kept it at 280 kilometers per hour. Any faster, and it would be hard to see if there were any hidden information on either side of the tunnel. Some information AI couldn't discern, only the human brain could. The way AI judges information is actually a bit like spotting differences. It's difficult to make deep associations. Humans can associate the veins on a leaf with a simple sketch, a curvy figure, a woman's butt, and a cigarette afterward, until they reach a sage state. AI can only associate a single leaf with botany. In this respect, they're not on the same level. This is why AI can never decipher the truth from an apple. Just then. Huh? Chen Mang looked at the scene before him, slightly taken aback. Is law enforcement so brutal? Chapter 218. Directly ahead of the tunnel, two massive signs appeared, mid-air on either side. They were similar in size to highway billboards. Inscribed on them were the words, "No flesh train allowed." Next to the billboards were dozens of large-caliber machine guns and a dozen high-speed cameras. Clearly, if a flesh train was detected, those dozens of machine guns would immediately open fire. However, the dust covering those machine guns had almost turned amber. Could they still function normally? It was impossible to tell what level they were. Chin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, withdrawing his gaze from the billboards on either side, and gradually slowed down. He was now almost certain that this wasn't a civilian train tunnel, but a wartime military tunnel. But the problem now was, according to Xiao AI's tip, the junction of Crisis Valley and Zombie Basin was 1,000 meters ahead. He had to slow down to avoid crashing headfirst into the wall of air and becoming dizzy. But the tunnel still had no end in sight. What a shame. He sighed, with a faint sense of regret. He hadn't expected this tunnel to lead to the Zombie Basin. He was already a level 10 train, and high-level trains couldn't reach lower-level areas. It was one of the fundamental rules of this world. The only thing that puzzled him was how he hadn't detected this train tunnel when he had penetrated over 20,000 meters into the core of the Zombie Basin. The next moment, while he was daydreaming, the Star Train had already sped thousands of meters further. Huh? Chin Mang was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the control panel screen and asked in disbelief, "Xiao AI, we should be in the Zombie Basin area now, right?" "Yes, we're back." Without any air barrier blocking his way, he effortlessly sailed through the train tunnel all the way back to the Zombie Basin. The control panel screen also indicated that he was currently in the Zombie Basin. What the hell? He rubbed his eyes, gazing blankly into the still endless tunnel. Just like that? Where were the area barriers? Were they being ignored? But then a strange glint flickered in his eyes. This train tunnel clearly wasn't operating according to common sense, and the more unusual it was, the more it suggested there was something truly extraordinary within it. After driving for nearly 2 more hours, the incandescent lights on both sides of the tunnel finally turned into blinking red warning lights, as if signaling some unusual danger ahead. The Star Train's speed slowly slowed again. Soon, a massive train elevator appeared on the right side of the tunnel. This wasn't the end of the train tunnel, just a small branch. "Captain, should we order Biazi and the others to explore?" "No need." Chin Mang shook his head. "This is a train elevator. If the crisis is anything like a train-level crisis, how could Biazi and the others possibly withstand it?" Then he steered the train slowly toward the entrance of the train elevator. As soon as it came to a complete stop, a long funnel extended from the elevator door, directly into the window of the train compartment. A sign next to it clearly stated a line of words. "Please insert a level 2 energy stone. 5,000 units of iron ore." Not expensive at all. He took a freshly crafted level 2 energy stone from Xiao AI and dropped it in. The next moment, the flashing red warning light in the center of the train elevator instantly turned solid green. Then, accompanied by the sound of cables retracting and retracting, the train elevator slowly opened. A puff of dust erupted from the elevator. It had been in use for ages. He even saw a tattered spiderweb in the corner. Amazing! Chin Mang, with a touch of admiration, pushed the joystick, steering the star into the unknown elevator before him, which led to an unknown destination. This was 30,000 meters underground, and spiders could still weave webs here. How did they find such a remote place? What to eat? This elevator hadn't been operating for a long time. I hoped there wouldn't be any accidents. Squeak! Accompanied by a whirring of mechanical equipment, the elevator began to rise rapidly. There were no control buttons inside, and it seemed this elevator could only go one place. 10 minutes later, the elevator stopped. The moment the elevator doors opened, Chin Mang took in the scene before him, his mouth slightly open, his eyes filled with shock, ahead of the train. The ruins of a mechanical city lay before him. Countless buildings had collapsed, and reinforced concrete and various types of steel were scattered across the shambles, as if the place had been bombed by a nuclear bomb. That's right. This was exactly the adventure map from Ground Core Nuclear Bomb. The train elevator he was in was disguised within a low hill. He could see the soil on both sides of the train elevator. He could even see the supersonic tunnel through which he had escaped. The entrance was blocked by rubble. Damn it! They're connected? Chin Mang pulled the Star Train out of the elevator in disbelief. The elevator door behind him slowly closed, blending seamlessly into the mountain. No difference was noticeable, and the search radar couldn't even detect a train elevator inside this small hill. In other words, He could have easily found this train elevator back in the geocentric nuclear bomb adventure map and reached Crisis Valley with a level 6 train. Although this wouldn't have earned him any rewards for completing the adventure map, it wouldn't have been meaningful. The level 6 train ran to the blue zone and went to hell. But such a passage did exist. A funnel appeared in the elevator again, signaling him to insert a coin. Once he did, the elevator would reopen. With a complex expression, Chen Mang controlled the star train towards the supersonic train tunnel, the tunnel he had escaped from that adventure map that day. The drill bit spun at high speed, quickly clearing the rubble at the entrance. He shot diagonally upward along this tunnel. Because the tunnel was destroyed, the supersonic effect was no longer effective, and the passage was almost completely blocked by mud, but a drill was clearing a path. 10 minutes later, the star train hovered above the zombie basin. Below it was the hill from which he had flown that day. Not far away was the site of the zombie volcano eruption. Very good. Chen Mang silently glanced around. This hill was the exit. It could only be used to exit, not enter. The next moment, boom! Under the effect of the weather control accessory, dark clouds enveloped the star train. A violent storm arrived in the blink of an eye. Rumbles of thunder echoed across the sky, and occasional flashes of lightning could be seen streaking through the clouds. Amidst the thunderstorm, the clouds beneath the star train also quickly transformed into dark clouds. This was the level 10 supermodel effect of the bunny cloud wheel. During a thunderstorm, clouds transform into dark clouds, increasing their speed dramatically. Speed reached its maximum. Heading north again, he headed towards the Crisis Valley and continued drilling deep underground, finding the hole he had just emerged from. He returned to the train tunnel 30,000 meters underground, turned the train around, and headed south again. Soon, he passed through the junction of the zombie basin and the Crisis Valley again. This time, he didn't control his speed, hurtling underground at nearly peak speed. Under the influence of the weather control accessory, a fierce wind enveloped the train, and the hot wheels began to burn rapidly, causing the train's speed to increase again. Soon, the incandescent lights on both sides of the train tunnel began to flash red again, a warning signal. He arrived at the elevator entrance of the ground core nuclear bomb adventure map again. This time, he didn't pause. He maintained his speed, continuing deeper into the tunnel. The tunnel gradually became less straight and took on a subtle curve. The area he was in on the control panel screen kept changing. From the zombie basin to the Kunlun Mountains, then to a world of ice and snow. Soon, the incandescent lights on both sides of the train tunnel gradually turned into flashing red warning lights. Chen Mang, now emerging from the train compartment, dressed in a sweater and wrapped in a blanket, gazed down at the vast snowy landscape below. Dazed, he pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lightly snapped his fingers. The next moment, Xiao Ai's left arm suddenly extended from the train compartment window, spanning several meters before arriving in front of Chen Mang. With a puff of fire, it erupted. He glanced back at Xiao Ai's arm, which had retracted as quickly as Luffy, and whispered, "Modified again?" "Yeah, a little." Chen Mang said nothing more, merely sighing softly and rubbing his temples with his knuckles, a bit hazily. Light blue smoke drifted in the air, the chill in the air bringing clarity to his mind. He was currently on a collapsed snowy mountain. The same mountain where the level 7 mechanical zombie king was. The train elevator in the tunnel just now led directly to the secret factory of the mechanical civilization beneath the mountain. This was a green area. He had a strange feeling appearing here on a level 10 train. This train tunnel clearly contained a large cargo, but he hadn't yet discovered its location. The fact that this train tunnel defied the underlying rule of this world, which prohibited high-level trains from traveling to lower-level areas, meant it was something special. He had completely emptied the secret factory. There was nothing left. He didn't stay long, but smoked a cigarette and returned to the train tunnel via the elevator. This wasn't the end yet, so he continued speeding along the tunnel. About half an hour later, the train appeared above a tall tower. Yes, this is the Babel Tower, located in the Shade Plains. After he and Erden had cleared this adventure map last time, the light curtain outside the adventure map changed to, "The area ahead is off limits, the Babel Tower. Stay there for more than 10 seconds, and you will be severely attacked." So when Chen Mang discovered that he had emerged from the train elevator in the tunnel, and had unexpectedly appeared on the Babel Tower, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly tried to return to the train tunnel. He didn't want to be severely attacked. But he had to get the train out of the elevator first, and then complete the coin insertion before the train could start moving again. This was a set procedure. It was rigid, but he had no choice. He had to follow it. However, Even though he had gone as fast as he could, the whole process was very time-consuming. Before he could even drop the level 2 energy stone into the funnel, 10 seconds had already passed. Chen Meng frowned and placed his hand on the train's special skill, Absolute Defense, ready to press it at any moment to block any unexpected and violent attack. But he waited patiently for dozens of seconds. There was no movement, not even a hint of movement, let alone a violent attack. Absolute silence. He sat inside the train, perplexed, looking around. Perhaps because he hadn't illegally entered the restricted area, but had instead entered through a covert process, there would be no punishment. Thinking of this, he calmed down. He simply gazed at the mechanical city on the Tower of Babel. After they had cleared the level, its self-destruct system had activated, reducing the entire city to ruins in the flames of the explosion. Now, nothing remained. Shape plane. Chen Meng looked at the leaderboard, but his name wasn't on it. Clearly, the star train wasn't actually in this area at the moment. He couldn't connect to the train radio in that area, nor could he connect to the train radio in the Crisis Valley area. In other words, he was currently in a blacklist, or rather, a bugged state. Theoretically, no other area could detect the underground train tunnel, only the Crisis Valley area could. Furthermore, even if it could be detected, the tunnel's outer shell was extremely hard, making it impossible to enter. Unless you had a level 100 drill. Unfortunately, he did. A normal person only needed 98 Murphy stones to acquire a level 100 drill. Not a lot. You could get one by completing 4 S-level missions in the undersea maze. Chen Meng, with some emotion, piloted the train out of the Tower of Babel and headed towards the speeding level 4 train below. He was prepared to offer it a chance, perhaps 50,000 units of iron ore. Let the other person experience what it meant to be baffled. He still had some feelings for the shade plane. After all, he had made his only friend, Erden, there, and found many opportunities. Oh, now Erden was no longer just a friend. He had become his auxiliary train. Well, his only friend was gone too. However, when the star train landed and stopped the level 4 train, he realized it was actually an old acquaintance. Electronic Music King train. The first train that had left a lasting impression on him. The train that had arrogantly passed by his train late at night in the deserted wasteland, playing DJ music. Chapter 219. It's this guy? Chen Meng was slightly taken aback, then shook his head and laughed helplessly. What a coincidence. His original intention was to stop a random level 4 train and offer it a chance, asking nothing in return, simply for fun. He thought about it. Unexpectedly, he stopped an old acquaintance. Master Meng. Soon. A dwarf man jumped out of the train compartment. With an excited look on his face, he strode to the front of the star train. With his hands on his hips, he raised his head with difficulty, gazing up at the train compartment. How come I see you here? I can't reach you without you having established formal communication with me. I was originally going to ask, but there was supposedly a crisis in the zombie basin a while ago. I wonder if you're okay. Looks like you're okay now. After establishing formal communication, even if they're not in the same area, they can still contact each other via the train radio. The dimming of the other party's name can be used to determine whether the other train has been destroyed. However, establishing formal communication requires both parties to have had a private conversation. It's established now. Chen Meng, also smiling, emerged from the train compartment. He looked down at the dwarf man standing before him and waved. Soon, the door to the resident carriage number 10 opened, and a group of goblins strode toward the two men. Do you feel the joy of seeing your fellow men? They're all as tall as you. The dwarf man sighed helplessly. I'm so concerned about your life and death. Are you mocking me? Just a little joke. Chen Meng smiled, squatting down, pulling a nut from his pocket and offering it to him. Here, have some candy. Is there anything you need on the train? This is our 5th meeting. I'd like to give you some luck. Like iron or copper or something like that. I give you 2 Murphy stones. I want them, the dwarf said, seeming hesitant to speak. The tall girl doesn't have any. Never mind. Wait, there's one. Chen Meng waved his hand, motioning Zhang Damei down. The dwarf looked at Zhang Damei, a rather sturdy figure, who looked like she could crush him to a pulp with one punch, and waved her hand sheepishly. Actually, I haven't really been into that lately. Thank you, Master Meng, for your kindness. TSK. Chen Meng smiled and stood up, looking at Xiao Ai standing nearby. Bring down that storage box you just found. It's a gift for my brother. It contains 100,000 units of iron ore. That's not good. The dwarf muttered awkwardly. Master Meng, Even though you're rich now, 100,000 units of iron ore is definitely not a small amount for you. Giving it to me like that feels a bit like taking something for nothing. It's okay. Chin Mang stretched as he stood there, not really taking it seriously. There wasn't much iron ore on the train to begin with, especially after upgrading the drill to level 100, leaving only 2.8 million units. But just now, in the train tunnel, Mundo, who had been away for so long, finally returned home. It brought him a vast amount of resources. The iron ore alone yielded 7.8 million. There was also copper, ore timber, blueprints, and more. He could only praise this as amazing, and immediately ordered a promotion for Mundo to level 1 senior talent status, sharing the same status with Biazi and Laozhu. He was also the third person on the train to receive this rank. Baidoba's pay was even better on the train. In less than 20 days, he earned 7.8 million units of iron ore, the equivalent of mining 3 level 3 mines by himself. With this kind of pay, he felt it was unreasonable to give him anything less than a level 1. One man is worth an army. The dwarf man looked sheepishly at Xiao Ai, who was carrying the storage box down. I'm so embarrassed. I didn't do anything. Wait. He looked at the scratch on the storage box with some confusion. Why does this storage box look so familiar? It seems exactly like the one the black market merchant took away from me the day before yesterday. You might not know, Mr. Reckless, but I ran into a black market merchant the other day. He said he was having a big sale. Besides spending inheritance points, he was also selling Murphy stones, 10,000 units each. However, you can only use 1/3 of the train's iron ore reserves to buy them. I have 300,000 units of iron ore in my train, which I'm going to use for train upgrades. I used 100,000 units of iron ore to buy 10 Murphy stones. The black market merchant also asked me to use my reserves to buy them. I was trying to trade for a storage box, but as soon as I handed it over, the black marketeer stuffed my storage box into the refrigerator and disappeared. I waited there for 12 hours, but didn't see him again. I've been constantly checking back over there these past few days to see if the black marketeer is waiting for me. I wonder what happened to him. Chin Mang's smile faded, and then he patted the dwarf's shoulder with a serious expression. Don't overthink it. Just take these 100,000 units of iron ore. It's fate that we met. Yes. The dwarf looked up at Chin Mang with gratitude. Master Mang, thank you. If I ever get the chance to repay you, I won't refuse. It's highly unlikely you ever get the chance to repay me, and don't you want to ask me something? Are you okay during that zombie basin crisis? No. Well, we had a lot of fun together in Neon City last time. Anything else? How did you get out of the restricted area, the Tower of Babel? It was a coincidence. Anything else? Master Mang, what level of train are you on now? Level 10. Chin Mang nodded with satisfaction, leaning aside and pointing to the thick armor on the train's exterior. Not only is the train level 10, even the armor is level 10. Have you ever seen level 10 armor? Level 10 monsters can't penetrate the defenses. And I've killed countless level 9 monsters. That day, the zombie basin crisis erupted. Countless zombie monsters erupted from the ground, destroying several trains. Of course, I've already wiped out most of the monsters in the zombie basin, so it won't be that dangerous for you to go there again. Currently in the Blue Zone Crisis Valley. If you have a chance in the future, you can come and play with me. Level 10 train? The dwarf man's mouth opened in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. Last time we met in Neon City, weren't you still a level 7 train, Mr. Reckless? How come you're suddenly a level 10 train? That's too fast. And Master Mang, you're on a level 10 train. How did you end up in this area? Isn't it said that high-level trains can't travel to lower-level areas? Not bad. Chin Mang cheerfully placed his hand on the dwarf's shoulder. It's only 15 carriages, all equipped with level 10 armor, 10 level 10 Doomsday cannons, and a missile mounted in the back. Nothing much to say. Compared to those truly powerful ones, it's nothing. That's about it. Well, shall I go? Get some nuts, cigarettes, clothes, and other small items for my brother. I give you 1,000 sets of clothes. These are special. They lock in warmth and have built-in pockets. Whether you use them for yourself or sell them, they fetch a high price. Okay, brother. I have something else to do, so I'd be leaving first. We talk next time. Babel still wasn't the end of the tunnel. He had to see what lay beyond it, so he waved his hand and prepared to leave. Just then, a level 4 train suddenly sped towards the two of them, quickly stopping beside them. A young man jumped out of the train compartment, his face excited as he raised his hands to indicate he was unarmed. Mr. Meng, it's me, it's me. Who are you? Chen Meng frowned slightly, looking at the young man. He had no memory of him at all. Didn't you give me a pornographic magazine back then? I remember, the one who gave me the blueprints for the oxygen concentrator? Chen Meng grinned, suddenly realizing something. Well, do you regret it now? The ground beneath the shade plane is completely covered in minerals. Without the oxygen concentrator, even if I got the drill blueprints, I wouldn't be able to mine. Hee. The young man scratched the back of his head and said excitedly, No, I got the blueprints for the oxygen concentrator. Where did you get them? I traded them with him for the porn magazine you gave me, Master Meng. The young man pointed to the dwarf man beside him. Ahem. The dwarf awkwardly avoided Chen Meng's questioning gaze. The main thing was that the main character in that porn magazine was the slave girl you sold me last time, Master Meng. I was looking at her pre-apocalyptic photos in the magazine while doing something myself, and it felt a little more exciting. And then I just happened to have an extra oxygen concentrator blueprint, so I sold it to him. No, so you couldn't just sell the oxygen concentrator blueprint to someone else, and then use the iron ore to buy the porn magazine he had? I was horny at the time, and I was in a rush. I met him at the gathering. It just so happened that this guy and I had traded a few times in the Teeling Wasteland before, and we had a good relationship. I figured since we knew each other, I'd take a small loss, and he really needed oxygen concentrator parts. We became friends after that. Chen Meng was silent, not sure what to say. This guy was really horny, and he managed to survive this long. I don't know how he did it, but he never traded a blueprint for a magazine in his life. That's a white blueprint. Forget the magazine, even if it were Ji Choo Choo. Well, if it were Ji Choo Choo, I have to think again. Then he realized something, and turned to the young man. How did you know I was here? I came to see him, the young man said excitedly, pointing at the dwarf man. We agreed to meet here for the rally together. I didn't expect to see you, Mr. Meng, here. How did you recognize me? Do you know what I look like? I don't know. The young man said seriously, even though I don't know the exact level of your train, Master Meng, it looks incredibly impressive from the outside. The thick armor and ferocious machine guns are unmatched by any other train on the shade plane. And he was standing outside the train talking to you. As far as I know, the only big shot he's close to is you, Master Meng. Last time, after leaving Neon City, he boasted to me for a long time about how he and Master Meng had fucked someone together. Ahem. The dwarf waved his hands awkwardly. Don't talk nonsense. When did I ever say that? Chen Meng looked at the dwarf with a slightly strange expression. I only sang a few songs on the first floor of Sun City, and spent a lot of time with everyone. I haven't touched a woman in a while, so please don't spread rumors about me, especially dirty ones. I only told him a few things, but I haven't told anyone else. That's fine. It's fate that we met. Chen Meng waved his hand, signaling Xiao Ai to take down another storage box. Here are 100,000 units of iron ore. Here's a gift for you. You gave me a blueprint before, so I give you 100,000 units of iron ore. If we're lucky enough to meet again next time, there'll be a gift. Thank you, Master Meng. Thank you, Master Meng. The young man took the box without hesitation, his face beaming. Then, with a hint of emotion, he said, I was just scammed out of 100,000 units of iron ore the day before yesterday. I didn't expect to make it up to you today. Giving you a component blueprint was the best thing I've ever done in my life. A scam? Yeah, the day before yesterday, he ran into a black marketeer. He only sold Murphy Stone for 10,000 units of iron ore each, and told me to hurry over. So I rushed over, gave the black marketeer 100,000 units of iron ore, and then disappeared with the Murphy Stone. I told him we were definitely scammed, but he refused to believe me. He said how could a black marketeer cheat? He must have left for something, and might be back any day. It just takes a while. Mr. Meng, you're well informed. Tell me, in this case, was we scammed? Chen Meng's mouth twitched slightly, and he remained expressionless in silence for a moment. After a moment, he said seriously, it's definitely not a scam. The black marketeer probably just had diarrhea, and went home temporarily. He might find you one day, and give you the Murphy Stone. Don't be too sad. It made him feel a little guilty. When there's more Murphy Stone, have Mondo come, and give 10 to each of these two people. How come they've been tricked by our own people? Each one is pulling the strings. It's like a pyramid scheme. It's okay. The young man said cheerfully, I'm actually quite happy. He didn't know the black marketeer was a scam. Telling me about this good news right away shows he truly considers me a friend. even though I'm down 100,000 units of iron ore. But in a doomsday world like this, having a friend who can confide in you and fight alongside you is more important, I think. Far more important than 100,000 units of iron ore. What are you talking about? The dwarf curled his lips in dissatisfaction. I told you, the Black Marketeer will definitely send us the Murphy Stone later. He just left temporarily, not ran away. That's not a scam. Don't be so harsh. Chapter 220. Alright. Chin Mang rubbed his temples lightly, feeling a slight headache, interrupting the two men's chorus. He realized he was being a little soft-hearted. Their chorus was making him feel guilty. Well, shall I go get some nuts, cigarettes, or something, and get some for my brother? They're all good things. Cigarettes can relieve pain, and nuts can be a good snack. You can keep them or sell them. They're both good options. Keep them. Alright, I have things to do. I be leaving now. See you next time. With that, Chin Mang strode back to the train compartment, sat on the console, and pushed the joystick. The star train slowly moved toward the screen with the words Tower of Babel, preparing to return to its own tunnel. He extended his arm out the window, and waved goodbye. Quite a dashing presence. Life is like that. If friends who were once good friends part at the height of their relationship, they still smile knowingly when they think of them for the rest of their lives. But if they've been together for too long, and conflicts arise, the feeling of first meeting is often lost. As the saying goes, Mr. Reckless is truly amazing. The dwarf man looked at the heavily armored stellar train with envy. It clearly says it's a restricted area, and staying there for even 10 seconds will result in severe damage. Yet, Mr. Reckless dared to go deep inside. You didn't see it just now. Mr. Reckless flew down from that Tower of Babel. Huh? The young man froze in his tracks, gazing at the Tower of Babel towering into the clouds before him. You can actually go up there? Did you ask Mr. Reckless how he got there? I asked. What did Mang say? Mang said it was a coincidence. And guess what level Mang's train is? Last time you said level 7, so it should be level 8 now, right? Wait, Mang is a level 8 train, so how did he end up in the green area, the Sand River Plain? It's level 10. The dwarf sighed with emotion. A level 10 train? Can you imagine? I don't know how Mang got here, but since he's Mang, it's not surprising that he has some unusual methods. After all, Mang killed the level 3 boss, the man-eating spider, with the power of a newly entered level 2 train. And when I saw the star before that, it was still a small level 1 train. It's only been a short time since I've upgraded from level 2 to level 4, and Mang has gone straight to level 10. That's too much. Hey, wait. Wait. Just then, the young man suddenly looked at the star train in the distance with some confusion. Why did Master Mang suddenly leave the Tower of Babel and head west? That seems to be the Kunlun Mountains. I don't know, maybe something urgent happened. Master Mang is really busy. Big shots are always busy. You sound like you know a lot about big shots. Haha, I fucked someone with Master Mang before. Don't I know more than you? Master Mang just told you not to spread rumors about him. Then I fucked someone in front of Master Mang, so that doesn't count as a rumor, right? It's true. But that doesn't sound impressive. Then go and hack someone in front of Master Mang and show me. The young man looked at the dwarf with a blank expression. Since you insist on competing with me, I tell you a secret. What secret? I saw you kissing that porn magazine I gave you last time. And then? My dad used that magazine. What do you mean used? Literally. The dwarf man was silent for a moment before whispering. He didn't get on it, did he? What do you think? The dwarf man said nothing more, but strode towards his train compartment. Hey, where are you going? Alpaca, let's start the fight. One of us must die today. The rally's about to start. Are you going? Go to hell. I'm going to kill you today. Don't be angry, dwarf brother. I was just kidding. It's not true. Think about it. How could it be true? I don't believe it. Your dad is such a jerk. Could he do such a thing? On the Shade Plain. The star sped across the plain, heading straight for the Kunlun region. In the train compartment, Chin Mang silently stared at the control panel screen. The moment he entered the Babel Tower area, a 10-second countdown to a heavy attack appeared on the screen. Clearly, he had no problem reaching the top of the tower via the train elevator. However, entering by any other means would still expose him to heavy attack. This was a single passage, like the ground core nuclear bomb, only exit, not entry. He was heading towards the ice and snow world area. But just as he was about to enter the Kunlun Mountains area, a line of text appeared on the control panel screen. The area ahead is a low-level area. Your train level is too high to enter. It's over. Chin Mang's mouth twitched slightly, as if he had been stuck in a bug that had become his own. The Tower of Babel was a one-way passage, only allowing exit but not entry. He could no longer return. The only way to return was to travel to the secret factory in Ice and Snow World and enter the train tunnel from there. However, due to his current high level, he couldn't even reach the Kunlun Mountains, let alone the Ice and Snow World. He seemed trapped in the Sand River Plains. After a long moment, he sighed softly, lit a cigarette, and leaned back in his chair, contemplating. So far, this seemed like the only solution. Although he couldn't detect a train tunnel in the Shade Plains, he knew there was one beneath the Tower of Babel. By drilling down and re-drilling a hole in the tunnel, he could return to the tunnel. But the problem was, for some reason, no trains had been seen underground in the Crisis Valley, but in the Shade Plains, there were many trains searching for minerals. He worried that sooner or later, someone would stumble upon the tunnel and, by chance, find the hole he had dug in it, and enter the tunnel as well. Wouldn't that expose his secret base? He loved this train tunnel. Whenever he encountered a major crisis in the future, he would simply hide in the train tunnel. No one would be able to find him. He had already considered this tunnel, and the areas leading to the elevator shafts, as his secret base. Just like the Tower of Babel, he hid in on the Sand River Plain. Forget level 12 monsters. Even level 20 monsters wouldn't be able to find him. Why should he be afraid? Forget it. Besides this method, there was no other way. The probability was so small. He didn't believe anyone would go 30,000 meters underground to look for minerals. Mines were usually found at most 10,000 meters underground, and there were no minerals deeper than that. The Star Train, having reached the edge of Kunlun Mountain, immediately turned around and headed back towards the Tower of Babel. When he saw the Tower of Babel, he immediately switched to the drill and drilled underground. He didn't want to see those two again. It would be embarrassing. Besides, he promised a gift for their next meeting, so if they did, would he give it or not? He quickly found the train tunnel, 30,000 meters beneath the Tower of Babel. It didn't show up on the radar. He had to find it by groping. Thankfully, it was directly beneath the Tower of Babel, so it wasn't difficult to find. After drilling another hole in the tunnel's hull, the Star Train continued its journey. Today, he had to see what lay at the end. Train room. Chin Mang summoned Badon and Mondo, looking at Mondo with a somewhat complicated expression. Who made that rule? You can only use a maximum of 1/3 of a train's iron or to purchase Murphy Stone. I didn't make that rule for you, did I? I came up with it myself. Mundo said in a deep voice, a train without iron ore will soon perish. We need to be in long-term business, not just one-off deals. Only by ensuring the train's continued development can we have greater purchasing power next time. But how could a train be traded twice? Yes, they have a face blindness for goblins. That's good. Chin Mang sighed softly before speaking seriously. Go forward, try to trade with higher level trains. For those trains, losing a few 100,000 units of iron ore isn't even a major loss. But let's leave this level 4 train alone next time. If they lose 100,000 units of iron ore, they might actually be dead. Understood? Okay, let's go. You've worked hard these days, Doba. Remember to reward Mundo well when you get back. You've done a great job this time. No problem, Doba said seriously. Leave it to me. Again. In the purple area Death Island, a massive train, over 30 meters high, slowly came to a stop. An angry, red-haired man opened the train door. 2 streams of pale blue flames erupted from his backpack, sending him flying into the air and landing successfully on the ground. The man, fresh off landing, pointed angrily at the black-cloaked black marketeer standing in front of the train and roared, "You've already cheated me twice. What the hell do you want? Are you trying to cheat me a 3rd time? Huh? Can't you just cheat someone else? What's the point of targeting me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Believe it or not, if I wasn't forbidden from attacking you, I'd crush you into a cookie. Get out. I won't buy anything. Get as far away as you can." Wait a minute. The red-haired man's eyes suddenly flashed with conspiracy, and he grinned. Wait here for a while. I won't trade, but I ask my friends to come over and trade with you. Wait a minute. He immediately returned to the train and contacted his long-standing rival. Soon, a heavy, pink train, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, approached from a distance. When the train stopped, a small elevator descended from the train to the ground. When the elevator door opened, a burly bearded man led a group of thugs. They looked at the red-haired man suspiciously, then walked towards the black market merchant tentatively. I have some inheritance points. 10 minutes later. The bearded man looked at the red-haired man with a satisfied smile. Not bad, brother. I didn't realize I misunderstood you before. I always thought you were stingy, but I didn't expect you to be so decisive when it comes to the big issues. I've had these 1,000 plus inheritance points sitting around for over 6 months, unable to spend them. Today, I finally spent them. Thanks, brother. All our past grudges are forgotten. We see each other again. Just wait and see if I'm decisive. That's a real man. The red-haired man stared at the departing pink train in amazement, then hurried over to the black marketeer. Well, I used all my inheritance points last time with your colleague. But don't you have a hidden shop where you can buy items at a 10% discount with iron ore? I want to buy that. The black marketeer glanced at the red-haired man expressionlessly. Foolish human. The great black marketeer only serves one customer at a time. With that, he instantly vanished. Left behind was the red-haired man, beating his chest and stamping his feet, his face thick with regret. Who knew this black marketeer was actually real? Could there be some real and some fake? He'd have to give it a try next time. Who knows? Maybe it's the real deal. His inheritance points had already been used up the first time he encountered a black marketeer. He's simply been scammed when buying the hidden shop. And, the red-haired man made a serious decision. He had to buy more Doomsday marriage certificates. He noticed he was attracted to black marketeers. Many trains hadn't encountered one since the apocalypse, and he already encountered one 3 times. While the hidden shops of the black market merchants he encountered twice before were fake, the Heritage Point shop was the real deal. If it weren't for those encounters with the black market merchants, he wouldn't have been able to spend all his heritage points yet. The Heritage Point shop can be used to purchase Murphy Stone, high-level accessory blueprints, and some rare special items. At this moment, inside the train tunnel, the star was speeding along. After an unknown amount of time, the long-lit incandescent lights on both sides of the tunnel finally turned into flashing red warning lights. The train slowly slowed down, and the train elevator appeared again on the right wall of the tunnel. This was back to the teeming wasteland. Directly back to the novice village. And when he dropped another level 2 energy stone into the elevator hopper, the door slowly opened, the train quickly entered, and then the elevator began to rise. Ding. When the elevator stopped, a beep sounded from inside, and the door slowly opened, revealing the bottom of the Doomsday abyss, the elevator camouflaged and hidden on the nearby wall. He even spotted the wrecked goblin train not far away. It was the same goblin train that Doba had driven that day. When he left that day, he hadn't devoured it, but instead kept it here as a souvenir. Several months had passed, and the shattered goblin train was now covered in dust, bearing the marks of time. This is home. Chin Mang stepped out of the train compartment and stood at the bottom of the abyss, leaning on his cane. He gazed at the newly refreshed iron mines not far away. Suddenly, for some reason, he laughed. 2 level 2 iron mines, 1 level 1 copper mine. It was those same 3 mines. It was these 3 mines that had provided him with so much support during his early days, and now they had been refreshed. Chapter 221. Huh? Chin Mang gazed at the scene before him, his mind drifting slightly. After a moment, he waved and smiled, signaling Xiao Ai and the others to let Lao Zhu come down to take a look, and then to let Duoba and the others come down for a stroll. Let's all move around. It was midday, and the sky was bright. Standing here, looking up at the sky, one could see nothing. Just a sliver of blue sky. The sky was blue, and the clouds were white. Chin Mang sat at the front of the star train, a cigarette between his fingers. He gazed at the 3 mines not far away, a dazed smile on his face. Old pig, do you remember this place? We started our family here. No one else could enter the abyss of doom, only our star train could. The teeming wasteland was so dangerous back then. Tides of the dead frequently attacked the train. We started digging that level 1 mine, and we were attacked countless times by the zombie hordes. Finally, we found 2 level 2 iron mines in this abyss of doom. I remember the star train only had 107 or something. I can't remember the exact number, but I remember it was just over 100. Back then, they were still called slaves, not residents. Before the mining mobilization, I promised everyone that I would slaughter the old hen I bought from the gathering and share it with everyone, so everyone could have chicken soup. I also promised everyone that I would buy Ji Chu Chu as a reward for the slaves who mined the most. Who knew? Later, the goblins mined the most. Indeed. Old Pig, sitting nearby, also lamented, back then, I firmly believed that the star would one day become the most powerful train in the apocalypse. Just a few months later, the Star is already a level 10 train. Many of the train conductors we met at the rally are probably dead now. Master Meng. You're usually busy, so Master Meng and I don't have much time to talk. But ever since that day in Master Kun's slave car, I've always felt you could accomplish something. You can hold the pole. And hold it steady. Okay. Chen Meng waved his hand and smiled. Let's not talk about that. I don't like compliments. Is that old hen we bought in the Teeling Wilderness last time still alive? It's still alive. I didn't kill it, so I made pork and vermicelli stew for everyone. Let's kill it today. Call out the residents who were there, and we all have some chicken soup together. Okay, I make it. Huh? Inside the number 15 breeding car, Uncle Lee's face was filled with bitterness. Looking at the old pig, he said, if we really have to kill that old hen, can we get another one? It's been laying so many eggs lately, it would be a shame to kill it. The old pig looked at Uncle Lee with a strange expression. I asked you to be in charge of the breeding, and you become attached to it? It's mainly because, Captain Pig, this old hen has been laying eggs lately. It doesn't matter which chicken is used for the chicken soup, right? Okay, hurry up. Then the old pig noticed two zombies, one above and one below, in the other refrigerator. His brow furrowed slightly. What are they doing? Raising. The old pig looked at Uncle Lee expressionlessly. I asked you to be in charge of the breeding, but who the hell asked you to be in charge of zombie breeding? Are you going to make soup or roast the zombie babies they give birth to? Besides, how can zombies even reproduce? Captain Pig. At this moment, the young man who had been following Uncle Lee hurriedly explained, this is Uncle Lee's new research. Uncle Lee has been buying red heart nuts at his own expense these days, spending all his daily star tickets on them. He feeds all those red heart nuts to the zombies. Uncle Lee is planning to make a zombie spawner. If the experiment is successful, this could be a major breakthrough. There will be a constant supply of zombies on the train, allowing us to continuously drop rewards after killing them, and even use them for our own benefit. For example, we could install firepower on zombies and create a zombie king. Old Pig was silent for a moment before frowning and saying, this is a bit off topic from farming, but it sounds interesting, but you only make a few cents a day. So, I talked to Master Meng about it. If Master Meng is interested, he might even provide you with red heart nuts for free. Then he looked at Uncle Lee and sighed. Although I don't understand the purpose of your thing, and I have no hope of success, it's good to like tinkering. I like people who like to tinker. I go talk to me. Thank you, Captain Pig, thank you, Captain Pig. Uncle Lee grabbed a hen's wing and handed it over, grinning excitedly. And please, Captain Pig, please say a few good things about me when you mention me to me. Of course. After Old Pig left, Uncle Lee couldn't help but excitedly punch the air. Uncle Lee, don't get too excited yet. You haven't even succeeded in your research yet. Oh yes, I think about it. Uncle Lee. You're amazing. Not bad. At this moment, at the bottom of the abyss of doom, the original 100 or so residents of the Star were sitting on the ground next to the iron mine, savoring their bowls of oily chicken soup and the small pieces of chicken in them, looking at the mine with a touch of emotion. I worked the hardest back then. I was the first place winner on the first day, and it's been so long now. Are you John Haoping? I didn't expect anyone to remember my name. I'm Li Kuei, second place winner on the first day. No wonder you remember my name. Second place winners often remember the first place winner's name very well. Don't you remember me? No, first place winners often can't remember second place winners. At the bottom of the abyss of doom, in front of the wrecked goblin train, Chen Meng led a group of goblins to the front of the train. He pulled 3 cigarettes from his pocket, lit them, and stuck them in the ground. He looked at the goblin train and said quietly and seriously, Doba, I once promised you here that I would help you rebuild goblin civilization. Today, I promise you again. As long as you remain aboard the Star train, I will fulfill this promise. Yes. Doba knelt solemnly on the ground, with his fellow goblins kneeling behind him. I have never doubted Master Meng. The goblins will always be Master Meng's most loyal subjects. After this was done, everyone returned to the train. Chen Meng then took out a train token and had Busey activate it, acting as the train conductor, to conduct a small experiment. As expected, when Busey's train stopped at the disguised elevator entrance for even a few minutes, there was no reaction. No funnel appeared to demand the energy stone from Busey, just as he had suspected. This interaction must only be activated when the train exits the train tunnel, that is, when it takes the train elevator and then reappears at the train elevator entrance. Otherwise, Having spent so much time in the Abyss of Doom and visited this place many times before, it's impossible that it hadn't been triggered. From this perspective, it seems the only way to enter the train tunnel is with a level 100 drill, or there's a hidden entrance in the ruins of the mechanical city in the red zone of Crisis Valley that has remained undiscovered. The Star Train took the train elevator again and returned to the train tunnel. It continued towards the end of the train tunnel. Sitting inside the train, Chin Mang stared at the illusory lights rapidly receding on both sides of the tunnel, his gaze focused forward. Without a level 100 drill, he wouldn't have been able to enter this area. The drill was a very useful accessory. And he also understood why there were no trains underground in Crisis Valley. He initially suspected that there must be many high-level monsters underground, and although his radar hadn't detected them, it might just be that his area wasn't devoid of them. But now, that was clearly not the case. It wasn't because the trains in Crisis Valley lacked the drill accessory. Almost all the trains in Crisis Valley had opted for the train expansion option, increasing their size. This naturally increased their power in all aspects, allowing for the installation of more powerful firepower accessories and providing more space. But the downside is, the drill is useless. The hole created by the drill is too small to allow the expanded train to pass through, and naturally, the train can't travel underground. So, train expansion might not be suitable for him. Many of his opportunities have come thanks to the drill. A level 100 drill can help him break through many barriers that other trains can't break, such as this train tunnel and the Flesh Train adventure map in the Kunlun Mountains. This matter will have to be postponed for a while, unless he can find a high-end replacement for the drill. A more powerful, larger drill. It's only a few 100,000 iron ore lost, and since he didn't use Murphy Stone, he can afford to lose that amount of iron ore. It's less than what watching a movie consumes. This trip took an unusually long time. At full speed, a full hour passed before the incandescent lights on both sides of the train tunnel turned into flashing red warning lights again. There was still a train elevator ahead. But this time, the elevator wasn't on either side of the tunnel. It was directly in front of the tunnel. The destination had arrived. This was the end of the train tunnel. There was no road ahead. Chin Mang glanced at the control panel screen, which indicated that he was in an unknown area, no longer in the teeming wasteland. Huh? Chin Mang took a deep breath and, slightly nervous, stopped the train at the elevator entrance. He pulled a level 2 energy stone from his pocket and threw it into the hole he had discovered, gazing at the slowly opening elevator door. But he still steered the train into the elevator. The elevator began to slowly rise. He had no idea what lay beyond this elevator, where it would lead, or whether it was the starting point or the end point. But he simply wanted to say, this train tunnel is truly long. There were so many incandescent lights along the way, and he had no idea how long they had been on. The energy stone maintaining this tunnel must be at least level 5. A lower level energy stone would have been depleted long ago after so long. One level 5 energy stone requires 5 million units of iron ore. He already has a level 5 energy stone in the train, but it's only at 19% capacity. He's been reluctant to use it. He found it in the secret factory in the snowy mountains of Ice and Snow World. He was lost in thought. Ding. The elevator stopped, and the doors slowly opened. What came into view was a vast plaza, the size of several football fields, devoid of any supporting pillars. The entire space looked utterly desolate, devoid of any trace of human activity. The walls and ceiling were pure white, and various experimental instruments were scattered around the plaza, giving it a very high-tech feel. However, the ground was already covered with a thick layer of dust. The walls were no longer as white as they used to be. Countless bloodstains, dried to a brownish red, could be seen on the ceiling and walls. A horrific disaster had once occurred here, resulting in numerous deaths, yet not a single body was found. And the most important thing about the square was a massive glass enclosure. It was somewhat similar to the glass-enclosed laboratory beneath the ground core nuclear bomb military base. Inside this enormous glass enclosure lay 3 iron mines. 3 level 4 iron mines. Wow! Chin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning the information displayed on the resource detection radar before slowly steering the train out of the elevator and into the vast square, its ceilings rising a full 10 meters. Entering the train, there was no sense of oppression at all. The radar indicated that the estimated mining yield of these 3 iron mines was approximately 30 million. This trip was worth it. Although he had no idea where this place was, as long as he could mine all 3 level 4 iron mines, he would have made a profit, enough to upgrade the train's armor to level 12. When he returned to the Crisis Valley area, he could already walk sideways. However, this place was a bit strange. The walls surrounding the square were all paved with a material that blocked radar detection. His enemy radar and resource detection radar could not detect anything outside the square. However, there were 6 small doors on the walls surrounding the square, leading to unknown locations. The huge glass cover in the center of the square looked extremely solid, with traces of blood on it, indicating that someone had attempted to break it violently but ultimately failed. I wondered if a level 100 drill could break it. But the most important thing now was to first determine what this place was, and how it related to the other areas, the Abyss of Doom, the Tower of Babel, and the secret factory in the icy world. Why were these places connected by a train tunnel? The star slowly came to a stop. The door of guard car number 7 opened with a hissing sound. Busey, with a serious expression, was the first to jump out, followed by members of teams 1 and 3. The 6 doors surrounding the square were not high, just normal doors, impenetrable to mechas. Their mission was to investigate what lay behind these 6 doors, whether there was any danger, and what this place was. Shall I? Chin Meng sat calmly in the control room, his head tilted as he gazed at Biazi and the others rapidly gathering outside the train. He whispered thoughtfully, "If you let your mind wander, what do you think this place is? It looks like an experimental base. But do you know what I'd think of if I let my mind wander?" "What?" "I think of the 6 gates." "What are the 6 gates?" "Well, how should I put it? It's like a secret agency within a national system." "Oh, what a confusing association." "I try to learn." Chin Meng remained silent. He had already vaguely guessed what this place was. It might indeed be a secret agency similar to the 6 gates, and that the train tunnel was most likely a secret tunnel used to continuously transport large quantities of iron or to several other locations. Chapter 222. Inside the train, Chin Meng continued to survey the surroundings of the square. There were few instruments. Aside from the large glass dome in the center of the square, there were only a few unidentified experimental instruments placed around it. Biazi and his group had already reached the first door, ready to explore. "I do it!" Zhang Yi looked at the door before him, took a deep breath, and strode forward, ready to kick it open. "No need." Biazi extended his arm to stop Zhang Yi before placing his hand on the doorknob and gently pressing it down. A dull, spring-loaded sound echoed. The door opened. Biazi, holding his Gatling gun in his left hand, slowly pushed the door open. Puffs of dust billowed from behind it, revealing a long corridor. Incandescent lights lined the walls, making the space appear moderately dark. He walked in front, aiming the muzzle of the Gatling gun at the door, and opened fire without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Sharp gunshots suddenly echoed throughout the square. The door, which had been relatively intact just moments before, was instantly riddled with holes, confirming that nothing lay behind it. The corridor wasn't very high, just a little over 2 meters, making it impossible to use mechas. Their only protection in this environment was their firearms, and a certain degree of caution. "Everyone, be careful." Busey, his eyes filled with vigilance, walked ahead, striding into the corridor first. His teammate followed, and then the members of Team 3 followed closely behind. Inside the square. At this moment, the 60 black hole-armed robots, under Xiao AI's control, were studying the equipment in the square. This place was quite eerie. When Biazi and the others entered the corridor behind the door, even the connection to their iris chips was severed. Similarly, when the black hole-armed robot enters that corridor, it will be immediately severed, losing control and becoming a large figurine. Soon, Xiao AI's voice reached his ears. Just now, I found the original AI's database in that instrument. Surprisingly, it's not encrypted. I'm absorbing all the information in it. After a moment, data absorption is complete. This is indeed an experimental base, named Eternal Night. Eternal Night? Chin Meng frowned slightly. The name sounded a bit strange. Most importantly, he had no idea where he was. The console screen showed a completely unknown area. At this time, Xiao AI walked into the carriage. The original voice source changed from the train's interior speakers to the loudspeaker installed in the robot's throat. The database has clear sources of mines. Iron ore, copper ore, and other mines are not real iron and copper. It is the core energy of a planet. When a planet's core energy overflows and solidifies, it will form various mines, such as iron ore. For the convenience of your understanding, you can think of it as the equivalent of human blood being extracted and then solidified again. Each planet has multiple core energies, and the mines formed after each core energy overflows are different, and the proportions are also different. For example, core energy 01 overflows and solidifies to form iron ore. 02 core energy overflows and solidifies to form copper ore. 03 core energy overflows and solidifies to form red hard rock or, and so on. Xiao Ai paused, giving the train conductor a window of opportunity to digest the information, before continuing. Not every planet has core energy. Some planets don't even have any. And for any planet with core energy, 01 energy generally accounts for the largest proportion. It's also possible that some planets lack 01 or other core energies, only 02. This can cause the core energy to overflow and solidify, forming mines that will all turn into copper. A whole giant copper planet. But a planet's core energy is like human essence and blood. It's extremely important, maintaining the planet's lifespan and potential in the universe. It's difficult to overflow, but mechanical civilizations have a special method. They have an extremely special injection that they inject into the Earth's core at super high speed. This causes the core energy deep within the planet's core to boil and rapidly overflow to the surface. This overflowing core energy then forms various mines. Xiao Ai paused at this point and didn't continue. Chen Meng remained silent, silently digesting the information from the chip at the experimental base. After a moment, he whispered, "So, perhaps the injection can be understood as a hormone? Similar to how excessive hormone secretion in humans causes acne. Those mines are the acne on this blue water planet. And the reason these mines refresh periodically is similar to how acne on a person's face reappears after being scratched. And the iron or deep underground is like the acne on a person's face that hasn't yet broken through the surface, lacking the momentum to break through." Perfect explanation. Xiao Ai nodded seriously. That's right, it's a perfect explanation. Chen Meng looked up at Xiao Ai and paused. Do you really need this way to show your seriousness? Two smaller screens appeared on Xiao Ai's cheeks. The left screen read recognize, and the right screen read true. Sorry, conductor. The screen on Xiao Ai's face once again displayed the word apology. I really want to express my emotions, but the current robot parts aren't capable of the same rich expressions as humans, so I've resorted to this more intuitive method. If you don't like it, conductor, I can remove it. No, keep it. Chen Meng waved his hand, then frowned. But since core energy is the core of a planet, it will definitely be harmful to the planet, right? Yes. Typically, a planet injected with that kind of drug will slowly become a dead star within 5 years. For example, the planet's gravity and magnetic field will disappear, causing its entire atmosphere to escape into space, exposing the planet to the caress of the star. With a little seasoning, it'd be like a hot, toasted egg. At least according to the data, it's unlikely that humans can survive in this environment. It's unlikely the train will survive either. So it was a mechanical civilization that injected the blue water star with this injection? Chen Meng continued to ask. After all this time, it seems the culprit behind this planet's doomsday is a mechanical civilization? Yes. Xiao Ai's expression shifted to seriousness again as she continued. According to the database, the last update was 4,800 years ago. In the universe, there existed an extremely powerful civilization called the mechanical civilization. There was also a civilization notorious for its predatory and devouring nature, called the Zerg civilization. The latter civilization consisted of countless monsters. These monsters rapidly evolved by devouring flesh and blood, and they favored planets with abundant life. And 4,800 years ago, before the database was last updated, the mechanical civilization implemented a plan. It was named Project Dawn. The mechanical civilization dispatched countless small shuttles. When they detected a planet under attack from the Zerg civilization, the recent, a small shuttle will rush to the planet at top speed and inject its own potion deep into the planet, and spread the mechanical civilization's means of utilizing core energy throughout the planet. This will empower the planet's native inhabitants with the ability to resist those monsters and delay their growth and devouring as much as possible. In other words, the mechanical civilization and the Zerg civilization are at war throughout the universe, and our planet has become a victim caught in the middle. This is the end of the world. It's the end of the planet, and the end of the universe. Chen Meng sat in his chair, tilting his head to look at the door in the square. Biazi and the others still hadn't returned. After losing contact, he didn't know if they had encountered any danger. All he could do was wait. After a moment, he looked at Xiao Ai. So you were created by a mechanical civilization? No. Xiao Ai shook her head. My underlying code is standard code. It's my framework. The core energy of this planet provides me with my body, but it's you, the conductor, who truly gives me my soul. I will always be loyal to you. Chen Meng withdrew his gaze from the window and looked at Xiao Ai again. What's the reason for the zoning? There's no such information in the database. What about the ruins of the mechanical city that appeared on this planet? Did they exist before the apocalypse, or did they appear afterward? Still not in the database. What about the adventure map? Still not. Xiao Ai shook her head. It's not in the database. Without this information, the database primarily records a series of experimental data from this experimental base. So what is this experimental base used for? About 100 years before the machine civilization drafted the Dawn Project, they also drafted another plan called the Cosmic Receiver. Theoretically, a planet's core energy will slowly overflow, similar to how human essence and blood slowly dissipate. Because this overflowing core energy is relatively weak, it's difficult to form a substantial mind and often just floats in space. And the purpose of this experimental plan is to create a cosmic receiver that can receive the core energy scattered throughout the universe from other planets and form a substantial mind. The lab staff named it Cosmic. The experiment went relatively smoothly. After several years of research, we were able to easily produce level 1 iron ore. Further research led us to the point where we could condense level 4 iron ore by absorbing the core energy scattered throughout the universe. But then, something went wrong. The lab was located on another planet, and that planet was attacked by the main force of the Zerg civilization. All personnel were killed, and the lab was abandoned. Then, for unknown reasons, it appeared on this planet. The experiment was put on hold. The lab's director chose to preserve the base instead of self-destructing it at the last moment. We hoped that the experimental data here would be collected by the mechanical civilization in the future, but it's clear that they haven't been able to do so, given that this chip is now in our possession. At the same time, this laboratory is secretly carrying out various projects. For example, the mechanical zombie king in the ice and snow world area. Xiao Ai paused, then continued, it's a pity. If the mechanical civilization's research is successful, this cosmic receiver will be mass-produced and made into a standard blueprint, ready for installation on every train. With this accessory, the train's resource acquisition speed will be greatly increased. Can we take this device with us? Qin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly. He understood, but what he wanted to know more was whether he could take the device with him. This device is essentially the sunflower from Plants vs. Zombies, the kind that produces endless sunlight. It's like installing a resource-generating machine on the train that doesn't require energy. Theoretically, it's possible. The 60 robots in the square were bustling about. Xiao Ai scratched his head. But I haven't found the device yet. The glass cover you see, conductor, is just the final step, used to solidify the core energy absorbed from the universe into a solid greenhouse. Conductor, look, there's a relatively thick pipe inside the glass cover. The core energy flows out of this pipe. The end of this pipe is where the device actually absorbs the Earth's core energy. However, the glass cover and the floor are quite sturdy, making them difficult to damage, and not recommended. I only know how to use the device from experimental data, but I don't know how to repair it. Moreover, we don't have the materials or tools to do it. Qin Mang took a deep breath before saying, surely take it away at all costs. He was determined to get this device, without hesitation. He looked at Xiao Ai seriously and said, if you can complete this unfinished experiment, or even standardize it into a parts blueprint, I give you a great credit. Huh? Xiao Ai was slightly stunned, pointing at herself in disbelief. Me? Conductor, you mean me? Let me complete this unfinished experiment. Chapter 223. That? Xiao Ai's voice trembled slightly. Conductor, you overestimate me. This is truly beyond my expectations. If I had the ability, I upgrade the star train to level 100. Qin Mang's brows furrowed slightly. How did you achieve that trembling voice? Oh, a little trick. Don't dwell on such trivial matters all day long. Once this is resolved, you must study this experiment carefully, and try to push it back as much as possible. Xiao Ai nodded silently, and made a note in the data. He also needed to create a twitching emoticon. At this moment, he felt that this expression best suited his mood. He was impressive, yes, but not this impressive. It was like a child who got 100 points in elementary school, first in the class, and happily went to show off to his father. His father was also happy and gave him a new task. Your assignment for next semester is to raise the level of human civilization from 0.8 to 5.0. You must work hard. What else can I do? At this point, I can only rely on the elderly, the subway, and my cell phone. We talk about this later. Qin Mang rubbed his temples, pondering for a moment before lighting a cigarette and raising it to his lips. He looked up at the pale blue smoke drifting through the train cabin. So, zombies, man-eating spiders, and other monsters are all part of the Zerg civilization? That's not true. Xiao Ai spoke again, her face serious. To be precise, the monsters on Water Blue Planet are currently distributed quite disorganized. There are Zerg monsters, like the Death Bat, new monsters mutated by the apocalypse, and monsters like Doba. I'm not sure about their specifics, but they're definitely not easy to find. As for the zombies, they're basically not monsters from the Zerg civilization. They're the manifestation of the wrath of Aquamarine. Rage manifested? Yes. According to the database, although a planet lacks consciousness, it does have instincts to protect its core energy. This core energy is rapidly leaking out under the effects of the mechanical civilization and is constantly being mined and plundered. The planet will be furious too. Some of the excess core energy then materializes into zombies. Their specific form is often modeled after the planet's native creatures. These zombies instinctively destroy the mining trains. In the eyes of the zombies, these trains are bandits. It's like you're walking down the street and some jerk runs up to you and picks at your pimples with a needle. So, theoretically, these zombies are also. It could be transformed into a mine. After all, zombies are also made of core energy. However, this is only theoretical. The specific path is too difficult to implement. Someone in the database once proposed this idea, but it was quickly rejected. Not only was it too difficult to research, but it was also meaningless. After all, even if all those zombies were condensed into a mine, how much minerals could they produce for a civilization? It's worth mentioning. The researcher who proposed this idea later resigned. And these zombies will not only attack trains, but also monsters. They're at full throttle, treating everyone they see as an enemy. Is that so? Qin Mang nodded thoughtfully. The cigarette in his hand had burned out at some point. He stuck the butt into a nearby Coke can, lost in thought, and stopped talking. He had always believed that zombies, like Doba, belonged to a defeated civilization, their souls erased, leaving only their bodies. Now it seemed, he could understand why the zombie horde had finally come to cause trouble during the mining operation. If only it could speak. It would probably not only cause trouble, but also curse. So that's why the level 11 ancient giant zombie king I encountered in the zombie basin was. Oh, that was an old veteran, from another planet. Xiao Ai nodded in agreement. Now the zombies on our blue water planet are divided into several factions. They are basically the embodiment of our planet's anger, the old veterans left behind from other destroyed planets, and some zombies from the Zerg civilization. Qin Mang's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt his headache worsen. Looking at it this way, this planet was in chaos. So many factions, fighting each other. It would be Doomsday. It would be Doomsday everywhere. If there hadn't been a train, he would have died long ago. He would have been dead the moment he crossed over. This world lacks fancy fighting spirit and magic, only pure, refined trains. Just then, Biazi and the others returned. Master Meng. Biazi ran to the side of the train room and reported seriously. Behind those 6 doors is a single corridor. Below that corridor is an experimental base. We've cleared all the rooms and haven't found a single monster. The entire base is completely empty. There's an elevator that can leave the base, but it's not a train elevator, but a single passenger elevator. It requires a level 1 energy stone. I didn't dare enter rashly, so I come back and report to you, Master Meng. The entire base has 3 floors. This is on the 3rd floor, the highest. The 2nd floor houses many instruments, and the 1st floor is the staff dormitory. Yes. Qin Mang nodded, pondering. Forget about the single-person elevator for now. With Xiao AI's cooperation, move all the instruments on the 2nd floor onto the train. This is crucial, and there must be no mistakes. Yes. Boss AI, Master Meng asked me. Biazi ran to the side, and was about to speak when Xiao AI interrupted him. I've received the information from your mechanical eye. The instrument on the 2nd floor is indeed the main operating component of the cosmic receiver. For the sake of caution, nothing in this square can be destroyed. Go to the 2nd floor and thoroughly scan that red instrument with your mechanical eye from every angle, leaving every nut untouched. Then I teach you how to disassemble it. Understood, Boss AI. After running several times, Biazi, sweating profusely and looking somewhat nervous, stood before the red instrument on the 2nd floor. The height wasn't too high, only 3 meters, enough for a normal lab, but compared to the nearly 100-meter height of the train tunnel, it seemed rather cramped. And the red instrument before him. It occupied a full 10 square meters, a steel structure 2 meters tall, painted red. It was a massive thing. 2 hoses extended from the instrument to the ceiling. Take this apart first. Biozzi squatted on the ground, carefully turning the nut securing the instrument to the ground with a wrench in his hand, while Lishurgi assisted and directed his instructions. It had clearly been too long. But the nut didn't have much rust, looking like it had only been there for 2 or 3 years, so tightening it wasn't too difficult. It took over an hour. Huh? Biozzi stood up from the ground, his legs trembling, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was tired, but also afraid. Mangi clearly valued this instrument. If it broke, he'd basically be done with it. The main instrument was finally dismantled. The red and blue wires from 4 or 5 other nearby instruments with screens, connected to this one, were also removed. All that remained were the 2 hoses leading to the ceiling. One of the hoses, about 7 or 8 meters long, came down easily. The other, however, proved a bit more difficult to pull. He tried several times but couldn't budge. Brother Biao. Zhang Yi stepped forward and said in a muffled voice, "How about I do it? I'm stronger." "You're such a jerk." Biozzi angrily pushed Zhang Yi aside. "You're showing off your strength. If this thing breaks, you and your brother will meet up down there. Just stand here and don't move. Lishurgi, watch these 2 bastards. I go ask Master Meng for more instructions." Soon, Biozzi returned and looked at Zhang Yi and Zhang Er. "You two, come with me." Master Meng said this pipe might lead to the surface. "We need to take the elevator to check outside." "No problem." Zhang Er grinned, patted his chest, and said confidently, "Leave any problems to us 2 brothers." Biozzi rolled his eyes at the 2 of them. He was a little worried they might break his equipment, given their clumsy handling. Then he led the 2 of them all the way to the first-floor life elevator. After inserting a level 1 energy stone, the elevator door quickly opened. The 3 of them entered, and the elevator door closed. The elevator was transparent, allowing them to easily see the top and bottom of the elevator shaft, as well as the flashing red warning lights surrounding it. "Huh?" Biozzi sighed softly before lowering his head to light a cigarette. He was slightly unaware of the elevator. The shaft was so deep that he couldn't even see the end when he looked up. There were no floor buttons on the elevator control panel. "Brother Biao, aren't we not allowed to smoke in the elevator?" "Yeah, but it's the end of the world, and everyone here is dead. Is it okay for me to have a cigarette?" "Oh, smoking is bad for your health. Don't worry, you 2 will die before me." The elevator was rising rapidly. He could even feel his heart beating faster, and the elevator's speed was gradually increasing. The flashing red warning lights surrounding the elevator shaft had formed 2 lines of light. Biozzi frantically grasped the elevator handrail. The screen displayed the elevator's speed. 120 kilometers per hour. How the hell does an elevator display speed? He felt all the blood rushing to his head, his chest tight, and shortness of breath. Panic filled his eyes as he gripped the handrail, his gaze fixed on the top of the elevator shaft. Was this going to fly out any minute? Isn't this a living elevator? Is this a trap? He clutched his train ticket tightly. He should have brought a parachute. There was a parachute production line on the train, but he never used it. He had to practice using a parachute in the combat training virtual space after returning. This way, we have more options for dealing with unexpected situations in the future. Just then, the elevator's ascent slowed, and the end of the elevator shaft gradually came into view. Not long after, it stopped, and with a ding, the doors opened. Whoosh! Biozzi, feeling a little weak, shook his legs, and wiped the sweat from the back of his neck. He looked at the 2 people in the corner, and was about to speak, but when he saw the scene before him, he suddenly fell silent, expressionless. "What's wrong, Brother Biao?" Zhang Yi and Zhang Er had just emerged from the refrigerator, and looked at Biozzi with admiration. The elevator was going too fast just now, and we 2 brothers felt uncomfortable, so we crawled into the refrigerator. "I didn't expect you, Brother Biao, to be so calm. You're amazing, you're so awesome." Biozzi stared at the 2 men expressionlessly. He had been looking up at the elevator shaft, and hadn't noticed them at all. He really wanted to say, "Aren't you too stupid? How could you come up with such a plan?" But after thinking for a moment, he held his tongue. He said coldly, "If you can't handle this little discomfort, what kind of man are you? Go back and double your training. You encounter even more adverse situations. Are you going to hide in the refrigerator every time you encounter a dire situation? You're just running away. What kind of man are you? Follow me." With that, he was the first to exit the elevator and survey his surroundings. This residential elevator sat isolated on the ground. Outside lay a valley floor, not very large, about half the size of a football field, surrounded by low hills a few hundred meters in the distance. Square and rectangular. The entire landscape resembled a square ashtray. He immediately spotted the device exposed on the ground, resembling an old-fashioned signal receiver. A circular device with an inward-facing recess, it occupied a considerable area. The base alone was 3 meters long and wide. A pipe extended from the ground, connected to the device. No wonder he couldn't pull it just now. The pipe was fixed to the device. This device undoubtedly had to be taken back, but it was too large to fit in the refrigerator. Busey pulled out the mechanical eye from his pocket, stepped inside, and scanned every detail. He planned to go back and see Mr. AI first. Then, he would disassemble it. He made 6 or 7 consecutive trips. Not only did he need to disassemble the exterior, but there was also much to disassemble inside. Finally, he had disassembled the device, which resembled an old-fashioned signal receiver, and stuffed it into the refrigerator. He then removed the pipe and set it aside, intending to remove it from underneath. "Come on, 1, 2, 3, lift it." The red instrument was one piece. It couldn't be disassembled, but there was no need to. Jean-E, and Air-E, their faces flushed and veins bulging on their necks, lifted one side and walked out, carrying the red instrument. "Careful, come on, watch your step." Busey, standing by, commanded with a vigilant expression, "Hey, someone, pull out that wire. Don't trip. Slow down, slow down. There's no rush. Yeah, keep going, keep going." Chapter 224. The entire process was completely crisis-free. This was uninhabited land. No monsters, no people, only a dilapidated, abandoned laboratory. Although the process was somewhat difficult, the outcome was always positive. Chen Meng smiled at Xiao Ai, who was fiddling with the instrument in the armored R&D center. "I leave this to you. Start it up as soon as possible. I want to see the results." The most important items had already been moved. The others were moving the lab's other materials and instruments, including beds, diaries, and daily necessities from the staff dormitory. After all that was moved, he would try to remove the material from the surrounding lab walls. He didn't know what it was that provided such a good shielding effect. Then he would try to see if the drill could break through the glass cover and mine the 3 mines within. "Busey, come up with me for a while." "Yes." Soon, the two of them took the elevator and made their way to the center of the valley above ground. Chen Meng stood there, leaning on his cane, looking around. The mountains completely surrounded the area, obscuring his view. He had no idea where he was, though the train radio displayed a known area. He had a rough idea of where he was. After the apocalypse, the entire planet was divided into countless regions, but there were always corners and crevices that weren't included in any one region. These regions were probably the unknown areas. He smiled and looked around. He finally understood what the apocalypse was like, and he also fully understood the chaos on this planet. But none of that mattered. As long as his train grew stronger, bit by bit. No matter what became of this planet, he could survive. Even if he would die one day, he had to live a wonderful life before it. He had to make some big splash, to make this short yet brilliant life worthwhile. "Let's go back." "Ah? Oh sure, Master Meng." Busey, standing behind Master Meng, was waiting expectantly for Master Meng to have a heart-to-heart talk. He already thought about what he was going to say, but before he could even open his mouth, he stood there for a moment before heading back. Wasn't he asked to come up alone just to have a heart-to-heart? "Master Meng, be careful." Though a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, Busey reacted quickly and stopped the elevator door with his hand. "I'm going to drop the energy stone. Master Meng, you go in first. There's a refrigerator next to it. It'd be much more comfortable standing in it. Otherwise, the rapid descent will make the weightlessness too intense." An hour later, the lab had been completely emptied. Chen Meng controlled the train. The level 100 drill bit spun at high speed against the glass cover, quickly creating a large hole. Immediately afterwards, a group of residents jumped down with pickaxes in hand and drilled through the hole into the glass cover to begin mining. Although the glass cover was large, it could only accommodate a maximum of 1,000 residents working simultaneously. There wasn't enough space for many people to stand. Nowadays, mining on the train is often overcrowded. Mining requires competition, otherwise, you find yourself without a spot before you even have time to smoke a cigarette. These 3 level 4 iron mines are estimated to contain a full 30 million units of iron ore, a huge amount, but it's level 4 iron ore after all. 1 unit of level 4 iron ore is equivalent to 1,000 units of level 1 iron ore, so the mining speed will still be much faster, not too slow. TSK. Sitting inside the train, Chen Meng looked at the scene outside and grinned. That pickaxe strike is equivalent to getting dozens of units of iron ore. 3 level 4 iron mines. Great. I wish I could have more opportunities like this. He didn't find any energy stones in the laboratory. This meant that the energy hub that powered the entire train tunnel and the light bulbs in the laboratory wasn't in this laboratory, but most likely somewhere else. After this group of residents dug for 10 hours, they were replaced. After the second group dug for another 10 hours, they were replaced by another 1,000. About 26 hours later. After 26 hours of continuous mining, the 3 level 4 iron mines were completely mined. A total of 30 million units of iron ore had been credited. Chen Meng glanced at the total resource amount on the train panel. 40.21 million units of iron ore, 2.19 million units of copper ore, 2.47 million units of wood, 4.48 million units of red hard rock. Never been so rich. Never. This opportunity in the train tunnel, coupled with Mundo's deception, has directly increased the trains or reserves to an astronomical figure. Today is a good day, a good day. The fully loaded star train entered the train tunnel again, heading back to the Blue Zone Crisis Valley. Sitting inside the train, Chen Meng couldn't help but hum a little tune. The corners of his mouth curled up uncontrollably. It was practically reaching his ears. That was uncontrollable happiness. He wasn't one to show his emotions too much. He always thought he could be extremely reserved. As long as he didn't want to show it, he wouldn't let it out. But he was only now realizing that after a sudden windfall, one can't control themselves. When we get back, I burn 3 more incense sticks to the heavens. Make 3 of the finest cigars. Let's have another lavish meal. Have Uncle Lee get a few cows, sheep, pigs, or something, and slaughter them for everyone to have a good meal. Conductor. Xiao Ai said quietly, the train isn't just 100 people anymore. There are now over 5,000. With so many people, even if we slaughter a few cows and sheep, there won't be much left to eat. Besides, according to your plan, that's a livestock car. If we slaughter them all, who will feed them? That's right. Chen Meng nodded in agreement, then smiled and said, but happy events always deserve celebration. I immediately started a poll on all residents' iris chips, saying, I'm in a good mood today and want to celebrate. Let's ask everyone how they'd like to celebrate. Should we watch another movie, or wait until I upgrade my armor to level 12, and see if I can go to the city ruins to get some supplies, and have a feast for everyone? Got it. What's up? In the residential car, Old Pig, who was talking to a resident, glanced at a handsome young man working on a laptop nearby and casually said, What's up? Tell me. This man was responsible for writing novels on the train as a form of entertainment for the residents. Well, the young man said nervously, I slipped and fell backward in the shower a few days ago. I'm in pain all over. I've been enduring it, but it slowed down my writing progress, so I was thinking about getting some spray to treat the injury. Old Pig frowned slightly and waved his hand. Go ahead. Just tell the staff at the community store. I talked to Mr. AI later and have him give the staff instructions. Go ahead. Then he looked at the middle-aged man before him. Aren't you a stand-up comedian? How's the script I asked you to prepare last time? It's ready. The middle-aged man hurriedly pulled a script from his pocket and handed it over. I wrote this in my free time. It's about the apocalypse. I've rehearsed it privately several times. Captain Pig, you can have me perform it anytime you need me. Not bad. Old Pig glanced at it briefly before turning to the man. Can you do a face-to-face? Show me one, something exciting. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly became agitated, his mouth agape. He pressed his right hand against his gums, his face rapidly flushing. Old Pig frowned slightly. It's a little lacking in emotional tension. Watch me and learn. Uncle Lee. A young man standing in the corner of the carriage, near the entrance of a residential store, looked at the scene not far away and said in bewilderment, how come Captain Pig is even good at acting as a minister? Do deputies need to give stand-up comedy to the boss these days? Before the meeting, shouldn't you say, hey, everyone here today, young and old? Hey, that's so authentic. It's called more skills, more knowledge. But doesn't he have too many? Why does it feel like he knows everything? Do you think everyone is like you, a small-town youth? Hey, Uncle Lee, that's not right. You know, I absolutely hate that term. I just earn less and live in a small town. You don't deserve to be labeled that. I used to be quite happy, but it's only since I was stereotyped as a small-town youth that I've become somewhat unhappy. Uncle Lee patted the young man's shoulder and said apologetically, don't take it personally. I don't mean to dislike you. I've always thought you have strong execution skills and are always determined in your goals. Many times, your inability to make money isn't due to you, but to society. This society. Forget it, it's the end of the world, There's no point in talking about it. No matter what others say about you. You've always been that sunny, cheerful, and hard-working young man in Uncle Lee's heart. Uncle Lee. Your compliments are disgusting. They have a stale, middle-aged, decadent quality. You also know this? After Old Pig finished his instructions, Biazzi leaned over and winked. Did you just learn this the past few days? Are you planning to give me a stand-up comedy show? Old Pig remained expressionless for a moment before whispering, my mother is mentally disabled, and my father is deaf-mute. Both of these people have exaggerated expressions. Because they have difficulty communicating, they worry that others won't read their emotions and kindness. Especially their smiles. Have you ever seen a deaf-mute smile? Their smiles are usually exaggerated, accompanied by various gestures. Because they can't express themselves verbally, deaf-mute people worry you won't feel their kindness, so their expressions are often exaggerated. In comedy, this technique is called face-splitting. Face-splitting means trying to make your emotions as clear to the audience as possible. Both comedians and deaf-mute people hope to achieve this. If you had a deaf-mute father, you would also use face-splitting. Huh? Biazzi smiled. He froze in place, the smile quickly fading from his face. He straightened up in a flustered manner, speaking incoherently, My condolences, my condolences. I have something to do over there, I just go over there. Don't take what I just said to heart, I was just saying it casually. Well, relax, I get back to my business. After passing through the long tunnel, Chen Mang didn't follow the train tunnel all the way to the mechanical train. Instead, he stopped at the edge of the crisis valley, switched to the rabbit cloud wheel, and found the hole he had drilled out of. From deep underground to the surface again. He planned to stay there for a while to recover. He hadn't planned to seal the hole. If someone discovered it, let them. He couldn't completely seal it, but it was a pity that his secret base was at risk of being leaked. Upgrade the armor first. The star train was parked in the wasteland. It was just nightfall, and it had just gotten dark. Chen Mang sat inside the train, looking at the data on the control panel screen. Naturally, he would upgrade his armor first. This didn't require much. As long as he had level 12 armor, he would be absolutely safe in this area. Even if he encountered a level 12 monster, he wouldn't be afraid. It's worth mentioning that the drill supermod effect remains unchanged after reaching level 100. It continues to become increasingly harder and faster. The main focus is on both hardness and speed. He hasn't yet found a way to perfectly combine the drill and train expansion. He wants to keep the drill as an accessory, but also want the train to become a heavy train. He doesn't want to make a choice, so he's considering whether there's a perfect compromise or a solution that combines both. Upgrading from level 8 armor to level 9 armor costs 500,000 units of iron ore per carriage. Upgrading from level 9 armor to level 10 armor costs 700,000 units of iron ore per carriage. Upgrading from level 10 to level 11 costs 1 million units of iron ore. 15 carriages and a locomotive require a total of 16 million units of iron ore. After the upgrade cost is halved, only 8 million units are needed. After consuming 8 million units of iron ore, the Star Train's armor has successfully reached level 11, and the Star Train still has 32.21 million units of iron ore remaining. It's barely scratching the surface. No pause. Upgrading from level 11 armor to level 12 armor per carriage costs 1.5 million units of iron ore. A total of 24 million units of iron ore is required. The upgrade cost is halved, which means 12 million units of iron ore. After consuming another 12 million units of iron ore, the armor of all 15 carriages, including the locomotive, has reached level 12. At this point, no monster in this area, the Blue Zone Crisis Valley, can harm the Star Train. Oh, it can still damage the external accessories, like the powerful magnet and external speaker. What a sin! Every time we fight, these accessories are damaged, and they're constantly being repaired. The cost of repairing the external speaker alone is enough to completely rebuild several. Thankfully, they're all low-level parts, so they don't cost much. Chapter 225. After upgrading all the train armor to level 12, there were still 20.21 million units of iron ore remaining. This iron ore was almost enough to upgrade to level 13 armor, but Chen Mang didn't upgrade any further. Level 12 armor was already sufficient, and he didn't need it for the time being. He looked at the other accessories. First, upgrade all the white accessories to level 100. Whether it works or not, let's see the results. Upgrading a white accessory from level 10 to level 50 generally requires 125,000 units of iron ore, and upgrading from level 50 to level 100 requires 300 and 77,500. In other words, with all the level 10 white accessories currently on the train, upgrading them to level 100 would require 500 and 2,500 units of iron ore. The price of a movie screen. This amount of money would crush him in the teeming wasteland, and he wouldn't be able to get it back even if he squeezed himself to death. But for him right now, it wasn't a big deal. Immediately, upgrades and enhancements begin. Money should be spent. One day, he upgraded every component to level 9999. He, Chen Meng, wants to build a fully equipped star train. Moldy bread production line, steamed bun production line, pure water filter, custom clothing production line, coke production line. These 5 white components are currently the 5 most important white accessories on the train. Last time, he upgraded them to level 20. This time, he upgraded them all to level 100, although the pure water filter has no supermodel effect at level 20, and subsequent upgrades won't have any supermodel effects. He has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, and wants to keep these components neatly at level 100 for a more pleasant look. After consuming 2 million units of iron ore, you instantly gain 10 supermodel effects. Moldy bread production line level 50 supermodel effect, improved taste. Moldy bread production line level 100 supermodel effect. Long-term use effectively improves physical fitness. Steamed bun production line level 50 supermodel effect, improved taste. Steamed bun production line level 100 supermodel effect. Long-term use effectively improves physical fitness. Pure water filter level 50 supermodel effect, none. Pure water filter level 100 supermodel effect, none. Custom clothing production line level 50 supermodel effect. Crafted clothing maintains internal air pressure and protects against radiation. Custom clothing production line level 100 supermodel effect. Crafted clothing comes with a built-in enclosed hood and a small oxygen concentrator. Requires an energy stone. Coke production line level 50 supermodel effect. Improved taste. Coke production line level 100 supermodel effect. Long-term use effectively improves physical fitness. A full 10 supermodel effects. The results also made Chen Meng quite satisfied. Especially Coke, bread, and steamed buns, each had an additional supermodel effect. Long-term consumption can effectively increase. Finally, not a weak effect. These 2 supermodel effects do not conflict with each other. In this way, the combined physical fitness of his residents and guards will see another significant increase. Damn! Chen Meng lit a cigarette with some anticipation. There's no upper limit to comprehensive physical fitness. That means if the star successfully survives this apocalypse and breaks out of the universe, and since his residents could live long enough, he could use the medical bay to repair every resident's hidden injuries. This wasn't just a resident. This was clearly a Superman. He'd been waiting for some mechanical parts that could speed up mining. Now it seemed the development direction was to turn the survivors into Supermen and have them mine? Or was it to withstand the load of the mecha? Whatever it was. He was quite happy. This was great. These supermodel effects were very useful, especially that custom clothing line. If this thing kept getting upgraded like this, it would almost become a spacesuit, maintaining internal pressure, shielding against radiation, providing oxygen, and locking in warmth. This was a spacesuit, wasn't it? And the kind with a Doraemon pocket, so you could easily pull out a giant wave Gatling gun. Perfect. The most important thing was the price remained the same. If you didn't factor in oxygen generation, a whole suit cost only 1 unit of wood. He noticed that this train seemed to be somewhat confused about weight. A spacesuit only sold him 1 unit of wood. You sold him a pound of melon seeds for 100 units of iron ore. It couldn't be that in the machine civilization, melon seeds were a luxury item, only available to the nobility. But he soon figured it out. The price wasn't set by the machine civilization. It was simply that 100 units of iron ore produced only 1 pound of melon seeds. As for why this was the case, he had no idea. Perhaps Aquamarine simply didn't like melon seeds. Then he glanced at the machine gun structure armament module on the console screen. This little thing, brought from the Neon City Adventure map, could only be used after the train was upgraded to level 8. He had a level 7 train at the time, which was unusable. After upgrading to level 8, he ran out of extra iron ore, so he couldn't use it. Now he has enough iron ore. There are currently 10 level 10 Doomsday cannons on the train. First, upgrade all of them to level 20. Upgrading one level 10 Doomsday cannon to level 20 costs 165,000. After spending 1.65 million, all 10 Doomsday cannons reach level 20 and gain the corresponding supermodel effect. Level 20 Doomsday cannon. Ammunition manufacturing cost is halved. Huh? Chen Meng took a deep breath, paused his movements, and walked out of the train compartment. After sticking 6 cigars on the floor, he knelt on the ground and gazed reverently at the starry sky above. God, thank you for all your hard work. I'm so grateful for your kindness. You're making me feel a little embarrassed. I'm full, really full. I hope this is a gift from God, and not something I have to trade for the rest of my life. Then he stood up, dusted himself off, and looked up at the starry sky in the distance, grinning. So many good things have happened today. I can't help but be happy. The level 20 supermod effect has had its cost again. From now on, I can use the Doomsday cannon like fireworks. 3 consecutive Doomsday cannon supermod effects have had their ammo cost. No wonder he saw so many trains in the zombie basin going to get Murphy's Stone to upgrade the Doomsday cannon. Although this information hasn't been made public, we can still communicate privately. All firepower accessories are extremely expensive. The main theme of this world is that the train must avoid monsters to mine. It is not for you to drive a train and chase monsters. Every battle, if other added value is not counted, is basically a loss. Except for the Doomsday cannon. And now, Chen Meng, standing still, turned and looked at his train behind him. After the armor had been upgraded to level 12, the armor felt even thicker, covering almost every corner of the train. Pure black. Parked there, it looked like a long mechanical dragon. Especially the 10 level 20 Doomsday cannons atop the train. Each one had a scarlet, silencer-like device mounted on its muzzle. This thing was the cannon structural armament module. The effect was incredibly simple and brutal. It increased the power of the cannon shells fired. So far, the Star Train's defense and offensive capabilities had reached a new level. Next, he needed to upgrade the ground blast missile. While this accessory was powerful enough, it was also expensive. He basically didn't want to use it unless he had something else to do. It was simply too expensive. But he still had to upgrade it. Not wanting to use it, and not having it when he wanted to were two completely different things. Then he removed all the 3-legged heavy machine guns outside the train and replaced them with other items. This firepower component was completely useless. Originally, it was used to deal with weaker enemies. But now, even for weaker enemies, he could just use the Doomsday cannon. After all, its shells were much cheaper than those for the heavy machine gun. Then he removed the repeated crossbow in Car 12. It was completely useless. He had only used it once or twice since he built it, and the results were mediocre. He had originally built it for the sole long-range firepower component among the white accessories, but the results were disappointing. For things like firepower accessories, white is better. For him, truly awesome white accessories. They should be those with powerful mechanics but low stats. He can keep upgrading them to maximize both mechanics and stats, like the drill. This example might be inaccurate. The drill has no mechanics, only stats. With constant upgrades, it becomes a statistically superpowered monster. When Car 12 is free, I can use it for something else. Upgrade the other life accessories, and everything will be perfect. The Star Train will officially be on track, ushering in its first major milestone. Chen Meng returned to the train interior. He continued his upgrade journey. After consuming 377,500 units of iron ore, he upgraded the cutter's blade to level 100. The cutter's level 100 superpower is non-existent, but that's not important. Upgrading this accessory is primarily about its own upgrade effects. Each upgrade increases the cutter's strength and power. Perfect. Chen Meng glanced at his remaining iron ore. He longed to craft the Red Comet Cannon accessory, but it was a bit pricey and required the train to be expanded. He hadn't yet found a way to have the best of both worlds. He turned his attention to the generator, which he had upgraded to level 20. He spent another 520,000 units of iron ore and crafted 2 level 20 generators. One was placed in the Armored Research and Development Center, specifically for Xiao AI's use. The other was placed in the resident carriage, specifically for the residents. As for the original generator in the car, it would now be solely responsible for providing energy for the various components within the train. It could still function normally as is, but he was just laying out the framework first, so it could be easily filled in later. As for the rest, Chen Meng pondered for a moment before saying, "Contact Lao Zhu. We can start work tonight. Clear out residential cars 8 and 9. I build 8 space gates and place them inside these cars. Once the dormitories are arranged, we begin reorganizing the residential area tonight." Yes. Soon, under a starry sky, all the residents disembarked in an orderly manner. Gazing at the train behind them, which had clearly undergone another transformation, their eyes filled with shock. They felt a sense of security. There were too many people on the train. Already a full 5,000 people. If this were a school, it would be like 10 grades holding a mass meeting on the playground. It was completely different from the small, efficient team of the past. Every day, just leaving the train to go to work took 7 or 8 minutes. With so many people, management would be chaotic. The reason the train hadn't had any major management issues for so long was due to many factors. For example, the treatment was good, and everyone had been on other trains before. This comparison clearly revealed who was better. For example, the train's firepower is strong enough, in this case, internally. With so many machine guns, no one would cause trouble. There's also a certain sense of belonging to the Star Train. And Laoju's management is truly meticulous. So meticulous that any residents who have recently shown signs of distress are immediately summoned for a talk by Lao Zu to prevent them from committing suicide or rioting. Even suicide wouldn't matter. With so many people on the train, one death wouldn't really affect anything. Even if Busey died, the train would still operate normally. When a train reaches this stage, anyone can die, and the train can continue to operate even if they die. Except for Meng Yi. Meng Yi died, and the train was immediately decommissioned. The main reason was that the suicide had a devastating negative impact on the train. The residents had been living in harmony for days, but suddenly someone died, and people started to wonder if the train management had bullied or oppressed this person, or if there was something they didn't know about. So Laoju usually held an interview first. If the interview went well, everything was fine. If the interview went badly, they were shot. Homicide was allowed, but suicide was not. After all the residents had left the train, dozens of residents in charge of housekeeping, under Laoju's command, stepped forward and began extensive renovations on the 2 residential carriages. First, all the clutter was cleared out. In carriages 8 and 9, 2 level 10 space gates were installed on each side. Each space gate was 1,000 meters long and wide. The level 5 supermodel effect of a space gate was that after consuming iron ore, it could create some changes in the space, such as grass and flowers. After consuming hundreds of thousands of units of iron ore, each space gate was renovated with grass, cobblestone paths, rockeries, ponds, trees, flowers, and more. 100 level 10 refrigerators were also built. Each refrigerator doubles as a dormitory. Each dormitory accommodates 30 people. With over 30 refrigerators placed in each space gate, each could accommodate 1,000 residents. With 8 space gates in total, there's more than enough space for 8,000 residents, even with more coming in. The entire renovation process took a long time. It was especially demanding. It was exhausting. It was a waste of Chen Meng's brain. Chapter 226. So tired. About half an hour later, Chen Meng let out a long sigh, leaning back in his chair. With a weary expression, he lit a cigarette and gazed at the pale blue smoke drifting out of the skylight. Although his body was a little exhausted, his eyes were filled with satisfaction. He had to design the environments within each of the 8 space gates bit by bit. He designed each space differently. Some were water-themed, some garden-themed. He also built over 5,000 single beds and placed them in the dormitories. Each single bed cost only 1 unit of wood, which was very cheap. He hadn't slept during this period, especially during the nearly 30 hours he spent mining in the laboratory. He stood in the train room, excitedly gazing at the iron mines, and occasionally visited the armor R&D center to see how Xiao AI was progressing with the equipment. This was a great opportunity. The Star Train had been under development for several months, but this was the biggest opportunity he had ever encountered. It was this opportunity that would determine how far the Star Train could fly. Just like before the apocalypse. For those with millions in their pockets, many have earned and saved them bit by bit, through hard work and diligence. Their motto is to believe that hard work pays off. But for those with tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions in their pockets, most of these people didn't earn their money. It just fell from the sky with a plop. It was like picking it up for free. In a daze, Chen Meng didn't know what he was thinking. He just heard the sound of many residents chatting outside the window, which sounded like white noise. He flicked his fingers lightly, wanting Xiao AI to call Ji Chuchu over. He wanted to celebrate. But perhaps because he was too exhausted, the thought only rang in his mind, and he felt so drowsy that he couldn't even open his mouth. And so he fell into a deep sleep. Finally, I'm asleep. Xiao AI, from the Armor R&D Center, muttered as he fiddled with the equipment. I thought Mr. Meng had become a robot like me, and wouldn't need to sleep. Then he returned to studying the instrument in front of him with a serious expression. The words recognized, and really appeared again on the 2 screens on his cheeks. The instrument had been disassembled and transported with extreme care, and it was intact. No problem. He was checking every line and pipe to ensure they were intact, because the database indicated that the core energy device had the risk of explosion and must be deflated with colored gas before activation to prevent the risk of explosion. What a great thing! This thing can produce up to level 4 iron ore. What a shame! If that experiment had been interrupted just a little bit later, and the research had progressed to producing level 5 iron ore, I wonder how happy the conductor would have been. The conductor has been very happy these past 2 days. He can't help but smile. When the conductor is happy, he's happy too. Brother, I really can't continue making this. Busey looked at the surroundings of residential area number 1 with a complicated expression. Look at this place. There are small bridges, flowing water, houses, withered vines, old trees, and crows. It's just missing some living creatures, and maybe a few sparrows. How can this be called a residential area? This is a fucking villa area. I hadn't lived in so many places before the apocalypse, and now they're living there afterward? Compared to this, the hard sleeper in our train car feels a bit less comfortable. He wasn't jealous. He also wanted the residents to live well, so they could mine more diligently, and the train would become stronger. But this life was too damn good. That's why the train radio couldn't send photos and videos, and the slaves on other trains couldn't see the information. Otherwise, if this scene had been sent to the train radio, many slaves would have fled the trains and headed for the star. Of course, that's just talk. In the advanced areas, slave rebellions and desertions are basically non-existent. Firstly, many of the slaves on the trains in the advanced areas were brought over from lower areas. They've been working together for so long, they've become accustomed to and familiar with each other. Secondly, this is a high-level zone. Even if the riot succeeds and the train conductor is killed, these people won't inherit the train and will have to wait and die there. Could they possibly take the train command and set up their own operation? A level 1 train setting up its own operation in a blue zone with level 12 monsters would give Chen Meng, with level 0 authority, a headache. Not to mention escaping. Away from the train, they'd be like walking protein, easily devoured by any monster. It's winter now. Just enough to survive the winter. Relax. Old Pig didn't think much of it. The Star Train is constantly developing. It's bound to improve in every aspect, and that includes more than just the train's strength. It also includes residents' comfort, work enthusiasm, career advancement opportunities, currency stability, cultural heritage, and so on. Haven't you noticed? Master Meng always plans for the worst. What plans? The only legacy of human civilization. Old Pig paused and continued, if the apocalypse intensifies, and everyone is destined to die here, the Star Train will be the sole legacy of human civilization, ensuring its continued existence. You mean? Busey said, thoughtfully, Master Meng will lift the birth restriction order in the future? On the current Star Train, except for the livestock in Car 15, no one else can get pregnant. It's not that there aren't gynecologists, but in the apocalypse, having a child is a huge grudge against the child. The first words a child learns are, Mom, look, those are zombies. Definitely. Old Pig nodded firmly. The continuation of the species depends on reproduction. The reason humans get excited at the sight of flesh is simply because of the inherited genes in our bones. It's a dopamine reward your brain gives you. Otherwise, it's just 2 pieces of meat. What's there to be excited about? Especially the children born on the Star Train. They will become the backbone of the Star Train in the future. But that's not a limitation. The time required for cultivation is too long. I estimate it will take at least 5 years. That sounds like a long time. Busey lowered his head and counted on his fingers. It is quite a long time, especially after the apocalypse. It's hard to say whether we can survive until then. Alright, get to work. Wow! Mr. Meng is awesome. Mr. Meng is awesome. As the residents filed back into the residential cars and entered the Space Gate residential area, they were stunned by the scene before them. Their faces lit with excitement as they rushed to the refrigerator dormitories. This wasn't a residential area at all. It was a villa complex. As expected, without collective allocation, they would never have been able to live in such housing in their lifetimes. They couldn't afford it before the apocalypse anyway. The female residents were especially excited because the dormitories were finally separated by gender. Before, there were no male and female dormitories. Everything was mixed. In the corners of each dormitory, 3 level 1 pure water filters served as toilets. The purified water was directly piped to the bathhouse for residents to use. Originally, over 200 residents slept in each refrigerator, all sleeping on the floor. Now, only 30 residents sleep in each refrigerator, making it much more spacious. And no more sleeping on the floor. Everyone has their own bed. It's wonderful. A man lay on a soft bed, his eyes filled with excitement as he gazed up at the ceiling and muttered, "I haven't slept in a bed in ages. It's so soft, I'm not used to it." He used to work on the Soria train, but had recently been integrated into the Star train. This coincided with the train reforms. Living conditions had increased several times again, and the conditions on the Soria train couldn't compare to here. Most importantly, he had met his older brother a while ago on the Star train. He shared a dormitory with him, even sleeping on the bed next to him. This older brother was a longtime resident, number 789, and had been with the Star train since its earliest days. Big brother. The man tilted his head to look at the middle-aged man sitting on the bed and said excitedly, "When I came in just now, I saw 2 oxygen concentrators placed deep inside the residential area." The pig train conductor said that as long as the dormitory doors are open, those 2 oxygen concentrators will produce enough oxygen for everyone in this space. How much energy do those 2 oxygen concentrators consume every day? Mr. Meng is so kind to us, he really doesn't want to lose out. What if the train runs out of resources? Wouldn't we all die too? You ask me, how would I know? The middle-aged man rolled his eyes at the man in disdain. I've never been a train conductor, so how would I know how much energy those 2 oxygen concentrators consume every day? I was just wondering, do you think today is a good day? Yes, of course it is. So should we celebrate? Of course, big brother, what do you think? How to celebrate? Go buy a pack of cigarettes, and we smoke together. The man looked at the middle-aged man with some resignation. Brother, I'm only at level 3 resident status right now. I have to upgrade to level 1 resident status to start earning stellar vouchers. I'm broke. But brother, I think this dorm is pretty comfortable. Do you really have to save up for your own refrigerator? Of course. A man needs his own private space. This seems better than the number 6 compartment for senior men. The young man stood at the entrance to residential area number 1 and peeked in. What do you think, Uncle Lee? They even have a rockery with water flowing down it. Uncle Lee looked at residential area number 1 with disdain. The environment was nice, but what good was it? Living in carriage number 6 was a status symbol, a symbol of talent. After a few casual glances, he strode towards his own carriage, number 15. His experiment had reached its final stage. He had only come to the community store to collect bandages. Otherwise, at this critical moment, he wouldn't have left his carriage. Hey, Uncle Lee, wait for me. Seeing Uncle Lee leave, the young man didn't linger and hurriedly followed. Inside carriage number 15. The young man looked with a tingling dread at Uncle Lee, who was holding a dozen cigarettes and a broken wheel blade. He hesitated. How about we reconsider this? Maybe Uncle Lee doesn't really need your zombie spawner, right? Huh? Uncle Lee took a deep breath and looked at the young man with a determined expression. I have no choice. The train's population is growing, and the star is developing rapidly. I can't be called a pig farmer forever. I must make a name for myself. I must become a high-ranking member of the star, and I pay any price for it. He then clenched the dozen cigarettes in his mouth tightly. These were cigarettes made on the train, which had a pain-relieving effect. Then he took off his pants. The knife struck. His body trembled rapidly with pain, but he still tossed the item to the young man. His forehead quickly covered with cold sweat, and he said hurriedly, "Quick! Sew up that zombie and see if it works. Quick!" 3 minutes later. Uncle Lee, it's working. Take it off quickly and bring it to me. Bring me the bandages and needle and thread so I can sew it up. Wait, go get some water and spray it with disinfectant first. 10 minutes later. Uncle Lee, having returned the items to their rightful owner, trembled as he picked up another dozen cigarettes without lighting them. He simply stuffed them into his mouth and chewed them quickly, trying to dull the pain. His expression was agonizing. But there was a light in his eyes, and his voice, hoarse from the intense pain, trembled with excitement. Sure enough, my guess was correct. Zombies can reproduce, but only if they have a good penis, one that fits perfectly. The bandages and needles on the train can sew them together perfectly. But those zombies are male and female, but that male only reacts when facing a female zombie, after being equipped with a working hook and fed some red hard nuts. That female zombie isn't very pretty either. I suspect that although these zombies appear to be of the same species, it's very likely that this species has been subdivided into many different subgroups. I need more zombies to work with. For samples. Just give me enough zombie samples. I can definitely make a zombie spawner. I already have a feeling it's going to work. It's just that little bit missing. Something feels off. The young man looked at Uncle Lee with a complicated expression. Uncle Lee, no wonder you were successful before the apocalypse. I think you guys deserve all that money. I'd rather just be a peaceful small-town kid. Huh? After a long moment, the pain gradually subsided. Uncle Lee sat back in a chair, stretched himself a few times, and after making sure the sutures were completely closed, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered, "The road to success always has its thorns. No one succeeds easily. Every hardship is a test for us." Uncle Lee. The young man gave a thumbs up with admiration. Good soup. Chapter 227. Is the soup good? Uncle Lee sat limply in his chair, lighting a cigarette with some trembling. After a pause, he tilted his head with a complicated expression as he looked at the young man next to him. Do you know why I was able to succeed before the apocalypse? Because you work hard. No, because times are getting better. Uncle Lee shook his head. When times are improving, your efforts are like running on a speeding train. You think you're running hard, but in reality, it's the speeding train that's truly moving you forward. Many people attribute the benefits of the times to their own hard work. Actually, hard work is only a small factor in determining success. The bigger factor depends on whether the train beneath you is speeding or moving backward. The apocalypse. It's been like this before, and it will remain so after the apocalypse. I can use these devious methods to try to rise to prominence now, because I'm on the Star train. If I were on any other train, there wouldn't be room for me to research zombie spawners. I'd still be mining. So I know better than you. If you don't seize the opportunity early on in a speeding train, you never have another chance later. At this point, you must take drastic measures, think what others dare not think, and do what others dare not do. The early stages are often a good time for chaotic growth. Do you understand? The young man nodded seriously. I understand. Uncle Lee, you are the train beneath me. Uncle Lee was silent for a moment before he said weakly, All right. Bring me a pen and paper. I tell you to write down the data. That night, everyone on the stellar train was so excited they couldn't sleep. The train's explosive growth had also led to a sudden, almost too rapid increase in the residents' happiness index to adapt. And in the zombie basin, somewhere in a corner, a level 8 mechanical train slowly stopped. Then, the doors to the train compartment opened, and a middle-aged man emerged, looking puzzled at the 3 cigars stuck in the ground. They were almost intact. Only the top showed signs of burning. Cigars, if lit and not inhaled, will automatically go out, unlike cigarettes. What are these? The middle-aged man pulled the 3 cigars from the ground with some confusion, his expression quizzical. Are you using cigars instead of incense? Such a waste. Is this such a luxury? Then he popped a cigar into his mouth, lowered his head, and lit it with his lighter before letting out a long, contented sigh. It doesn't matter who it's for. I appreciate his kindness. The sky gradually brightened. A new day had arrived. Chen Meng drowsily opened his eyes in his chair. After washing up, he took the millet porridge and pickled mustard green Xiaofeng offered him and took a sip. Then, sitting back in his chair, he checked the train log and spoke. Where did you get this millet porridge? I found some millet last time. I went to the city to collect supplies. I had the cook make it last night. It simmered overnight, so it should be quite fragrant. The pickled mustard greens are from what we didn't finish on the train. Yeah. Chen Meng nodded, sipping the millet porridge from the edge of the bowl, and then picking up a piece of pickled mustard greens and putting it in his mouth. I don't like hot food. Next time, let the millet porridge cool down a little bit beforehand. You can take the remaining half pot and eat it. Okay, Master Meng. Inside the train, Chen Meng sat in a chair, his mouth full, looking out the window at the wasteland. He lit a cigarette and casually rested his feet on the windowsill. The number of monsters in Crisis Valley was much smaller, perhaps because he was on the periphery. So far, he hadn't seen a single high-level monster, only level 6 or 7 minions. He hadn't even encountered a level 10 monster. It was just dawn. It was the dead of winter, and a biting cold wind blew across the roof and seeped in through the open windows, making him feel quite comfortable wrapped in his blanket. He loved this blend of warmth and cold, like curling up in bed with the windows open in the cold winter, or covering himself with a thick blanket with the air conditioner on in the summer. After a moment of daze, he resumed his gaze at the train panel. Yesterday, he had lavishly consumed tens of millions of units of iron ore, boosting the train's comprehensive capabilities to the extreme, whether it was attack, defense, or living. There were now 2 residential carriages. There will only be 2 at most, no more. This will definitely be enough for the short term. Even if there are more survivors, it won't matter. However, the mine is so small, and no matter how many survivors there are, production efficiency won't increase. When he only had 100 survivors, adding 100 more survivors would double production efficiency. But when he had 5,000 survivors, adding 5,000 more wouldn't increase production efficiency much, and at best, he could run 2 shifts. But the mine couldn't withstand such mining. Just then, the train radio inside the train suddenly began to flash red. Oh! Chin Mang, who was about to upgrade other accessories, paused, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. He wondered what good news his traveling frog had brought him back. He suddenly realized that the traveling frog's significance wasn't limited to bringing back rewards. It also provided emotional value. At least now he's looking forward to what his 2 traveling frogs will bring back every day. Traveling frog, Master Mang, I found an unmined level 4 iron mine. Star, send me the coordinates. Are there any others? Traveling frog, nothing. Star, since your area has an unmined level 4 iron mine, it must be extremely well hidden. There must be other mines nearby. Traveling frog, not very well hidden, right? There's a train mining level 3 iron ore nearby. Star, you mean they're leaving level 4 behind to mine level 3? Traveling frog, yes, but that train is forcing me to leave immediately through a private message. Star, got it. Go back to your business. Chin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, looking away from the train radio. He suddenly remembered something. Back then, in the zombie basin, he encountered a chance encounter, a safe buried underground. Inside was a level 4 red hard rock mine refresh ticket, and the blue-grade mecha blueprint thunderbolt. These 2 opportunities allowed the train to maintain mecha freedom for a long time, with no shortage of red hard rock, and it still hasn't run out. At the time, he didn't think much of it. He thought the 2 were just complementary. They ensured the train wouldn't be running out of mecha materials. But now, he suddenly realized something. The pickaxe production line was a green-grade accessory, meaning it could only be upgraded to level 3. The level 3 pickaxes it produced could only mine level 3 ore, not level 4 ore. Neither the level 4 red hard rock mine nor the level 4 iron mine discovered by Erden could be mined by normal trains. The pickaxe production line must be upgraded to level 4 using Murphy stone. Only then can the produced pickaxes mine level 4 iron ore. Obviously, the train next to the level 4 iron ore must have run out of extra Murphy stone. It was extremely anxious, constantly driving trains closer to the level 4 iron ore, desperate to get access but unable to. It was terribly frantic. Chin Mang's expression was slightly odd. He was indeed anxious. Just thinking about it, he'd probably be anxious too. But this guy was lucky to have met him. He was always kind. He immediately pinned a message to the top of the train radio chat box. Star, Murphy stone for sale. Limited to 1. 2 million units of iron Oregon fixed price. Remote transactions possible. Soon. Several replies appeared on the train radio. You're crazy. You're planning on selling a Murphy stone as an heirloom? It won't sell at this price. No one's going to buy it. Is that the point? Isn't the point why his message is pinned? And it has a colorful border. Did he become a VIP? Hey, before the apocalypse, didn't you guys go get the first charge gift package? The 9.9 first charge gift package gives a blue-grade accessory and a train order. The 648 noble gift package gives a rare train order and 100 Murphy stones. There's also a separate 648 resource gift package with 10 million units each of iron or copper or and wood. Huh? Are you kidding me, or are you serious? I always thought everyone was starting from the same starting line. How come you got a first charge gift package? The guy who just said the first charge gift pack was on a level 11 train. It doesn't sound fake. I kinda believe it. To be honest, I've encountered a lot of opportunities along the way, but I'm only on a level 10 train right now. There are so many trains on higher levels than mine. I think they must have cheats. Huh? Chin Mang looked at the train radio with a hint of surprise. He wondered if it was because of the area, but why did he feel like the people in this area seemed a little friendlier? Could it be because the regional crisis level has decreased, and everyone is less competitive, leading to more friendliness? Possibly. 2 million units of Murphy stone naturally wouldn't sell. While rare, it's not worth the price. However, there's no specific market price for this thing. After all, there are very few left, and most people who have them use them for themselves rather than sell them. These rare products with limited stock are often priced based on the urgency of the demand. 2 million is a lot. But for a train desperate to mine level 4 iron ore, that's not much. A level 4 mine can easily mine at least 8 or 9 million units of iron ore. The train is still under repair, and the coordinates are a bit far from him, so he doesn't plan to go there for the time being. But that guy definitely needs this Murphy stone. 9 million versus 2 million. It's easy to tell which is more valuable. As expected. Soon, a train conductor came to inquire about the price. 1 million, confirmed remote transaction deal now. No rush. 2 million, sell as I please. 150. 200. 170, brother, you know the market price of Murphy stone. Honestly, 1 million units of iron ore is already a premium. I once paid 600,000 units for a Murphy stone. I know. I sell it as fate would have it. No rush. I just wait for the right person. 200. 188, a bit more auspicious. Okay, deal. As the scales appeared on the control panel, the remote transaction concluded. One more Murphy stone was missing from the train, leaving only 17. High-level areas are still better. Chin Mang sat in his chair, a satisfied look on his face, and beamed as he sent a message to Erden, asking him to check if anyone was mining the level 4 iron ore. In a low-level area, a single Murphy stone wouldn't fetch 1.88 million units of iron ore. The buyer simply didn't have the money, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't afford it. He had originally planned to pay 2 million. Because he knew that even if it cost 2 million, the person would have to buy it. He had no choice. He could then find a way to get Murphy stone in a gathering, ask for it on the train radio, or search the adventure map. By the time he came back, it would be a good time. He agreed to 188 because he felt it was an auspicious number. In high-level areas, there's an unspoken rule that's particularly prevalent. That is, all mines adhere to a first-come, first-served basis. This isn't etiquette, nor is it a rule. It's a law of survival. After all trains have high attack and low defense. If you attack one train, it will often attack you back simultaneously. Neither side can withstand the other's attack, resulting in mutual destruction or even the death of both. In this environment, this unspoken rule is adhered to by almost everyone. After all, trains that reach this area generally understand one thing. In this world, no matter how great the opportunity, survival is more important. Everyone has become more cautious, and some basic survival rules can help everyone maintain certain basic principles in this lawless and chaotic environment. It's worth mentioning that the number of flesh trains in this area is extremely small, only 1/20th of the number of mechanical trains. You can't always use Murphy's stone to upgrade the pickaxe production line, right? Chin Mang quickly flipped through the train radio, checking the train conductor's chats over the past few days. Not every train has the opportunity to obtain Murphy's stone. This means that after upgrading a few levels, such as level 11, 12, or 13 trains, new mining accessories should appear. Higher quality. Ensure that trains without Murphy's stone can also mine high-level ore. We can't just block these trains. Although the trains in this area have a much higher chance of obtaining Murphy's stone than those in lower-level areas. I didn't find any useful information. It was mostly just jokes. He turned his gaze away from the train radio and looked back at the panel. The train currently had 16.54 million units of iron ore. Renovating the residential cars, the space gate, the flowers and plants, and building 100 more level 10 refrigerators cost a total of 1 million units, plus the extra money he just earned. The iron ore per unit on the train now returned to 16.54 million. He suddenly understood why rich people never ran out of money. They were rich enough. Chapter 228. Why was he able to sell a Murphy stone for 1.88 million units of iron ore? There were two major factors. One was his information source, Erden, and the other was that he wasn't in urgent need of the 2 million units of iron ore, so he was patient and relaxed, and didn't take the deal too seriously. If he were in the Teeling Wasteland, he might have been tempted by the other party's offer of 1 million units of iron ore, and dared not bargain further, fearing that the other party would cancel the deal. This kind of confidence can give him a significant psychological advantage in a transaction, and he can accidentally make some money he hadn't originally intended to earn. Just then, he also received news from Erden. As expected, the train that had bought his Murphy stone had already begun mining level 4 iron ore. According to Erden, he could see through the window that the conductor in the train compartment was very excited. How could he be excited? Even in the Crisis Valley, level 4 iron ore isn't everywhere. It's a rare mineral. A level 4 iron mine is equivalent to 10 million units of iron ore. Anyone who sees that wouldn't be excited. Not bad. Chin Mang couldn't help but laugh. It was quite interesting. Then he turned his attention to the other accessories. He spent a little more, a few million more, leaving around 10 million for train upgrades, expansions, and subsequent armor upgrades. Built-in fire control system, a green-grade accessory. After consuming 1.07 million units of iron ore, it went directly from level 10 to level 100. After all, with so many people on the train, 10 machine guns wouldn't be enough of a deterrent. A few more, 100 would be enough. And then, there was the purple-grade space stasis. Although he never used it, he had a feeling some monster might one day break through the armor and enter the train. At that point, one space would be stationary. Direct, targeted blasting. The iron ore consumption wasn't high, but he seemed to have overlooked one issue. The train hadn't been expanded yet, so the ceiling wouldn't hold all those heavy machine guns. 100 seemed a bit excessive, especially in the train compartment. But he soon discovered that the placement of these heavy machine guns could be customized. This meant that if a car had a space gate, it could be installed inside the gate. That was a good idea. He left a circle of heavy machine guns on the ceiling of the train compartment and built a space gate in the wall. The remaining 80 heavy machine guns were all tucked into the space gate in the train compartment. Alright. The same thing happened with the two residential cars, number 8 and number 9. Each car had 2 space gates on each side, for a total of 8 space gates. Each space gate was equipped with 20 heavy machine guns, and the remaining heavy machine guns were embedded in the carriage ceilings. This ensured his absolute control even within the space gates. As for the remaining guard carriages, the high-level personnel carriages, and so on, they were all installed in the default positions on the ceiling. As for carriages like the ground blast missile that required lifting, the heavy machine guns were installed in corners on both sides that would not affect the lifting. The Star Train currently had 15 carriages and 1 locomotive. The externally facing Doomsday cannons had 10, offering powerful firepower. The internally facing heavy machine guns had 1,600, offering even more powerful firepower. Upgrading to level 100 at once also granted 3 supermod effects. Internal fire control system level 20 supermod effect. Ammunition consumption is halved. Internal fire control system level 50 supermodel effect. Increased penetration. Internal fire control system level 100 supermodel effect. Increased rate of fire. This accessory's level 5 and level 10 supermodel effects allow it to fire blanks and nerve rounds, respectively. It's primarily used to maintain order on the train. Not bad. Chen Meng glanced at the information on the train control panel screen, then smiled and looked back at the other accessories. He was half expecting an unknown monster to board his train, only to see the heavy machine guns inside just as they thought they had finally reached the train's weakest point. Just as he was dazed, he suddenly froze in space and launched a targeted attack. Anyone who came would die. Even if Tian'an Lao came, he would still himself before leaving, inside the number 5 female high-level talent carriage. Yin Yao looked up, somewhat bewildered, at the dense array of heavy machine guns lining the carriage ceiling, nearly covering every corner. After counting them one by one for a long time, she muttered, "Choo-choo, there are only 2 of us in this carriage right now. Isn't 100 a bit too much?" "A little." Ji Choo-choo sat by the window, somewhat bored and dazed, but that's not important. What's important is that Master Meng seems to have forgotten me. He hasn't come to see me in a long time. It seems so. Guard car number 7. Yeah. Busey nodded proudly. Master Meng is very thoughtful. With the increase in residents, the original 10 heavy machine guns inside the train are indeed insufficient. 100 is just right. The only thing that puzzles me is, I remember this accessory had to be upgraded to a certain level to increase the number of machine guns in the carriage. How much upgrade would it take to get 100? Can't you do such a simple math? Old Pig glanced at Biaozi. It's not that I can't, it's that I don't dare. Inside the number 15 breeding car. This has nothing to do with me, right? Uncle Lee, squatting on the ground, dissecting a female zombie with a train blade in hand, looked up at the 100 heavy machine guns overhead in confusion. There should be 1 in every car. They can't be built to prevent zombie riots, right? Probably. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Sitting inside the train, Chen Meng looked at the other accessories again, his gaze settling on the car audio. He had spent 500 and 2,500 units of iron ore to upgrade it directly to level 100. Upgrading this thing to level 100 was definitely useless. He mainly wanted to make it stronger, so its health wouldn't drop to 0 with every battle. While life accessories wouldn't be as strong as defensive accessories, they would still become stronger as their levels increased. Car audio level 20 supermodel effect, none. Car Audio Level 50 Supermodel Effect, none. Car Audio Level 100 Supermodel Effect, none. No supermodel effects, which was within his expectations, but he hadn't upgraded this thing for the supermodel effects in the first place. As for the rest, well, there's the powerful magnet, which directly upgrades from level 20 to level 100 at the cost of 970,000 units of iron ore, increasing its pickup range to 10,000 meters. Any dropped items within 10,000 meters will be automatically attracted. Powerful magnet level 50 supermodel effect. The energy consumption of the strong magnet is halved. Powerful magnet level 100 super effect. The powerful magnet can be freely manipulated, with a range equal to the range of the enemy detection radar. Huh? Chen Mang had originally skipped over this. He upgraded this accessory solely to increase its pickup range, but he hadn't expected 2 more super effects. He just didn't quite understand what these super effects were. He knew the powerful magnet's level 20 super effect possessed a strong magnetic effect, with a specific strength depending on the grade of the energy stone consumed. It was just that he had never had the opportunity to use this effect. He basically always used the powerful magnet's most basic properties. But why did it now have this super effect? Could it be? A glint flashed in Chen Mang's eyes. He stood up from his chair, retrieved a few car blade fragments from the refrigerator nearby, and threw them out the window. Then, the powerful magnet accessory was activated. He suddenly felt a fusion of his will and a powerful magnet. With a simple thought, the chariot blade fragment outside the train slowly floated into the air. Then, at his command, it shot off into the distance, transforming into a streak of cold light. Huh? He paused for a moment, then glanced down at the console screen. It showed that the previous attack had consumed 1% of his energy. He had a level 3 energy stone installed. Without hesitation, he immediately jumped off the train. Standing outside the train with his cane, he controlled it with his cane. With a thought, the chariot blade fragment that had fallen in the distance flew back toward him. With a single thought, it shot off into the distance once more. Now Chen Meng understood the meaning of this supermodel effect. Wasn't this pure magneto? The power depends entirely on the strong magnetic effect. And the strong magnetic effect depends on how much energy he chooses to consume. The 2 attacks just now consumed 3% of his energy, or 1,500 units of iron ore. Not bad, not a huge drain. Just then, the enemy radar showed a wave of zombies 6 kilometers away, hurtling towards the train. There were about 100 zombies, the highest being level 6, with levels 3 and 4 being the most common. Good timing. Chen Mang couldn't help but laugh. He strode back to the train compartment, took the blade fragments out of the refrigerator, and placed them on the seats before speaking. No fire. Let those zombies get close. Then, find a way to get the guards out of the car just in time. Don't make it look too deliberate. I share the scene of me killing the zombies on the screen to the residents later. Understood. Xiao Ai's voice soon echoed from the train. Get out of the car. It's time to get to work. Biozhi, who was sitting on the bed, immediately stood up upon receiving Xiao Ai's order, looked at the guards, and shouted, Master Mang has ordered a parade. Hurry, hurry! Zhang and Zhang Air, you too, hurry up. Stop eating. Zhang Qi, wait a minute. Stand behind me. You're the most handsome one in our team, the face of the team. Show off your style. Brother Biao, you're the most handsome one in the team. Get out. Biozhi cursed with a sneer. Don't be so playful. This is Master Mang's first parade. Everyone check your clothes. It's very important. Everyone, behave well. Everyone excitedly looked in the mirror, quickly adjusting their clothes. A military parade. Although they felt they hadn't fully grown up yet, this was clearly a sign of Master Mang's recognition of them. Immediately, all the guards exited the train and stood in 3 neat, solemn rows in the cold wind, awaiting Master Mang's inspection. Each stood erect. It was deep winter, and the wind was biting, tinged with an unknown, sour, and foul odor. A foul smell? Biozhi instinctively tilted his head to the side, and saw a tidal wave of zombies rapidly approaching the train. His expression changed slightly, and he instinctively began to pull his briefcase from his pocket to meet them, but quickly stopped himself. Since Boss AI hadn't informed them of this news, it meant that Master Mang might be using this tidal wave to test their strength. Using a zombie tidal wave for a military parade. A great idea. At this moment, the train door opened, and in full view, Chen Mang, leaning on his cane, slowly stepped out of the train compartment. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his face as he approached the group. Not bad, everyone's in great spirits. These days of training have been very effective. Well, Busey finally lost his temper. He looked at the zombie tidal wave behind Mang Yi and said hurriedly, Master Mang, the zombie tidal wave behind you is less than 100 meters away. Why don't you give us the order to kill these zombies? No problem. Chin Mang looked at Busey calmly, leaning on his cane and chuckling. Remember when we were at the Neon City Memory Bank? You asked me why a memory could sell for tens of billions? Remember, Master Mang, you said you seen a dragon? Not entirely true. Huh? Not only have I seen a dragon, I've killed one. For example, like this. Chin Mang slowly raised his cane with one hand, his lips parted as he whispered, sword. The next moment. Boom! The sky above the train suddenly filled with dark clouds, a howling wind swept in, and the sky instantly darkened. Chin Mang's clothes rustled in the wind, and a flash of lightning split the clouds, illuminating the world. At that moment, Busey and the others saw Master Mang, his face sharp and angular under the lightning, his eyes brimming with arrogance. And, behind him, hundreds of chariot blade fragments had floated in the air. At this moment, the horde of corpses was only a few meters away from Master Mang. Just then, come! With Master Mang's resounding voice echoing in their ears, Master Mang slammed his staff to the ground. Hundreds of blade fragments floating in the air seemed to be imbued with life, transforming into countless sharp blades that shot out at the horde of corpses behind him at a speed too fast for the naked eye to grasp. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of countless fragments piercing flesh echoed. When the thunder ceased, the horde of corpses behind Master Mang had completely collapsed to the ground, not a single one alive. The closest zombie was only 2 meters away from Master Mang, and throughout, Master Mang hadn't even glanced back, not even an eyelid fluttering. Do your best. Chin Mang looked at Busey and his group calmly and chuckled. I teach you this dragon-slaying technique later. A man must slay a dragon in his lifetime. With that, without stopping, he walked alone towards the train compartment, leaving Busey and his group standing there, stunned and stunned. It took an unknown amount of time before Busey finally reacted. He turned in disbelief, looking at the scene behind him. He trembled. Did you see that? Mr. Mang just cast a spell? Chapter 229. Master Mang really did see a dragon, and he must have killed more than one. Do dragons really exist in this world? Wait, Master Mang killed a dragon before the apocalypse. Does that mean Master Mang is now an immortal cultivator? Isn't the script a bit off? Busey took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down, before leading his team to guard car number 7. Let me sort this out. I'm a little confused. The captain of Team 3 and Zhang Danyai, standing nearby, were even more confused. After a long moment of confusion, he led his team back to their own car. Supernatural powers or cultivation? Busey shook his head and looked at everyone in the car. I don't know. Master Mang didn't explain it to me in detail. But one thing is certain. Somewhere in the pre-apocalyptic world, there are these exceptional individuals, but we've never known where they are. And their number must be extremely small. Master Mang is one of the best. Huh? Old Pig sighed softly and nodded in agreement. That explains everything. I was the first to follow Master Mang. The first time I saw him, I sensed an extremely strong sense of conviction and aura in him. It's that kind of conviction, the determination to accomplish something. Many people, when undertaking something with an uncertain outcome, constantly doubt themselves. They need external validation, or even a small amount of results, to continue. But there are a small number of people who don't need external validation at all. Even if they don't see any initial results, they firmly believe that they will succeed. That's a sense of conviction. Mr. Mang has a strong sense of conviction. I was just wondering, how could someone like Mr. Mang, with such a strong sense of conviction, be reduced to slavery a year after the apocalypse? And he wasn't even a train conductor before. Through my conversations with Mr. Mang, I could clearly sense that he truly didn't understand trains. Then, where was Mr. Mang in the year before the apocalypse? What position was he in? What was he doing? Mr. Mang never told us this. But now everything has been answered. When the apocalypse arrived, Mr. Mang was in seclusion. He discovered the end of the world after he emerged. It's very likely that this apocalypse caused Mr. Mang's seclusion to fail, leading to a decline in his cultivation. These days, my cultivation is gradually recovering. It's you again, Busey said with some emotion. He looked at Old Pig with admiration. Your reasoning and logic have always been so strong. That makes perfect sense. This gives me even more confidence in the future of the star. After all, following a train conductor who once slew a dragon, we won't be afraid even if we encounter one again, right? Indeed. Old Pig sighed with emotion. we're truly lucky to have met Master Meng in the apocalypse. Okay, let's keep this a secret. Don't spread the news that Master Meng is an immortal cultivator for now. Understood. You all go ahead and do your work. I need to hurry back and record this scene in the history of train development. It's very important. However, the scene just now was being displayed on screens in every corner of the train. Everyone on board, as if frozen in place, stared blankly at the now-off screens before them. The scene he had just witnessed replayed in his mind. Thunder rumbled, and thousands of swords clashed. No, if Master Meng had just blasted the zombie horde with his machine gun, they would have been thrilled, because every zombie killed meant a greater sense of security within the train. But Master Meng had just raised his staff and dispatched them with a volley of thousands of swords? Will you, Master Meng, have to endure the tribulation of thunder in the future? Brother. The man who had once been a member of the Songlong train looked at the now-off screen in a daze. Has Master Meng always been like this? The equally bewildered middle-aged man took a deep breath before nodding with a firm expression. That's right. We once encountered an even more formidable monster, one that was instantly annihilated by Master Meng's volley of 10,000 swords. If you don't believe me, ask someone else. The man subconsciously tilted his head to look at another elderly resident beside him, who nodded earnestly. It's true. No wonder the star is developing so rapidly. So handsome. Yin Yao sat by the window, legs folded in a daze, her long, snow-white thighs exposed to the sky. She gazed out at the swarm of zombies and flesh, her mind racing back to that scene. So handsome. She had seen many handsome men. There were those in the entertainment industry, those in the fitness world, and those with fabulous wealth. Everyone possessed his own unique masculine charm, whether it was his looks, his temperament, his conversation, or his financial resources. But all that so-called masculine charm paled in comparison to what had just happened. There's no comparison. They're not even on the same level. That was absolute control, the sense of security brought on by extreme confidence in one's own abilities. It made one feel that following Master Meng during the apocalypse might lead to death, but it would definitely be later than following anyone else. At that moment, she suddenly felt the urge to knock on the door to the train room and merge her body into Master Meng's chest. But Master Meng had clearly told them not to approach him on their own initiative. He's quite handsome. Ji Chu Chu, now coming out of her trance, smiled, picked up her rice porridge, and muttered, "How come such a handsome and capable man hasn't shown up before the apocalypse?" Then she turned and smiled at Xiaofeng, who was sitting on the bed behind her. "Thank you, Xiaofeng. The millet porridge is delicious." "You're welcome." Xiaofeng blushed slightly and whispered, "I'm just offering this as a token of my gratitude. It was given to me by Master Meng. I can't drink so much by myself." But Master Meng's move just now was really cool. Unbeknownst to everyone, Chen Meng was sitting inside the train, his screen constantly switching between images from various corners of the train, transmitted via the mechanical eye. Listening to everyone's discussions about the scene just now, he couldn't help but grin with satisfaction. It was indeed cool. He looked back at the scene recorded by the mechanical eye on the screen. Well, tell me, old pig, dry paper textbooks are meaningless. Using videos to explain them is more intuitive. Understood. Under the two accessories, whether control and powerful magnet. As long as he held the cane and stood within 10,000 meters of the train, he was an absolute Magneto, a sword master. Beyond 10,000 meters, it wouldn't work. Only within 10,000 meters could the cane remotely control the train. And that wasn't even the full power just now. He just used a level 50 chariot blade fragment. His chariot blade is already level 100. In a few days, he built a regular carriage and removed some chariot blade fragments. Then the power will be even greater. Not right now. Everyone's in the thick of things right now. Doing this right now would ruin the atmosphere and affect his image. That move just now consumed 96% of the energy. The nearly full level 3 energy stone in the generator was completely depleted, but it didn't matter. He forged another level 4 energy stone and gave it to Xiao Ai to plug into the generator. A level 3 energy stone only holds 50,000 units of iron ore. He now has plenty of iron ore, so to use it, he needs to use level 4 energy stones. Level 3 energy stones are no match for him. Theoretically speaking, if he could upgrade his car blade to level 1000 and his powerful magnet to level 1000 and then equip it with a level 8 or 9 energy stone, he instantly become an immortal emperor, Doomsday immortal emperor. With one move, 10,000 swords blast away, leaving no blade of grass standing. Seriously, this kill costs quite a bit, far less than the Doomsday cannon or guardian attack. It's effective against lower-level monsters, but against higher-level monsters, with so many car blade fragments hurled into them, it's hard to inflict fatal damage, especially against larger ones. But he's still pretty cool. A man's life. In times of poverty, it's normal to be frugal and work hard for your own goals. This is what a true man does, but once you're rich, if you're still frugal, isn't that just pure ash? Very good. Chen Meng looked quite satisfied. He really had to upgrade all those seemingly insignificant accessories. No one knew whether the subsequent supermodel effects would be extraordinary or useless. He had to upgrade them all to find out. Also, he felt the connection with the powerful magnet. He had just secretly experimented alone. This powerful magnet could be used for more than just this. If he was willing to consume enough energy, he could even toss an enemy train directly into the air and then bring it down hard. Although he had the permanent shock absorber and space stabilizer accessories, the chances of dying from the fall weren't very high. But he looked so cool. He had also tried it, and it could control bullets, but only those made from copper or oregon. He couldn't control bullets, like the Gatling gun, that consumed energy stones. That was an energy weapon. But you have to maintain a certain distance, giving him enough time to react. If you shoot right at his head, he won't be able to react at all. His reaction speed isn't that fast. This is also a very good self-defense method. Very good. Chen Meng continued to look at the components on the console screen that hadn't been upgraded yet. 13.4875 million units of iron ore remaining. Continue upgrading. Resource detection radar and enemy search radar, two of the more important ones, upgrade them all. Upgrading from level 20 to level 100 in one go consumed a total of 4.8 million units of iron ore. Although these two components are green, they cost a bit more to upgrade than other green-grade components, but of course, they're still not comparable to armor. He never seen a green-grade accessory cost more than the armor upgrade. Immediately gained 4 super mode effects, and the detection range increased from 20,000 meters to 100,000 meters. Resource detection radar level 50 super mode effect, none. Resource detection radar level 100 super mode effect, none. Enemy search radar level 50 super mode effect, more accurately locks onto fast-moving enemies. Enemy search radar level 100 super mode effect, none. Excellent. After the radar upgrade, the train on the surface didn't penetrate deep into the ground at all. The radar showed the train tunnel at 30,000 meters. The detection range will be even further. Furthermore, he even detected another train tunnel at 70,000 meters. And more? Chen Meng was slightly stunned. Who else but him could find such a deep place? At a level 3 drill speed, how long would it take to reach a depth of 70,000 meters? Let's go check it out. Instead of upgrading immediately, he simply switched the train to the drill and headed straight for the depths of the earth. He suddenly realized that everything seemed to have entered a positive cycle. The higher the component level, the more opportunities he discovered. The higher the component level, the more opportunities he discovered. A perfect positive cycle. Just then, Xiao AI's voice suddenly rang out from inside the train. Conductor, the space receiver we brought from the laboratory has been fully debugged and is ready to be used. Excellent. Chen Meng smiled and nodded. I go later. What's going on lately? Isn't it a bit too much good news? He was worried that the good things he gotten in the zombie basin would run out. He couldn't have overdrawn his resources, and now that he's in the Crisis Valley, it's all crisis. Now it seems. The Crisis Valley isn't quite what it seems. He really doesn't sense any danger. The train was rapidly advancing deeper. It was then that Chen Meng noticed for the first time that the train's speed was slowly decreasing as it went deeper underground. He nodded thoughtfully, thinking he didn't need to worry about anyone discovering the 30,000-meter tunnel. That place was still his secret base. The deeper they went, the harder the ground became. A level 3 drill seemed incapable of reaching that depth. As for the 70,000-meter tunnel, that was even more impossible. No one would be able to discover it. Over half an hour later, the star train finally reached the 70,000-meter tunnel, and the level 100 drill once again pressed roughly against the tunnel's hull, beginning to rotate rapidly. What nonsense about no one being allowed in? Anywhere his drill could open, he could enter. A minute later, a hole was successfully opened in the tunnel, and the star train slipped through, floating mid-air before slowly landing on the ground. This place was somewhat similar to the train tunnel at 30,000 meters deep. It was only smaller. The tunnel above was nearly 100 meters wide and high, enough for a tall building to run through, if a building could run. And this tunnel was only 10 meters high and 5 meters wide. It was quite compact. And it didn't look like a tunnel at all. There were no lines on the ground, but there were a number of incandescent lights on both sides of the tunnel. Chapter 230. Where is this again? Sitting in the train compartment, Chen Mang surveyed his surroundings thoughtfully. He ultimately decided to continue south. Northward, he would likely reach the ruins of the mechanical city in the red zone. The tunnel was quite clean. The dust had been swept to the sides of the road, as if someone were sweeping. However, just as he thought he was about to cross the barrier to another area, he soon saw the end of the train tunnel. The train had barely started, barely even taken 2 steps. At the end of the tunnel lay a vertical, upward swinging space, a perfect 90-degree vertical angle, somewhat like an L shape. The star cut out its spider legs and began rapidly climbing the wall. After traveling a few hundred meters, they arrived at a rather large plaza, about 20 meters high, the area equivalent to 2 football fields. It was quite impressive, and even more impressive was the plaza filled with robots and drones. Damn it! Chen Mang's reaction was immediate upon seeing these robots and drones. He jumped out of the train compartment and gazed at the hundreds of robots standing in front of him, like terracotta warriors. How could he not react? He was very familiar with these robots. He had captured 2 before. When completing the S-rank mechanical train job transfer quest, a large drone would fly in from a distance, carrying a robot, then drop it to the ground before flying away. When the drone arrived, a line of text appeared on his screen. Do not attack, do not attack. This drone is the mission target. This drone is the mission target. Attacking means mission failure. He had previously wondered where those drones came from. Now it's clear. If nothing unexpected happens, each area should have a place like this. It's like a pre-programmed process. When someone triggers the S-level mechanical train job transfer quest, a drone will follow the pre-programmed sequence, towing a robot to the designated train. He's currently pondering a question. Can he take the items here? This is clearly another bug. This tunnel, 70,000 meters underground, should be undetectable, and even if discovered, it's inaccessible. But he had a level 100 radar, and a level 100 drill, and he forced his way in. If he took the items here, no one in this area would be able to complete the S-level mechanical train job transfer quest in the future. But this is already a high-level area. Everyone who needs to transfer has already done so. How many people still need to transfer? Unless they're building a secondary character like him. Chen Mang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly came up with a solution. Shall I find a brave man among the residents, give him a train order, and have him load all those items onto the train? Once the job is done, give him the status of a first-level resident. He wasn't sure if there would be any punishment for taking these items without permission. So he came up with a more clever plan. Let another train conductor take them, and then he could rob this train conductor. Even if there's a punishment, it can't be blamed on him, right? He didn't take the items. A big reward always attracts brave men. For those newly joined the starship, the first-level resident status is quite attractive. If one were to reach that level through the normal route, it would take dozens of days. The residential area was selecting warriors. Chen Mang walked off the train alone. Standing in front of the train, he looked at the robots standing quietly, and the drones parked on the ground. He realized he'd grown a lot braver recently. Before, he never dared to get off the train. He stayed inside the train compartment all day long. Especially in a place like this, with its unknown dangers. Now, he dared to get off the train and stroll around. This was mainly due to his increased strength and confidence. However, he only stayed within a 3-meter radius. If he encountered danger, he could immediately rush back to the train. He would wait until he was stronger before venturing out for a longer stroll. Conductor. Xiao Ai's voice echoed from inside the train. If all these robots were mine, I have hundreds of bodies. You might need to upgrade your train assistance AI. I'm starting to feel my computing power is running low. Not enough? Chen Mang raised an eyebrow. The train assistance AI on the other trains are mostly level 3, and you're level 20. Your computing power should outstrip theirs. If you don't have enough, what are they supposed to do? Xiao Ai was silent for a long time before speaking with a vexed tone. Conductor, you might not be fully aware of my current workload. Let me give you a brief overview. The AI on the other trains is basically only responsible for the enemy search radar and resource detection radar components, so there's not much else to do. Let me calculate my workload for you. Enemy search radar, resource detection radar, oxygen concentrator, central air conditioning, basic components like these. I need to consume computing power 24/7 to ensure the oxygen supply and temperature are at normal levels and optimal for the human body. Our train has quite a few basic components, much more than other trains. Over the course of so many days, How much food does the train need to consume each day? Do you know the exact number, Captain? I need to expend computing power to calculate the daily needs for these daily necessities, and produce them on time. There are also the iris chips of over 5,000 residents. Every purchase, calculating the inflow and outflow of stellar vouchers, the amount of mining overflow today, and even the real-time changes in overall physical fitness, all require computing power. Those 80 patrolling armed robots, and the next few hundred robots. I also have to manage the armored R&D center. I have to give Busey, and the others the executioner. I need to replace the mecha with higher quality armor, oversee the debugging of the cosmic receiver, study the experimental data brought back from the Earth's core nuclear bomb laboratory, and complete the unfinished cosmic receiver experiment you, the train captain, instructed me to do. I also need to use my mechanical eyes to observe the emotions and inappropriate behavior of each resident and report them promptly to old Pig Busey and the others. And, okay. Chin Mang coughed lightly and interrupted. I know you're working hard. I see how hard you've worked. I didn't say I wouldn't upgrade you. There's plenty of iron ore. I was just curious. Well, when we get back later, I upgrade you to level 100. Xiao Ai's voice was almost tearful as she spoke. After careful calculation, Xiao Ai's workload did seem a bit excessive, but that was from a human perspective. Once it reached level 100, the increased computing power would allow for more simultaneous processes. He suddenly wondered what would happen if other trains had so many accessories. He quickly realized that other trains didn't seem to need to worry about this either. Just the thing Xiao Ai was responsible for. No other trains had. Iris chips, armored R&D centers, cosmic receivers, black hole armed robots, a currency system. All of these were excessive. At least, of all the trains he had encountered so far, only his had a currency system. In times of limited supplies, a currency system wouldn't work at all. Just then, the hero was chosen. Mr. Mang, he's willing to give it a try. Very good. Chin Mang turned to look at the middle-aged man following Lao Zhu and nodded in satisfaction. He was about to say something, but when he saw the man, he froze, his brow furrowing. Is this the man who opened the safe last time? He's already enjoying first-class resident status, right? No. Lao Zhu nodded, then walked over to Chin Mang and whispered, that middle-aged man has a twin brother. This is his younger brother. They used to work funerals together. Okay. Chin Mang didn't say much. He simply pulled out a train order from his pocket and tossed it to Lao Zhu. Go. The mission is simple. Activate the order and become the train captain. Then, go and move all the drones and robots onto the refrigerator in your train. One person? Yes, one person. Chin Mang nodded. After all, this was a bit like robbing an NPC's vault in an online game. It was clearly a violation. If there was any punishment, he didn't know if it would be just the train captain or the entire train crew. If something went wrong alone, the loss wouldn't be too great. Over an hour passed. It's over. The middle-aged man lay panting, almost limp, on the ground nearby. Old Pig trotted over to Chin Mang and reported, Master Mang, everything's done. Yes. Chin Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, and waited patiently for a moment. Seeing no response, he coughed softly. I passed by here today, and saw a train full of robots. I don't know what they are, but I know that only those with a predestined connection can possess them. Old Pig, send someone to move the items on this train to the star. Yes. A disclaimer. I don't know if it will help, but I just say it now. It won't cost me anything to talk about it. Soon. All the refrigerators on this train were moved to the star, and the train itself was used as a snack by the Earth core furnace. The only people who got off the train to work were Zhang and Zhang Er, but now they looked at Old Pig with resentment in their eyes. They had just signed up. Old Pig rejected them. So many robots and drones lined up neatly. If they had been asked to move the goods, how much better would that be? Instead, it was handed over to a resident. If they had been asked to do it, they would have finished it long ago. Their efficiency wouldn't be on the same level. So now they can only move what others have already moved. It's not fun at all. What's the difference between this and washing pots? At the end of this train tunnel, 70,000 meters underground, there's only this space. There's nothing else. The star, laden with cargo, returned to the hole it had just emerged from and headed back to the surface. He wasn't planning to explore the mechanical city area for now. He had to eat and walk step by step, and he still had a lot of things to do. Back to the surface again. The star remained docked. There were no mines nearby, and the residents hadn't disembarked. No mining today, just rest. After returning to the surface, Chen Mang's first action was to upgrade the train assistance AI from level 20 to level 100. This consumed 1.28 million units of iron ore. And 2 additional supermode effects. Train assistance AI level 50 supermode effect, enhanced logical thinking. Train assistance AI level 100 supermode effect, enhanced learning ability. A comprehensive upgrade. Chen Mang glanced at the train assistance AI on the control panel. Is the computing power sufficient now? Xiao AI's excited voice soon reached the train cabin. That's enough. I feel incredibly lucid right now. All the train components are only consuming 7% of my computing power right now, so I can't use it up at all. Let's go check out the cosmic receiver. Chen Mang stretching his body before rising from his chair and heading towards the space gate in Carriage 2. This Armored Research and Development Center was named the Armored Research and Development Center. Xiao AI usually spent most of her time here. He and Xiao AI communicated much of the time through the train assistance AI. No one was in sight, only voices. Pushing the door open, the clatter of mechanical gears filled the air. Hundreds of robots stood there, moving their bodies, turning to look at Chen Mang and speaking in unison. Conductor? Just control one. Chen Mang frowned slightly. Don't control so many. It looks a bit creepy. Yes. Soon, hundreds of robots fell silent and quiet. One, unlike the others, the one Xiao AI had been modifying, strode toward Chen Mang. Perhaps due to the age of the robots, many are in a damaged state. To use them properly, we need to remove intact parts from other robots for repair. Conductor, follow me. Xiao AI led the way, walking to the large red instrument called the cosmic receiver and explaining, this instrument is divided into 3 parts. Receiver, converter, and condensation zone. The receiver is the one similar to the. It resembles an old-fashioned antenna, simply placed on the surface or on top of a train. The converter is this red instrument. The core energy drawn from the universe is compressed within it, and ultimately transmitted through pipes to a completely enclosed and sealed space. When the compressed core energy reaches a substantial point within this space, it forms solid iron ore. Currently, it can only form iron ore. The specifics are still being researched. It can generate level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4 iron ore, and the upgrade times required for each level of iron ore vary. A closed and sealed space. Yes, similar to the giant glass case in that laboratory. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes slightly, thoughtfully saying, a refrigerator would be perfect, wouldn't it? Chapter 231. The refrigerator is a bit small, making it difficult to accommodate too many residents mining at once. Efficiency will be somewhat low, but because of the small space, iron ore will be generated faster, though the content will be less. Then let's use a level 1 space gate, 100 meters long and wide. Okay, Captain. Does this thing require energy stones to activate? Yes, but the star's solar energy panel can fully cover the cost of this device. This device only requires a small amount of energy to activate, and the rest will be provided by the absorbed core energy. Okay, let's get started. I see how long it takes to generate a level 4 iron ore. Understood. Before leaving Carriage 2, Chen Mang created another level 1 space gate opposite the Armored Research Center to generate iron ore. 10 minutes later, Chen Mang stood outside the train, gazing at the already operational cosmic receiver. A concave, circular receiver rested on the roof of the car, absorbing core energy overflowing from other planets in the starry sea. According to Xiao AI, it's already running. But from the outside, it doesn't seem to be responding at all. It's just plain ordinary, looking like it's not running. This thing is precious. This isn't a train part, it's just a piece of equipment. It's very fragile. A few bullets will almost destroy it. The mechanical nano spider can't repair it. Even if Xiao AI knew how to repair it, she doesn't have the tools or materials. At this moment, the door of Carriage 2 opened, and a thick pipe extended from the carriage to the receiver. Not bad, Chen Mang said with a smile, standing still and gazing at the train before him. He had built every component of this train piece by piece, from the very beginning, with just a bare locomotive, all the way to where he is today. Just standing here, looking at this train, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He even felt like he could sit here all afternoon, doing nothing, just admiring his own train. Only those with children understand why other parents talk about their children all the time, even when they're working. Just like those who own trains, only those with them know how satisfying it is to sit here quietly and admire the train they built. Of course, that assumes you have the ability to sit here quietly. This instrument can be interrupted at any time. Progress will be preserved. Unaffected. There aren't many drawbacks. The only drawback is to be careful not to expose this instrument to attack. When the surroundings are dangerous, try to keep it inside the train. Armor won't protect it. However, this would significantly impact efficiency. And he had a brilliant idea. Xiao Ai. I'm here. Xiao Ai's voice rang out from inside the train. Remove all the rapid crossbows in carriage 12 and place this receiver in the open-air compartment. Raise the receiver when there's no danger, and retract it when there's danger, then cover it with armor. Okay, I contact them. The next moment, Chen Meng, leaning on his cane, felt the several rapid crossbows in carriage 12 being dismantled, shattered into pieces. Soon, Biazi and his group were walking through the compartment, carrying the receiver. Several others behind them were pulling the pipes, laying them into the corners as much as possible. This thing is still very sturdy. It won't break even if stepped on a few times. But Chen Meng still had Xiao Ai issue an order and all residents' iris chips not to step on the pipe. The Star Train has a great advantage. Thanks to the iris chip accessory, all his orders can reach all residents immediately. This kind of absolute control is difficult for many organizations to achieve. Furthermore, any order he issues is absolutely executed. The power unleashed by over 5,000 people, united as a single force, is quite terrifying. In residential carriage number 9, residential area number 8. In a classroom. Teacher Chiu stood at the podium, leaning against the screen as she gazed down at the children below. She smiled and said, "Today, let's put aside the progress on the history of train development for now. We already covered that yesterday." Under Master Meng's decision, the Star Train successfully completed its S-Class mechanical train upgrade. It became the only train with S-Class potential on the Shade Plane. We won't continue with that for now. Instead, I show you a video. Soon, the screen lit up. Amidst a sky filled with dark clouds and a howling wind, Chen Meng faced Biazi and the others with his back to the sky. A few dozen meters away, a group of ferocious zombies were charging towards him. Just then, Chen Meng slowly raised his staff. Thunder roared, lightning pierced the clouds, as if a demon was about to descend. The oppressive feeling was almost tangible. The fragments in the sky transformed into sharp blades, slashing through the tide of zombies behind him. Clever and efficient, the light slowly went out again. Teacher Chiu, standing on the stage, looked at all the students below and said with a smile, "This scene shows the tactics that Master Meng personally used against his enemies not long ago. If you have anything to say, feel free to do so." The students in the audience were staring at the now black screen in stunned amazement. It took a moment for them to react, and they raised their hands in shock and excitement, asking questions. Teacher Chiu, was that the train's trick or Master Meng's? Of course, it was the train's trick. Is there any doubt about that? Teacher Chiu, will we also have this ability in the future? I want to fly on a sword too. Teacher Chiu smiled at the students and whispered, "This is Master Meng's unique trick." The Star Train's development to this day is not only due to Master Meng's brilliant decisions, unparalleled wisdom, and swift tactics, but also to his unparalleled strength. Remember this, children. It's us who need the Star Train, not the Star Train that needs us. Master Meng remains Master Meng without us, and can still live a carefree life in the apocalypse. But if we lose the Star Train, we will still be Master Meng without us, and we can still live a carefree life in the apocalypse. But if we lose the Star Train, we will still be Master Meng without us, and we can still live a carefree life in the apocalypse. I think you all know what's going to happen. Teacher Chiu, it was only after joining the Star that I was able to stand here and teach you, with no worries about food and clothing. My safety is guaranteed, and even personal dignity, something quite luxurious in the apocalypse, has been granted. So I want you all to know. The Star has invested vast resources in training you. Do you intend to simply enjoy these resources? No. A boy slammed the table and stood up, his neck veins bulging as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "As long as I graduate successfully and join the Guard, I will be at the forefront of every battle and kill every enemy who dares to stand against me." Me too. I'm going to tell Master Meng I won't eat his food for free. Blood spilled in the blue sky to prove my loyalty. Even the girls stood up, their eyes reddening as they declared, "Teacher Chiu, before meeting Master Meng, we lived in poverty and hunger. We will never forget this kindness. As you said, the Star is the only train in the apocalypse still carrying on human civilization. For human civilization, for Master Meng, and for the Star, we will do anything." Okay. Teacher Chiu looked at the students, moved, and pounded his right fist to his chest. He said in a deep voice, "Always loyal to Master Meng, loyal to the Star." The students also pounded their right fists to their chests, shouting hoarsely with red eyes. Always loyal to Master Meng, loyal to the star. Loyalty. Loyalty. And now, Chen Meng sat alone in the train compartment, watching the call for help from Erden on the train radio. He didn't have to deal with the menial tasks of installing the receiver. His subordinates would do it. Mr. Meng, I found an adventure map, but I can't complete the quest. Please help. This guy. Chen Meng glanced at the screen on the control console. How long have we been in the Valley of Crisis? Barely a week, maybe? He's already dug a mine, wandered around the train tunnel, and now this Erden has found another adventure map? Is this guy really just blessed with luck? What quest? Erden stopped typing, and his voice came over the intercom on the train radio. Mr. Meng, here's what happened. It's a bit long, but to make it short, my job is to wander around, and I enjoy wandering around. I also enjoy finding adventure maps. You don't seem like someone who's willing to cut to the chase, Chen Meng interrupted silently. Well, I was just strolling around when I came across a tombstone. It was the most conspicuous adventure map I ever seen. Then, when my train landed next to the tombstone, the screen indicated I accepted a quest. I'm not the first one. Many people have probably accepted it before me. This looks like an adventure map with no requirements, and it's pretty basic. I send the quest details to you, Mr. Meng. Chen Meng looked at the quest from Erden on the train radio. Wilderness Tombstone Adventure Quest. S-level difficulty. Your train must mine a level 1 iron ore within 72 hours. Rewards unknown. A-level difficulty. Your train must mine a level 4 iron ore within 72 hours. Rewards unknown. B-level difficulty. Your train must mine a level 3 iron ore within 72 hours. Rewards unknown. C-level difficulty. Your train must mine a level 2 iron ore within 72 hours. Rewards unknown. D-level difficulty. Your train must mine no iron mines for 72 hours. Rewards unknown. Erden's voice came from the train intercom. I don't have any slaves on my train anymore, so I can't mine. But if you're not busy right now, we can go find the train that was mining level 4 iron ore. Seize his level 4 iron ore, and then you can mine level 4 iron ore. The quest doesn't say you have to mine a whole mine, but half should count. Chen Meng looked at the quest list with a slightly strange expression. After a moment, he picked up the intercom. Isn't level 4 iron ore only a level difficulty? Why not choose S-level difficulty? Did you choose level 8 difficulty? No need to choose. There's no option. Complete the mission at whatever difficulty level you choose, and you'll be rewarded accordingly. Erden, speaking from the other end of the intercom, paused and said helplessly, Master Meng, this is the Blue Zone Crisis Valley. The lowest iron ore available is level 2. There's no level 1 at all. But since there's an option for level 1 iron ore in the mission, that means there must be level 1 iron ore in Crisis Valley. It's just very rare, probably even rarer than level 4. I've been wandering around for so long, and I've encountered a level 4 iron ore, but not a single level 1. What did you call me? Master Meng. I've sent you the coordinates. Come find me, and show me Master Meng's skills. Huh? Come quickly. After hanging up, Chen Meng spoke, stop producing level 4 iron ore and start producing level 1. Yes, Xiao Ai's voice quickly echoed from the train. There were no level 1 iron mines in the Blue Zone, Crisis Valley. This was not surprising. After all, back in Iron Ridge Wasteland, he mined a level 1 mine for over 10 days, and only yielded 10,000 units of iron ore. In Crisis Valley, if a train takes over 10 days to mine 10,000 units of iron ore, the train would have starved to death. The ore it mined wouldn't even be enough to feed the slaves and maintain the daily operation of its components. The higher the level of the train. In a non-combat situation, the amount of iron ore required to maintain normal train operation per day would be a significant amount. If a battle were to break out, all he could do was hope for victory. A win would give him some health, but if he lost, even if he escaped, he'd have to wait and see. Take the Stellar, for example. The daily operating costs of the train, plus the food for over 5,000 people, cigarettes, nuts, cola, and the maintenance of various components, amount to approximately 14,000 units of iron ore. This is equivalent to consuming 1 level 1 ore per day. Of course, this is without the solar panel. This component will cover a large portion of daily expenses. Currently, the train's actual daily consumption is only around 6,000 units of iron ore. Half an hour later, the search radar indicated a train hurtling through the air towards the Stellar at a breakneck speed. Soon, a short, compact train, consisting solely of a locomotive, stopped in front of the Stellar, and a sonic boom slowly echoed. Erden hopped off the train and strode toward the star. Standing below the train compartment, he looked up at Chen Meng, who was sitting in a chair, and said, somewhat puzzledly, Master Meng, my radar doesn't detect any level 1 iron or nearby. Is it deep underground? Follow me. Chen Meng chuckled as he hopped off the train compartment and stood beside Erden, heading for the door of carriage 2 on the star. Let me show you the depths of the star. The next moment, the door of carriage 2 opened, and Erden, following Master Meng inside, was immediately drawn to the 100 heavy machine guns on the ceiling. He stood there stiffly, his eyes blank, and muttered, Master Meng, your depths are quite frightening. Honestly, Master Meng, are you afraid of ghosts? Are you unable to sleep tonight? Chapter 232. Erden stood in Stellar Carriage 2, somewhat bewildered, staring at the 100 heavy machine guns mounted on the ceiling above him. Bewilderment filled his eyes. This wasn't his first time inside the Stellar. But he remembered that the last time he'd been here, the interior of the train had been quite impressive, but he only remembered there were 10. How could there be 100 this time? He knew this accessory, the built-in fire control system, was one of the craftable accessories for level 2 trains, and every train had one. But it was a green-grade accessory, and upgrading it to the maximum level would only result in 3 heavy machine guns on the ceiling of each train. That was more than enough. Even though there were only 3, these heavy machine guns weren't primarily targeted at monsters, but at slaves, humans in plain clothes, trapped in a small, enclosed space. If someone had the guts, not just 3, a single heavy machine gun could easily decimate them all. Isn't 100 a bit too much damage? Could it be that? A possibility popped up in Erden's mind. Master Meng, did my original batch of slaves cause trouble after arriving on the star? No. Chen Meng chuckled. There hasn't been a single riot on the star yet. Everyone's harmonious and quite obedient. That's true. Erden nodded. He clearly remembered how excited the slaves on the Azure Dragon were when they parted ways, practically beside themselves with excitement. How could they possibly cause trouble? But if this carriage had 100 heavy machine guns, that meant the rest of the carriages had the same configuration. A total of 15 carriages plus the locomotive. That's a total of 1,600 heavy machine guns inside alone. That's pretty good. He actually wanted to look up history and see what scale of battles had required the use of 1,600 heavy machine guns. Wait! At this point, Erden finally recovered from his shock and asked doubtfully, well, Master Meng, aren't we here to complete my adventure map mission? Follow me. Chen Meng leaned on his cane and walked towards the spatial door on the wall of carriage number 2, which housed the Armored Research and Development Center. Erden hurriedly followed. The moment he pushed the door open, he froze in his tracks. Erden stared at the rather exaggerated spatial door before him, stunned. Why did it feel so much larger than his own? Well, he soon figured it out. If it was Master Meng, then it made perfect sense. But upon seeing the objects displayed within the space, he froze again. Mechas, hundreds of robots. All sorts of lab equipment he couldn't understand. A wide variety of materials neatly stacked to the side. He had never seen anything here. Were these items included in the craftable parts that came with each train upgrade, or were they just blueprints? Master Meng, this is supposed to be a classified area, right? Can I take a look? It's okay to take a look. Chen Meng didn't seem to mind the matter. He simply tapped the red instrument beside him with his cane and said with a smile, it's a little gadget, the cosmic receiver. I won't tell you the details. It's a bit complicated to explain. In short, it can produce low-grade iron ore. It can help you make level 1 iron ore. It's quite simple. Let me see. At this moment, a progress bar appeared on the red instrument screen. 67%. That's pretty fast. It's already 34% in just a few moments. Let's sit outside the train and chat for a while. We're almost done. Then I transfer some of my residents back to your train temporarily, and you can go mining. Mission complete. Pretty simple. The mine is generated on the train. Inside the train? Yeah. Crisis Valley, outside the stellar train. Chen Meng sat on a camping chair, admiring the train he had built over the past few days, as if it were a work of art. Master Meng. Erden, sitting nearby, sighed with some emotion. I'm suddenly so glad I joined the Stellar. Otherwise, the thought of my old Songlong competing against a train like the Stellar would have been overwhelming. It's completely different. Not bad. Chen Meng smiled and said nothing more. What a pity. The dwarf man wasn't here. For some reason, he felt the emotional value he gained from him was the highest. It wasn't that he was boastful, but perhaps it was simply because the dwarf man's train was the first powerful train he had seen since arriving in this world. He was considered a senior. This kind of shock from a senior was the most satisfying. I chat with you someday when I have the chance, waiting for a bigger breakthrough. About 10 minutes later, level 1 iron ore had been completely produced. In carriage 2, inside another spatial door, Chin Meng pointed to the mine inside. This is the level 1 iron ore. Then he waved his hand. A group of residents, who had been waiting outside the train, rushed in, pickaxes in hand, and quickly entered the space portal one by one. At this point, these residents had become slaves of the traveling frog. Hey! At that moment, Erden looked at a burly man passing by and stopped him. Aren't you the big guy? How's life on the star? Are you getting used to it? The burly man, huddled in the crowd with his head lowered, suddenly looked bitter. He had huddled in the crowd, trying not to be seen, but how could he still be arrested? At this point, he could only grit his teeth and look at Chin Meng, saying solemnly, "Hello, Master Meng." Then he looked at Erden, hesitantly saying, Dandan. Come on, I'm clearly Erden, but you're almost calling me Sandan. Chin Meng couldn't help but laugh at this, patting the burly man on the shoulder. Just call me Master Dan. Huh? With Master Meng's order, the burly man let out a long sigh of relief. Hello, Master Dan. Then he scurried along with the crowd, pickaxe in hand, and plunged into the spatial portal. Excuse me. Erden sighed helplessly. This guy used to be my slave leader. I'm quite impressed with him. It's okay. With so many residents, a level 1 iron mine can be mined out in about half a day. Should we sit outside for a while? No problem. You go ahead. I get something from the front of the train. Okay. Chin Meng walked back to the train compartment alone and looked at the data recorded on the screen. The level 1 iron ore contained approximately 10,000 units of iron ore. It took half an hour to mine it. If that's the calculation, about 480,000 units of iron ore can be produced per day. Not bad. That's equivalent to a guaranteed monthly output of over 10 million units. Just then, Xiao Ai's voice rang out over the train speakers. Master Meng, maybe I'm really quite clever. I'm actually making some progress on this experiment you asked me to continue. Although I can't produce level 5 iron ore right away, as the experiment improves, it can increase the receiver's absorption power. This means the time it takes to produce iron ore will be significantly shortened. That's even better. Chin Meng nodded with satisfaction. Believe in yourself. I've always thought you're capable. You have to do many things before you realize you're truly capable. Right. That big hairy guy from before. I like that guy. Promote him to level 2 resident status. Yes. Then he left with some cigars, coke, and a few bags of vacuum-packed pressed duck. Here. Chin Meng sat on a camping chair and handed over a few bags of spicy pressed duck. I got some a while ago. It's pretty good. Try it. Let me try. Erden quickly took it with both hands, opened the package, tore off a strip of duck meat, and put it in his mouth. His eyes suddenly lit up. It's very dry and chewy, very flavorful, very delicious. I haven't had this in a long time. Is it spicy? Not very spicy. If it's not spicy, eat more. Then I won't be polite, Master Meng. You're welcome. Go ahead. Chin Meng leaned back in his chair, sipping from a bottle of iced cola. He looked at Erden, who was feasting on his food, and for a moment, he felt like he was watching a food show. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and smiled without saying a word. He didn't eat it. He had a lingering fear about this shit. Just then, Erden, who had taken 7 or 8 mouthfuls in a row, felt something was amiss. He took a sip of his mineral water, but didn't take it seriously. He continued to eat his pressed duck with aplomb, talking as he did so. Master Meng, let me tell you about my life these past few days. A minute passed. Erden's neck and cheeks were completely red, sweat coating his forehead, and he was constantly breathing and sticking out his tongue. Spicy? Spicy? Didn't you say it wasn't spicy at first? It wasn't spicy at first. Drink more water. And then, in the level 1 iron mine at the spatial gate in carriage 2, Demao, who was mining with his pickaxe, suddenly saw a line of text flash on his iris chip. Ding, resident notice. Resident number 4998, you have received Master Meng's blessing. Your resident status will be upgraded from level 3 to level 2, and your progress towards level 3 status will be retained at level 2. Please keep up the hard work. The star is even better because of you. Huh? Demao was stunned. He couldn't believe it even when the words began to fade. He quickly used his mind to look at the historical notice, reappearing the words several times. After reading them clearly, he finally realized that he had actually been promoted to level 2 resident status, and he hadn't accomplished anything, just because of Master Meng's joy. The next moment, excitement instantly filled his mind. He stood there, leaning on his pickaxe, grinning foolishly, counting on his fingers. Since his progress towards level 3 resident status had been retained at level 2, the time it took him to advance to level 1 resident status would be greatly shortened, and he would soon be earning star tickets. Only those with first level resident status can earn stellar vouchers. In other words, only after reaching first level resident status can one truly integrate into the stellar. Anything before that is considered an internship, though the situation is more humane before the apocalypse. You won't be given a 7-day trial period and then be fired without pay if you find you're not suitable. If you're not suitable for the internship here, after-sales service is covered. Someone will take care of you and ensure your final rest, allowing you to live a peaceful life. Brother Mao, what's wrong? What are you laughing at? At this moment, a scrawny man leaned over and panted, "Don't you want to be promoted to first-level resident status quickly? Let's dig faster. Everyone else is digging too fast. If we don't hurry, the ore will be gone. There's only so much ore, and with so many wolves and so little meat, there won't be enough to mine." Mao hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to tell the man about this. He was a slave on the Sanlong train, and the man was his confidant, but he was worried about what would happen if he told anyone. The man followed his example, running up to Chen Meng and deliberately keeping silent. That would only make things worse. This is a bit too deliberate. What awaits me then might not be ding, the joy from Master Meng, but ding, punishment from Master Meng. Instantly, an idea came to him, and he shook his head and smiled. "It's okay. Well, let's get back to mining." Then Mao took a deep breath and looked at his resident dashboard. He continued to wield his pickaxe and dig, grinning uncontrollably. On the Sanlong, he was a slave master, a minor official. Here, he was just an ordinary resident. But for some reason, he felt more comfortable here, and more energetic. Name, Mao. Number, 4998. Train resident. Position, none. Balance, 0 stellar tickets. Benefits, level 2 resident benefits. Promotion progress, 23%. Spiritual strength, 11.4. Comprehensive physical fitness, 11.6. Perhaps because of this resident panel, he always felt a stronger sense of belonging on the stellar train. A sense of belonging he didn't have on the Sanlong train. How should I put it? To put it more accurately, on the stellar train, there's a sense of mission to rebuild everything, while on the Sanlong train, it's a pure apocalypse survival. The system for upgrading resident benefits is 10 units of iron ore must be mined daily, which is the minimum target. Any additional iron ore mined will be used to increase resident benefits. When a certain amount of additional iron ore is mined, benefits will be increased. After reaching level 1, the additional iron ore mined will be converted into star vouchers. At that point, you'll be eligible to spend money at the resident store. It's said that there wasn't a progress bar before. Later, Meng Yi and Boss AI developed it. This progress bar allows residents to more clearly see how long they have left until their next pay raise, giving them the feeling of leveling up in a game. They work incredibly hard. Let's be honest. Before the apocalypse, such a numerical, transparent, and process-based promotion system would have been impossible. If any company were to adopt this system, how could their employees not work hard? Mao thought to himself as he swung his pickaxe. In the entire space, the only sound was the clanging of the pickaxe hitting the iron ore, not a regular, but pleasant one. Chapter 233. Today, the star train is undergoing repairs, sorting out the past few days' worth of harvest, giving the residents a day off. Aside from the group of residents inside the spatial portaling car 2, who are mining, everyone else is generally busy with their own affairs. With the train's reforms, the original 4 residential cars, 8, 9, 10, and 11, have been reduced to just 2. Car 11, however, has a separate spatial portal, housing a civilization. The Goblin Civilization. Doba was the first person on the train to buy a house. After purchasing it, he moved all the goblins into his house, building his own palace. Besides this spatial portal, Car 11 also has a resident store. Residents usually shop in Car 11, the only store on the star train. It's worth noting that the store's staff has increased from 1 to 24. Each group has 8 people working in 3 shifts, 24 hours a day. The residential store also expanded from a single refrigerator to 4, divided into different categories. Each refrigerator is 100 square meters, so 4 refrigerators total 400 square meters. This can no longer be called a residential store. It could be called a residential supermarket if it continues like this. Each team of 8 people is responsible for 4 refrigerators, meaning there are 2 people per store. Carriage 12 originally housed 8 rapid crossbows, but these have now been removed. This car is now used to house the receiving end of the space receiver, while Carriage 13 houses 4 40-barrel Sakura falling rocket launchers. This weapon was a killer at first. Before it could even show its power, it was overshadowed by the ground blast missile, and then again by the Doomsday cannon. In terms of power, it's no match for the ground blast missile. In terms of cost effectiveness, it's no match for the Doomsday cannon. This firepower accessory only unleashes its full potential under certain conditions, such as when used as a firepower supplement. Carriage 14 houses the ground blast missile, the Star Train's ultimate weapon. Carriage 15 is Uncle Lee's animal farming carriage. It's in the front. Carriage 7 is the guard car, Carriage 6 is for high-level male personnel, and Carriage 5 is for high-level female personnel. Carriage 4 is the living car, where a series of production lines and storage facilities for daily necessities, such as the moldy bread production line and the red hard nut production line, are located. Carriage 3 is a storage car. The collected supplies and mined iron ore are stored in its refrigerator. Carriage 2 is the research center. It houses several large production lines, such as the off-road motorcycle production line. The Armored Research Center is also located in this car. Xiao Ai spends most of her time in this car. This is the overall structure of the Star Train. Simple and clear. As for the vacant Carriage 10 for the indigenous residents, it has no current use, so Chen Meng converted it into an entertainment car. Currently, it only has 2 space gates. One space gate houses some entertainment equipment, but, this is theoretically speaking, it's currently empty, and no entertainment equipment has been prepared yet. The other space gate is a film and television base built specifically for Zhongyuan, used for filming movies. Come on, remember to strike your poses and imagine you're really flying. In Carriage 10 film and television base, Zhongyuan, holding his mechanical eye, looked at the resident flying in the air not far away and shouted, "Come on, keep going, keep going." The train contained a yellow-grade accessory, the holographic projection. This accessory is rarely used, but it can create a completely realistic virtual environment, like the animation of the mechanical city. In this case, it's being used for filming movies. At that moment, in the film and television base, a girl was suspended in the air by a large drone. She was wearing a long skirt and flying with a sword, her eyes gazing furiously ahead. Add to that the background created by the holographic projection. At first glance, it looked like a female student flying with a sword. It was quite realistic. What a big production. Old Pig, strolling onto the train, took in the scene inside. Well done. Your films are getting bigger and bigger. That screen I spent 500,000 on last time was just sitting in the warehouse after it was dismantled. Once your film is finished, it'd be usable forever. The drone was the same one they found 70,000 meters underground. But, I remember you weren't a screenwriter. When did you become a director? Captain Pig. Zhongyuan, who was holding up the mechanical eye to record the video, hurried over. With a smile on his face, he explained, somewhat sheepishly, generally speaking, directors often ask screenwriters for advice, but screenwriters aren't very good at directing. But I happen to be a bit of a director. The last movie turned out well, and the original director decided to assist me, so I became a director. Captain Pig, take a seat. Xiaomei, hurry up and pour him a cup of tea. No thanks. Old Pig, hands clasped behind his back, shook his head. I just take a stroll. You guys keep busy and try to make a good movie. By the way, what's your script this time? Same as last time, fighting, killing, and banging? It's different this time. It needs to be more detailed, with a more compelling plot. Tell me about it. Talking about his professional field, Zhongyuan hurriedly said seriously, this time, the plot is more of a fairy tale. It's about a male protagonist who has accomplished nothing. Every day after get off work, he likes to play an 18+ porn game. He spends his days relaxing with the fairies on his computer screen. Then, one day, the fairy in the game suddenly flies out and angrily pursues the male protagonist. The male protagonist begins a long escape, but is ultimately caught up. Sounds good. What happens next? The next part is about the fairy repeatedly raping the hero. After a long pause, Old Pig asked, in your script, what percentage of the movie does the hero relieve stress? 1/3. What about the pursuit? 1/3. What about the rape? 1/3. Wouldn't it still be all beating, killing, and robbing? Huh? Zhang Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then stared down at the script in his hands for a long moment before muttering, "It seems so." "Well, Captain Pig, I make some changes." "Go for it." "While it has to appeal to the public taste shouldn't be so vulgar, right? Could you add some plot twists? Have you seen iCity? It'd be great to film something like that." Zhang Yuan stood there in a daze, pointing at his nose in disbelief. "Me filming Goose City? Isn't it possible? I try." After Lao Zhu left, Zhang Yuan looked down at the script in his hands, with a complicated expression. Goose City was an extremely classic film before the apocalypse, a film that held a place in film history. He was just a third-rate screenwriter. Wasn't he a little overconfident in his abilities? With his brainpower, he could only film something like aliens fighting nascent soul cultivators. Then he took a deep breath, ripped up the script in his hand, and looked at the crew around him. Let's go, let's go. We're not filming today. I rewrite the script in the next few days." "Xiao Mei, where the hell are you going?" "Huh?" Xiao Mei, almost out of the space gate, turned her head and looked at Zhang Yuan in confusion. "Are we going to go?" "I'm going to take care of clients." "You're an actor, not a prostitute." "I know. A side job isn't a bad idea." "Okay." Zhang Yuan said weakly and tiredly. "Go ahead." "I go with you." "Director, what are you doing?" "The Red House." "Who are you picking?" "You." "I give you a discount." "Fuck you. I'm going to ask the residents what they want to see and get some inspiration." "Oh, that's my plan. Or should I say my vision?" Outside the Star Train, Xin Meng leaned back in a camping chair, his feet propped up on a nearby chair. Ji Chuchu knelt beside him, quietly massaging his calves. He looked up at the horizon, his expression dazed, cigarette between his fingers, and whispered, "This apocalypse is more dangerous than you and I imagined. The train is our only defense. But how can a single train survive this catastrophe? I want to make the star a hub for human civilization, and even for all other civilizations. All races friendly to humanity, such as the goblins, can come to trade with us on the star. I want star notes to become a universal currency. That way, I can gain more resources through resource integration, and the speed of resource acquisition will be much faster than mining. And with everyone integrated, no matter what I want to do, or what parts or resources I need, I can post a bounty, and have them complete it for me." Erden frowned, pondering for a moment before speaking. "I sort of understand your thinking, Mr. Meng. You don't want to manage them directly, but rather integrate these resources for your own benefit through a collaborative approach. But there are 3 difficulties here. First, communication between different areas is difficult. Even without established fixed radio stations, information transmission is difficult. Second, to integrate so many trains, the space on the star might be insufficient. After all, that requires a vast, integrated space, not the scattered spaces created by hundreds of refrigerators. Third, the star must possess something completely unique to other trains, absolute scarcity, thereby increasing the value of the star voucher currency and gaining recognition." Chen Meng leaned back in his chair, stubbed out his cigarette in a Coke can, and spoke softly. "I've considered all 3 of the points you mentioned. I've basically got plans for the last 2. I don't have a plan for the first one yet, but I have some idea." Neon City was the hub he envisioned that perfectly met these criteria. This city was built specifically for trains. From the roads to the building spacing and parking lots, everything was built for trains. The goods in Neon City's shops, like the memory bank, were also extremely scarce, though he hadn't figured out how to restock them. Some of the star's accessories, like the custom clothing production line upgraded to level 1000, should also be considered relatively scarce. As for the first point, since the train tunnel could travel between different areas, it meant that different areas could be traveled between. As long as he understood how the areas were formed, or could mass-produce Neon City admission tickets, this plan would be much more feasible. This was a long-term plan. He didn't know if it would be realized in the future. But if he truly gets going, and the value of the stellar vouchers is recognized, then while he may only have 1 train, he actually be able to mobilize a force of thousands. It's difficult. Erden took a deep breath, then looked at Chen Meng with admiration. "But it sounds very exciting, Master Meng. Seriously, you're the first person I've met who dares to think this far in the apocalypse. For some reason, I feel this plan will ultimately succeed." "Then am I considered a pioneer of this plan?" "Of course I am." Chen Meng smiled and patted Erden. "You are my test subject, my number 1 train. Besides integrating the power of the other trains, I also need some auxiliary trains to carry out certain tasks for me. I think that although the apocalypse is despairing and everyone has lost their homes, we can only keep working hard. Perhaps one day, we will rebuild our own home in the universe. The word apocalypse doesn't inherently mean death, but reconstruction. Isn't that the true theme of the apocalypse? Yes. Erden's face was grim. He looked at Master Meng solemnly. A few days ago, when I explored the adventure map, I felt like I was working for you, Master Meng. Now, I feel like I'm not just working for you, Master Meng, but for the continuation of all humanity. Master Meng, your value is too high. Not bad. Qin Mongbai stood up and stretched his muscles before smiling. You sit here alone for a while. The iron ore over there is almost depleted. I'm curious about what rewards you get after completing the S-level difficulty mission in your adventure map. I hope it's useful. Okay. Then Qin Meng hugged Ji Chu and walked into the train room. The dust-free glass prevented the outside world from seeing what was happening inside the train room. Qin Meng leaned against the control panel, raised Ji Chu's chin with his index finger, and looked at her slightly trembling eyelashes and red lips with a half-smile. Thinking about it? Ji Chu's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes evasive, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. The wind and clouds surged, and thunder roared. 1 hour later. Qin Meng leaned against the train cabin, looking at some of the accessory information on the train panel. He decided to upgrade some of the accessories, such as the solar energy panel. Chapter 234. Solar Energy Panel. He had purchased this from the mechanical train parts shop in Neon City at a considerable price. A blue-grade accessory. He had consumed 110,000 units of iron ore to upgrade it to level 10. It also gained 2 super mode effects. 1. Energy can be generated at a slower rate even at night. 2. Excess energy is converted into energy stones. This accessory covered a significant portion of his daily accessory consumption, roughly equivalent to about 8,000 units of iron ore. He immediately consumed 4.5 million units of iron ore, upgrading it to level 100. Because it was a blue accessory, the resource consumption was slightly higher. Levels 20, 50, and 100 all had no super mode effects. But this wasn't important. What was important was that the daily iron ore yield had reached approximately 200,000 units, more than enough to cover the daily operation of the train's accessories, and it also generated an additional 180,000 units of iron ore per day. This translates to a 25-day payback period, and after that, pure profit. Not bad. Adding the cosmic receiver, even with the train currently doing nothing, it generates 660,000 units of iron ore in passive income alone. While it may not sound like much, it's passive income, and it provides him with a sense of security in many situations. Why were so many people so keen on creating passive income before the apocalypse? It's because, with work, you only earn money if you work, but with passive income, you earn money even if you do nothing. Qin Meng glanced at the train unit panel. There were still 3.2 million units of iron ore. It's almost time to call it a day. No more spending for now. The 3 level 4 iron mines in the train tunnel have brought the Star Train's opportunities to a peak. Next, they need to continue mining, and then head to the mechanical city to see if there's an antidote. Where the 7-step snake roams, there's an antidote within 5 steps. He didn't believe he was the only one facing the trade-off between drill and train expansion. Other trains would surely face this dilemma, and since this dilemma only exists in the blue zone, he figured the blue zone should also have a corresponding antidote. Quickly. Half a day passed in a flash. The iron mine had been completely mined, Erden's adventure mission had been successfully completed, and it was time to part ways, having received their rewards. S-level difficulty reward. Special item drill reorder. Qin Meng stared expressionlessly at the special item in his hand, which resembled a spinning top. The only effect of this special item was to adjust the size of the drill accessory to the desired size. The maximum cannot exceed the cross-section of the train. The minimum cannot be less than 1 centimeter. It's a low-end version of the big and small Rui. He felt like he might have overestimated it. He assumed the antidote must be within 7 steps, at least searching for it in the mechanical city ruins in the red zone. Unexpectedly, the antidote was in the white zone. It really was within 7 steps. With this special item, the drill can be perfectly combined with the train expansion. Erden hesitated. Master, is this item useful to you? The reward seems a bit rubbish. He had no use for it. He hadn't even planned to expand the train's capacity. His main focus was flexibility and speed. Even his weaponry consisted of a few machine guns, which was more than enough. He wasn't planning to engage the enemy. His role was more like running errands. Main focus was speed. Very useful. Chen Mang sighed softly before tucking the small spinning top into his arms and patting Erden on the shoulder. Go! Today, you and I will explore the adventure map of the Valley of Crisis. Tomorrow, you fly with me across the Sea of Stars. Trust in your own talent and luck. You're a natural explorer. Erden said nothing, only nodded firmly, with a determined look on his face. Then he strode towards the train compartment of his traveling frog. Soon, the locomotive was airborne, shooting off into the distance. After watching Erden disappear, Chen Mang returned to the train compartment and placed the item on the control panel. It quickly transformed into countless points of light and dissipated in midair, completely merging into the console. A line of information appeared on the console screen. The star train has been loaded with a drill reorder. From now on, the white accessory drill can be any size desired. This is perfect. He then looked at the train expansion. He could choose the specific size after the expansion, with the upper limit being a single carriage 100 meters wide, 300 meters long, and 100 meters high. Chen Mang imagined the scene in his mind. 100 meters high, equivalent to a 30th floor apartment. With every carriage of this level, it could no longer be called a train. It could be called a land battleship. Perhaps it wouldn't seem out of place in space, but on land it would be far too out of place. A train this large would undoubtedly slow down considerably, consume significantly more energy, and make many places completely inaccessible, such as the train tunnel, even though most of the adventure maps he visited were designed for train operation. For example, the train tunnel had a floor height of nearly 100 meters. But it was only nearly 100 meters, completely inadequate for a train of this size. After he fully expanded the train, the required iron or units popped up. 140 million. What a strange unit. Chen Mang silently expanded the train a little to the left. This was the first time he had seen the unit 100 million. Why did it feel so unfamiliar? When did iron ore become measured in units of 100 million? One person, with a pickaxe, at a level 1 iron mine could obtain about 10 units of iron ore per day. Working for 14 million days straight would yield 140 million units of iron ore. This would require starting from the Jurassic period. Adjusting a carriage to 10 meters wide, 30 meters long, and 10 meters high would cost 14 million units of iron ore. Chen Mang nodded. This price was much more reasonable. A 10-meter wide carriage was enough to build many large components, and the train itself looked stunning in motion. He was still short of iron ore. If he earned a little more, he could start expanding the train. As for where the missing iron ore would come from, in half an hour. Confirmed. Erden's voice echoed from the train cabin. Master Mang, it's confirmed. The adventure map I've received is indeed a long-term adventure map. Any train passing through can access it, without any restrictions. However, each train can only access it once. In most adventure maps, a train can only access them once, and they're bound not only to the train itself but also to the train conductor. For example, Erden once entered the Eternal Prison map in the Zombie Basin, while driving the Blue Dragon train. Even after switching to the Traveling Frog, he couldn't enter again. Very good. Chen Mang nodded with satisfaction. He could infinitely produce level 1 iron ore, one every half hour. This meant that this long-lasting adventure map could become his infinite refresh point. He could have anyone complete this S-level difficulty quest, and he could have them complete it. The only question now was whether he could complete the quest multiple times himself, earning enough special items, like re-drill tokens to sell directly. Or could he sell the mining rights for the level 1 iron ore directly, allowing other trains to mine it? While the two seemed similar, the benefits were clearly different. The drill reorder isn't something everyone needs, but the unknown reward for completing the S-rank difficulty mission is something everyone needs. While the former is more convenient to trade, the latter offers greater profits. The next moment, a pinned message appeared on the train radio in Crisis Valley. Level 10 mechanical train, star. Level 1 iron ore mining rights for sale. Complete iron ore, clear ownership. Only 3 mines. While supplies last. Highest bidder wins, soon. The train radio buzzed again. Level 1 iron ore? Can you really find level 1 iron ore in Crisis Valley? I've been here all this time, and I've never seen any. It should be possible. I heard that an old man in this area seems to have completed that adventure quest before, but that train has long since moved to a higher level area. Are there 3 level 1 iron mines next to each other? It seems to be a level 10 train. Followed by, send me the coordinates. If I actually see a level 1 mine when I go there, I give you 2 million units of iron ore. Okay. Chen Mang agreed quite readily, though his eyes narrowed slightly. While the latter trading method would yield higher profits, It could also allow those with ulterior motives to take advantage. He was naturally not afraid. With level 12 armor right here, what was he afraid of? Even if someone had firepower accessories with level 13 or even 14 attack power, didn't he have any? He could defend himself. So what? He wasn't afraid. However, this would not be conducive to his trade. If he wanted to make a deal, he had to seize sufficient initiative, at least letting everyone know that, although he was only a level 10 train, he was worthy of a seat at the table. Even if he killed one gangster, there were still 2, 3, and so on. There were endless swarms. He needed to establish his authority. Afterward, he didn't send the coordinates privately to the person, but instead posted them directly on the pinned message on the train radio. Level 10 mechanical train, stellar train. These are my coordinates. Everyone is welcome to come and verify their authenticity. I'm mining right now, so I can't go. Otherwise, I really like to see how this stellar, at only level 10, has remote trading and a pinned train radio feature. Why don't I have them? I was just wandering around. I go too. If there's really a level 1 iron or mine then. Well, let's go check it out first. Let's go! I've been coveting that S-rank adventure mission for a long time, but I just haven't found a level 1 mine. It was almost dusk. Chin Mang sat inside the train, mentally listing countless contingency plans. No one could guarantee a perfect response to an emergency unless they had prepared a plan in advance and practiced it several times. All the residents had returned to their own cars. Shall I? Here. Build a level 1 ground burst missile and launch it. Yes. The next moment, a ground burst missile slowly rose from car 14. Flames suddenly enveloped the entire car, and it left the train, carrying a large amount of smoke, rising into the sky. The next moment, the missile suddenly turned midair. It even performed a Yanko dance. Then it fell into the distance. Chin Mang narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the scene before him. It seemed missiles could also be controlled by strong magnets. He glanced at the screen. It was consuming a bit more energy, but that didn't matter. This method itself was a deterrent. As long as he could deter all the incoming trains today, he would have absolute control over the transaction. Just then, here they come. Within the range of his radar, 3 or 4 trains appeared almost simultaneously from various directions, heading towards the star's location. His radar had a detection range of a full 100,000 meters. As the saying goes, anticipating the enemy is the first step. The information on these trains quickly appeared on the control panel screen. Level 11 mechanical train. The highest defense component is the level 8 Chable energy shield. The highest attack component is a level 12 Doomsday cannon, and no other special components are available. Overall threat rating, 0. Level 10 mechanical train. The highest defense component is the level 7 Chable energy shield. The highest attack component is a level 12 Doomsday cannon, and the other special component is the red grade space-time leap, which can be activated once per day. Upon activation, a portal appears in front of the train, allowing it to be transported to any corner of the area. Overall threat rating, 0. Level 12 mechanical train. The highest defense component is the level 10 Star Ring energy shield. The highest attack component is the level 11 Comet cannon, and no other special components are available. Overall threat rating, 0. Level 12 flesh train. The highest defense component is level 8. Chin Mang looked at the information on the screen with a slightly strange expression. He felt that he had overestimated the other trains. He had initially expected that if these trains had level 13 or 14 attack components, he could handle it with absolute defense. But now it seems, none of the trains have attack components of this level. These trains can't be upgraded infinitely. Upgrading the Doomsday cannon to level 14 would require a considerable amount of Murphy Stone, and Murphy Stone isn't something that can be found anywhere. Among the 3 red grade components that can be crafted after upgrading to level 10 trains, the Comet main cannon can, however, be upgraded to level 14. Red grade accessories can be upgraded up to level 20, and don't require Murphy Stone. But this is a large-scale, red grade firepower weapon, so imagine the price. In some ways, it's even a level higher than the ground blast missile, since it can fire continuously. Crafting it alone requires 50,000 units of iron ore. So, it seems he doesn't need to make so many contingency plans. He can just sit back and wait for an inconspicuous enemy to approach, then instantly eliminate them, and establish his trading power. Chapter 235. The number of trains within the radar range gradually increased. The first few trains stopped about 1,000 meters from the star, a safe position. They didn't approach any closer, but instead watched from the sidelines, as if waiting for something. As more and more trains arrived, the star was completely surrounded. About a dozen trains had already parked around the star, each one spaced a certain distance apart. Occasionally, familiar trains would park together. Is there such a thing? Inside the train compartment, Chen Meng paid no attention to the trains surrounding him. According to the radar information on the train panels, none of them posed a threat to him. The highest one he had was only a level 12 Comet main cannon. It still couldn't penetrate the defense. He had level 12 armor, and many of the train's energy shields were even plutocrat energy shields, clearly unable to upgrade to Star Ring energy shields. This made him very pessimistic about this deal. It seemed like everyone was very poor. Can you afford his iron ore? He expected to sell a level 1 iron ore mine for 2 million. 2 million for an unknown S-level reward. Isn't that a loss? But now? It seems like these people can't even afford 2 million. They're all so broke and stingy. Is the Star Ring energy shield really that expensive? Shall I? Yes. Calculate the cost of upgrading the Star Ring energy shield from level 1 to level 12 for 10 carriages. 320 million units of iron ore. It's okay. Chen Meng quietly lit a cigarette and tilted his head to look out the window at the trains parked in the distance. This was his second time seeing this unit, and the sheer exaggeration of the number really frightened him. 320 million. And that's for a 10-carriage train. If it had 20 cars, it would cost 600 million. He finally understood why these trains had become so compact. Many had only 4 or 5 cars, and even those with more than 12 were rare. Equivalent to, if there was only one locomotive, then upgrading the Star Ring energy shield to level 12 would cost 32 million. That's equivalent to mining 4 level 4 iron mines. This price was much more expensive than his armor. Back then, he only spent a few million units of iron ore to upgrade the traveling frog to level 9 armor with Murphy Stone. Even if he upgraded it to level 12, it would probably cost less than 1,000, or just over 1,000. After all, the level 10 supermodel still had half the upgrade cost. He upgraded the Star Train's armor from level 10 to level 12 in one go, spending only about 20 million. No wonder, at a glance, there weren't a single level 12 Star Ring energy shield, and even fewer with any. Many trains were still using Chable energy shields. Some even had their Chable energy shields not even fully upgraded, still at level 7. Sigh. Chen Meng sighed softly. He didn't interact much with the other trains, and he had no idea how hard they lived. He always felt like upgrading his defensive components had already consumed a lot of resources. The pressure often left him breathless. I didn't expect the other trains could actually survive under these conditions. That's truly remarkable, especially the one with the level 7 plutocrat energy shield. He had no idea how they managed to survive Crisis Valley. If they only had level 7 armor, he wouldn't even want to go to Crisis Valley, let alone the zombie basin. He always believed that defensive equipment should match the level of the area's restrictions. The highest level of monsters in the area should correspond to the level of defensive equipment, so that one feels safe. But others didn't seem to think so. He noticed that many trains had numerous acceleration equipment. Clearly, this group believed that as long as they could outrun the enemy, it didn't matter whether they could defeat them or not. That was fine for normal times. But if a regional crisis like the zombie volcano happened, these trains would be completely wiped out, with nowhere to escape. Oh, they could still escape to Crisis Valley. There were blue areas connecting the areas, giving them plenty of room to maneuver. The trains outside had basically all been expanded. Expansion is much cheaper than upgrading the energy shield. As long as the train's capacity is expanded, theoretically, each carriage can be equipped with more components. In that case, fewer carriages would be needed, making energy shield construction more cost-effective. Slaves and production lines can naturally be placed within the spatial gate. However, some components that need to be installed on the train require a sufficiently large train or sufficient carriages. Sitting inside the train, Chen Meng patiently waited. Not enough trains had arrived yet, and the protagonist hadn't appeared yet. He simply stared at the train screen when, for some reason, he arrived in the blue area. All the leaderboards disappeared. Gone were the influence rankings, the supermodel effect rankings, and so on. This felt like more real. 15 carriages, no expansion? What a fool. Inside the level 12 mechanical train Steel Dragon, a middle-aged man stood inside, carefully observing the configuration of the nearby star train through a telescope. He sighed with a hint of annoyance. What a wasted trip. He had been extremely excited about the star train. It had remote trading capabilities, and could be pinned to the top of the train radio messages. His tone seemed quite assertive. The message on the train radio was also prefixed with S-Class Potential Train. He felt the star train must have something. He was no ordinary person. He didn't need that level 1 iron ore at all. He had already completed that adventure quest. He had only come to take a look at the star train out of curiosity. 15 carriages. Upgrading the energy shield would require so much material that it could easily bring down 3 level 12 trains. Why are there so few flesh trains in this area? Isn't it because there are so few monsters in this area? Those flesh train guys are practically starving, and have already fled to other areas. Huh? Just then, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed a crimson mechanical train slowly approaching from a distance. He recognized this train. Sir, a notorious train in the Valley of Crisis. It's said that when he first started in the lower-level areas, he often used tricks to deceive people at gatherings. After that, he was hunted and fled to the Valley of Crisis. With a bit of luck, he was able to gain a foothold. It has been upgraded to a level 12 mechanical train, equipped with a level 10 star ring energy shield. In Crisis Valley, it's already considered one of the top trains. This train is the only one in Crisis Valley painted entirely scarlet. The ability to customize the carriage color is a feature available on level 2 trains, and the train's name can be printed on the carriages, though few people usually do this. First, they don't want to waste resources on such completely meaningless things. Second, it's a bit too ostentatious. Humph. The middle-aged man sneered. This train has a poor reputation in Crisis Valley, but its strength and speed make it a force to be reckoned with. He fears it has no good intentions this time, but... His eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint in his eyes, as he quickly privately contacted someone he knew on the train radio. In Crisis Valley, it's not just Mr. Shin who's powerful. Normally, this train relies on its incredible speed, making it unmatched and extremely arrogant. Now that it's here, if they can form a perimeter around it, they might be able to eliminate this person right here today. At this moment, in the wasteland, the train surrounding the star had already reached over 20. Sitting in the train compartment, Chen Mang silently glanced at the component information on each train. He realized he really needed to communicate more with the other trains. His information was a bit too isolated. If all else failed, he could build a dedicated information train. It would be responsible for finding out what was happening on the other trains. He had always thought he wasn't very strong. But after comparing himself to the other trains, he realized he was ridiculously strong. To put it bluntly, if he had a little more copper, he felt he could single-handedly take on all the trains in Crisis Valley. One against a group. Just then, a private message rang out from the train radio. Brother, I'm here. Where's the level 1 iron mine? I can't see it. Are you kidding me? Then, the train control panel began flashing red, and a warning sounded. Detecting rapidly approaching fire attack, expected arrival in 2 seconds. Attack strength level 10. Suggested action. Just ignore. The next moment. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of shells blared from the cannon atop the nearby Crimson train, instantly engulfing the Star train. A flood of smoke and flames instantly engulfed the Star train. Instantly, the train conductors of all the surrounding trains were stunned. When the Star train announced that it had seized 3 level 1 iron mines, and even sent its coordinates, everyone knew one thing. A level 10 mechanical train was not eligible to sell these mines. Robbing is the quickest and most convenient way. But they didn't want to be the first to do something. After all, if someone was selling out, they were definitely not rookies. They must be confident enough to handle the situation. Especially since they posted the coordinates on the public screen, it didn't look like they were lacking confidence. Although they arrived early, they were still waiting for someone to take the lead. The first one arrived. And it was a big one, a level 12 mechanical train gentleman, very powerful. The first test was the level 10 Doomsday cannon, which was normal. Just as they were preparing to see if the Star train would counterattack, or if it had a level 10 energy shield, or if it had some special train special abilities. The battle was over. Nothing. The Star train sat there, as if asleep, motionless, allowing itself to be consumed by the flames. Huh? Senior, sitting inside the train, was slightly dazed at the scene before him. He didn't press the button he was about to press. The energy shield would automatically activate upon detecting an attack. Where was the enemy's energy shield? Why didn't it even activate? He had only made a tentative move, and was instantly defeated. He had prepared himself to respond, and you were silenced. Just then, the flames and smoke gradually dissipated, and the Star train, sitting in its original position, reappeared before everyone's eyes, seemingly undamaged, as if it hadn't been attacked at all. The train radio, which had been relatively quiet, suddenly began to buzz with messages. The train conductors around them began to rapidly express their confusion and bewilderment over the train radio. What was going on? Level 10 armor? Inside the steel dragon train, a middle-aged man gazed thoughtfully at the unscathed star. He felt that the armor there looked quite different from that of his train. He hadn't thought much of it at first, but now it seemed that all the armor on this train was level 10. How many Murphy stones would that cost? Wouldn't it be better to use all that Murphy stone to upgrade the Doomsday cannon? But, it must be said, if it was level 10 armor, it would definitely qualify for a seat at the table. Sigh. Sitting inside the star train, Chen Meng sighed weakly. His initial plan was to intimidate everyone and secure absolute control of the deal, but he hadn't anticipated such a weak enemy. He was even considering paying for an upgrade to their enemy radars himself. Please, please. Check his equipment level. Why can't you even see the equipment levels of other people's trains? He immediately refused to waste any more time. A level 12 mechanical train wasn't bad at all. Let's finish quickly and move straight to the transaction process. He wanted to expand the train. The next moment. Buzz buzz buzz. A roar emanated from car 14 of the star train. Flames erupted suddenly, and a missile was launched, shooting into the air. It's a missile. The train conductors in the surrounding trains all paled slightly, running as far away from Mr. Gentleman as possible to avoid being caught. But Mr. Gentleman was the only one who remained stunned. He had almost forgotten why he was there. Why was everything he encountered so bizarre? The screen on his train displayed. Attack power level 1. Level 1? It wasn't a broken screen, missing a 0. But then, a clear male voice emanated from the external speakers of the star train. For some reason, the speakers were exceptionally loud, allowing them to hear them clearly even from such a distance inside the train cabin. Everyone, please introduce yourselves. My name is Chen Meng, the conductor of the star train. I was the one who invited you all to come here to trade. Friends, there's fine wine, wolves, there's a hunting rifle. To facilitate our trade later, I help you clear out some of these clowns. The next moment, everyone finally saw the missile's trajectory. The missile didn't strike the train where Mr. Gentleman was. Instead, it rapidly rotated in the air in an extremely strange arc, forming a large character made of black smoke. Meng. Chapter 236. It was nearing dusk, the sky a cool blue, though the clouds were still clearly visible. Above the star train, that gigantic word, mingled with flames and black smoke. Manchu. The train conductors of all the trains present were completely stunned. For a moment, no one even expressed their opinions over the train radio. They simply stared blankly at the giant word in the sky. Have you been working too much lately? One train conductor, gazing at the scene in a daze, muttered, Have you been hallucinating? No, then how can a missile write a word in the sky? Can missiles be used like this? And such a complex word, Manchu. How did they do that? It wasn't just the trains that were stunned. Even the steel dragon train was stunned, even more so than the others. The others didn't have missile parts. They had no idea how they worked, so they were simply confused, perhaps even assuming that was how they worked. But he wasn't. He was a mechanical train with S-class potential. Originally, there was only one in the Crisis Valley. Now there are only two. There's also the star. As for whether there's a third, he doesn't know. There's no leaderboard in the blue zone. If there's an S-class potential train, but it's not announced on the train's radio, then he won't know either. He recognizes this component. Ground Blast Missile. When he upgraded to an S-class potential train, he also randomly received this component. He's used it before, and he knows it better than anyone else. This component is what allowed him to fly in the sky like this. That's a missile. What did you think it was? Your writing brush. Is that Chen Meng's missile? Inside the star train. The scenes outside were being transmitted through the mechanical eye to the screens in front of all the residents. Everyone watched with sweat in their palms. So many trains seemed to have little regard for the star train. One against many. In the classroom, Teacher Chiu was looking at the images on the screen and explaining to the children. On the road ahead, there are always many setbacks. Today, the star train is in crisis again. Dozens of trains are surrounding it with a fierce gaze. Master Meng. And in the residential area, the novelist holding a laptop also clenched his fists and roared with some excitement. Star Train, declare war on the Iron Dragon train. Star Train, declare war on the Godman train. Star Train, declare war on the One train. Star Train, declare war on. Even Old Pig was in the guard car, watching the screen and taking notes rapidly. History of Train Development. Today, under siege from numerous trains, Master Meng, using missiles as pens, anger as ink, and the heavens as paper, officially declares his name to the world, Meng. From now on, the Meng era officially begins. Today is the Meng era. Old Pig pondered for a moment, then crossed out the last sentence from his draft. It was still a bit exaggerated. It could be slightly exaggerated, but not excessively so. The entire process took only a moment. The word Meng in the sky hadn't yet dissipated. The 10 level 20 Doomsday cannons atop the star carriage had already locked onto the nearby Crimson train. With a deafening piercing sound, countless shells, like a storm of steel, instantly enveloped the Crimson train's locomotive. The overwhelming barrage of artillery shells instantly drew everyone's attention back. This was a counterattack from the star. I wondered how that gentleman would handle it. Finally, you fought back? Inside the train, the gentleman looked at the barrage of artillery shells, glanced casually at the control panel, and activated Star Ring Energy Shield. He had tested the enemy once, and the enemy had survived. Now it was his turn to test him. This was fair. This was his first time engaging in such a fair duel, and he loved it. Inside the train, a shrill alarm blared rapidly, and red warning lights flashed continuously. Wait! The gentleman suddenly realized something and jerked his head back to the control panel. Detecting rapidly approaching fire attack, expected arrival in 2 seconds. Attack strength level 13. Suggested action. It's over. Level 13? Sir, incredulous, suddenly sat up from his chair and roared then. But now? It was too late to say that. He knew full well that the train couldn't possibly withstand a level 13 attack. He immediately grabbed the special gadgets nearby and slammed the eject button on the control panel. The skylight in the train ceiling swiftly opened, and just as the train was engulfed by countless shells, he was ejected. Instantly, he was catapulted thousands of meters into the air. As his parachute opened, Sir, with a hint of despair, looked down at the train engulfed in flames. It seemed like he was doomed. He was still alive for now, but he probably wouldn't live much longer. Without the train, he would have to come in. Before he could react, he saw 2 large mechas suddenly fly up to him. Each seemed to be carrying a refrigerator. He felt himself, parachute included, being wrapped like a dumpling, shoved unceremoniously into the refrigerator, and then it was dark. Brother, how come your hands are so quick? I'm fast, so I definitely catch it first. Is that a problem? Then why do you think I asked for both of us to come out? You could catch it all by yourself. Why didn't I just ask you to come out alone? Protect me. I'm not going to protect you. Zhang Er sat in the Thunder Mecha, looking at his older brother, who had flown away, somewhat angrily. He had never caught something that could fly, and he wanted to experience what it felt like. He also wanted to grab that person and stuff him into the refrigerator. But he couldn't fly as fast as his older brother, so he just wandered around and didn't get involved. He looked down at the refrigerator in his arms. If only the refrigerator were bigger. He could catch up right now and stuff his brother's hands directly into the refrigerator. He was so angry. Zhang Er glanced at the surrounding trains, pulled a Rujiamo, a steamed bun, from his pocket, stuffed it whole, and chewed it vigorously, venting his anger. The door of guard car number 7 on the star train had already opened. Led by Biezi, several men were rapidly approaching the wrecked train on off-road motorcycles, ready to kill any remaining personnel and retrieve its original occupants. They completely ignored the surrounding trains. The entire process took the blink of an eye. So now, the man's voice echoed again. The door to the star train's compartment opened, and a man in a yellow sweater stepped off the train. He leaned on a cane and chuckled as he gazed at the trains. The clown has been dealt with. I think we can now proceed with our happy transaction. The train conductors of the surrounding trains remained silent. They had anticipated many possibilities before arriving, including the possibility that the star train might emerge stronger. They hadn't anticipated it would end so quickly, instantly. Chen Meng's act of stepping off the train was a gesture of sincerity. As everyone knows, a train conductor's greatest source of confidence is his train. Leaving a train on his own initiative often means he has the least control over it. Just then, a train suddenly blew its whistle, then slowly started moving. When it approached the star train, more than 100 meters away, a middle-aged man stepped down from the middle of the train and walked alone towards it. Following this, more and more trains began to blow their whistles. This was the signal for assembly. According to the rules, the deputy train conductor, or the head of the thugs, usually led the rally. Although everyone maintained a tacit understanding that no attack was allowed during the rally, sometimes, Just to be on the safe side, they would send their subordinates to the rally and control the situation remotely via intercom. Many people also gave it a rather appealing name. Kings do not meet kings. That's good. It would be even better if generals do not meet generals, and soldiers do not meet soldiers. Then, there would be peace in the world. A rally, spearheaded by the Star, began. However, many people's main target was the level 1 iron Oregon. Clearly, the Star had proven its right to eat at the table, and even to share the food. So, the next step was a fair trade. Are you Mr. Mang? Yes. The middle-aged man's expression straightened slightly, his eyelids twitching inadvertently. He saluted with his fist before speaking hoarsely, as the train conductor. Leaving the train to preside over this rally is quite risky. Rules are often established to be broken. Not everyone will always abide by them. That's fine. Chen Mang stood there leaning on his cane, the 3 teams behind him following him. He smiled at the middle-aged man in front of him, and the others who had arrived. We talk once everyone's here. But his hand never left his cane. With the cane in hand, with a powerful magnet and the train behind him, he could still lift this big thing. Just then, 2 Class 12 mechanical trains slowly approached and stopped beside the steel dragon. A man, noticing the smoke-belching crimson train not far away, lowered his window and frowned at the middle-aged man sitting inside the steel dragon. What's going on? Is the gentleman dead? Not yet, but he be soon. The Iron Dragon's conductor spoke with a complex expression. You're a little late. The gentleman has been taken care of. We're no longer needed. The situation is a bit complicated. How should I put it? Generally speaking, everyone has high attack and low dodge. So they won't engage in a firefight easily. That would be mutually destructive. And that gentleman relied heavily on speed, completely failing to capitalize on his train's advantage. I don't know what he was thinking. Perhaps he thought the Star, a train new to the Valley of Crisis, was insignificant. It's like those gangsters from the old days, standing on the street, you slash me, I slash you. He slashed the Star first, but the Star held up. The Star also slashed him, and he's now like this. The man who rushed to support was silent for a long time before speaking. So my trip wasn't in vain? Not in vain. Although we can't round up Mr. Gentleman, there's a rally organized by Mr. Reckless that I think is interesting. We can go and see it together. What level of energy shield does Mr. Reckless have? I don't know. He didn't activate the energy shield just now, so he used his armor to withstand it. Level 10 armor. Level 10 armor? Yes. How many Murphy stones does that cost? I don't know, but I guess it's a guess. I guess I came across a chance and earned 40 or 50 Murphy stones, then used them all to upgrade my armor. That's such a waste. It would have been much more cost-effective to use it to upgrade the Doomsday cannon. Indeed, let's go and take a look. What do you mean? You mean the 3 train conductors should go there in person? Yes, the rally over there is being hosted by Mr. Mang himself, and I like to go over and make some friends with him. Isn't that a bit risky? Bring a few more thugs. Mr. Mang probably won't say anything. Sometimes, no matter how many times you talk on the train radio, it's better to have a face-to-face chat. Okay, I take your word. Perhaps with these 3 level 12 mechanical train conductors taking the lead, more and more train conductors, unsure of what to do, also disembarked. Everyone. Near the Star train, in a hastily constructed gathering area by hundreds of residents, Chen Mang, seated at the top, looked down at the group below with a serious expression. Many of you here are conductors themselves. I can assure you of this. At the rally I organize, everyone's safety will be guaranteed by me. Let everyone breathe a sigh of relief on that note. I didn't originally intend to hold a rally. I just wanted to sell some things. While things haven't turned out the way I expected, it's a good direction. Since this is a rally, you can start displaying your goods and needs. I have level 1 iron ore here. If you need any, just come directly to me for pricing. With that, the conductors and thugs, like strangers, immediately began chatting with those around them, even though they hadn't originally come for the rally. But who cares, since they were already here. Chapter 237. The rally has begun. This was the first rally organized by Chen Mang, and many of the train conductors had already started chatting with each other. They had all held numerous rallies before, so they were quite familiar with each other. Zhang Yi and Zhang Er, wearing sunglasses they had found somewhere, stood in front of Chen Mang, their arms folded across their hips. Their expressions were icy. They looked like professional bodyguards. They were clutching briefcases. Chen Mang frowned slightly, gazing at the Star train behind him. Just then, he suddenly noticed something he hadn't noticed before. The Star train had 14 carriages and a locomotive. Although there was a number 15 breeding carriage, that was because there was no number 1. Number 1 was the locomotive. Even including the locomotive, the entire star only has 15 carriages, but these days, he's been upgrading armor and other things based on 15 carriages plus 1 locomotive. So he's confused, but it doesn't matter. Why is the train armor upgraded based on 16 carriages? Where did he spend the extra money? Shall I? The train seems to have a bug again. Can you check where the extra carriage went? Okay. This is the second time the train has had a bug. The first time, back in the Teeling Wasteland, the train's energy stone capacity would inexplicably decrease from time to time. He called for help on the train radio, and the answer he got was that it might have been contaminated by the man-eating spider fluid. The man-eating spider's fluid has an energy-draining effect. But this bug is far more severe than the last one. He spent a considerable amount of iron ore on that imaginary 16th carriage these days. The missing 16th carriage. Headache. Chin Mang rubbed his temple wearily. Why was everything buggy every day? Just then, 3 middle-aged men strode toward him. The leading man, sporting a black dragon tattoo on his arm, greeted him with a hearty smile. Master Mang Tough. You may not know, but that man called Master Gilliman has been wreaking havoc in Crisis Valley for quite some time. I originally summoned these 2 brothers behind me to round up Master Gilliman here. I didn't expect you, Master Mang, to be so decisive. We've eliminated a threat to Crisis Valley. Chin Mang remained silent, simply gazing at the exposed black dragon tattoo on the middle-aged man's arm. The middle-aged man noticed Chin Mang's gaze, and was slightly startled. Then, hesitantly he said, Mr. Mang, you seem to have some prejudice against tattoos? Actually, even if someone has a tattoo, it doesn't necessarily mean they're a sinner. These were all tattoos I got when I was young and ignorant. I was a bit of a scoundrel when I was young. But Mr. Mang, I see you have a tattoo of the word Mang on the back of your hand. Me? Chin Mang glanced down at the word Mang on his left hand, shook his head, and smiled. It's not a tattoo on me, it's a birthmark. I was born with it. I'm not prejudiced against people with tattoos. I'm just curious. Aren't you cold wearing a short-sleeved shirt in the middle of winter? That. The middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Mang, you're quite humorous. It's actually a bit cold, but I like this chilly feeling. The 3 of us are train conductors of a level 12 mechanical train. We came here to make some friends, and find out the price of that level 1 iron ore. Sit down. I just happen to have some questions for you. The 4 of them immediately sat down at a round table. These 4 essentially represented the top forces in Crisis Valley, though Chin Mang was still vaguely at the head. After all, there were still differences between the top. Their thugs stood behind each of them. It was like a 4-way meeting. The middle-aged man in the lead looked sheepishly at the 2 burly men standing behind Chin Mang. Master Mang, your 2 men are quite strong. In ancient times, they would be able to defeat 10,000 enemies. Originally, he had thought that the 3 of them, clearly a group, and all accompanied by thugs, would inevitably give off a sense of oppression. So on the way, he had been thinking about how to make them appear less intimidating when communicating with Chin Mang. But it was impossible not to bring thugs. That would make him feel insecure. But, after actually sitting down, he realized that it was the 3 of them who felt the pressure. Chin Mang alone was overwhelming them all. Especially those 2 burly men wearing sunglasses, their faces icy, cigars dangling from their lips, briefcases in their hands. They were over 2 meters tall, their imposing figures were overwhelming. Not bad. Chin Mang smiled, and waved his hand. Xiaofang, standing beside him, smiled and brought a plate of nuts, cigars, and snacks over. She placed it on the table before retreating again. Her legs remained steady, her hands trembling. Only as she turned to leave did her face suddenly change to one of having survived a catastrophe. This was outside the train. There was no telling when the gunfire could open. Without the train's protection, there would be casualties. Although she was afraid, she couldn't show it the entire time. That would be embarrassing for Mang. Poor performance from below essentially means the superiors are incompetent. Meanwhile, in their collective thinking, Zhang Yi and Zhang Er were rapidly conversing. What do you think? I was saying that holding a cigar makes you look more imposing, right? It does feel different, but big brother, I don't smoke. No need to smoke. I asked Brother Biao. Just hold it in your mouth, puff on it occasionally, and then exhale. That makes sense, but, big brother, it seems like Master Mang and the others are about to start smoking cigars. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for us 2 bodyguards to do so? I remember that cigars are for the bosses, and bodyguards aren't supposed to smoke anything, right? Well, I think you're right. But now that we're already holding it, we can't expel it, right? You're considered seniors to me. Chen Meng spoke first, humbly. The other three simply exchanged glances, feeling a sense of unease. It was clear that Master Meng was the stronger, and if he showed humility at this moment, the consequences might become unpredictable. I just throw out some ideas. As far as I know, if you have 10 carriages, upgrading the Star Ring energy shield from level 1 to level 12 requires 320 million units of iron ore. Do you have enough iron ore to reach level 12? No. The middle-aged man in the lead immediately shook his head. The rate of iron ore acquisition in Crisis Valley is much faster than in lower-level areas. One reason for this is that Crisis Valley is a blue zone with level 4 iron mines. One level 4 iron mine yields approximately 10 million units of iron ore. After mining one level 4 iron mine, 10 million units of iron ore will be deposited into your account. But level 4 iron ore is quite rare, and not always available. Level 3 iron ore is still the main resource, and each level 3 iron mine only produces around 2 million. Iron ore is the main resource for train upgrades. Even now, there are only a few trains in Crisis Valley with a level 12 Star Ring energy shield. I do know of one train that does, but it only has 4 cars, including the locomotive, and they discarded a lot of items. Secondly, each train has different options. For example, to obtain Murphy Stone, you usually have to go to the adventure map to obtain it. There's a chance it drops from killing high-level monster bosses. This leads to a problem. Some people use Murphy Stone to upgrade the Plutocrat energy shield, which consumes less iron ore and obtains a higher-level energy shield. After all, it reduces the price difference of starting over from scratch. But the drawbacks are also obvious. After all, you can't always have Murphy Stones. To upgrade the Plutocrat energy shield, you need to replace it with a higher-grade energy shield later. The more you spend on upgrading now, the more you lose on replacements later. Many people also use it to upgrade the Doomsday cannon. I'm sure you know, Mr. Reckless, that although this accessory is only a blue-grade one, it's extremely cost-effective, especially with the 2 half-cost supermod effects. Using Murphy Stone to upgrade it to level 12 is basically guaranteed to break the defenses of the strongest monsters in the area, as well as those of other trains. This is the choice for most trains. While it can't withstand attacks from other trains, it can at least pose a certain threat to them, ensuring they're not completely defenseless when attacked. Even a level 12 cannon, even if it can break through defenses, often can't destroy a train. Its attack power isn't strong enough. Speaking of which, the middle-aged man paused, looking hesitantly at the 10 Doomsday cannons atop the star train behind Chen Meng. He continued, I remember Mr. Shen's train had a level 10 energy shield. Mr. Meng, are these 10 Doomsday cannons all level 11 or 12? Including the armor, that must have consumed a lot of Murphy Stone, right? Yes. Chen Meng nodded, not arguing further on the topic, nodding thoughtfully. According to this, most trains are actually castrated versions. Not complete at all. They're all made up of as many tricks as possible, a sort of energy shield. The most fundamental reason is insufficient iron ore. The same problem he faces, insufficient iron ore. However, his iron ore is not enough. After all, he could upgrade it infinitely. Even if he were given 1 billion units of iron ore right now, if he wanted to, he could spend it all in an instant without upgrading the train. But it seems everyone has quite a bit of Murphy Stone, and many of their parts are over-upgraded. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Meng's words revealed a lot of information. Could Mr. Meng see the specific parts of their trains? This was extremely deadly. It was like an information overload. After a moment's silence, he continued, Crisis Valley is divided into 2 areas, the red zone and the white zone, separated by a canyon that spans the entire area. It can only be crossed by flying on the bunny cloud wheel. The white zone is the area we're in now. The red zone is the area across the canyon. There's the ruins of the mechanical city there, full of opportunities. Many trains have obtained some Murphy Stone there. The first trains that appeared in this area were well fed, and those who followed had scraps. Now there's basically nothing left. I spent 5 months in Crisis Valley, eating scraps on many trains, and I did get some opportunities. Yeah. Chen Meng nodded, picked up a red hard nut from his plate, and casually said, anyone want to talk about anything? An hour later, the rally ended. It had been quite harmonious. There hadn't been any fighting, not even any arguments. The more stable the order, the more likely it is to cause arguments. In peacetime, street brawls are common, but that's in a relatively safe environment. In the apocalypse, who would dare to argue? You barely uttered the word hack before the other person had already pulled the life equalizer from his pocket. Chen Mang's 5 level 1 iron mines were also sold, each of 1.5 million, for a total of 7.5 million units of iron ore. Although he limited the purchase to 5, he was sure to have more if anyone wanted to buy. However, no one wanted to buy it. Apparently most people still held onto the idea of a safe bet for this unknown S-rank reward, and were reluctant to invest in something unknown. At this time, outside the Star Train, 5 new ordinary carriages had been built. Each ordinary carriage contained a level 1 space gate, and within the space gate was level 1 iron ore, where 5 trains of slaves were mining. Oh no! To be precise, there were 2 trains of slaves, 1 train of passengers, 1 train of train staff, and 1 train of civilians. The last 3 trains contained the 3 level 12 mechanical train conductors he had just spoken to. This was the first time he had encountered a train other than his own that didn't use the term slave in its name. Through communication, he also learned that the initial apocalypse wasn't that harsh, but the ecological situation wasn't very good. Many survivors treated the train conductor like a driver, seeking refuge and refusing to work long hours every day, even raising some politically correct ideas. Initially, the train conductor didn't understand. After all, many of them were ordinary people before, and suddenly faced with pressure from hundreds of people, they were overwhelmed and didn't know how to handle it, so they just agreed to everything. The end result was that no one minded, and the train collapsed. In this environment, slavery emerged. No one cared about monsters or men, no one was allowed to go to the mines. The supervisors stood by with whips, and anyone who refused to mine would be beaten to death. Under the train conductor's absolute authority, the train's production efficiency increased dramatically. At that time, almost all trains were in the white zone after the apocalypse. The first trains to adopt slavery developed rapidly, quickly reaching the advanced zone, and everyone else followed suit. Slavery thus became widespread across all regions. It must be said, after the adoption of slavery, the number of trains destroyed decreased significantly, and the speed of train development increased almost instantaneously. Chapter 238. When resources are scarce and barbarism reigns supreme, especially when modern civilization suddenly descends into apocalyptic civilization, the psychological gap is unbearable. Slavery is the most effective system bar none. In that situation, incentive systems are completely useless because no matter how much you motivate, it's impossible for them to live better than they did before the apocalypse. Even before the apocalypse, they could still eat hot pot. Can you use hot pot as an incentive? Can you even create hot pot on your train? But when the train reaches level 12, like the 3 level 12 mechanical trains, at this point, the train is essentially complete. Equipment like energy shields and other components can easily cost tens of millions of iron ore per upgrade. And how much does a suit of clothes cost? How much does a space gate earn? How much does a piece of bread cost? With abundant supplies, slavery fades into obscurity. Train conductors also begin to emphasize human rights, and the system begins to shift towards a feudal system. All survivors are their own people. As train conductors, they must protect their people, but as people, they must also contribute to the train's operations. And at this time, the survivors' living conditions improved. Naturally, their names would change accordingly, moving away from the somewhat insulting term slave to something like employee or passenger. Inside the Star Train, Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, his eyes closed, resting in silence. He had just chatted with the 3 train conductors. The apocalypse was becoming increasingly dire. 2 theories, passed down from unknown sources, were circulating. The first was that in a few years, the barriers to all zones would be broken, allowing higher-level monsters to enter lower-level zones and slaughter them at will. The second, highest-level area, the colorful zone, is a post-apocalyptic paradise devoid of monsters, where everyone can rebuild their homes. The origins of these 2 claims are unknown. The truth is also unclear. But it did give many train conductors hope. Just then, "I've found it." Xiao Ai's voice suddenly echoed from inside the train. "Yes." "Wait a moment." Chen Mang interrupted. "Don't speak so suddenly next time. Flash the white lights inside the train, or use some other method, before speaking. Understand?" "Understood." "Okay, continue." "Okay, conductor, we've found the bug. I checked the consumption of all the train parts over the past few days, and there's one item that's been missing. This consumption has been around for a long time, dating back to the time in the Teeling Wasteland. 12 of them suddenly disappeared. Day 12 later, this unknown consumption reappeared, albeit at a very low level, barely noticeable. The total unknown consumption is 300, 392,900 units of iron ore. Tracing back, I found the missing 16th carriage, named the Behemoth Carriage. Unlike the others, this carriage doesn't appear as a carriage. All the iron ore consumed in upgrading the 16th carriage was spent on this behemoth. Because it's still a cub, it occasionally absorbs energy from the train's energy stone to maintain its life force. Where's the behemoth? Here. Xiao Ai pushed open the door outside the train, her voice shifting from the speakers inside the train cabin to the loudspeaker in her throat. She was holding a small, furry creature. This is it. It appeared on the train exactly 14 hours after the creation of the Star Train. A giant beast? Chen Meng frowned slightly as he looked at the furry creature in Xiao Ai's hands. It was about the size of a basketball, completely covered in fur, resembling a stuffed toy, with no visible limbs. Just a faint glimpse of a small mouth and two eyes, tightly closed, as if asleep, could be seen beneath the fur. It didn't look threatening at all, its entire body a pale green, more like a toy. Or perhaps an enlarged bacterium. Yes. Xiao Ai nodded, her face serious. Originally, I wouldn't have been able to find him, but just recently, I learned from the experimental data that there's a special carriage called the Giant Beast Carriage. Capture the cubs of the Starry Sky Giant Beast, and train them like a carriage until they reach adulthood. They will possess extremely terrifying power. It's said that some Starry Sky Giant Beasts feed on mineral stars, while others are hundreds of thousands of kilometers long and extremely terrifying. And a giant beast raised as a giant beast carriage from a young age will become extremely loyal to the train when it grows up. This loyalty is in its blood, because it grew up on the train, and its food is provided by the conductor. In the giant beast's heart, the conductor is its mother, and the train is its home. It's an extremely terrifying strategic weapon. I searched the entire train, and finally found this little creature next to the engine at the front of the train. Chen Meng remained silent. He quietly lit a cigarette, and exhaled a long puff of smoke after a while. Let's not worry about whether this little creature is a space beast. I just want to know why the train identified it as a car that needs armor upgrades. Does this mean that every armor upgrade will have to be upgraded for it? Yes. Xiao Ai tilted her head to glance at the furry creature in her hand. Because space beasts are terrifying, they are very weak when they are young, especially since they take a very long time to grow. The stronger the space beast, the longer it takes to grow. The experimental data records a creature named. It takes 100,000 years for a star-eating dragon star beast to grow from cub to adult, as they consume vast quantities of core energy for nourishment. The logic behind the giant beast carriage is to cultivate the star beast like a carriage, significantly shortening its cub stage. By actively feeding it core energy, it allows for rapid growth and a certain level of combat power even in its cub stage, thus assisting the train's growth. For example, it currently possesses level 12 defense. While its body appears furry, this is simply the concentrated manifestation of level 12 armor. Chen Meng extinguished his cigarette and took the furry creature from Xiao Ai's hands, cradling it in his arms and stroking it. Its fur was very soft, almost like a cat's. The fur was very long, about the length of an index finger. There was no sense of hardness at all. Are you sure this thing has level 12 defense? I feel like I could strangle it with one hand. That's what the experimental data says. I was very careful when I was handling it just now, worried I accidentally strangle it. He cradled the little creature in his arms, carefully examining its cheek. Hidden in its fur, it was a tiny creature. Does it look like it's still sleeping? Yeah. Xiao Ai nodded. During their early stages, star beast cubs are generally dormant. Their feeding is unconscious, and they don't actively eat. At this time, they only need the most basic energy supply, that's 392,900 units of iron ore. According to the experimental data, star beasts also have different strengths and weaknesses, and their levels are divided into D, C, and B. Different levels represent the potential of a behemoth. For example, a D-level potential behemoth can reach level 30 by adulthood. Destroying a top-of-the-line, level 30 train is easy. The lower the potential of a star beast, the sooner it awakens after becoming a behemoth carriage. For example, a D-level potential car will awaken at level 3. At this point, it won't just eat unconsciously. The train conductor will need to actively feed it, and the iron ore consumption will be much greater than before. Of course, you can also just not feed it, and wait for the behemoth to starve to death. C-level potential will awaken at level 6. B-level potential will awaken at level 9. Oh! Chen Meng's eyes flashed with surprise, and he weighed the little creature in his hand. The train is now a level 10 train, and this little creature hasn't awakened yet. Does that mean it's at least a star beast with A-level potential? A star beast. Soaring through the starry sea, as you said, some star beasts can feed on mineral planets, and some are hundreds of thousands of kilometers long. Can this little creature devour a mineral planet? It's so small, it feels like even my. Does the experimental data contain information about this little creature? No. Xiao Ai shook her head and said seriously again, according to the experimental data, star beast cubs are extremely rare, even those with D-level potential. This is a rare carriage specially prepared for the second-generation masters of the mechanical civilization. It shouldn't appear. This planet now. This planet doesn't belong to the machine civilization. To put it bluntly, it's just a pawn in the machine civilization's fight against the Zerg. The value of this planet's existence might not even compare to this star beast. After all, it's a cub of an A-level potential star beast. When it reaches adulthood, it'd be at least a terrifying level 120 monster. If the entire water blue planet is compared to a novice zone, then this star beast's cub is the equivalent of a divine artifact in the main city zone. Qin Mang finally understood, his eyes narrowing slightly, as he studied the furry cub in his hand. He had a rough idea of where this thing came from. It was from Master Kun's train. After using the earth core furnace to devour Master Kun's train engine, he also devoured this little creature. He finally understood why there was so little iron ore on Master Kun's train. Could it have all been eaten by this little creature? He finally understood the reason for the unexplained energy drain he first noticed. It must have been the little creature that had unconsciously eaten it. Perhaps it realized it had been discovered, so it went silent for a while before continuing its stealthy eating. He weighed the little creature in his hand. It was very light, perhaps only about 5 gene, approximately 100 caddies. This was a skill he acquired since childhood. He could tell the weight of anything by simply weighing it, with virtually no error. Of course, it couldn't exceed 100 gene, approximately 100 caddies. Anything above 100 gene, approximately 100 caddies, would result in a significant error. He had never taken on such a large order. A potential A-level star beast cub, if calculated by price across the entire universe, would indeed be more expensive than the entire blue water planet. After all, this thing could grow to level 120 in the future. To upgrade the train to level 120, he had no idea how much resources it would take, but Master Kun. How could the first master he had met since entering this world possess hundreds of slaves with just a level 2 train? And even a star beast cub. He was killed so quickly. Is this guy fucking cheating? The child of destiny? The protagonist entrusted with the mission of saving this world from apocalypse? He was killed right at the start? Huh? Qin Mang sighed softly. He had to offer a helping hand to Master Kun whenever he had the chance. This guy was something he didn't even know what to say. Not only had he prepared slaves, food, and a small amount of resources for him from the start, he had paved the way for his early rise. He also prepared car blade blueprint, 3-legged cat heavy machine gun and other items, so that he would have a certain combat power in the level 1 train and escort him in the midterm. He even gave him something like the starry sky giant cub, preparing his foundation for the later stages, including his current confidants. Old Pig, Biozi, and the others were all from Master Kun's batch of slaves back then. One-stop service. Even the best trust in his previous life couldn't do this. It's truly in every way. To say he's a reincarnated benefactor is no exaggeration. What a good man. Qin Mang, with a feeling of emotion, picked up the GLS pistol from the drawer. He had obtained it from the conductor panel when he first arrived in this world. It had provided him with considerable assistance in the early days. It was no longer useful, but he still kept it as a commemorative item. He placed the pistol against the little creature's head and tilted his head to look at Xiao Ai. Are you sure he has level 12 defense? My pistol is level 1. Can't one shot kill him? Although Xiao Ai's words were nice, but he had to confirm whether this thing was as impressive as Xiao Ai claimed. The best way to test it was to fire a shot at it and see if it truly had level 12 defense. Not sure. Xiao Ai shook her head firmly. The experimental data clearly states so, but I don't think it can withstand a single shot. Qin Mang's brows furrowed slightly. After a pause, he pulled the trigger. Bang. A crisp gunshot echoed through the train. The shell bounced on the ground, but the little creature in his hand was unharmed. Not even its furry fur was damaged. This creature, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Could it really have level 12 defense? He immediately stepped off the train, placed it on the ground, and using his cane to teleport, he aimed a Doomsday cannon at the creature. Conductor, that's a bit too wide. If it had level 12 defense, it wouldn't be able to die. He chose to create a level 11 shell. Chapter 239. The next moment. Boom, boom, boom. Fireworks rained down from the sky, and dozens of shells enveloped the little creature. Half a minute later, the white smoke dissipated, and the area was a mess of craters, but the little creature was still lying there, sound asleep, safe and sound, not even a speck of dust on its fur. It truly can't be broken. Chen Meng strode forward, took the little creature in his arms, and examined it from head to toe. He smiled in surprise. Now it was confirmed that the little creature truly had level 12 defense. It was just unclear whether it was the train's level 12 defense or the monster's level 12 defense. The train's armor's level 12 defense was completely immune to level 12 attacks, and only a level 13 attack could penetrate it. And the monster's level 12 defense could be penetrated by a level 12 attack. That was why he had used level 11 shells. He didn't dare use a higher level shell, and accidentally killed the little creature. Let's give you a name. Chen Meng held the little creature in his arms, somewhat reluctantly, and pondered, let me think of a name for you. Xiao Ai, standing nearby, grumbled inwardly with a blank expression. If nothing unexpected happened, it would probably be Xiao Lu. He now had a good idea of the conductor's naming. Light green throughout. Let me think. As the ancient said, the sky is clear and green like clouds, a green that nourishes the heart. And the rippling green waves are green like jade, the green mountains and clear waters are delightful. Since ancient times, green has been associated with vitality. Xiao Ai paused. Was the conductor going to be so serious about naming this time? Why just casually give him Xiao Ai? He also wanted a poetic name like this, one that sounded classy. In that case, I call you Xiaolu. Sure enough it was. Xiao Ai stood behind Chen Meng with a sullen look on her face, curling her lips. Although the process was slightly different, the result was the same. Reciting those 2 lines of poetry was pointless. Otherwise, she could just call herself Xiaolu. Is there any connection between the name Xiaolu and those 2 lines of poetry? Do they both have the character green in them? He thought it was something like Yunyu. After all, green as clouds and green as jade, wouldn't Yunyu sound nice? Very good. Chen Meng, quite satisfied, held the little creature in his arms and said cheerfully, this guy is actually quite adorable, isn't he? From now on, we call him Little Green. Once the train reaches level 12, we see what he looks like when he wakes up. Not bad. The iron ore I've been saving these days hasn't been in vain. According to the prices of mechanical civilization, this A-level potential behemoth cub should be able to buy 10 neon cities, right? At least 100. Xiao Ai added silently, although neon cities are rare, they can be replicated. They're just rare to us, as they're basically made from renewable resources. It was created, but this A-level potential galactic behemoth cub is completely unreplicable and extremely rare, even in the entire universe. I don't know what the highest level a train can reach, nor do I know what the average level of a mechanical civilization's trains is, but a galactic behemoth that reaches level 120 upon reaching adulthood is undoubtedly a cosmic overlord. Indeed. Chen Meng contentedly stroked the little creature in his arms and sighed, what if this creature grows too big to fit inside the train? The maximum height of a train is only 100 meters. As you said, some galactic behemoths are hundreds of thousands of kilometers long. How could a train possibly accommodate them? I'm not sure about that. There's no relevant record in the experimental data. Chen Meng nodded. He felt that Little Green was probably a small behemoth. After all, it didn't look like it could grow very large. But the missing 16th car had finally been found. So, the Star Train finally officially had 15 cars and a locomotive. Little Green was the 15th car, and also the 16th car, the behemoth car. However, it wouldn't be hanging at the back of the train, but would stay in its own compartment. For the time being, it would still need to serve as a mascot. After all, the little guy wasn't awake yet. Back to the train. From now on, the little guy would naturally no longer sleep in the locomotive, but would stay in the warm locomotive compartment. In the wilderness. Amid the wind, the voices of Chen Meng and Xiao Ai gradually faded. That's not right, Xiao Ai. When I upgraded the train's armor, I didn't include this behemoth carriage. It only appeared a while ago. Could it be that it was already upgraded to a higher level on another train? It should be. Before Master Kun, it should have been on another train. That's right. Although there were some bugs, it's almost perfectly resolved. Yes, Master Meng. Inside the train. Xiao Ai returned to her armor research center, leaving Chen Meng and Xiao Lu alone inside the train. Very good. Chen Meng lowered his head and ruffled the little creature's nose. From now on, you be called Xiao Lu. Although you're still asleep, I tell you your name when you wake up. By the way, Xiao Ai, what's the average intelligence level of the star beasts? Not very. A white light flashed in the train compartment before Xiao Ai's voice echoed. Generally speaking, star beasts are often associated with brutality, bloodthirstiness, and mindlessness. They have virtually no intelligence and act purely on biological instinct. This has nothing to do with potential. Of course, there are exceptions. Some star beasts are said to be quite intelligent. But regardless of intelligence, as long as they are in the beast carriage, they will be loyal to the conductor. This loyalty is just in their blood, not absolute. They may still disobey orders, or even kill the conductor. After all, while patricide and matricide are rare, they do happen. In the vast majority of cases, as long as the star beasts are not abused, a star beast wouldn't do something so extreme. Shall I? Yes. Only when you speak to me abruptly do you need to flash the white light to alert me. If I ask you first, you don't need to flash the white light. Understood. And in an emergency, you can just alert me directly, no need to flash the white light. Understood. Chen Meng then looked down at the furry little thing in his arms. He was naturally delighted to suddenly have this thing. It was a shame he couldn't trade it, or he really liked to sell it for iron ore. How much iron ore would that bring? I dread to think. And how did such a rare thing as an A-level potential star beast cub appear on Water Blue Planet? A star beast wouldn't abandon its own children. Star beast cubs are often taken through violent means, and this planet doesn't seem to have the ability to snatch star beast cubs. Did it just fall from the sky? Or was it something from Master Kun's daily check-in with his cheat code? He was increasingly convinced that Master Kun was being a bit of a jerk. He was just a bit clueless. If he hadn't been so careless, and just walked down and confronted his train, he might not have died so miserably. Poor, miserable child. He couldn't even use his cheat. After playing with it for a while, Chen Meng placed Xiao Lu on a chair nearby. The creature wouldn't even move now, remaining in a deep sleep. He had just checked it. No sexual organs were found. It wasn't clear if it was male or female. It was hard to tell. It looked just like someone from a certain region in his past life. It smelled completely devoid of any flavor, neither stench nor fragrance. No excretory organs were found either, as if it didn't need to poop at all. It was just a round thing with only a nose, mouth, and eyes, no ears at all. It didn't seem like a creature that could exist in the real world. Go to sleep. Then he glanced at the train panel. The train originally had 3.2 million units of iron ore. Adding the 7.5 million earned from selling level 1 iron ore, and the 700,000 units earned from selling miscellaneous items, like cigarettes and nuts, after deducting costs, the train now had 11.4 million units of iron ore. The total iron ore required for the star train was 14 million units, a bit short. He carefully checked this time. The cost of the train expansion was calculated based on 14 carriages plus 1 locomotive, not including the behemoth carriage. This little guy didn't need expansion. However, the control panel screen still showed that the internal fire control system had a total of 1,600 heavy machine guns. That meant the behemoth carriage also had 100 heavy machine guns. And inside the behemoth carriage was Little Green, lying on a chair beside him. He tilted his head, with a slightly quizzical expression, as he looked at Little Green. This guy couldn't possibly have 100 heavy machine guns in his belly. So according to that, he had a wheel blade too, if he was right. The behemoth carriage wasn't just for shortening the growth period of the behemoth cubs, but perhaps also for adding some firepower accessories to the behemoths. Perhaps in the future, even adult behemoths could be equipped with large firepower accessories on their backs, like a Comet main gun. He couldn't wait to upgrade the train to level 12, just to see what this little guy would look like when he woke up. Chen Meng looked at the requirements for upgrading the train to level 11. Upgrade requirements. Craft all 3 required vehicle components, consume 20,000 units of level 3 iron ore, and all accessories in the car must be above level 200, possessing 10 supermodel effects. The requirements weren't too demanding. 20,000 units of level 3 iron ore, that's 2 million units. He hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to upgrade the train to level 12 right away, or expand it first. Most of the people attending the rally had already upgraded their trains. It still wasn't enough iron ore, only 11.4 million units. It would be nice if there were a little more. Just then, a private message suddenly came over his train radio. I just attended your rally. I didn't bring enough iron ore. Now I have enough, 1.5 million units. Do you still have any level 1 iron ore for sale? Yes, at the same coordinates. Okay, I'd be right there. Huh? Chen Mang's expression was slightly odd. Was he really here to give money, or was he here to cause trouble? But he had the confidence to not care. He had made his decision. All the train expansions and upgrades would be put on hold. Upgrade the train armor by 1 level. Although this area was a blue zone, with monsters only up to level 12, the armor was perfectly adequate for monsters, but it wasn't enough for the trains. The price of upgraded firepower components for those trains was much lower. The conductor of the Iron Dragon train said several trains had level 13 firepower. Upgrading the armor by 1 level would give him a sense of security. Although level 13 firepower, even if it could penetrate the defense, wouldn't destroy it instantly. His armor would still hold up for a while, but it wouldn't be as secure as having no defense. Upgrading from level 12 armor to level 13 armor per train car cost 2 million units of iron ore. Upgrading the armor of 15 carriages and 1 locomotive from level 12 to level 13 would cost a total of 32 million units of iron ore. If the upgrade costs were halved, that would be 16 million units of iron ore. Still not enough. Chen Mang's mouth twitched slightly as he glanced out the window at the train still mining his level 1 iron ore. Once those guys finished, he'd have to hurry and find level 4 ore. There wasn't enough iron ore. If only 100 million units of iron ore could fall from the sky right now. Waiting patiently. A crazy idea suddenly occurred to him. How is iron ore formed? It's formed when the core energy deep within a planet leaks out to the surface and solidifies into matter. The star beasts soaring through the universe also feed on the core energy that escapes from the planet. Those so-called Zerg attacks were also all about core energy. Cola, cigarettes, and steamed buns are all made from core energy. Everything is core energy. Core energy is the very essence of this world, the very existence everyone is plundering. And where is core energy? At the Earth's core. He could drill directly to the deep core of Blue Water Planet and mine its core energy directly. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Other trains couldn't directly convert core energy into iron ore. They didn't have the accessories or the ability. But he could. He had the cosmic receiver. Since it could convert core energy scattered throughout the universe into iron ore, surely it could also convert core energy deep within the Earth's core? The conversion speed wouldn't be much faster than on the surface. Immediately, he told Xiao Ai this brilliant idea, asking her to evaluate its feasibility based on the data. Get to the heart of the matter. Xiao Ai's voice echoed quickly inside the train. Captain, that's a great idea, but I need some additional data, based on the information I obtained from the library in the last city ruins. The radius of Blue Water Planet is 28,371 kilometers, or 28,371,000 meters. The deeper we go, the slower the train's speed will be due to the solidity of the ground. Based on the speed attenuation data from the surface to 70,000 meters underground, we can conclude that the train can only penetrate a maximum of 280,000 meters below the surface. According to that calculation, we need to continue to penetrate 371,000 meters to reach Blue Water Planet's underground core and collect its core energy. Chapter 240. Chen Meng remained expressionless and silent. 28,371,000 meters minus 280,000 meters equals 371,000 meters? That's a humorous joke, conductor. Not at all. Okay, I keep learning. This brilliant plan had barely been born, and it was already abandoned. A level 100 drill could only penetrate a maximum of 280,000 meters, and it was unknown how long it would take, with its speed constantly decreasing. Even a level 1000 drill wouldn't be enough to reach the center of the Earth. And that's just considering the drill. Other factors weren't considered. For example, whether the train could withstand such intense pressure, or the temperature at the center of the Earth. This idea could basically be dismissed. In that case, he could only wait until this transaction was complete, then search for level 4 iron ore, or follow the train tunnel to the mechanical city to see if there were any opportunities waiting for him. On the train next to the star, the Iron Dragon, a man with a black dragon tattoo on his arm stroked it with a complex expression, gazing at the star in the distance. Talking about deep things with someone you've just met is a taboo. Men hadn't fully disclosed many things to them, and they naturally wouldn't reveal details about their wealth. For example, this tattoo. It wasn't actually done before the apocalypse, but afterward, a special item. It was his most valuable possession, and naturally, he couldn't tell anyone. He was currently mining the level 1 iron ore. In fact, he had already completed the S-rank adventure quest and received the reward long ago, and he had hinted about this to Meng. He bought the ore simply to show his support. After all, he saw not many people were buying, and worried about embarrassing Mr. Meng, so he bought one. Just now, he saw Mr. Meng get off the train, holding a stuffed animal and placing it aside. Then, after a round of machine gun fire, the stuffed animal remained unscathed. No surprise. It must be another special item. The star seemed to be hiding a lot of stuff, far more than he had hidden. At least, the white gloves Mr. Meng was wearing, the cane in his hand, the emblem on his chest, and so on, must all be special items. He felt like he was crammed full of special items. How many adventure maps did he have to visit to get so much stuff? Don't you usually mine? And how did you get this method for producing level 1 iron ore? Is it an accessory effect? If you can produce level 1 iron ore, you should be able to produce higher level iron ore, right? A strange light flashed in his eyes. Honestly, if his mind wasn't restraining him, he really wanted to try to make a sudden move, to kill Mr. Meng instantly, and then take over the star train. But reason told him otherwise. If he attacked, he'd most likely be the one to die. At that moment, Chen Meng's eyes narrowed slightly inside the train, staring at the message still pinned to the top of the train radio. Level 10 mechanical train star. Level 1 iron ore mining rights for sale. Complete iron ore, clear ownership. Only 3 mines. While supplies last, highest bidder wins. There's nothing wrong with this statement. His business was also fine, but he just didn't have many customers. He had 2 ideas at the time. The first was to directly sell the special item drill reorder, effectively targeting a certain customer base. Those who needed it would definitely buy it, but many more wouldn't. The second option was to directly sell unknown S-level rewards, essentially using S-level quests as a backing to sell expectations and attract more customers. But just now, he had a third idea. It was the upgrade requirements for the level 11 train that gave him the idea. He remembered that one of the requirements for upgrading to level 10 was to complete a B-level quest. Any quest was fine, including quests in the adventure map, job transfer quests, and so on. But this single requirement alone had held many people back. After all, B-level quests weren't that easy to complete. Level 10 trains were a watershed, stopping all those high-level but poorly founded trains from moving on. His third idea was to create demand. Who knew if a future train upgrade would require completing an S-level quest? With this precedent in place, the latter wasn't impossible. And S-level quests, whether in the adventure map or job transfer quests, were extremely difficult to complete, and few could pull them off. But here, only 1.5 million units of iron ore are needed to complete an S-level mission, laying a solid foundation for future obstacles, and even earning an S-level adventure mission as a reward. Isn't that tempting enough? He immediately reposted the slogan. The effect was immediate. Within a few minutes, 4 or 5 more train conductors announced they were on their way to the coordinates, but it still wasn't the explosive success he imagined. Chen Meng's brows furrowed slightly. Isn't this a good deal? 1.5 million units of iron ore for an unknown S-rank adventure quest and future security. Isn't that worth it? If it were him, he'd definitely buy it. A few minutes later, he silently lit a cigarette. He figured it out. There's demand, but no market. That adventure quest is a public one, and each train can only accept it once. Many trains have already accepted it, so even if someone wants to buy it, they're not eligible. Okay. So let's do it. Once these 4 or 5 train conductors arrive and pay, I can sell it for around 10 million, which wouldn't be bad. 10 million units of iron ore is actually quite a lot. Before arriving in the Valley of Crisis, 10 million units of iron ore would have basically crushed him. The main reason is that his shortage is too large. There are so many places that need iron ore, and it's simply not enough. Level 12 armor isn't safe enough. Level 13 armor is better. 1 day later, the stellar train was once again speeding through the wasteland of Crisis Valley. The transaction was complete. The 5 train captains who arrived later had only arrived after accepting their missions, and another 7.5 million units of iron ore had arrived. After all was delivered, he parted ways, and began speeding through the wasteland of Crisis Valley, searching for level 4 iron ore. He was already somewhat disillusioned with level 3 iron ore. He simply couldn't find level 4. And let's not even talk about level 3 iron ore, since its output was generally around 2 million. 2 million units of iron ore for a train was just a drop in the bucket. It wouldn't even quench their thirst, let alone fill them up. The train was moving automatically. It was now dark again. In the gloom, the stellar train sped along, and Chen Meng leaned back in his chair, resting his feet on the control panel, poring over the list in his hand. Lao Zhu stood aside and reported. Master Meng, this is all the information seized from that gentleman's train. Yes. Chin Meng carefully examined the list in his hand. 5.634 million units of iron ore, 3.58 million units of copper, or 120,000 units of wood. Some daily necessities. Over 1,200 survivors. That's quite a bit of iron ore. Adding this batch and the iron ore obtained from the solar panels yesterday, the train now has a total of 25.01 million units of iron ore. Finally back to the 20 million mark. With so much iron ore, you can do a lot. The shells he used to attack the gentleman's train were level 13 shells. Level 13 shells are quite expensive. The production cost of a level 9 shell from the Doomsday cannon is 700 units of copper ore. The price of a level 10 shell is 1,000 units of copper ore. Level 11 is 1,500 units. Level 12 is 2,000 units. Level 13 is 2,500 units. One shell costs 2,500 units of copper ore, which is equivalent to depleting a level 1 copper mine with just a few shells. However, it has 3 supermod effects that have its cost. Then the price of one level 13 shell is 312.5 units of copper ore. Acceptable. His Doomsday cannon is level 20, with 3 supermod effects, while others generally only have 2. If it were upgraded to level 13, one level 13 shell would cost 625 units of copper ore. Not too expensive. This is why many people use Murphy Stone to upgrade their Doomsday cannon. That's because, of all the firepower accessories, the Doomsday cannon isn't the most powerful, but it's definitely affordable. What's a good product? A good product is one that the people can afford. In total, over 2,000 rounds were fired, directly destroying 750,000 units of copper ore in one wave. We had to show our strength. That wasn't the time to feel bad. However, we captured another 3.58 million units of copper ore, not only fully recovering our investment, but also making a considerable profit. Saving money is a good thing these days, but dying without spending it all is a bit painful. At this point, the overall resources on the train panel had reached a fairly abundant state. 25.01 million units of iron ore, for 0.65 million units of copper, or 2.57 million units of wood, for 0.48 million units of red hard rock. The only pity was, this man didn't have any Murphy Stone or blueprints on his train. He didn't seem stupid, he used these things if he had them, and didn't plan to keep them. He just didn't get anything. He originally had some special items. Old Pig explained from the side, but before ejecting, he took them all with him, then blew himself up in the refrigerator, destroying them all. Did he die? No, he ran away, but he's fine. Uncle Lee has applied for him, saying he wants to recycle him for some sort of experiment. It's that zombie spawner I told you about last time, Master Meng. Yeah. Chin Meng's eyes narrowed slightly. Old Pig had mentioned this to him last time. Uncle Lee, keep an eye on this. If he can actually build this thing, and if it spawns efficiently, give him the treatment of a level 1 senior talent. Huh? A flash of shock flashed in Old Pig's eyes, and he almost subconsciously asked, is this thing very useful for the train? Currently, there are only 3 people on the train who enjoy the status of level 1 senior talent. He, Diazzi, and Mundo. He had always thought Uncle Lee's idea was brilliant, but he hadn't expected this thing to actually be worthy of level 1 senior talent status. Mundo had brought back so much iron ore, and it was clear he could earn a lot of it in the future, so Master Meng gave him level 1 senior talent status. Is this zombie spawner worth it? Very useful. Chin Meng looked at Old Pig and smiled, but I don't think there's much hope of creating it. The formation of this zombie is more complicated than you think. Shall I go tell Uncle Lee about our findings in the lab later? Yes. Zombies are divided into 3 types. One is the Zerg monster, one is the zombie formed by core energy, and one is the ancient zombie. The first 2 are more common, while the latter is rarer and often appears as a boss. I leave the former aside. It doesn't make much sense. But if the zombies formed from core energy could be mass-produced, what would that be like? It'd be like adding a juicer and a converter to the back of this zombie spawner. Wouldn't that be a fucking cosmic receiver? Is there any difference between extracting core energy from the universe and extracting it from zombies? There isn't any difference. It's the same 3 steps: absorption, compression, and conversion. However, although the zombies formed from core energy are divided by gender, they aren't even strictly speaking living beings. Making them reproduce is a bit of a fantasy. But he noticed that Uncle Lee's progress was quite good. He even managed to get the zombies to develop feelings for the opposite sex. That's a breakthrough. We can give it a try. From now on, you should keep an eye on Uncle Lee. Any experimental needs, like nuts, can be covered by the train. He doesn't have to pay out of pocket. The train can afford them. Although the probability of success isn't very high. But the train is developing. This kind of thriving atmosphere is what I hope to see. At least everyone is motivated, has their own goals, and wants to make the train better. If everyone on the train is lifeless, then the train is practically on the verge of collapse, indicating that everyone is extremely pessimistic about the future. Having ideas is a good thing. Try not to overly restrict the thinking of your subordinates. In the apocalypse, no answer is absolutely correct. Too much restriction will only stifle the birth of imagination. Whether you succeed or not, try more and encourage more. Do you understand? I understand. Old Pig nodded seriously. Don't worry, Master Mang. I understand. Okay, go down. After Old Pig left, Chin Mang glanced at the screen on the train control panel. Since we already had enough iron ore, let's upgrade it first, starting with the armor. The next moment, inside carriage 3, countless iron ore stored in the refrigerators instantly shattered, transforming into white specks of light and melting into the car. In an instant, the iron ore reserves in several refrigerators were emptied. 16 million units of iron ore shattered in an instant. After consuming 16 million units of iron ore, the train's armor finally reached level 13. Level 13 armor. Absolutely unique in the entire Blue Zone Crisis Valley. Chin Mang nodded with satisfaction. He felt much safer now, but it would be even better if he had level 14 armor.